Chapter 1. Do not venture out after dark. Do not venture out after dark. This adage has circulated in the village of Canlao for many years. Its origins are lost to time. Yet, this phrase is an undeniable truth. Beyond question, A.S. Granny C. observed the sun slowly retreating behind the mountains. A sense of unease gripped her heart. With the last rays of sunlight extinguished, an eerie silence enveloped the land, devoid of sound. Darkness crept in from the west, inexorably swallowing the mountains, rivers, roads, and trees until it consumed Canlao village entirely. At each corner of the village stood 4 ancient stone statues, weathered and time-worn. Even Granny C could not recall who had sculpted them or when they were erected. As darkness descended, the statues emanated a faint, ethereal glow, providing a sense of relief to Granny C and the village's elders. Though the encroaching darkness grew ever denser outside the village, the light from the statues rendered Canlao village relatively safe. Suddenly, Granny C's ears perked up, and in astonishment, she exclaimed, "Do you hear that? There's a child's cry outside?" Old Ma, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible! You must be mistaken. Wait, there truly is the sound of an infant crying." The wails of a baby echoed from the depths of the darkness beyond the village. The other elders, save for the hard of hearing, were taken aback. How could an infant be present in such a desolate and remote place? "You should go investigate," Granny C declared, her excitement palpable as she tiptoed towards one of the stone statues. Old Ma rushed after her, cautioning Granny, "Are you mad? It is dark. Venturing outside the village is tantamount to death. The darkness fears the statue. I shall not perish in a short while." Granny C bent down, attempting to lift the statue onto her back, but her hunched form rendered her incapable. Old Ma shook his head. "Allow me to assist. I will carry the statue and accompany you." An elderly man, limping over, interjected. Old Ma, "You have but one arm. You won't manage to carry the statue for long." "I am whole, so I shall bear the burden." Old Ma shot him a glare. "You, with your limp, can barely walk. Though my arm is but one, it possesses great strength." He hoisted the statue into his embrace, steadied himself, and remarked, "Granny C, let us proceed. Do not refer to me as the old hag. Be wary, both of you. If we lose a statue, we must ensure the darkness does not infiltrate our village." Thus, the two set forth, following the sound of the cries. After walking 100 paces, they arrived at the bank of a great river, where the baby's wails originated. The statue's faint glow illuminated only a short distance, prompting them to carefully discern the direction of the sound as they ventured upstream. After a few more steps, the cries grew nearer, yet Old Ma struggled to support the weight of the statue. Granny C's eyes brightened as she spotted a faint glimmer of basket resting on the riverbank, from which both the cries and the glow emanated. "There truly is a child." As the elderly matriarch approached, she lifted the basket, but was momentarily taken aback, for beneath it lay an arm, pale and waterlogged from the river, which had been the very appendage supporting the basket and the child within, guiding them safely to the shore. "Rest assured, the child is safe," she whispered to the woman submerged in the water. The corpse seemed to heed her words, loosening its grip, and was swept away by the current, vanishing into the darkness. She raised the basket, revealing an infant swathed in a blanket, upon which lay a jade pendant radiating a soft glow. The luminescence of the pendant bore a resemblance to that of a statue, yet was considerably fainter, serving to shield the child from the lurking shadows. Alas, the pendant's feeble light could only safeguard the child, not the woman. "It's a boy." Upon returning to the village of the aged and frail, the villagers gathered around, a collection of the elderly, infirm, and destitute. The matriarch uncovered the blanket for a glance, breaking into a toothless grin. "At last, our village has a healthy child," a one-legged cripple exclaimed in astonishment. "Old woman, do you intend to raise him? We can hardly sustain ourselves. I believe it would be better to send him away." The matriarch, incensed, retorted, "Why should I send away a child I found through my own efforts?" The villagers fell silent, too intimidated to contradict her. The village chief, who was more wretched than the others, lacking both hands and feet, was carried over on a stretcher. Despite his grim appearance, he commanded respect, even from the formidable matriarch. "Since you wish to raise him, perhaps he should have a name?" the chief suggested. "Is there anything else in the basket?" he inquired. The matriarch rummaged through the contents, and shook her head. Only this jade pendant, no other notes or items. The pendant bears an inscription with the character for Qin. It is immaculate. Imbued with an unusual power, it must belong to a prominent family. Should we name him Qin? Or is it his surname? The chief pondered. Let his surname be Qin, and we shall name him Mu. Qin Mu. When he grows, he can tend to the flocks and manage to survive. Qin Mu. The matriarch gazed at the infant in the blanket, who, undeterred by her presence, cooed and giggled in delight. Up by the riverside, the sound of a flute wafted through the air as a young shepherd, no more than 11 or 12 years of age, sat atop a cow, playing a melodious tune. He was handsome, with bright eyes and a charming smile, his clothing loosely draped, adorned with a jade pendant hanging from his neck. This lad was none other than Qin Mu, the infant the matriarch had salvaged from the river a decade prior. Over the years, the villagers had tirelessly nurtured him, and the matriarch had procured a cow, ensuring that young Qin Mu received daily nourishment from its milk, enabling him to survive the perilous early years of life. Though the villagers appeared fierce and intimidating, they treated him with kindness. The matriarch, a skilled seamstress, taught Qin Mu the art of tailoring, while he learned herbalism and medicine from the village healer, practiced agility with the limping elder, honed his auditory skills with the blind elder, and learned breath control from the chief, leading to a swift passage of time in their humble abode. The cow in question was his childhood nurse. Granny C had initially intended to sell her, but Qin Mu, reluctant to part with her, was entrusted with the task of grazing the cattle. He often took the cow to the riverside, where the verdant mountains and azure waters created a serene and delightful scene. Qin Mu, save me. Suddenly, the cow beneath him spoke. Startled, Qin Mu quickly leaped down, and to his astonishment, he saw tears in the cow's eyes as it implored, Qin Mu, you were nourished by my milk. I am akin to your mother. You must save me. Qin Mu blinked in disbelief and cautiously inquired, how can I save you? The cow replied, you possess a sickle at your waist. If you skin me, you may free me from this plight. Qin Mu hesitated, and the cow pressed, have you forgotten the kindness I bestowed upon you? With trepidation, Qin Mu raised the sickle and gingerly cut through the cow's hide. Strangely, as the skin was peeled away, no blood flowed, and within lay nothing but emptiness devoid of flesh or bone. As he reached the midpoint of skinning, a woman in her 20s or 30s tumbled forth, her legs still ensconced in the cow's limbs, though her upper body had broken free. Her hair hung wildly as she snatched the sickle from the dazed Qin Mu and, with a few swift motions, severed the hide encasing her legs. Turning to Qin Mu, her malevolence surged. She placed the sickle against his neck and sneered, you little villain, it is your doing that I was transformed into a cow. For 11 years, I've been forced to graze and nourish you. How pitiful just after giving birth. I was deceived by that which, and turned into a cow to feed you. Now that I am finally free, I shall slay you and then exact vengeance upon the wicked in this village. Qin Mu's mind reeled, utterly bewildered by the woman's words. As she prepared to strike him down, a chill ran down her spine, and she looked down to see a blade protruding from her chest. Qin Mu, you little rascal, what did I tell you? Do not venture out after dark. Granny, why must we stay indoors when night falls? Qin Mu asked, lifting his gaze. When darkness descends, terrifying entities roam the shadows. To step outside is to court death. Granny C stated gravely. The village statues will protect us. The fiends dare not enter. Other villages possess such statues? Qin Mu inquired, curiosity piqued. Granny, something strange occurred today? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu recounted the bizarre incident of the woman emerging from the cow's belly. Granny C, seemingly indifferent, replied, are you referring to that woman? The layman has already dealt with her effectively. I mentioned selling the cow when you were weaned at 4 years old, but your attachment prevented it. See, trouble has arisen. I warned you that nursing until age 4 would forge a bond with the cow. Qin Mu felt a flush of embarrassment indeed. Being weaned at 4 was rather excessive, yet it seemed the crux of the matter was not merely the weaning age. Granny, that woman was slain by the lame grandfather. Good riddance, she chuckled. That was a mercy for her. She should have perished 11 years ago. If not for the need to nourish you, could she have lived this long? Qin Mu found himself utterly perplexed. In astonishment, he exclaimed, Granny, how can a person turn into a cow? Qin Mu gazed ahead and observed a limping figure, one hand propped on a cane while the other clutched a game. Caught upon his back, approaching with a pronounced hobble. The darkness surged towards the village like an encroaching tide, prompting old Granny C to urgently call out, "Lame man, hurry, hurry. What's the rush?" He inquired curiously, glancing at the pitch-black expanse beyond the village, where nothing could be discerned. What lies in the darkness? He pondered, a sense of bewilderment stirring within him. Chapter 2. Blood of the Four Spirits. Old Granny C eagerly pulled him towards the village, exclaiming with delight, "Stop staring, and come quickly, today is your grand day." The village chief and old Master Ma are all gathered. A bonfire blazed in the village, and the village chief was carried out on a stretcher, his voice deep and resonant. "Have we found all four spirits?" "All have been located." One-armed old Master Ma dragged in a serpent several yards long, its emerald hue vibrant and still alive, exuding a pungent odor, yet it remained immobilized under Ma's firm grip. On its vital point, the mute blacksmith brought forth a gigantic bird, towering even above the mute himself. Though its wings and feet were bound, as the bird struggled, sparks flew from its feathers, crackling ominously. The blind man contributed a colossal tortoise, larger than a table, its shell aged to a golden hue. The tortoise retracted its limbs into its shell, occasionally daring to extend a claw, from which steam emanated, as if it could lift itself and escape on a vaporous cloud. However, the tortoise was restrained by a fishhook through its nostrils, rendering flight impossible. Though we cannot procure the blood of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, we can substitute with the azure serpent, ironbone tiger, thunderbird, and golden tortoise, yielding sufficient spirit blood for our needs. The village chief nodded at the butcher, who grinned widely, advancing on all fours. He was a man reduced to his upper half, his lower body severed cleanly at the waist. For basins were positioned before the azure serpent, iron-bone tiger, thunderbird, and golden tortoise, and the butcher swiftly bled the beasts, resulting in their lifeblood, draining away. "Herbalist," the village chief called. The village herbalist approached, his visage grotesque, as if his skin had been excised, along with his nose and half of his lips, making him the most fearsome figure in the village. Yet, Qin Mu found him to be the kindest soul among them. The herbalist advanced, producing four peculiar crimson leaves, each adorned with a pristine white egg. He cast one leaf into each basin, and soon the eggs hatched, revealing silkworms that nestled upon the leaves, drinking the blood. These silkworms grew rapidly with each gust of wind, their bodies expanding as they consumed more blood. Before long, the basins were drained, leaving behind plump, sizable worms. The herbalist sprinkled a handful of white crystalline substance resembling salt into the basins, and Qin Mu watched in astonishment as the worms swiftly shrank in size. After a brief moment, the herbalist retrieved the four diminutive worms, each now no larger than a palm. He extracted four white porcelain cups, firmly squeezing one worm, which emitted a squeak as a cup of amber-hued, translucent plasma flowed forth. The apothecary, adhering to his craft, meticulously extracted the blood from the bellies of the three insects and placed four cups before Qin Mu, shaking his head as he remarked, "After all, these are not true. Spiritual beasts, the amount of spiritual blood that can be refined is rather limited. Within the human body lie 7 great treasures: the spirit embryo, the 5 luminaries, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the celestial being, life and death, and the divine bridge. These 7 treasures are inherently sealed, akin to concealed treasures, and hence are referred to as the 7 divine repositories." The village chief's voice carried an air of authority, illuminated by the flickering campfire. His face shifted between light and shadow as he solemnly declared, "The 7 divine repositories exist in a state of closure, requiring the martial artist to unlock them themselves. The barriers that hinder a martial artist from accessing these repositories are known as the walls: the spirit embryo wall, the 5 luminaries wall, the 6 harmonies wall, the 7 stars wall, the celestial being wall, the life and death wall, and the divine bridge wall. The process of breaking through these 7 walls is termed wall breaking." Old Man Ma, with a gentle touch, caressed Qin Mu's head and smiled, saying, "Without breaking the walls, one cannot cultivate. Some are favored by the heavens from birth. Their spirit embryo wall is already broken, naturally unlocking the spirit embryo repository. Such a constitution is known as the spiritual body, blessed by the heavens and a promising seed for cultivation. Those possessing a spiritual body possess innate talents vastly superior to ordinary individuals, allowing them to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. The spirit embryo encompasses 4 attributes. Thus there exist 4 types of spiritual bodies: the azure dragon spiritual body, the white tiger spiritual body, the vermilion bird spiritual body, and the black tortoise spiritual body. To ascertain whether one is a spiritual body, one must sample the blood of these 4 spirits. The apothecary continued, should you possess the azure dragon spiritual body, consuming azure dragon blood will awaken the aura of the azure dragon within you. Old Man Ma is an azure dragon's spiritual body. Old Man Ma then loosened his garments, standing bare-chested before Qin Mu, turning his back and uttering a low command. Qin Mu immediately witnessed an azure aura manifesting along Old Man Ma's spine, rising from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head. Gradually, the azure aura transformed into a magnificent azure dragon, its scales and whiskers distinctly visible, with one claw extending to Old Man Ma's lone arm, while 2 more coiled around his legs. This is the azure dragon's spiritual body. Old Man Ma donned his clothing once more, stating, Old Lady C is a white tiger spiritual body. Old Lady C shot him a glance and retorted, I shan't strip for the likes of you old geezers. Allow me to demonstrate my aura for Qin Mu. She trembled slightly, and a faint tiger's roar resonated from behind her as a spectral, towering white tiger emerged, partially obscured in her wake. Everyone in this village possesses a spiritual body. We once basked in glory, but now we are merely a collection of aged and frail souls. Old Lady C chuckled. We, the worn and weary, have little to offer you. These 4 cups of spirit blood are materials to awaken your spiritual body. Should you possess the white tiger spiritual body, drinking the white tiger blood will stir the white tiger aura within your spirit embryo. The same applies for the vermilion bird and black tortoise spiritual bodies. Drink up! The village chief, Old Lady C, and others gazed expectantly at Qin Mu. Qin Mu's heart raced, although he had consumed countless peculiar substances during his apprenticeship under the apothecary. None had felt as strange as this moment. He lifted a white porcelain cup filled with the fiery essence of the vermilion bird's blood. Qin Mu consumed it in one swift motion. He felt a fiery surge coursing down his throat, radiating through his limbs and bones, igniting a sensation within him as if a great conflagration had been kindled in his very veins, almost to the point of boiling his blood. After a brief moment, the sensation of burning subsided. Is he of the vermilion bird's lineage? The village chief inquired of the mute. The mute blacksmith shook his head. Qin Mu, proceed, the village chief commanded. Qin Mu then poured the second cup, which contained the blood of the white tiger. Upon drinking, it felt akin to consuming a concoction mixed with iron filings, harsh and piercing, causing a sharp pain throughout his body. However, this discomfort soon dissipated. He is not of the white tiger's lineage, Granny C remarked with a hint of disappointment. Qin Mu, the third cup, the village chief intoned solemnly. Qin Mu drank from the third cup, which held the refined blood of the azure dragon. This essence made his muscles swell and his blood surge, squeezing his internal organs uncomfortably, yet the sensation of fullness soon faded. Old Ma displayed a look of disappointment and shook his head. He is not of the azure dragon's lineage. Then he must surely be of the black tortoise's lineage, the apothecary said, a rare smile twisting his features into a more sinister expression. As Qin Mu consumed the final cup containing the blood of the black tortoise, he felt a lightness enveloping him, as if he had submerged into a river, yet this sensation, too, was fleeting. He is not of the black tortoise's lineage either, the apothecary declared, shaking his head. The villagers gathered by the campfire fell silent, and the butcher remarked, so he is merely an ordinary person. Granny C suddenly wept, choking back her emotions. We are all old and spent. If we perish, he cannot survive. This place is perilous. He would not last a single day. Qin Mu grasped her hand gently, whispering, Granny, do not cry. Both you and grandfather are good people, and you will not perish. Good people? Huh? Old Ma forced a self-deprecating smile. We, the broken ones, have been driven to this great wasteland, barely surviving until now. This place is fraught with danger without us. Muir would indeed struggle to endure. We should send him away from the wasteland, the outside world. is far safer. The butcher interjected coldly. If we send him out, our enemies will discover us, and we will all perish. He would be dragged down with us as well. Once more, a heavy silence enveloped the dilapidated village. Suddenly, the village chief spoke. Good. Granny C, puzzled, asked, what do you mean good? The village chief beamed. I mean his physique is exceptional. He is a promising seedling. The butcher, the apothecary, and the others were taken aback, bewildered by his words. The village chief continued with a smile. I believe Mu possesses a unique constitution, one that embodies the strengths of the four great lineage San Overlord Body. Overlord Body? Granny C and the others exchanged confused glances. Despite their vast experiences, they had never encountered such a term. Indeed, an overlord body, the village chief affirmed with a smile. Ordinary spiritual blood is insufficient to awaken an overlord body. One must gather the true essence of the four great spirit beasts' blood to manifest its potential. While the four great spirit beasts are absent from this wasteland, their progeny are not hard to find. Continue capturing fierce tigers and great serpents, refining their blood with enough consumption. We shall surely awaken his overlord body. The village chief exuded an air of authority, bringing joy to the elderly villagers who were missing limbs. Granny C chuckled. Tomorrow I shall accompany the crippled man to hunt tigers. Mu, you should retire early. We need to partake in the sacred blood tomorrow. The village chief nodded. I spoke without reflection. If I had not, the villagers would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. The apothecary paused, taken aback. The residents of the crippled elder village each bore their own stories. Yet they were compelled to converge in the marketplace, seeking to exist in a state of mere survival. Initially, they harbored resentment towards fate and life itself, burdened by grievances. It is undeniable that Qin Mu played a significant role in their continued existence. It was the arrival of this sprightly child, unblemished and whole, that dissipated the collective bitterness harbored within their hearts. The villagers nurtured Qin Mu as if he were their own kin, and he became the fragile thread that bound their spirits together. Were the villagers to discover that Qin Mu possessed an utterly mundane constitution, incapable of surviving independently in the marketplace, they might very well lose control, resulting in unpredictable actions. The apothecary, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, however, you cannot conceal this truth indefinitely. We shall all inevitably succumb to old age, leaving only Qin Mu. Thus, you must never disclose to him that the dominant body has never existed. Keep that knowledge from him forever. The village chief spoke with gravitas. Let him believe he is the one and only dominant body. The apothecary gazed at him, momentarily stunned, and scrutinized his visage. The chief's face, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, radiated an unusual charm as he mused. I wish to witness whether an ordinary individual, under the influence of unparalleled conviction, can transcend the mundane and achieve feats beyond our spiritual forms. Perhaps one day, he may indeed carve a path where the ordinary and the dominant body become indistinguishable. The apothecary, momentarily bewildered, echoed, ordinary body equates to dominant body. The village chief emphatically nodded. With unwavering belief, the ordinary body becomes the dominant body. Chapter 3. The divine powers. The apothecary had formulated a plan, proclaiming, let him drink the essence of spirit blood, in ample quantity, to the very brink. Each sip enhances his constitution, and while it may not awaken his spiritual form, his physical prowess will surely surpass that of any spirit. One punch could fell a dragon. The village chief chuckled. Indeed, it will terrify those ruffians beyond the great market. They exchanged knowing smiles, and the apothecary stepped out, closing the door behind him. The following day, the villagers procured several iron-boned tigers, azure serpents, thunderbirds, and golden tortoises. The elderly were invigorated with purpose. Yet this fervor incited the apothecary's ire. Too much spirit blood at once could prove fatal. A mute blacksmith, dragging 2 thunderbirds, grinned widely, lacking a tongue. He can handle it, declared Granny C, brimming with confidence in Qin Mu. The apothecary shot them a stern glance, choosing silence as he resumed his blood refinement. Although mishaps were imminent, this time, the concoction of 4 spirit bloods was excessive. Upon consumption, Qin Mu's body swelled as if inflated, causing the elders to fret, fearing he might burst. The apothecary produced several hollow silver needles, inserting them into Qin Mu's back and atop his crown. Soon, vibrant streams of red, blue, and purple surged forth from the needle holes. After a brief interval, the flow ceased, and the apothecary removed the needles, glaring at the old folks once more. Progress must be gradual. You cannot expect to turn him into a giant in one go, or you will only succeed in bursting him. He is still somewhat bloated. You all have tasks at hand. Soon, the butcher will practice his blades with him. Lord Ma will engage him in boxing and cripple. You shall assist him with leg exercises to aid his digestion. Qin Mu, it's time to practice with the blades. The butcher, leveraging his hands on the ground, astonishingly leapt onto a wooden post. Lacking a lower body, his upper half stood tall upon the post, nearly eye level with Qin Mu. The butcher wielded two distinctive cleavers. Unlike ordinary ones which measure less than a foot, with rounded wooden handles and crescent-shaped blades, resembling a moon with 3/4 removed. The cleavers in the butcher's hands, however, were significantly larger, spanning 3 feet and 2 inches, with a thick spine and a razor-thin edge, polished to a gleaming shine. When placed together, they resembled 2 grand archways. Intimidating in size, Qin Mu held a similarly sized cleaver, albeit a singular one, weighing around 20 pounds. Under normal circumstances, the youth could barely lift a single blade. Yet since consuming the 4 spirit bloods, his strength had augmented remarkably. He now hefted the cleaver effortlessly with one hand. Be cautious, Grandpa Butcher. Qin Mu warned as he charged at the butcher atop the wooden post, cleaver in hand. The butcher laughed heartily, his half-formed figure still exuding a formidable spirit. The night battles raged like a tempest. Qin Mu swung his cleaver with grace, his feet dancing as he closed in on the butcher. The blade shimmered with increasing speed. The sound of the wind howling, merging into a symphony of motion. Too slow, too slow. You are far too sluggish. The butcher bellowed, his dual cleavers whirling like rain. The clashing sounds akin to a storm battering pear blossoms. Faster, even faster. Your cleaver can fly swifter still. The technique of night battle in the city, akin to a tempest, demands swiftness, swift as a butcher's knife slicing through the night, scattering its essence throughout the city. Quick, even quicker. The glimmer of the blade must be swifter, like 3 silver dragons weaving around a solitary post, darting and gliding with increasing ferocity. The sound of the wind intensifies, mingling with the hissing energy of the blade, and upon striking the ground, one can observe deep, profound marks etched into the earth. Those are the scars of the knife. Excellent. This is the pace we seek. The faster your blade, the mightier its essence. Yet, you must strive for greater speed. To infuse your intent with the fervor of blazing flames, igniting and reigniting. The butcher, in a frenzy, manipulated the knife with fervent artistry, leaving Qin Mu awestruck, exclaiming, "Ignite! Ignite! Let your blade blaze, allow your spirit to burn." When the flames ignite, transcendence follows. With a swift arc, his knife sliced through the air, igniting upon friction. 2 blades resembling fiery dragons darting about, their momentum overwhelming. The fire dragons surged forth towards Qin Mu, unstoppable, suddenly soaring upwards, tearing apart the darkness above the village in a display of astonishing power. Qin Mu stood transfixed. The butcher's knife was truly fearsome. As darkness encroached upon the village, it seemed to devour the fire dragons and the radiant blade. This darkness appeared almost sentient, seemingly enraged by the butcher's audacity to strike against it, pressing down with an oppressive weight as if to consume the village entirely. However, the stone statues at the village's corners suddenly radiated a brighter light, pushing back the encroaching gloom. By the heavens, Grandpa Butcher has gone mad again. Yet, the swiftness of his blade is unmatched, transforming his technique into a divine power. When shall I master such speed? Qin Mu gazed with admiration at the frenzied butcher, setting down the butcher's knife to seek out the one-armed Master Ma. The butcher's blade must ignite flames to achieve transcendence, while my fists must unleash the thunderous sound to attain the same. Master Ma, with a serious demeanor, clenched his lone fist, the bones cracking with explosive sounds, calmly stated, "Muer, when will you grasp the lightning in your hand? Only then shall your fists be deemed a modest achievement. The butcher's blade is swift, yet my fists transcend the confines of sound, breaking free from the shackles of air to unleash unparalleled power. With one hand, one can practice martial arts, a single hand can embody 1,000, and from one hand, thunderous sounds can emanate. A deep rumble echoed, akin to thunder, a testament to Master Ma's fist striking with the force of a tempest. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds followed, as Qin Mu struggled to perceive the speed of Master Ma's strikes. The afterimages revealing that the one-armed master was no longer singular, but had manifested countless arms. Master Ma's fists accelerated, each of the myriad hands grasping the lightning, crackling with electric energy, each blow resonating like thunder, sparks flying. This is the thousand-handed Buddha from the 8 styles of thunder sound. If your fist surpasses the speed of sound, you can command the thunder. Each strike can obliterate the soul and body of your opponent, casting them into eternal damnation. Master Ma concluded, his voice deep. Use the thunder sound 8 styles I have taught you to strike me. Unleash the thunderous sound. Wield the lightning and master the tempest. Qin Mu steadied his mind. Today, the teachings imparted to him by Master Ma and Master Tu were markedly different from those of the past. Previously, they had instructed him solely in the arts of swordplay and boxing. However, this time they introduced a term that was unfamiliar to him, divine powers. It was a novel concept, one he was hearing for the first time. Qin Mu executed the thunderous 8 forms, launching an attack toward Master Ma. Despite being one-armed, Master Ma effortlessly deflected all of Qin Mu's assaults, showing no signs of struggle. In contrast to the butcher, who appeared somewhat deranged yet always maintained an appropriate distance during their encounters, never inflicting harm upon Qin Mu, Master Ma was relentless. He struck with precision. Any flaw in Qin Mu's technique was met with a swift punch. Though his blows lacked weight, they soon left Qin Mu battered and bruised. Only when Qin Mu could no longer continue did Master Ma allow him to rest. The leg is the wind, the earth, the very root of power. The crippled man said, leaning on his cane. Although he possessed only one leg, it was he who taught Qin Mu the art of leg techniques. In the past, Qin Mu had considered the village's most ordinary figure to be the limping elder, whose simple, hearty laughter instilled a profound sense of reliability. However, that perception shifted after the elder, with an innocent smile, had killed the woman who crawled out from the cowhide by the riverbank. The laughter of the cripple was fade, concealing hidden blades. No one could discern the authenticity of his mirth. He smiled at Qin Mu and proclaimed, "My child." The butcher boasts of his knife, Master Ma praises his fists, yet the true divine power lies in the legs. If one cannot slay the opponent or overpower them, what then? Naturally, one must flee. Life is the paramount concern. Existence encompasses not only poetry and distant horizons, but also the harsh realities we face. Thus, mere survival is victory. If you run swiftly enough, you can dash across walls, skim across waters, and even soar through the skies. When you run with such speed that the sound trails behind you, then you have begun to master the divine art of leg techniques. My child, come. Ascend the iron ingot. Chapter 4. The art of the heavenly demon. The speed at which the limping elder executes his leg techniques is astonishing, allowing him to soar into the sky. Yet, who was it that severed his legs? The might of Grandfather Ma's fist is formidable. But who managed to cut off his right arm? And as for Grandfather Tu's blade, who possesses the prowess to breach his defenses and cleave him in two? Upon witnessing the true abilities of the butcher, Grandfather Ma, and the limping elder, Qin Mu felt both admiration and confusion. After diligently learning the leg techniques from the limping elder, he finally managed to assimilate the power of the 4 spirit blood, resulting in a notable enhancement of his physique. However, this taxing endeavor left him utterly exhausted, yearning to collapse into a deep slumber. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his tribulations. Nearly every day, the village's elderly would capture fierce beasts to refine into 4 spirit blood, which they would administer to him. Following this, he was subjected to relentless training until he was thoroughly worn out. In addition to mastering the limping elder's leg techniques, the one-armed Grandfather Ma's fists, and the butcher's knife skills, he was also required to study metallurgy with the mute, learn calligraphy with the deaf, and hone his ability to discern the wind's whispers with the blind. He would even blindfold himself to spar with the blind and stick techniques. When fatigue became unbearable, the village chief would summon him for breath control exercises. The chief claimed that the method he imparted was specifically designed to cultivate the body, known as the 3 dansions of dominance, which was exceedingly powerful. Although Qin Mu could not discern the true prowess of this so-called 3 dansions of dominance, he found that practicing breath control with the village chief rapidly alleviated his fatigue. It wasn't long before he felt invigorated, leading him to regard this technique as quite miraculous. Chief, what you taught him seems to be the most ordinary guiding technique, correct? The pharmacist's eyes gleamed, and once Qin Mu had distanced himself, he spoke in a hushed tone. Indeed, it is a guiding technique, the chief admitted. Each of the 4 spirit bodies possesses its own techniques. The Azure Dragon spirit body cultivates the energy of the Azure Dragon. The White Tiger spirit body, the energy of the White Tiger. The Vermilion Bird spirit body, the energy of the Vermilion Bird. And the Black Tortoise spirit body, the energy of the Black Tortoise. However, Mua lacks the elemental energies corresponding to these 4 attributes, rendering him unable to cultivate the techniques of the 4 spirit bodies. Thus, I can only impart to him the most fundamental method, the guiding technique, which anyone can practice, as it is devoid of elemental attributes. The pharmacist expressed his puzzlement, but the guiding technique is far too simple and commonplace. Mastering it would only make one a martial artist, with little accomplishment. The chief's countenance turned peculiar. I once held the same belief, but I have come to realize that we may have underestimated the most rudimentary guiding technique. Mu has been practicing it under my tutelage since childhood, and now his elemental energy has become exceedingly potent, albeit without any attributes to unleash its full potential. The pharmacist's expression shifted. Just how powerful is it? Were his elemental energy to possess your azure dragon attribute, dear pharmacist, his current prowess would already be equivalent to 50% of your spiritual womb's concealed strength. The pharmacist was taken aback, exclaiming, I have already broken through the barrier of the celestial and human realms, unlocking the celestial's divine repository. Over the years, I have developed the spiritual womb, 5 luminaries, and 6 harmonies to their utmost limits. My spiritual womb's 50% mastery is already akin to the pinnacle level of a martial artist. If he has reached the peak of martial arts without unlocking the spiritual womb, then upon doing so, would his cultivation not surpass that of the 4 spirit bodies by several folds? Is this still merely a guiding technique? The village chief, equally perplexed, remarked. This ubiquitous guiding technique indeed possesses an enigmatic quality. While it appears simple, its foundation is remarkably solid, so solid that it defies imagination. In truth, Mu has been cultivating for 8 years. 8 years is no trifling matter, though his initial progress in the guiding technique was sluggish. I have recently observed a rapid advancement in his cultivation, particularly in the days following his consumption of the 4 spirits' blood. The speed of his progress is astonishing. Were it not for the prevalence of the guiding technique, I might almost believe it to be an extraordinary skill. The expressions of both men grew increasingly peculiar. The apothecary exhaled a breath of stale air and shook his head, saying, no matter how profound his cultivation becomes, it remains futile, as it relies on non-attribute vital energy, incapable of manifesting any real power. How far do you think he can refine the guiding technique? The village chief's countenance became even more peculiar. I cannot say, he replied. The apothecary nodded, comprehending the implications. The guiding technique is the most rudimentary form of cultivation, typically employed to establish a foundation in children. By the age of 10, a child's innate constitution solidifies, capable of withstanding the impact of spiritual blood. Once their spiritual body is identified, there is little need to persist in practicing the guiding technique. Following the breaking of barriers, superior methods of cultivation emerge, rendering further effort in the guiding technique unnecessary. Moreover, an ordinary individual, even with relentless practice of the guiding technique, cannot consume spiritual blood daily as Qin Mu does. Only those from prominent families possess such resources. Yet these families would not squander their considerable assets on disciples of ordinary talent. There is no record of any family treating a commoner like the villagers of Kanliuzu, continually capturing 4 spirit beasts to lavishly nourish someone like Qin Mu. The village chief had also never heard of anyone mastering the guiding technique to its utmost potential, nor had he encountered anyone who had reached Qin Mu's current level of proficiency. Thus, he remained uncertain about how far Qin Mu could cultivate in the future. What astonished both the village chief and the apothecary was the depth of Qin Mu's cultivation in the days to come. The guiding technique, the most elementary of methods, revealed extraordinary attributes within him, solidifying his foundation immensely. A month later, he could endure several times the amount of 4 spirits' blood compared to before, and his vital energy appeared as profound as if he had awakened a spiritual womb, even more robust. However, despite the depth of his vital energy, it bore no attributes and could not unleash any power, thus concealing his true level of cultivation. Yet, this bore advantages. His resilience was formidable, and his recovery speed remarkably swift. He trained vigorously, sparring with the butcher and immediately practicing punches with Master Ma, then blindfolded. He engaged in stick combat with the blind man, followed by learning leg techniques from the crippled, and finally wielding a hefty hammer at the blacksmith's forge. Such high-intensity training left him slightly breathless, yet he practiced the so-called body dominance 3-Dan technique, and in no time, he appeared revitalized and brimming with energy. The efficacy of the body dominance 3-Dan technique astonished the village chief and prompted the apothecary to secretly examine his physique, wary of potential risks from excessive exuberance. After the examination, the apothecary, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "He is not overly excited, nor is there any risk. Rather, his vital energy is inherently strong, already beginning to enhance his physical constitution." The village chief was equally bewildered. Despite his extensive experience and profound knowledge, he had never encountered a situation like Qin Mu's, who had remarkably elevated the most ordinary guiding technique to such an extraordinary level, surpassing the common understanding of it. Today, Qin Mu was engaged in learning to sew garments alongside his grandmother, rather than practicing martial arts. Grandmother C summoned Qin Mu, her hunchbacked figure carrying a small basket filled with needles and threads as she tiptoed out. Qin Mu hurried to follow, taking the basket from her hands, puzzled. Grandmother, shouldn't we be sewing in the village? Why are we venturing outside? Today, we shall learn to make true garments beyond the village, Grandmother C chuckled. In recent days, Old Ma and the others have taught you many genuine skills. I too shall share with you a true tailor's craft. Isn't that still about making clothes? Qin Mu wondered as he followed her out of the village, moving downstream along the riverbank. Although Grandmother C was hunchbacked, her pace was brisk, compelling Qin Mu to exert all the leg techniques he had learned from the cripple to keep up with her. After traveling for several miles, they reached the foothills, where a group of elk grazed and frolicked among the trees, about 200 steps away from the tangled threads in her basket. Grandmother C extracted a silver embroidery needle and flicked it with her finger. The needle vanished in a flash, and almost immediately, Qin Mu witnessed one of the elk tumble to the ground, while the others, startled, scattered in fear. Grandmother C tiptoed forward, and Qin Mu followed closely. The fallen elk, though on the ground, was still alive, paralyzed by the silver needle that had pierced its brow. Muer, pay attention, Grandmother C instructed. This needle has anchored its celestial soul. She had Qin Mu take note of the needle's placement on the elk's brow, then retrieved another needle from the threads and pierced the elk's tailbone, saying, "This needle secures its terrestrial soul." Next, she took yet another needle and inserted it into the elk's navel, declaring, "This needle holds its vital soul." With the 3 souls anchored, she explained the 7 spirits, starting with the first spirit, known as the corpse dog, located at the crown of the head. She procured another silver needle and pierced the elk's navel, stating, "The second spirit is called the hidden arrow, found at the brow wheel. Be cautious, for the hidden arrow spirit can easily be confused with the celestial soul, though their positions are identical. One is deeper than the other. Do not mistake them." The third spirit, the sparrow's shadow, resides at the Adam's apple. Feel your own Adam's apple. It has a triangular notch. This is where the sparrow's shadow dwells, and this needle will anchor it. The fourth spirit, the thief spirit, is located at the heart's core, where energies converge. The fifth spirit, the non-venomous spirit, is at the navel. Be mindful not to confuse it with the vital soul. The sixth spirit, the purification spirit, is found at the perineum, the place of waste expulsion. Lastly, the seventh spirit, the stinking lung spirit, resides in the lung chamber, the site of inhalation and exhalation. Having secured the elk's 3 souls and 7 spirits, Grandmother C remarked, "This is the most crucial step before making garments, locking the souls. Muer, do you understand all of this? Though I do not grasp how it pertains to sewing. I will remember these positions," Qin Mu replied earnestly. "I have noted them down." Grandma C retrieved a pair of scissors from her basket and deftly cut along the lips of the elk. In a short while, she had completely skinned the creature. Strangely, despite the skin being removed, not a single drop of blood flowed. Just moments ago, I had locked the elk's blood, essence, spirit, and soul within its hide. The elk was dead, yet the skin remained alive. However, to truly fashion a garment, certain techniques were required. Pay close attention, shepherd boy, and note the positions I indicate with my fingers, Grandma C declared. She tossed the elk hide into the air, and as it descended, the hunchbacked woman swiftly moved her small feet, using her fingers as needles, continuously tapping at the hide. Qin Mu focused intently, observing as Grandma C pointed out 316 positions before the hide even touched the ground, each point unique, each infused with vital energy. When the hide finally landed, it astonishingly resembled a living elk, shaking its head and tail, utterly indistinguishable from a mere pelt. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback when Grandma C suddenly chuckled, unfurling the hide and wrapping him within it, exclaiming, "Now this is the attire a tailor ought to create." Qin Mu felt the skin tightening around him, as if it were melding with his own form, constraining him to the point where he could not help but lower his hands to the ground. He even sensed himself transforming into an elk. Feeling the emergence of a short, stubby tail, Grandma C then produced a mirror from her basket and placed it before him. To his astonishment, he saw his reflection. He had indeed transformed into an elk. He attempted to speak, but only emitted the plaintive call of the elk. Chapter 5. The 5 Elders of the Li River. A sudden voice resonated, robust and echoing. seemingly emanating from afar, yet reverberating as if whispered directly into their ears, causing Qin Mu, now transformed into a deer, to perceive a buzzing in his ears. He turned towards the sound, spotting several silhouettes atop a distant cliff, approximately 6 or 7 miles from the base to the precipice. Although he could not discern their faces clearly, the clarity and distance of the voice suggested they were no ordinary individuals. Old woman by the river? What celestial demon? I am but an ordinary person from the riverside. And this little deer is merely a common creature, raised by me, chuckled Granny C, her basket slung over her arm. Moor, run. Upon hearing Granny C's voice, a jolt of alarm coursed through Qin Mu, rendering him speechless. He was reluctant to flee, fearing for Granny C's safety. An ordinary person by the river? Such a powerful voice, clear enough to reach our ears, could hardly belong to an ordinary old woman. From the cliff, an elder voice, strong and mocking, declared, furthermore, the celestial demon's transformative arts are unmistakable to us, the 5 elders of the Li River. Skinning and crafting garments, such heinous methods have not escaped our notice. Do you still wish to argue? Another elder intoned gravely, the celestial demon's transformative arts have turned people into cattle and sheep, only to be slaughtered and sold in the market. Surely, you have not refrained from such deeds? We are teaching many of our predecessors who have been transformed into livestock by you fiends, condemned to a life of toil and grazing. A third elder spoke with profound compassion. A deer is also a life. You have thus taken its skin and soul, turning it into something vile. Should we not eradicate you, countless lives will surely fall victim to your hand. If not you, then whom shall we slay? No longer hesitating, Qin Mu turned and sprinted away. He had anticipated being hampered by his transformation into a deer, yet he discovered that his swiftness surpassed all expectations. He ran as though born to it. Does the little demon still wish to flee? To allow your escape would bring calamity upon the world. The 5 elders of the Li River have brought you out for training. That deer is your target. Slay it and bring back its head. Yes, echoed 5 crisp voices, both male and female, in unison. Figures on the cliff shifted, leaping down and racing down the precipice, moving faster than a galloping horse. Upon reaching the valley floor, where a waterfall cascaded into a deep pool, the 5 individuals astonishingly traversed the water's surface, sprinting toward Qin Mu, now a deer. Granny C felt a sinking dread. Spiritual beings. Their mastery of spiritual essence is formidable. Mu'er cannot outrun them and will surely be caught. Just as she prepared to intervene, 4 figures descended from the cliff, swiftly surrounding her, while one remained atop the precipice, standing with an air of arrogance, not descending. The 5 elders of the Li River are renowned figures in the southern frontier. What brings them to the Grand Market? Granny C's mind raced as she observed the 4 elders encircling her, cackling. This Grand Market is perilous indeed. Are you not afraid of losing your life here? One of the 5 elders, the black-bearded old man, spoke coldly. It is said that the great market harbors filth and decay, where the desperate monsters and spirits take refuge. Therefore, we, the 5 elders, have come with our disciples to subdue these demons and eliminate the evil. Who is the demon and who is the evil? The outcome remains uncertain. Granny C, with one hand resting on a blue basket and the other retrieving a pair of scissors, appeared somewhat muddled in her gaze. Chuckling, it has been quite a while since I last stretched my limbs, yet fortunately, my former skills have not entirely withered away. Do you 5 old specters wish to be fashioned into garments by me? Impudent fiend, do you dare to be arrogant before us? Who are you to act so presumptuously? The 4 elders of the Li River shouted in unison, their figures shifting as they rushed toward Granny C with lethal intent. At that moment, Qin Mu, who was desperately racing toward the village of the elderly, heard the thunderous roars from behind, accompanied by crackling lightning that illuminated the mountains and fields with a brightness far surpassing that of the sun. Will Granny be all right? A heaviness settled in Qin Mu's heart when suddenly, he heard the sound of splashing water behind him. 2 young figures, a man and a woman, were sprinting across the water's surface. The 2, with their feet gliding on the river, seemed not to sink at all. Their speed was astonishing, even surpassing his own, as they darted past without the water ever reaching their ankles. These 2 had truly mastered the art of walking on waves, a skill still beyond my reach. Their strength far exceeds mine. The man and woman swiftly traversed the river's expanse, quickly overtaking Qin Mu as they approached the riverbank, evidently intending to intercept him ahead. Despite their speed, they would soon surpass him, racing ahead. Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu veered away from the riverbank, dashing diagonally into the forest. Continuing along the river would surely lead to a dead end. The 2 in the river were far too swift, while those in the woods moved at a slightly slower pace, making the forest his only escape route. You little rascal. Do not think you can flee after slaying deer and concocting vile creations with that demon. Just as Qin Mu plunged into the woods, one of the men intercepting him suddenly surged ahead, outpacing the other, yet he was still a step too late, as the elk transformed by Qin Mu dashed past him. Do not worry, he cannot escape. Ahead, the man and woman maintained their calm demeanor. The woman let out a soft laugh, her garments fluttering as she leaped gracefully among the treetops, pursuing the elk. Meanwhile, the other man proceeded methodically, directing the remaining three to encircle Qin Mu and hastening toward his direction. Qin Mu ran frantically, yet he could not shake off the 5 pursuers. Not only could he not elude them, but they also pressed him further away from the village of the elderly, driving him deeper into the great market. Having lived in the village for 11 years, the farthest he had ventured was merely 10 miles, yet now he had strayed too far. The paths around him grew increasingly unfamiliar and desolate, until even the trails disappeared. Suddenly, Qin Mu beheld a valley ahead, blanketed in peach blossoms, where herds of deer roamed peacefully. He rushed toward them, blending into the throng of deer. A fragrant breeze swept by as the woman descended gracefully, observing the deer with a furrowed brow. "Sister, where is that little demon?" A youth, seemingly of the same age as Qin Mu, inquired as shadows descended. The woman gestured with her lips, replying, "He has mingled with the herd of deer. Eliminate them all." Several young men and women charged into the throng of deer, unsheathing their blades to mercilessly strike down the majestic creatures. Though the deer moved with great swiftness, they were no match for these seasoned spiritual beings. All 5 of them were cultivators and had already attained the rank of warriors, their prowess formidable. Despite the frantic attempts of the deer to scatter and flee, they could not evade the relentless pursuit, and soon, one by one, the deer fell to their blades. "Did you not claim that the deer are also life?" Suddenly, from within the chaotic herd, a voice emerged. "Grandmother has merely slain 1 deer, yet you massacre an entire herd. Why do you still label us as demonic?" "Over there." The woman's eyes sparkled as she focused her energy into her sword. The essence of the white tiger surged into the blade, radiating golden energy. The sword flew from her hand, aiming directly at Qin Mu, who was fleeing amidst the fleeing deer. As Qin Mu veered to escape, the sword abruptly altered its course, relentlessly pursuing him. What kind of martial art is this? Qin Mu's mind was befuddled. Could it be a divine ability? It doesn't seem quite right. Grandpa too said divine abilities are the pinnacle of martial cultivation, and this woman's skills are far inferior to his. The sword approached him from behind, and just as Qin Mu, transformed into a deer, nearly grazed the ground to evade it, he caught a fleeting glimpse. The hilt of the sword was connected by a slender thread, one end attached to the blade, the other held firmly in the woman's grasp. This thread was as fine as silk, nearly imperceptible. Chapter 6. The little one's demise. Could she be manipulating the sword with that slender thread? Yet, how could such a fine line direct the blade? Qin Mu had no time to ponder the intricacies behind it. He immediately fled, only to hear a sharp sound as the sword narrowly missed him, embedding itself into a large tree, deeply penetrating the trunk. The blade seemed almost alive, quivering within the wood twice before failing to extricate itself. The woman floated gracefully to the tree, her delicate hand grasping the hilt. As she withdrew the sword with a hint of frustration, exclaiming, "My white tiger true essence is still insufficient. I cannot wield it as an extension of myself." Junior Sister Qing, your ability to transform your true essence into fine threads to control the sword in battle is already quite remarkable, said the young man who had accompanied her across the waves, his voice gentle as he added, "What you lack is not cultivation, but rather experience. Our master has brought us to the great market for this very purpose, to remedy this shortcoming. In the past, we focused solely on our own training, lacking practical combat experience. This little demon is our opportunity for real-world practice. You will soon master the art of sword control with your chi." The other 3 young men arrived, one of whom chuckled. This little demon transformed into a deer. Naturally, a deer is quite agile, allowing it to evade Junior Sister's sword. The spirited Junior Sister Qing was invigorated by this, continuing her pursuit of Qin Mu with her sword, laughing playfully. "Brother Chu, do not intervene just yet. Allow this little demon to serve as a practice target for my swordsmanship." Brother Chu, the young man who had been by her side, nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, "Let us all appreciate Junior Sister Qing's swordplay." Qin Mu exerted all his effort to evade the sword light that zipped towards him from behind. Perplexed by the idea of controlling a sword with chi, was the thread in that woman's hand not a true thread, but rather her vital essence? Could vital essence achieve such mastery over a blade? Could he replicate it? He had learned to wield a butcher's knife from the butcher, who taught him only the physical manipulation of the knife, never the use of vital essence to control it. He was utterly ignorant in this regard. Seeing junior sister Qin commanding her sword with her chi ignited a spark of curiosity within Qin Mu. If one could control a sword in such a manner, could other objects be similarly manipulated? However, as junior sister Qin continued her relentless pursuit, he had no time to contemplate. Moreover, having been transformed into a deer by Granny C, he found himself clumsy and his vital essence subdued, lacking the usual vitality. Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged toward him, slicing past his back. Qin Mu felt a chill wash over him, followed by a sharp pain radiating from the wound inflicted by junior sister Qing's blade. This was dire. While a deer may be swift, it could not match the agility of his true form. Having been transformed by Granny C and now injured, he feared he might not escape unscathed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his mouth splitting open, not in a literal sense, but the deerskin around his mouth detached from his body. In an instant, he recalled Granny C urging him to flee while secretly extracting a needle from his forehead, the very needle that had anchored his celestial soul. Soon, his head and the deerskin separated. The sword chi sliced through the air behind him with a sharp hiss, descending upon him. Qin Mu propelled himself forward, bursting forth from the deerskin, tumbling and rolling to a distance of over 10 zhang, and then sprang back to his feet, running wildly. Behind him, that deerskin was shattered by senior sister Qing, who wielded her sword with remarkable skill, her movements as swift as lightning. It was evident that her swordsmanship had greatly advanced in her pursuit of Qin Mu. Having freed himself from the deerskin, Qin Mu had nonetheless lost a precious moment. A youth, slightly older than Qin Mu, descended from the treetops, landing directly in his path, effectively blocking his escape. They were merely 2 to 3 zhang apart, a distance that would vanish in an instant, and soon they would be face to face. With no time to change direction and his mind devoid of any other thoughts, Qin Mu instinctively unleashed the leg techniques imparted to him by the cripple. His legs swept out like a whirlwind, executing the Qing long arm technique. The youth, adorned with a mocking smile, raised his arms in defense, emanating a faint azure light. Dragon-scaled claws manifested from his skin, ready to counter. As Qin Mu's legs collided with the youth's arms, the sound of steel clashing rang out. The smile on the youth's face faltered momentarily before he let out a muffled groan, his stance faltering as he was forced to retreat. His sleeves exploded, fluttering like paper butterflies amidst a flurry of debris, revealing intricate dragon claw tattoos entwined around his arms. However, the impact of Qin Mu's legs left his arms red and swollen. "Do you hide iron ingots in your legs?" The youth, shaken and enraged, looked down at Qin Mu's feet, incredulity washing over him. "Are your shoes made of iron as well?" Qin Mu, using his hands for support, landed on his feet and continued to run. Yet, the youth's words served as a reminder. His legs were indeed bound with iron ingots. The cripple had instructed him to bind his legs with iron ingots, which he was to wear at all times, even while walking or lying down. Over the days, as the cripple observed Qin Mu's increasing strength and resilience, the weight of the iron ingots had steadily increased. Furthermore, the mute blacksmith had crafted a pair of iron shoes for Qin Mu, adding to the burden. These thick-soled iron shoes weighed 10 pounds each, and the leg-bound iron ingots weighed 20 pounds, resulting in a total of 50 pounds weighing down his legs. The cripple insisted that Qin Mu must practice until he could no longer feel the weight of the iron shoes and ingots before he could remove them. Consequently, Qin Mu had grown accustomed to the encumbrances, and in his recent sprint, he had completely forgotten about the burden he carried. Stopping to remove his shoes or unbind his legs would surely allow his pursuers to catch up. He could not afford to pause. With a sudden surge of power, Qin Mu executed the technique shattering Mount Sumeru, his right foot striking the ground with such force that the thick soles of his iron shoes splintered like mud, scattering debris in all directions. Simultaneously, his calf muscles tightened, bulging outward as they tore through the iron ingots like arrows shooting into the surrounding trees. As he stepped forward with his other foot, he similarly shattered the iron shoe and broke free from the remaining ingots. With a surprising lightness, he leapt to the treetops, the sudden elevation startling him. Qin Mu stood barefoot, his toes poised on the treetop, as his body began to descend. Below him, glinting sword light surged upward, revealing dozens of sharp sword tips. Suddenly, Qin Mu recalled the words of the cripple. "Do not ponder whether the ground beneath your feet can support your weight. As long as you run swiftly enough, water becomes solid ground, grass becomes solid ground, and air becomes solid ground. Everywhere lies a smooth path." With a swift push from his toes, he bolted forward, the sword lights behind him soaring skyward, shattering the very treetop he had just vacated. Tyus leaped to the top of the tree, astonished as they beheld Qin Mu sprinting across the treetops, a whirlwind of speed that left them dumbfounded. This boy is even younger than us. How can he run so fast? His cultivation seems even stronger than ours. Just as the thought crossed their minds, Brother Chu shot upwards like a streak of lightning, pursuing Qin Mu with a speed that surpassed his own. As a peak warrior of the spirit embryo realm, Brother Chu's prowess was indeed far superior. The two marveled, with Brother Chu taking action. That little demon spawn cannot escape his fate. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed in the forest, a furry paw the size of a mat swung towards Brother Chu, striking him midair. Brother Chu spun like a top, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, tumbling several times before finally halting. Just as he sat up, he spat out blood and exclaimed, "Do not approach. That is the territory of the demon ape. A demon ape resides there." The other four halted in their tracks, gazing at the shadow in the woods, which materialized into a terrifying black gorilla with crimson eyes and protruding fangs, thumping its chest with thunderous roars. "Little ones, die." Meanwhile, the previously sprinting Qin Mu was also struck down by the demon ape, landing beside its enormous foot, motionless and seemingly lifeless. Sister Qing whispered, "Brother Chu has been gravely injured by that demon ape strike, and the little demon spawn has also been hit. He must be dead by now." No sooner had she spoken than they noticed Qin Mu, lying beside the demon ape, stealthily turning his head to open his eyes, covertly observing the beast. Sister Qing gasped in shock. "He is not dead?" The black demon ape bellowed several times, and upon seeing that the group dared not advance, it ceased its assault. Lowering its gaze to Qin Mu and poking him with 2 fingers, "Little one, dead?" They beheld Qin Mu's wide-eyed stare, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His tongue lolling out, he appeared utterly lifeless. The demon ape grunted twice, discarding Qin Mu's body aside and plopping down, leisurely plucking a tree and munching on its leaves. Such a ferocious demon ape, yet it feasted upon foliage. Qin Mu continued to bleed from his orifices, eyes wide, carefully inching his shoulder away. The demon ape prodded the corpse, finding it cold and stiff, thoroughly satisfied. "Little one, dead." With that, it paid no further heed and turned to focus on its meal of leaves. In the distance, Senior Sister Qing could not help but exclaim, "Big fellow. Do you not find it peculiar that the diminutive corpse has stiffened so rapidly?" The magical ape, seemingly comprehending her words, tapped its forehead and swiftly turned around, only to witness the tiny corpse standing upright and dashing away at an astonishing speed. Chapter 7. The fetal wall of the spirit. The furious demon ape leaped into the air, pursuing Qin Mu. After a few strides, its immense weight hindered its speed, rendering it far slower than Qin Mu. In a fit of rage, the ape uprooted towering trees, stripping them bare with a single motion, transforming them into colossal spears that it hurled with astonishing force. "Little brat, perish." This strike was imbued with tremendous power and ferocity, yet its accuracy faltered, soaring past Qin Mu by more than 10 zhang. The demon ape, incensed, sought another tree to wield, but Qin Mu had already fled far beyond its reach, leaving it to pound its chest in frustration. Brother Chu murmured, "That little demon's cultivation is inferior to ours. His injuries must be more severe than mine, and he cannot escape for long." He attempted to rise, but emitted a muffled groan, the pain in his chest excruciating, fearing that several ribs had been fractured by the demon ape's assault. Yet, if a little brat like Qin Mu could endure the brute's onslaught, he believed he could withstand it as well. What he did not realize was that Qin Mu was not weak in cultivation. In fact, his prowess was on par with any of them, including Brother Chu. The 5 circled around the demon ape's territory, once again tracing Qin Mu's whereabouts. As Brother Chu had predicted, Qin Mu was gravely injured by the demon ape, and after escaping its domain, he was compelled to slow his pace, granting them the chance to close in. However, as they continued the pursuit, they noticed Qin Mu's speed was gradually increasing, as if his wounds were healing before their very eyes. That little demon must possess a miraculous healing elixir. A wave of envy washed over the 5. Brother Chu had already consumed his sex-healing medicine, but its efficacy paled in comparison to Qin Mu's. Observing the noticeable improvement in Qin Mu's speed, they surmised that his injuries were mending at a remarkable rate. Their own sex-healing elixirs were subpar. If they could procure a superior formula from this little demon, their master would surely be pleased and reward them handsomely. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, contrary to their expectations, did not consume any healing medicine. Instead, he ran while practicing the so-called 3-Dan technique of the dominant body, a form of basic breathing exercise he had learned from the village chief, albeit unbeknownst to him. During this flight, as he activated the 3-Dan technique. Qin Mu stumbled upon a new revelation. His vital energy became more vibrant and circulated at a swifter pace while running. This contrasted with the village chief's teachings, which emphasized sitting still, regulating breath, and gradually nurturing the vital energy to invigorate his body. Having practiced for over a decade according to the village chief's methods, Qin Mu now discovered that practicing the 3-Dan technique while in motion yielded even better results. As he sprinted, the technique's operational speed increased, enhancing the nurturing of his vital energy and significantly accelerating the rejuvenation of his body. Moreover, the vital energy surged through his internal organs, sweeping over his limbs and bones, and even coursing along the fascia between his bones and muscles, again and again. Although he had been injured in his abdomen and bones by the magical ape's powerful strike, the relentless flow of vital energy continuously healed the cracks in both. His fellow disciples assumed he relied on superior medicinal remedies, unaware that it was the seemingly untrustworthy body of dominance technique that facilitated his recovery. Gradually, Qin Mu became aware that there existed a region between his bones and skin, specifically at the center of his brow, which the vital energy could not penetrate. This space, a mere finger's width between his eyebrows, proved impervious to the flow of his vital energy. While it could invigorate his scalp and strengthen his cranial structure, it encountered formidable resistance upon reaching the brow, as if an invisible wall stood in its path. When he urged the vital energy to break through this intangible barrier, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. He heard a mysterious voice. This voice seemed to resonate from the heavens, distant and ethereal, rising and falling in pitch, both melodious and divine, akin to a celestial being proclaiming a decree. Each time the voice manifested, his vital energy retreated uncontrollably, ebbing away like a receding tide, circumventing the brow. Could this be the spirit womb barrier? Qin Mu pondered, recalling how the village elder and Granny C had mentioned barriers and their breaches, explaining that barriers served as seals on the treasures within the human body, and breaching them allowed access to the hidden riches. However, they had never disclosed the precise location of the spirit womb barrier in the body, nor how to breach it. What Qin Mu did not realize was that it was not due to the village elder and Granny C's reluctance to share. Rather, there existed no known methods or techniques to breach the spirit womb barrier. Ordinary people and spiritual beings belonged to two distinct realms, two separate classes. For spiritual beings, the spirit womb barrier was inherently open, elevating them above the ordinary. In contrast, the barriers of ordinary individuals were sealed, relegating them to a lower status, with the exalted spiritual beings seldom concerning themselves with the needs of the common folk. Among ordinary people, there were few martial artists. And as for ordinary individuals who had breached the spirit womb barrier, even the village elder and Granny C had never heard of such cases, thus remaining oblivious to the means of breaching it. As Qin Mu sprinted, he fervently channeled his vital energy towards the invisible wall at his brow, while the mysterious voice echoed repeatedly, causing his energy to withdraw. Although he could not breach the barrier each time, he possessed ample patience and firmly believed that he would eventually succeed. He intended to keep his recent discoveries regarding the body of dominance technique a secret from the village elder and others, planning instead to surprise them once he successfully breached the barrier. However, for the village elder and his companions, whether the eventual revelation would be more of a surprise or a shock remained uncertain. Brother Chu and the others grew increasingly anxious in their pursuit. The small demon ahead was not merely recovering from injuries. His speed had actually increased. This was alarming, indicating that Qin Mu was advancing in his cultivation during the chase. Although the progress was gradual, it was indeed formidable. The path of cultivation is a gradual journey for anyone, even for those who have shattered barriers. The enhancement of one's abilities must unfold step by step, as one cannot devour the entirety of a feast in a single bite. Who among us does not dedicate countless days, months, or even years to persistent training in order to witness progress in their cultivation? Yet, this little demon child astonishingly perceives a noticeable elevation in his prowess even while fleeing, which is indeed alarming. Fortunately, Qin Mu was initially not as adept as they were. Although he is currently advancing, there remains a discernible gap between him and the others. However, it will not be easy for them to catch up to Qin Mu. Ever since he encountered a setback, he has become considerably more cautious, deliberately avoiding the territories of those exotic beasts during his travels. The herbalist had once advised him about the sentience of the beasts in the great ruins, each possessing its own domain. These creatures leave behind traces, such as trees stripped of their bark, bones embedded in the earth, and heads of beasts hung on stakes, along with urine markings, and so forth. As long as he observes any unusual signs, he can easily steer clear of danger. Previously, he inadvertently wandered into the territory of the demon ape because he failed to notice the fist prints on the cliff nearby, indicating the beast's domain. Now, however, he exercises greater caution, ensuring he does not mistakenly trespass into the realms of other exotic creatures. Nevertheless, even without such missteps, many beasts venture out of their territories in search of food, making the great ruins fraught with peril. As Qin Mu traversed the marsh, he encountered a fierce battle between two lord-level beasts, the comb-crested serpentine snow eagle and the marsh-venomous dragon python. One massive creature swooped from the sky, its wings stirring up a tempest, while the other coiled within the marsh, creating chaos and destruction. Before Qin Mu could plunge into the mire, he was swept away by the tempest generated by these behemoths, landing amidst a herd of startled wild bulls, nearly trampled to death. He was moving further away from the village. The sun was about to set. Brother Chu, the sky is darkening. Chapter 8. The facade of the mother-in-law. Qin Mu steadied his thoughts, reflecting that the great market harbors numerous relics, many of which possess extraordinary qualities. Perhaps seeking refuge within these remnants might offer a chance of survival. The potential for salvation hinges on two crucial factors. First, the presence of statues akin to those in the village, and second, the existence of an abundance of mystical beasts within the relics. These creatures, endowed with intelligence, are likely aware of sanctuaries to evade the encroaching darkness. As he fled, Qin Mu had glimpsed various ruins of cities and villages. Their ancient remnants a testament to time's passage, yet he could not afford the luxury of pausing to inspect for any statues. With the sun dipping below the mountains, a sudden silence enveloped the world, an eerie stillness that threatened to drive one to madness. Then, a cacophony erupted as he looked up to behold a multitude of great birds soaring overhead, darkening the sky. The earth trembled as trees bowed in submission, and an array of strange beasts emerged from unseen crevices, fleeing in a frenzied dash. Qin Mu was taken aback as he witnessed a lake erupt with the sounds of splashing water. Several enormous crimson fish, several meters in length, leapt from the depths, utilizing their fins as legs to sprint across the ground. Bewildered, he questioned the nature of these creatures. Were they truly fish? All these beasts raced toward a singular direction, surely a refuge from the impending darkness. Renewed with vigor, he joined the stampede alongside them. As twilight deepened, the darkness surged forth like an overwhelming tide, unlike the embrace of night, but rather akin to a deluge that engulfed peaks, valleys, and wastelands alike, drowning all in its path. Even though this was not his first encounter with such encroaching darkness, the sheer intensity still left him profoundly shaken. The beasts continued their reckless dash into the oncoming shadow, and Qin Mu hesitated. The very direction they ran was where the darkness approached. Could there truly be a safe haven ahead from the impending doom? What if there was none? Would he be left without a grave? Yet, the rapid advance of the darkness rendered any thoughts of retreat futile. He could not outrun it. His only option lay in following the beasts in their frantic flight. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward. Meanwhile, 10 miles downstream from the dilapidated village, the confrontation between Granny C and the 5 elders of the Li River had reached a critical juncture. Initially, only 4 of the elders assailed Granny C. But after a prolonged stalemate, the leader of the elders, Qi Yanbing, who had been observing from a cliff, joined the fray, forming a formidable 5-element magic formation to ensnare her. To their astonishment, while Granny C had seemed barely able to withstand the 4 elders' onslaught, Qi Yanbing's entry only augmented her strength. The 5-element formation failed to contain this elderly woman. The elders, now both astonished and furious, realized that she had feigned weakness to lure Qi Yanbing into the trap, preventing her escape. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Granny C danced on her toes, her basket of silver needles and threads coming to life, swiftly piercing the 5 elders, binding them with threads that ensnared their souls and rendered them immobile. With a beaming smile, the little old lady approached, scissors in hand. "My dear, it has been far too long since I last crafted human skin. I wonder if my skills have dulled." As she stood before Qi Yanbing, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a silver pellet shot forth, hurtling toward Granny C. As the silver orb encountered the wind, it erupted with a resounding whoosh, unleashing countless strands of sword energy that surged outward, instantaneously coalescing into a sphere of pure sword light, spanning approximately 100 feet in diameter. The unexpected turn of events caught old Madame C off guard, prompting her to retreat hastily. Her body suddenly slackened, undulating through the air like a worm, evading the relentless beams of sword light. Simultaneously, the scissors in her grasp flew from her hand, resembling two silver serpents that snipped through the air, severing the streams of sword light. However, despite her evasive maneuvers, she was ultimately struck by one beam of sword light that approached from behind, a blind spot due to her hunchbacked posture. This sword light pierced her back, and as the myriad beams dissipated, broken swords tinkled to the ground, embedding themselves into the earth over a vast area. The silver orb fell with a soft thud. Ceasing its movement, old Madame C descended to the ground, retrieving the sword embedded in her back, her brow furrowed slightly. "You managed to evade me after all." The leader of the five elders, Qi Yambing, expressed despair, his voice hoarse. "At such a close distance, I attempted to ambush you with the sword orb, which concealed 6,842 blades, yet you still eluded it. You cannot be an inconsequential figure from the demonic path. There is no old woman of your appearance within the demon sect. Who are you truly?" His gaze fell upon the wound on old Madame C.'s hunchback, where the sword had pierced, revealing an absence of blood. Instead, light seemed to penetrate the wound, indicating an empty interior. Qi Yambing felt a chill run down his spine. "This is not your true form. You wear another skin. You have wounded my flesh." Old Madame C frowned, but her voice was anything but the frail tone of an elderly woman. Instead, it was melodious and enchanting. One might easily mistake her for a youthful beauty, vibrant and full of life, rather than an elderly figure teetering on the brink of the grave. Pressing her throat gently, she sighed, muttering, "There's a leak." She retrieved a thread from her basket and began to stitch the wound on her back, testing her voice once more, which returned to its usual state. Suddenly, Qi Yambing transformed, his expression shifting as if he had seen a ghost. "I recognize that voice. I know who you are. The leader of the heavenly demon sect's consort." Old Madame C's complexion changed slightly, her finger resting on the silken thread that pierced the five individuals. In an instant, the five elders of the Li River were reduced to mere fragments, their blood and flesh scattered across the ground. With a haughty snort, old Madame C chuckled. "Lame one, how long have you been here?" Not far behind her, a figure with a cane approached, limping with a broad grin. "I just arrived." "Just arrived? Sister, I saw nothing, nor did I hear anything." After a brief hesitation, he continued, "The leader of the heavenly demon sect, Li Tianxing, was renowned for his wisdom and prowess throughout his life. Yet he committed a foolish act in his later years by taking a fancy to the most beautiful demoness of the time. He disposed of the former consort to marry her, causing an uproar within the sect. On the very night of their wedding, the new consort secretly betrayed Li Tianxing, sabotaging his centuries of cultivation and absconding with the sect's treasured demonic tome. The elders and ancestors of the sect pursued her, yet she eluded capture, and her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Is such a thing truly possible? Granny C chuckled softly, recalling tales from her youth about a man who had transcended the ordinary and transformed his legs into something divine, earning them the title of godly legs. This individual was unparalleled in speed, but had strayed from the virtuous path, indulging in thievery, and was henceforth known as the world's greatest thief. Though he had not yet ascended to godhood, his reputation bore the mark of divinity, inciting the envy of the gods. When he attempted to steal the imperial disc from the kingdom of Yankan, the renowned thief, who had never failed in his endeavors, was ultimately discovered by the national sorcerer, who severed one of his divine legs. Nevertheless, he managed to escape the sorcerer's pursuit, vanishing with the imperial disc. The sorcerer of Yankan, hailed as the foremost beneath the gods, could not apprehend the thief, who presumably still possessed that divine leg, awaiting the rightful return of its owner. The smile on the face of the cripple deepened as he added, "Granny, we are but a pair of village misfits, each harboring our own little secrets, and we have agreed not to pry into one another's pasts. From this moment forth, I shall remain as mute as a fish and deaf as a stone." Granny C huffed, lifting her basket as she made her way towards the village. "Was it Muir who sent you to assist me?" The cripple shook his head. "The commotion from your confrontation with those five old fellows was too great. We felt the tremors even in the village. Thus, the village chief dispatched me to ascertain whether you required aid. I did not encounter him on my way here. Oh no." Darkness enveloped the entire village of Songlao. "There is no need for alarm, Granny," the cripple reassured her. The village chief had been carried over by the cripple and the apothecary, attempting to dissuade Granny C from seeking out Qin Mu, saying, "We have imparted all that he needs to learn. If he grasps it, he should be able to survive the night market. Venturing out now would be futile. Night has already fallen." Granny C, disheartened, acknowledged the chief's wisdom. The darkness had swallowed the night market. If Qin Mu yet lived, he would find a way to endure the night without her intervention. If he had perished, Her search for him with the stone statue would yield no result. He still had the jade pendant to protect him, though she contemplated this. Granny C was acutely aware that the jade pendant worn by Qin Mu was merely intended to safeguard infants, with its protective aura limited. Now that he had matured, the pendant's light could only shield his chest. "Muir, you must be clever," Granny C murmured softly. Chapter 9. The Crimson Skull indeed. A relic lay ahead. As Qin Mu raced alongside the herd of beasts, he suddenly noticed the terrain ahead dip, revealing a canyon. Within this canyon stood many ancient structures, palaces scattered about, expansive plazas, and towering edifices. Yet, before this expanse of ruins loomed a towering gateway, bridging both ends of the canyon, with thick pillars adorned with dragon carvings. The herd surged toward this gateway, plunging into the remnants of the past. Darkness approached. Qin Mu looked up, his scalp tingling with trepidation, as he beheld the darkness flowing down the cliffside like ink, cascading into the canyon. This malevolent void would soon engulf the gateway, drowning it in its shadowy embrace. The beasts grew increasingly frenzied, charging madly toward the entrance, their perilous momentum threatening to crush any who stumbled. Nevertheless, there was no time to dwell on such dangers. They must breach the ruins before the darkness descended, lest they face a far grimmer fate. With fervor, Qin Mu propelled himself forward, seizing the tail of a colossal beast, which surged forth like a swiftly moving black mountain, scattering and trampling other creatures in its path. The beast following suit leaped and grasped the giant's tail, allowing it to carry them into the sanctuary of the ruins. At last, just before the darkness could swallow the gateway, the giant burst through. As the inky void consumed the entrance, brothers Chu and sister Qing, along with another youth, raced toward the portal. Only Chu and Qing, along with one other boy, managed to enter the gateway before it was shrouded in darkness. One of the two remaining youths was a moment too late, merely managing to thrust an arm into the portal, while the other's face, chest, legs, half of his abdomen, and one arm vanished into the gateway. The remainder swept away by the encroaching shadows. Upon entering, Brother Chu immediately reached out to grasp his two younger disciples. He seized one by the hand and yanked hard, pulling forth a stark white skeleton from the depths of the darkness. However, before he could grasp the other boy, he fell to the ground. Both Chu and Qing were horrified to see the youth's front covered in flesh, yet his back was entirely stripped bare, as if some entity lurking in the dark had devoured every morsel of flesh from him. What loomed in the darkness? What manner of creature could do such a thing? Sister Qing cried out in terror. Brother Chu steadied himself, exhaling deeply, and replied solemnly, "Life extinguishes like a flame. Our two disciples perished in the noble pursuit of vanquishing evil, a death befitting heroes. That little demon deliberately arrived at this ruin just before the darkness fell, seeking to use it to ensnare us. There he is," Sister Qing shouted upon seeing Qin Mu leap down from the giant's tail. "You little demon, you have caused the deaths of my two disciples, and now you wish to flee?" Qin Mu, filled with indignation, retorted, "You pursued me relentlessly for no reason, and now, in your own folly, you have brought about your own demise. I have never provoked you. You sought to kill me, leaving me utterly innocent in this matter." Sister Qing gritted her teeth. "You little demon dare to argue. Curse you." Qin Mu exclaimed in anger, "We merely hunted a deer to make clothing. Yet you label us as demons, while you have slain numerous deer and dare to call us the evil ones." Brother Chu's expression darkened as he stepped forward, declaring, "This little demon is adept at beguiling hearts. There is no need for further discourse. We shall eliminate him at once." Just as the three were about to act, a series of low, rumbling beast roars echoed around them. Startled, they looked around to find that the ruins were swarming with hundreds of exotic beasts, including several formidable lord-level creatures, all gazing at them with hostile intent. Realizing the peril of the situation, Brother Chu discreetly retreated a step. Observing that the beasts did not attack, the creatures also fell silent, refraining from any aggressive movement. Qin Mu marveled at the unusual sight. These beasts, normally embroiled in fierce territorial and prey disputes, were now exhibiting an unexpected tranquility. Could it be that they had established a rule forbidding violence within these ruins? As he blinked in contemplation, he noted that many of these beasts were sworn enemies, yet they coexisted peacefully, lending credence to his hypothesis. The villagers often spoke of beasts possessing a spirit. He had witnessed the talking demon ape that referred to him as Little One, suggesting that these creatures might indeed adhere to some form of agreement. Brother Chu, arriving at the same realization, sighed in relief and murmured, "Do not take action tonight. At dawn, we shall dispatch him." Sister Qing and another youth nodded in agreement. Qin Mu surveyed the expansive ruins, which sprawled within the canyon like a grand city, teeming with exotic beasts except for the square, which was devoid of any creatures. Instead, it was filled with the skeletal remains of humans, approximately 200 to 300, dressed in resplendent garments, their demise shrouded in mystery. Curiously, these female skeletons were seated in an orderly formation, arranged in 15 rows of 15, as if calamity had struck while they were meditating, leaving them no chance to escape before they perished, transforming into mere bones. Approaching the square, Qin Mu examined the scene closely and noticed a leader among the skeletons, positioned at the forefront, all facing a colossal portal in unison. "Brother, look!" Sister Qing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gestured towards the skeletons in the square. Each of those skeletons holds treasures. Brother Chu's gaze swept over the remains, his heart racing as he observed that some clutched swords, others grasped dusters, some bore jade pendants, and others cradled precious vases, an array of dazzling artifacts, still shimmering as if freshly crafted, clearly magnificent treasures. The most striking was the luminous pearl held delicately in the grasp of the skeletal leader, suspended in the palm and swirling with ethereal mist. This place was truly a vast treasury. If we could claim these treasures, Sister Qing whispered, her breath quickening. Even the treasury of the 5 elders of Lijiang pales in comparison to this. Upon acquiring these treasures, they may fearlessly establish their own sect. Brother Chu's eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "Heaven has been kind to us. 5th junior brother, go and retrieve these treasures." The 5th junior brother stepped forward, and just as he entered the plaza, he suddenly beheld a female skeleton, her dust whisk gently swaying, each strand of dust resembling a living entity, gradually elongating. One particular strand approached the 5th junior brother, resembling an exceedingly slender spirit serpent, raising its head to scrutinize him. Brother Chu spoke gravely. "These treasures are lifeless, unclaimed objects. You need not worry." Before he could finish his statement, that dust strand shot forth like lightning, penetrating the 5th junior brother's eye, while other strands howled in pursuit, burrowing into his gaze. The 5th junior brother opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged. Not far away, Qin Mu witnessed the boy withering at a visible pace, swiftly transforming into a desiccated corpse. Meanwhile, the dust whisk continued to entwine him, and soon the corpse's skin began to dissolve, its bones eroding away, leaving only a few garments and a pair of shoes upon the ground. Chapter 10. The dark invasion. Brother Chu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he hoarsely uttered, "No wonder these treasures have remained untouched. Sister Qing, these artifacts have awakened. And if they are not in tune with their rightful owners, they will bring harm instead." Sister Qing shuddered in fear and nodded repeatedly. Qin Mu coldly remarked, "These treasures have always been here, and no one has dared to take them, not even the strange beasts. There must be peril involved. Knowing the danger, you still send your junior brother into harm's way. Your heart is truly wicked, and you are the real demon." Brother Chu, in deep sorrow, shook his head and said, "How could you comprehend the bond between our brotherhood? A little demon is merely a little demon. You measure my heart with a demonic yardstick, naturally believing mine to be as malevolent as yours. For now, I shall not hold it against you. Come dawn, I shall send you on your way." Frowning, Qin Mu realized that Brother Chu was treacherous and ruthless, willing to exploit even his own junior brother. He would certainly not allow Qin Mu to leave alive. However, this man was quite powerful, and Qin Mu was no match for him, especially with Sister Qing, who was also formidable by his side. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, causing the ruins to shake intensely. The deep growls of strange beasts echoed, and the creatures within the ruins trembled, retreating in fear, their eyes fixed anxiously on the portal, displaying a palpable terror. What were these beasts afraid of? Just as Qin Mu pondered this, an overwhelming wave of darkness surged forth from the grand portal, as if it were a rising tide. His heart jolted, for he saw an invisible barrier seemingly guarding the portal, repelling the encroaching darkness, which relentlessly battered against it, attempting to break through its defenses. The barrier twisted and distorted under the assault of the darkness, yet it remained intact. The darkness, in turn, contorted alongside the barrier, transforming at times into sharp claws, at others into straightened smoke shaped by the wind, or into countless pointed spikes, ever changing. Suddenly, the darkness ceased its assault, and the invisible barrier quieted. After a moment, the barrier began to bulge outward, pressed relentlessly by the darkness. It took on the shape of a colossal face, with the forehead brushing against the canyon sky and the chin resting upon the ground. All the strange beasts in the ruins lay prostrate, paralyzed by fear. too terrified to raise their heads to gaze upon that visage. The face bore 3 pitch-black orbs for eyes, and upon seeing them, Qin Mu felt an icy chill envelop him, as if his very soul were being drawn into the abyss of darkness. The face suddenly spoke, its voice deep and resonant, uttering incomprehensible words. Kakado, Samayed, Prajna Prajna Samayed, Kakado Prajna Samayed. The humming voice seemed to be a cacophony of countless sounds intertwined, imbued with an eerie power that caused the ground within the ruins to tremble incessantly. The palace's walls cracked, and stone pillars collapsed, fissures widening ominously. Even the portal itself quaked, shedding fragments of stone, clearly unable to withstand the pressure for much longer. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the square. Emanating from the pearl held by the skeletal leader, its radiance intensifying with each passing moment. A viscous glow enveloped the over 200 skeletal remains scattered across the plaza. And one by one, the once lifeless bones sprang to life. Qin Mu stood utterly astounded, for the skeletons in the luminous haze were no longer mere remnants of the dead, but vibrant young maidens. With rosy cheeks and vibrant attire, these girls sat in the square. The foremost among them a young lady who cradled the rising pearl in her palm. Strange, arcane words echoed from the girl's lips, equally inscrutable. Yipo Shiopa, San Nanjun He Shi. Guanming Duan Jing, Wu Si Jiangyu. The voice from the darkness grew increasingly resounding and majestic, reverberating through the canyon. Shadows encroached upon the ruins from all sides, yet the voices of the maidens rang clearer and more melodious. As the pearl pulsed with waves of light that chased away the darkness like dissipating smoke, these two voices clashed like those of deities and demons, vying for supremacy, at times overpowering one another, as darkness and light engaged in a relentless struggle. This astonishing skirmish, this confrontation, shook Qin Mu to his very core. Though he hailed from the great market, he had never before witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. The voice. Qin Mu found himself entranced. The maidens' voices bore a resemblance to that divine voice he had encountered when he struck the spiritual womb barrier, both imbued with a similar resonance. In a haze, he sensed that despite their differing words, the essence of the two voices seemed aligned. When he had attempted to breach the barrier with his vital energy, he had vaguely heard a voice resonating from the heavens, holy and solemn. Each time this voice emerged, his energy involuntarily retreated, thwarting his attempts to penetrate the spiritual barrier. The two voices continued their fierce duel, each gaining and losing ground, neither able to completely subdue the other. The dark voice, imbued with demonic allure, was powerful and fearsome, while the maidens' voices, imbued with divine essence, were clear and melodious, resilient and sacred, consistently rising against the overwhelming force of the demonic sound. The demonic voice, in turn, would erupt with might when at its nadir, reminiscent of a cascading river or a torrential flood, grand and exhilarating. Each voice possessed its own distinct nuances and extraordinary qualities. Qin Mu became entranced by the spectacle, suddenly struck by a revelation that stirred his excitement. The demonic and divine sounds were locked in mutual assault, and the divine sound that obstructed his attempts to breach the barrier bore similarities to the demonic sound. Could he not employ the demonic sound to counter the divine sound that hindered his progress? His exhilaration deepened. This was undoubtedly a brilliant strategy. If he could master this demonic sound, he could recite it at the moment the divine voice rose during his attempt to break through, shielding himself from the celestial sound and allowing his vital energy to rupture the spiritual barrier. Once he succeeded in breaching the barrier, with his formidable physique and mastery of the 3 Dan techniques, he would no longer need to fear Brother Chu or Sister Qing. Yet, upon this realization, he suddenly froze, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, chilled to the bone. The voice from beyond the 9 heavens is the voice of the divine. He employs the voice of the demonic to shatter the divine. Does this not imply that he is a demon sealed by the divine? Could it be that Brother Chu and Sister Qing were not mistaken, that he is indeed a mere little demon? No. Qin Mu shook his head. If he were a demon, would it not suggest that all the dominant bodies are demons as well? Then why still call them dominant bodies? Would it not be more fitting to refer to them as demon bodies, regardless of whether they are demon bodies or dominant bodies? The priority is to break through the barrier. Only upon confirming the absence of any errors did Qin Mu activate the 3 Dan techniques of the dominant body, channeling his vital energy, reciting the demonic incantation, and propelling his vital energy towards the spiritual embryo wall at his brow. Chapter 11. Breaking the barrier. Were Granny C or the village chief present, they would undoubtedly chastise him for his reckless behavior, endangering his very life. After all, The divine sounds that emerge during the breaking of the barrier are distinctly different from the ethereal melodies produced by the maidens of the ruins. To combat the divine sounds with the demonic echoes intended to counter the maidens' harmonies is not merely misdirected, it is perilous. Should the divine and demonic sounds undergo any unforeseen transformations, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to the shattering of one's soul. However, unacquainted with the inherent dangers, Qin Mu, devoid of guidance, eagerly embarked on his experimental endeavors upon mastering the demonic echoes. As his vital energy converged at his forehead, the familiar divine sound, reminiscent of celestial harmonies from the distant heavens, resonated once more. His vital energy recoiled instinctively upon encountering the divine sound, yet Qin Mu recited the demonic echoes, causing an immediate clash between the two as they collided and contended with one another. Time and again, he faced failure without losing heart, relentlessly amplifying his vital energy in a series of attempts. After countless setbacks, he finally directed his energy against the spiritual womb's barrier. Yet, the barrier remained unbroken. Realizing he had been hindered by the divine sound, preventing him from fully consolidating his vital energy for a robust assault, Qin Mu took a moment to reflect on his missteps before launching his next attack. After enduring yet another series of failures, he managed to strike the spiritual barrier a second time, but once again, it did not yield. Before long, he attempted a third strike, followed by a fourth, then a fifth. His training under the alchemist had instilled in him an admirable patience. The art of alchemy demands not only patience but also wisdom, perception, and skill. Among these, patience reigns supreme. Without it, one cannot hope to concoct a fine elixir. After countless failures, a sudden, delicate crack echoed from his forehead, an enchanting sound akin to celestial music. Despite Qin Mu's firm resolve, he could not quell the surge of excitement within him. A fissure appeared upon the spiritual barrier, resembling a bolt of lightning. The spiritual barrier, being intangible and invisible, could only be sensed, yet with the emergence of this crack, Qin Mu felt a radiant light emanating from his forehead, akin to a lightning-shaped symbol. This sensation was extraordinary. When one closes their eyes, the world becomes engulfed in darkness. Devoid of any illumination, the forehead, the spiritual womb, and the barrier remain unseen. However, upon the crack being formed in the spiritual barrier, a lightning-like glow pierced through the darkness, revealing the once invisible barrier. Not only did Qin Mu perceive the barrier, but he also glimpsed the spiritual womb through the lightning-shaped fissure. Within the spiritual womb, a soft, golden light shimmered, suffused with abundant and potent vital energy that flowed forth from the crack, mingling incessantly with his own. The energy within the womb was purer and more formidable, yet it bore no attributes, identical to the vital energy he had cultivated through his own efforts. Qin Mu was firmly convinced that the energy he had nurtured was unique to his own physique, the energy of the dominant body, and thus remained unfazed by this revelation. Within the spirit fetus divine abode, there exists not only vital energy, but also other wondrous entities concealed within. However, he has merely created a lightning-shaped fissure, not yet shattering the barrier completely, thus unable to discern what lies beyond. The lightning-like crack is gradually healing, and Qin Mu's heart grows heavy. Evidently, the spirit fetus barrier is not as simple as he had imagined. The barrier is formless yet tangible, akin to a viscous fluid, capable of self-healing even when breached. Only by exerting an unwavering effort to completely dismantle the barrier can one unlock the spirit fetus divine abode. My vital energy cultivation is still insufficient. Yet creating this fissure allows my energy to surge rapidly. It will not be long before my vitality can shatter the spirit fetus barrier. Emboldened, Qin Mu suddenly hears the crowing of roosters nearby, stirring his heart. He opens his eyes to find several magnificent, bare-necked roosters among the beasts seeking refuge in the ruins. Standing over a person's height, their plumage resplendent, yet devoid of feathers on their necks. The earlier crowing emanated from these roosters. Dawn is approaching. A flicker of realization strikes Qin Mu as he observes the faint light emerging in the eastern sky, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. He now lacks the time to fully breach the spirit fetus barrier. Fortunately, he has grasped the method to dismantle it. Once he escapes from the clutches of Brother Chu and Sister Qing, he will have ample opportunity to make his breakthrough. Although he has not entirely broken through, the fissure he has created has significantly enhanced his cultivation, instilling him with enough confidence to evade the two. Dawn is near, Brother Chu remarks with a meaningful glance. Sister Qing coldly retorts, 3 junior brothers perished in the battle against evil. Should this little demon escape, would it not betray their spirits in the afterlife? Qin Mu, undeterred, rises to his feet to stretch his limbs. The young women in the plaza continue their fierce struggle against the encroaching darkness, exchanging blows in a stalemate. The clash between light and dark raging fiercely. Before long, another rooster crows, causing the darkness to grow agitated, its voice resonating with a profound weight. While the divine sounds emitted by the maidens become increasingly fervent and resounding, the clash of divine light and darkness intensifies, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Suddenly, a third crow echoes. A ray of sunlight piercing through the eastern gloom, cascading onto the highest peak nearby. As this beam of sunlight illuminates the scene, the inky darkness retreats like a receding tide, hastening away until it vanishes beyond the horizon. The morning sun descends, casting its glow upon the canyon. Even before its light reaches the ruins within, the suspended pearl begins to descend slowly, infusing the plaza with vibrant hues of dawn. As the radiant colors fade, the maidens in the plaza revert to mere skeletons, sitting motionless, as if their valiant struggle against the darkness had merely been a splendid dream. Qin Mu had long heard tales from the villagers about the peculiar occurrences in the great market. The events unfolding here are bizarre and unfathomable. Yet, hearing about such phenomena pales in comparison to the profound shock of experiencing them firsthand. As night descends and darkness envelopes the land, mysterious visages emerge within the shadows, accompanied by the haunting echoes of sorcery. In this desolate ruin, the crimson skulls transform into maidens at dusk, embodying the enigmatic clash between light and darkness, an array of incomprehensible phenomena. These secrets await discovery by the curious. Qin Mu concealed his figure within a moving herd of beasts, quietly making his way outward. The herd adhered to an unspoken rule: no violence within the ruins. Yet beyond its boundaries, the beasts would likely become perilously fierce. Meanwhile, Brother Chu exchanged a knowing glance with Sister Qing, and the two blended into the throng of beasts, gradually approaching Qin Mu. The herd continued its orderly advance, when suddenly a glimmering blade of light appeared behind Qin Mu. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a thrust aimed at a nearby beast, which let out an agitated roar. Sister, refrain from controlling the sword. If you harm the beasts, their wrath will be unleashed upon us, and we shall meet our demise here. Sister Qing moved with grace, her skirt swirling like a pink lotus, as her toes, sharp as daggers, aimed a kick at Qin Mu. Her leg techniques were formidable, each strike resonated with the air, akin to a massive hammer imbued with piercing spikes. This style could effortlessly shatter boulders and penetrate even the sturdiest of walls. Yet Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with determination as he met Sister Qing's whirlwind of leg techniques. The limping mentor had once imparted to him the art of the stealing heaven's leg, assuring him that it would never falter against any other leg techniques. Chapter 12. Unrivaled combat skills. The collision of two figures clad in powder pink skirts and animal hide shorts created a vibrant spectacle. Although Sister Qing's long legs were slender, their strength was astonishingly formidable. Her kicks descended like the sharp blows of a chisel or axe. In contrast, Qin Mu's legs were more robust, yet they exuded an ethereal lightness, seemingly devoid of substantial force. The air was filled with a series of thunderous impacts as Sister Qing's legs suffered an onslaught of swift strikes, each one a blur that she could scarcely respond to. Despite her incredible strength, it became futile against the dizzying array of Qin Mu's leg techniques, as if her power had been devoured by his relentless assault. Alas, Sister Qing's legs turned weak under the barrage. Qin Mu's feet rained down upon her torso, chest, and throat with the ferocity of a storm battering banana leaves, culminating in a flurry of powerful kicks to her face. As Qin Mu spun midair to deliver a kick, the strike diverged from his previous techniques. Earlier, his focus had solely been on speed, but now he unleashed a force that was truly terrifying. He confirmed that the legendary lame man's stealing heaven leg was indeed unparalleled. While he might not claim to be the best in the world, he was undoubtedly the strongest in his village. Sister Qing's leg techniques appeared fierce and domineering, yet they scarcely grazed him before he dealt her a devastating blow. Qin Mu relied solely on his physical prowess, while Sister Qing infused her legs with vital energy to enhance her strength and speed. Even with this advantage, she was swiftly incapacitated, having just sent Sister Qing flying. A sudden rush of primal danger surged through Qin Mu, prompting him to leap forward without a moment's hesitation. Behind him, Brother Chu stealthily approached, intent on launching a lethal strike. He had anticipated an easy victory, but did not expect Qin Mu's heightened awareness. The two raced across the backs of beasts, leaping from one to another. Brother Chu's steps were swift as he relentlessly targeted Qin Mu's back, who, in turn, sprinted forward while deftly deflecting the incoming blows. Thunderous sound of 8 styles, thousand-armed Buddha. Brother Chu was taken aback, despite Qin Mu facing away from him. He managed to parry every attack as if he possessed countless arms. This technique was entirely unfamiliar to him. Though Qin Mu's thousand-armed Buddha could not match the thunderous grandeur of Master Ma's every movement, it was quick as the wind and swift as lightning. Even with his back turned to Brother Chu and amidst the chaos on the beast's back, he stood firm, showcasing an indomitable spirit that yielded no advantage to his opponent. Suddenly, the sound of a sword resonated sharply, causing Qin Mu's scalp to tingle as blood erupted from his arm, struck by a keen blade. He rolled off the beast's back and dashed beneath the belly of a massive creature, with Brother Chu in pursuit. Although Brother Chu's hands were empty, a silver sword danced around him, executing his commands. Qin Mu's pupils constricted. Brother Chu's sword control surpassed that of Sister Qing by a significant margin. While Sister Qing could wield her sword to a distance of several dozen paces, Brother Chu's control allowed the blade to hover no more than 3 feet from his body. This situation is indeed terrifying and exceedingly perilous. In close combat, wielding a sword to slay enemies necessitates utmost caution. A moment's carelessness may result in self-harm. Thus, the requirement for sword control is exceptionally high, indicating both the formidable prowess of the opponent's swordsmanship and the confidence one possesses in their own skills. Without meticulous mastery over one's vital energy, one would scarcely dare to wield a sword in such a manner. Grandfather Tu and the others have not imparted to me the art of channeling vital energy, nor has the village elder elucidated the use of the formidable vital energy. In such circumstances, I fear I may suffer greatly. Suddenly, his foot brushed against a broken branch, likely trampled by a beast. Without hesitation, Qin Mu deftly tapped his toes, and the branch fell into his grasp. It was a willow branch, approximately 6 or 7 feet in length and as thick as his thumb. The youth gripped the branch tightly, moving swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the tip of Brother Chu's sword, oblivious to his hands. He attempted to channel his vital energy into the willow branch, but upon reaching 1 foot and 3 inches, he lost all sensation of it. 1 foot and 3 inches is indeed too brief, rendering it perilous to counter the opponent's flying sword. Brother Chu charged forward, his precious sword dancing around him as it thrust, sliced, swept, prodded, cleaved, trembled, and chopped, much like an invisible swordsman wielding this blade, attacking Qin Mu from every conceivable angle. With a series of soft hisses, the willow branch in Qin Mu's hand dwindled to a mere 1 foot and 3 inches, and the precious sword struck down once more, clashing against the branch with a light clang, akin to meeting steel. Seeing that his vital energy infused into the willow branch could withstand the opponent's precious sword, Qin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. His focus narrowed solely on the sword tip. He wielded the 1 foot and 3 inch willow branch as if it were a butcher's cleaver, executing the butcher's techniques he had been taught with vigor. In the midst of the night, amidst the raging storm, Qin Mu immersed himself wholly in the art of the blade, unleashing the butcher's teachings with the small willow branch. Swift, swift, swift. The butcher referred to his technique as the butcher's blade, which had but a singular principle: speed. So swift that it seemed to flit like light. So swift that the pig's head fell before one could blink. Qin Mu poured his entire being into his strikes, the resonant sounds of clashing echoing continually as they maneuvered beneath the stampeding beasts, darting from one massive creature's belly to another. The colossal legs of the beast descended like pillars from the heavens, and a moment's inattention could lead to being crushed to smithereens. Their movements appeared chaotic, yet they adhered to a remarkable rhythm, always managing to evade the beast's stomps at the last moment. Brother Chu, both astonished and furious, found himself on the receiving end of the blows. He was being soundly thrashed by this little devil before him wielding a mere stick. The willow branch in Qin Mu's hand was indeed short, barely 1 foot long, essentially a small stick. In contrast, Brother Chu's sword measured 5 feet 7 inches. Refined to the finest strands, wielded with exquisite control, a technique passed down from the 5 elders of Lijiang, renowned for breaking through the barriers of transcendence and unlocking divine secrets. The mastery he employed was a divine boxing technique known as the Lijiang method, where his hands transformed vital energy into a great river, surging fiercely, crashing against the shores, astonishing in its might. Though he had yet to master his martial arts to a transcendent degree, his power was already formidable, capable of shattering stones and turning fossils to dust with ease. In a mere instant, Brother Chu found himself battered, his head swollen and body bruised, inciting not only anger, but also a profound sense of dread. What if the object in Qin Mu's hand were not a mere stick, but a blade? The consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. This youth, barely 11 or 12 years old, stood no taller than Chu's chest. Even if he had been training since infancy, it seemed implausible he could have acquired such fearsome skills. However, Brother Chu soon discerned Qin Mu's limitations and began to relax. The boy's vital energy was notably weak. Although his techniques were exquisite, his cultivation was pitifully inadequate. Or rather, he was not a spirit body, but an ordinary person. The realization struck him. Qin Mu had not opened his spiritual womb and was likely practicing foundational techniques such as guidance exercises, which granted him a modicum of vital energy. Yet, the vital energy cultivated by an ordinary person lacked any attributes, rendering it ineffective in combat. Thus, although Qin Mu's attacks surpassed his own in skill, they posed little threat due to their lack of power. The young rascal's swordsmanship seemed to embody a form of divine skill. Yet he was far from unleashing its true potential. If only I could harness this divine technique myself. Brother Chu's heart raced at the prospect. While Qin Mu struggled to wield the full force of his technique, Chu believed he could channel some of its power. Should he manage to execute it, the results would undoubtedly be devastating. He recognized that Qin Mu's swordplay was a combat technique. Unlike techniques like sword control, which liberated the hands to allow the sword to fly and strike from the air, combat techniques relied on one's own hands to wield weapons, enabling the vital energy to flow into the weapon and amplify its might. Indeed, the superiority of combat techniques over sword control had long been established. Centuries ago, both disciplines coexisted, with practitioners of each often clashing in fierce competition. However, a prodigy emerged among the sword control practitioners, vanquishing the masters of combat techniques with devastating efficiency. This prodigy was none other than the esteemed national master of the present-day Yikan Kingdom. Now, the ranks of combat practitioners had dwindled, and the high-level techniques had been lost to time, leaving only the inferior remnants. Nevertheless, the true elite combat techniques remained formidable, and Brother Chu was convinced that the technique exhibited by the young rascal before him was indeed of exceptional caliber. I must obtain this combat skill. I will capture him, and, by any means necessary, compel him to reveal the secrets of this technique. As Qin Mu continued to rain blows with his small wooden stick, Brother Chu fought valiantly to defend himself but could not entirely fend off the onslaught, enduring hundreds of strikes in a matter of moments. Although it was merely a small wooden stick, lacking in substantial power, when combined with Qin Mu's inherent strength and relentless strikes, the cumulative damage inflicted upon his body was indeed considerable. He intends to bludgeon me to death. Brother Chu shuddered in terror. Chapter 13. The fatal blow. Chu Shixiong finally succumbed to terror. He intended to bludgeon me to death with this small wooden stick, relentlessly striking until my life ebbed away. He would have preferred a knife in his adversary's hand. Even a dull one would suffice. The small wooden stick, while not particularly powerful, had already wrought havoc upon his visage, causing grotesque swelling and the formation of blood-filled abscesses. His eyes were reduced to mere slits, and his vision blurred increasingly. The prospect of being gradually beaten to death by this stick was the most horrifying fate imaginable, as the agony and dread stretched interminably, and yet, death was not imminent. At this moment, the herd of beasts that had once thundered above them had vanished. They had fought their way through the portal of the ruins, and the beasts had scattered in disarray. Qin Mu's strength was also waning. After countless strikes with his blade, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. He and Chu Shixiong had been embroiled in a desperate struggle beneath the belly of the colossal beast, evading not only each other's weapons but also the crushing hooves and sharp claws of the creature. The relentless shifts in movement left his legs sore and fatigued. During his training with the butcher, despite the latter's frequent bouts of madness, there was a semblance of moderation in the training regimen, preventing excessive fatigue. Now, however, he was devoid of the strength to continue wielding his sword. It was sheer willpower that sustained him. He understood that if he paused, even if Chu Shixiong had but a fraction of vitality left, he would meet a gruesome end. He had no choice but to continue striking until Chu Shixiong lay lifeless. With a thud, Chu Shixiong finally succumbed, collapsing onto the ground, his treasured sword clattering to the floor. Qin Mu discarded the wooden stick and seized the sword. Yet he found himself unable to lift it. His arms had exhausted their last reserves of strength. He nudged the sword's hilt with his foot, directing the blade towards Chu Shixiong. Though Chu Shixiong could barely perceive the unfolding scene, he struggled in vain to evade the sword's point. His bones and sinews were nearly obliterated, rendering even the slightest movement impossible. Helpless, he could only watch as Qin Mu painstakingly adjusted the sword's angle, inching it closer to him, until the blade gradually pierced his throat. At last, the sword breached his windpipe, and a gurgling sound emanated from his throat as bubbles formed within the blood. It was not long before he breathed his last. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mu collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. He had never experienced such excruciating toil. Lying beside him was a lifeless body, an unsettling sensation that weighed heavily upon him. He attempted to shift his body, yet found it an insurmountable challenge, ultimately resigning himself to stillness. This was not his first encounter with death. The woman who had crawled from the cowhide by the river, and Chu Shixiang's 2 disciples had also succumbed to mortality. Once, Granny C had taken him to a neighboring village to assist a woman in childbirth. A midwife by trade, she often aided the women of the surrounding villages. Upon arrival, they discovered that the villagers had all perished, men, women, and children, including the expectant mother. Granny C did not disclose who had wrought such devastation upon the village, but she solemnly remarked that such occurrences were distressingly commonplace in the market. Thus, one must never leave an enemy with any opportunity. The lifeless body of Brother Chu unsettled him. However, such was the nature of the great market, a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, and survival belongs to the fittest. Qin Mu, having grown up in this environment, was accustomed to witnessing the brutal clashes among exotic beasts. To him, Brother Chu's corpse was indistinguishable from those of the other slain creatures. As he focused on regulating his breath, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Straining to turn his head toward the noise, Qin Mu felt a jolt of alarm. He beheld Sister Qing limping toward him, wielding a treasured sword. Her face grotesquely swollen and unrecognizable, akin to that of a pig's head. Qin Mu struggled to rise, every inch of his body aflame with pain and swelling, forcing him to pause and gasp for breath, while silently invoking the Ba Ti Sandan Gong. Gradually, his vitality began to invigorate, surging forth to alleviate the soreness in his muscles and the tearing of his bones. As the energy coursed through him, the swelling subsided slightly, yet his senses sharpened, the searing pain intensifying. Sister Qing continued her limping approach. During their confrontation, her legs had been grievously injured by his kicks, and her visage had taken countless blows. The final kick, delivered with all his might, had been akin to a venomous dragon's tail, obliterating her once beautiful features, which were now grotesquely swollen, resembling dough left to rise overnight. It was likely that her teeth had all but vanished, her lips continuously oozing a mixture of saliva and blood, each drop resonating in the silence. Qin Mu intensified his practice of the Ba Ti Sandan Gong, yearning to regain some strength. But the earlier fierce battle had left him utterly drained. Only by activating the Ling Tai Bai and absorbing the Ling Tai Shinzong could he truly be considered a martial artist. Yet, despite not being one, he had managed to slay a martial artist like Brother Chu, which was a remarkable achievement in itself. However, that was the extent of his capabilities. He lacked the strength to continue resisting Sister Qing. Finally, she reached him, attempting to speak, but her swollen throat rendered her voiceless. In frustration, she raised her sword and aimed a fierce thrust at Qin Mu. What a darling little girl. The old lady would surely adore her. Suddenly, Sister Qing's body froze as her sword met an invisible barrier, preventing her from descending the blade. Fear flickered in her eyes as she caught sight of a small old woman approaching on tiptoe, carrying a basket. Sister Qing trembled, retreating slowly, when a booming voice echoed from behind. Muer, my pig-slaying technique has been reduced to a mere wooden stick in your hands. It took 5,476 strikes to fell this brat, and yet the one who ultimately dispatched him was a sword. The half-bodied robust man was carried in a bamboo basket, while the grotesque figure, missing its limbs, was hoisted along. These individuals presented a pitiful sight. Save for the middle-aged man bearing the basket, whose face had been utterly ravaged, his skin smoothed out to a terrifying visage. It was the half-bodied man who had just spoken, his face a mass of fury as he glared at Qin Mu from within the basket. Bellowing from a distance, it seems your training has been insufficient. Spare me your excuses about lacking a knife or wielding a mere stick. With masterful technique, one can slay even empty-handed. Qin Mu exhaled deeply, his voice hoarse as he addressed, Granny C, Grandpa Tu, Grandpa Yao, you have all come? Granny C chuckled. We have raised you with great effort. It's only natural that we feel uneasy about your first night away from home with a stranger. We had to come and take a look. Qin Mu blinked curiously. How long have you been here? Grandpa Tu grunted. We arrived the moment you engaged in a fierce battle beneath the beast's belly. Otherwise, how would I know you delivered a total of 5,476 strikes? Qin Mu's expression darkened. These old folks had been present all along, allowing him to fight for his life. It then dawned on him why the beast had not attacked him and his brother Chu. They had been frightened away by Grandpa Tu and the others. The villagers claimed that Granny and the village chief were villains. Could it truly be so? Yet, he believed they were good people. surely thinking he could triumph over Brother Chu, thus merely observing from the sidelines. He reassured himself. As a being transcending the corporeal realm, "We are quite disappointed to see you in such a state," the blind man remarked, leaning on his bamboo staff and smiling at the air. Qin Mu coughed, "Grandpa blind." "I am right here." "I know you are," the blind man replied, turning towards him with a grin. "You went against that lad using a staff, which indicates I taught you well. However, do not be complacent. As a formidable being, it is only to be expected that you excel over him. From now on, your training will intensify, and do try not to wear a sorrowful expression." Grandpa Tu interjected coldly, "Blind man, he was clearly employing my sword techniques. What is there to be proud of? And why are you rambling on about a corpse?" Chapter 14. Vitality Refinement. How should Sister Qing be dealt with? Qin Mu managed to rise, glancing at the nearby girl who appeared shaken. Perhaps. Granny C's eyes suddenly sparkled, playfully nudging Qin Mu's shoulder, nearly toppling the youth who was striving to stand. With a mischievous grin, she suggested, "Shall we keep her as a little bride for you? You were the most adorable when you were young. That you have grown, you have lost some of that charm. However, if you and this young lady were to have a plump child, it would surely be delightful. I do have a fondness for children." Qin Mu cast a sidelong glance at Sister Qing, resembling a pig, and hesitated. "Granny, perhaps that's not such a good idea." Suddenly, the lame one appeared behind Sister Qing, raising his hand and delivering a swift strike that left the girl frozen in shock, his face adorned with a simple, honest smile. "Then let us just kill her." Qin Mu was left speechless, stuttering, "Grandfather Lame, why did you kill her? You said you didn't want her, so of course she must be killed," the lame one replied, his smile broadening in innocence, seemingly puzzled. Qin Mu felt a wave of discontent. He had no intention of having children with Sister Qing. After all, he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy, often surrounded by the likes of Master Ma and Granny C, who were ancient figures, and most of the youths in neighboring villages were brutish. He lacked companions. Yet his heart remained that of a youthful spirit. Nodding, Qin Mu accepted 4 white porcelain cups, drinking down the essence of the 4 spirits, struggling to move forward as he activated his body of dominance to dissipate the energy within. He began recounting the strange occurrences he had encountered within the canyon ruins. Granny C's expression shifted slightly. Gods and demons? A dark visage? A skeletal maiden? How intriguing. The other villagers found it amusing as well. Yet they held no further opinions. Unable to contain himself, Qin Mu asked, "Granny, are you not curious about the stories contained within the canyon ruins?" The apothecary sighed. "Once a flourishing divine kingdom, now reduced to ashes. The bones of the gods dance in the night. Could they be unwilling to accept their fate?" The deaf man stared at his lips and retorted, "Even if they are unwilling, they are dead. What use is that?" Thus, curiosity about the stories here is largely futile. "Are you truly deaf?" the apothecary questioned, observing the man's iron ears, crafted from pure white metal, with the ear holes completely sealed. The deaf man removed the iron ears from his head, revealing 3-inch iron plugs that secured the ears in place, coldly stating, "If you were to insert these into your ear holes, you would know whether I am deaf or not." The apothecary smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The deaf man then reinserted the iron ears with a plop, addressing the mute blacksmith, "These ears have been uncomfortable lately. Could you modify them for me?" The mute blacksmith nodded in agreement. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words regarding his relatives. The apothecary and others displayed greater interest in the deaf man's earplugs than in the ruins, leaving him utterly perplexed. Granny C chuckled more. "The secrets within this vast market are infinitely numerous. Beyond the canyon's divine city, there are countless mysteries that cannot be counted. If you were to devote all your curiosity to these secrets, you would scarcely have time for anything else." A group of individuals journeyed towards the village of Canlao. The village chief spoke in a low voice. "I observe that your swordsmanship is quite formidable. The blade measures 1 foot and 3 inches, capable of rivaling that young lad's precious sword. Your progress during this endeavor has been commendable." Qin Mu felt a stir within his heart and voiced his perplexity, saying, "Why is it that my vital energy cannot manipulate objects as theirs does? My energy can only penetrate the willow branch to a length of 1 foot and 3 inches. Unable to extend further. He envied the ability to wield energy for swordplay, yet found himself incapable of doing so. The apothecary silently shook his head, explaining that the vital energy cultivated by an ordinary person's physique lacks attributes, rendering it incapable of manipulating objects. There are no techniques that allow ordinary energy to perform such functions. That Qin Mu, as an ordinary individual, could sustain a willow branch to a length of 1 foot and 3 inches and engage directly with the sword of senior brother Chu without being severed. was indeed remarkable. The village chief maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Your dominant physique has yet to awaken completely, and your spiritual fetus remains undiscovered. There is no need for haste. Even without awakening your dominant physique, you have the strength to defeat a peak practitioner of the spiritual fetus realm. Once your dominant physique awakens, your power will far surpass that of your peers." Granny C and others expressed their satisfaction with Qin Mu's performance. That senior brother Chu was a peak practitioner of the spiritual fetus realm, capable of manipulating his sword with energy, evidently nearing the 5th planetary realm. Yet, Qin Mu, without an awakened dominant physique, had managed to defeat him with a mere wooden stick, clearly indicating that Qin Mu possessed an unprecedented dominant physique. And the village chief was not misleading them. The apothecary's eyelid twitched, pondering, the truth of Mu or being of ordinary physique will eventually surface. At that moment, these individuals may become disheartened enough to overturn the heavens. However, it is indeed peculiar that Mu'er could slay a peak practitioner with a small wooden stick. Could it be that the dominant physique truly exists? Or is it the effect of the spiritual blood? Having seen much, he found himself bewildered at this moment, his mind swirling with confusion. Upon consuming the 4 spiritual bloods, Qin Mu's vital energy grew increasingly vibrant, its flow accelerating and gradually restoring his swollen muscle fascia. His blood circulation quickened, alleviating his fatigue, and he unconsciously quickened his pace, which continued to increase. Mr. Ma, the cripple, and others exhibited astonishment but remained silent, following him closely. As he practiced the 3 elixirs of the dominant physique during his run, his cultivation advanced at an accelerated rate, a new discovery for Qin Mu. With the supplementation of 4 spiritual bloods, his cultivation speed would ascend further, leading him to unconsciously enhance his running speed, losing himself in the process. He soon forgot the soreness in his muscles, his speed continually increasing, and the flow of vital energy within him became swifter, reaching his limbs and bones, even penetrating his hair, nails, and skin. Gradually, his speed surpassed that of his previous maximum effort, yet he remained oblivious, feeling increasingly exhilarated with each stride. Sweat began to seep from his skin's pores, but this perspiration was not transparent. Rather, it appeared murky. The expelled sweat contained not only dark impurities, but also white fatty particles, though Qin Mu remained unaware of the changes occurring within his body. The apothecary, village chief, and others exchanged astonished glances, silently acknowledging the extraordinary spectacle. "Master Ma, when did you begin the process of refining your essence?" the pharmacist suddenly inquired. Master Ma replied in a deep voice, "At the pinnacle of the spirit embryo realm. While practicing my boxing, I unexpectedly unleashed my first divine ability. My inaugural divine ability is the martial art of refining essence, where the vital energy coils like an azure dragon." The pharmacist turned to the cripple, who said, "I too am at the pinnacle of the spirit embryo realm. On that day, I ran against the wind, attempting to chase the tempest. I wished to tread upon the very tips of the wind and traverse the skies. It was then that I discovered the profound intricacies of refining essence. The vital energy flowed through every orifice like the wind. In my exhilaration, I fell from the wind's edge and nearly lost my life." The pharmacist sighed. "I experienced a similar fate. I aspired to utilize the spirit embryo's divine abode as an alchemical furnace, employing my own vital energy as the medicine, thereby transforming myself into a singular elixir. It was then that I uncovered the marvels of refining essence, as the vital energy seared my flesh like fire. And yet, Mu'er has yet to break through the barrier, yet he has already commenced refining his essence." The cripple chuckled. "The dominant body is indeed formidable, something we mere spirit bodies can only envy." The pharmacist's expression grew peculiar, and he refrained from elaborating. Dominant body? If it truly were the dominant body, he would not be so astonished. While the cripple and Master Ma could attribute everything to the dominant body, he alone comprehended the truth. Qin Mu achieved the refinement of essence with the physique of an ordinary person, surpassing the spirit body, which left even this erudite powerhouse in awe. Mu'er has not yet awakened the dominant body. Should he awaken it, commanding vital energy to manipulate objects? Even the national master of Yankan in his prime would likely pale in comparison, exclaimed old Granny C. The pharmacist's heart sank as he glanced at the village chief, who remained silent. In this world, the dominant body did not exist, nor did dominant body vital energy. Ordinary vital energy could not manipulate objects. Eventually, Qin Mu would discover his inability to control objects, and the truth would be revealed. Yet, before that, Qin Mu must first achieve the so-called awakening of the dominant body. A feat requiring the shattering of barriers, the barrier of the spirit embryo. How could an ordinary person break through such barriers? The village chief furrowed his brow. Would consuming the force spirit blood still prove beneficial? How long could he maintain this ruse? Chapter 15. Walking on water, Qin Mu sprinted with remarkable speed, his vitality intensifying with each stride. He traversed an indeterminate distance, yet the villagers of Canlao village kept pace, even the blind man moving with an assured grace beside them. Just as Qin Mu burst into a dense thicket, a shadow as dark as night emerged from the woods, roaring, "Little brat, perish." The furious roar belonged to the demon ape, incensed by the intrusion of the little brat into its territory. Upon casting a glance at the beast, the one-armed Master Ma displayed no hint of emotion, causing the massive creature to suddenly sense an impending doom. Abandoning its territory, it fled in haste. "Mua, go wash yourself by the river," commanded old Granny C. "Blind man, accompany him and be cautious of the river's monsters." The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, followed Qin Mu to the riverbank. Without hesitation, Qin Mu stripped and dove into the water, cleansing himself of grime. As the blind man gently tapped the water with his staff, a large fish lurking nearby was startled. Leaping from the depths to a distance of over 10 zhang, an enormous catfish, its whiskers resembling long, sinuous tentacles. After refreshing himself, Qin Mu suddenly gazed upon the rippling surface of the river, a surge of audacity rising within his youthful chest, igniting like an inferno. His vitality surged in response, flowing vigorously, as if he had unlocked the celestial melodies of a divine treasure, unleashing a resonant roar from his throat. He let out a long cry that echoed through the mountains and stirred the waters of the river. With that resounding call, Qin Mu leaped from the water, suddenly dashing forward, his feet skimming the surface in a wild sprint. The moment his foot touched the water, the latent power within him merged with the descending vitality. Erupting in a magnificent explosion, wherever his foot landed, the water erupted in all directions. Before the splashes could settle, Qin Mu had propelled himself forward, his other foot soon following suit. A series of crisp splashes resonated across the river as he raced along, swiftly covering over 2 li. His cries became increasingly exuberant, free and unrestrained, reminiscent of celestial melodies, harmonizing like dragons and phoenixes. His steps were bold and uninhibited, as he reveled in the thrill of his sprint across the river's surface. The blind man, standing at the riverbank, felt the gentle breeze tousling his white hair. Listening to Qin Mu's jubilant cries from the river's heart, he nodded with a smile and suddenly burst into song. The cries of monkeys on both banks echo without cease. The wind rustles, chilling the britches. "Muer, you run naked across the river. Do you not feel the cold?" With a sudden exclamation from the river, Qin Mu fell into the water with a splash. Moments later, the youth swam to the shore, his face flushed with embarrassment as he dried himself and donned his clothes. In that moment of revelation by the river, he had become so absorbed in his exuberance that he had forgotten his state of undress while leaping and dashing across the river, truly enjoying the refreshing exhilaration of his naked escapade. Fortunately, the blind grandfather cannot see this. Qin Mu adjusted his attire and suddenly looked up, only to find Master Ma, the mute and deaf, along with others standing by the riverside woods, including Granny C, who had also come, and the village head, who was carried over on a stretcher. Qin Mu's face turned crimson, stammering, "Granny, when did you all arrive?" Granny C chuckled, "Muer, we have seen your backside more times than we can count. What is there to be shy about? Hearing your howl, full of vitality, we came to have a look." The village head cleared his throat and said, "Muer, you were pursued by 5 martial artists at the spirit embryo level. It is prudent to have the healer check you for any lingering issues." Qin Mu stepped forward, and the healer examined him carefully, shaking his head. "No major harm, just some superficial injuries." The village head also inspected him, signaling that he could leave, and Qin Mu was immediately beckoned by the butcher to practice his swordsmanship. The butcher was dissatisfied with Qin Mu's performance, having only managed to defeat Brother Chu with over 5,000 strikes, and even more displeased that he had resorted to using a sword to finish the opponent. Thus he intended to train him rigorously. What did the village head discover? The healer approached the village head's stretcher, observing the spirited Qin Mu competing in swordplay with the butcher, and quietly asked, "His vitality cultivation is astonishing." The village head did not hold back. Indeed, it has progressed at an unbelievable rate. From yesterday to now, the speed of his advancement is beyond imagination. I just heard his howl. It is a resonance of vitality and throat, faintly imbued with the sound of divinity and demons. Not to mention he has yet to break through the spirit embryo barrier. Even those at that level cannot achieve such a resonance. If I were an ordinary person like him, reaching his level of vitality would take 20 years. As Qin Mu held by the river, the resonance of his vitality and throat unconsciously produced a howl infused with the demonic sound he had absorbed in the canyon ruins. Furthermore, during his meticulous contemplation of the dark demonic sound last night, he had also internalized the divine sounds of the goddesses from the ruins. Each subtle fluctuation of their divine resonance etched in his memory. Consequently, his howl naturally incorporated the divine sounds of the goddesses. To others, it seemed ordinary, lacking discernible intricacies. But to the village head, it was profoundly significant, resonating clearly in his ears. Divine and demonic resonance? The healer was taken aback. How did he achieve this? Moreover, acquiring the cultivation of an ordinary person over 20 years in just one night is terrifying. Could it truly be the effect of the Four Spirits' blood? The village head shook his head. While the Four Spirits' blood can enhance his physique and vitality, it cannot accelerate the process to this extent. The healer pondered. Could it be that Mu is a natural prodigy, born to be a material for cultivation? The village head furrowed his brow. If he were a prodigy, why does he still possess an ordinary physique? A true prodigy should have a spiritual body. Furthermore, which prodigy can achieve divine and demonic resonance? The healer inquired. His howl contains divine and demonic resonance. Is it a blessing or a curse? I do not know, the village head replied, from his howl. I can perceive a fierce battle between divine and demonic sounds. It is quite intense, but whether it is good or bad remains uncertain. The apothecary's gaze flickered as he pondered. From whence do the resonances of divine and demonic echoes arise? Uncertain, he felt a headache mounting, mirrored by the village chief. For it had been long since they were baffled by enigmas. Ever since they took in Qin Mu, the little boy who drifted down from the upstream. The number of their perplexities had multiplied immensely. As night fell, the village of Canlao swiftly succumbed to darkness. Qin Mu slumbered in the outer chamber, while Granny C rested within. In the dead of night, an ominous demonic sound crept into Qin Mu's mind, soon accompanied by a divine melody. The cacophony of these celestial and infernal harmonies clashed violently, growing increasingly loud and chaotic. The resonance of divine and demonic sounds morphed into a fierce struggle between darkness and light within his consciousness. Qin Mu felt himself dissolve into a formless essence, floating above the battlefield of these warring forces, staring vacantly at the tumult below. The clash between darkness and light mirrored the scene he had witnessed in the canyon ruins the previous night, yet it was far more magnificent and grandiose. The night unfurled like a tentacle, piercing through the light, which erupted in a fierce counterattack, sweeping away the shadows. After a moment, Qin Mu discerned the true nature of the light and darkness. From the abyss emerged an endless tide of demonic entities surging towards the light, their cries not merely echoes, but the collective wail of myriad demons. The light, too, was a vast ocean of deities clad in golden armor, engaged in a fierce battle against the encroaching demons. From his lofty vantage point, these divine and demonic beings appeared as mere droplets of water, initially perceived as a simple contest between light and dark, now revealed in all its terrifying grandeur. Suddenly, Qin Mu awoke, drenched in sweat, his mind assaulted by the clamor of divine and demonic sounds, as if his head were on the verge of bursting. At that moment, the jade pendant resting on his chest gently floated upwards, settling upon his brow. He felt a refreshing surge course through him, and the discordant sounds vanished instantaneously. He bolted upright, gasping for breath, his heart racing with confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. After a brief pause, he emerged from his dwelling, stepping into the night, illuminated by the faint glow emanating from the village's stone statues as he scrutinized the pendant. Outside lay an abyss of darkness, yet the pendant radiated a soft light. Qin Mu gazed at it, entranced, his eyes lingering upon the luminous jewel, reluctant to break his fixation. Behind him, Granny C approached unnoticed, witnessing this poignant moment with a bittersweet ache in her heart. Although they had nurtured him, Mu would never truly belong to Canlao village. He was merely a child raised by them, destined to depart. With renewed determination, she realized, the outside world is far more perilous than the great market. He lacks the strength necessary to confront it. Chapter 16. The young girl in the temple behind the jade pendant wore a pair of bright and clear eyes. Although Qin Mu was merely 11 years old, he had already grasped many truths of life. Once, he accompanied Granny C to a neighboring village where a woman was in labor. The delivery went smoothly, and the affectionate scene of the new family left a profound impression on him. Consequently, Qin Mu cherished this jade pendant, hoping that one day it would lead him to his parents, so he could inquire why they had abandoned him. The following day, Master Ma, the blind man, the cripple, and the mute ventured out once more to hunt, capturing more 4 spirit beasts to bolster Qin Mu's strength. The nearby area had been nearly stripped bare of these creatures by the 4 formidable hunters, compelling them to seek their quarry in remoter locations. The village chief was physically incapacitated, the herbalist frequently wandered off to gather medicine, the butcher was cynical and occasionally went mad, and the deaf man showed interest solely in painting and calligraphy. Thus, the only one who could accompany Qin Mu in his training was Granny C. However, she was often absent from the village, being a seamstress and midwife, frequently summoned by nearby villages to sew garments and occasionally assist in deliveries. Today, Granny C left early in the morning, and the herbalist had also set out. The butcher and the deaf man carried the village chief outside, where they remained at the village gate, one sharpening a knife while the other painted. Bored, Qin Mu strolled alone to the riverbank. Since the cow had transformed into a woman and had been killed by the cripple, his tasks had considerably diminished. At the riverbank, the youth inhaled deeply, feeling his chest swell as if filled with air. His chest continued to expand until his vital energy began to circulate, and slowly, it deflated. He did not exhale, but allowed his energy to nourish his lungs, fortifying them to an extraordinary resilience, compressing the air within from its full capacity down to a mere 10%. Qin Mu continued to draw in breath, his chest remaining uninflated until he reached his limit. Suddenly, he took a step forward, launching himself like an arrow into the water. The surface parted in 2 waves, and between them, Qin Mu strode across the river, racing with fervor. Abruptly, a gleam of blade flashed in the water, and in the midst of his sprint, he drew forth a butcher's knife. Its edge glimmering as it danced like a dragon in flight. It was the butcher's technique. The knife style mirrored the butcher's persona, wild and rebellious. Refusing to yield to heaven or earth, the blade rolled and surged, sweeping across the river's surface. Suddenly, the blade's light retracted sharply. Qin Mu sheathed the butcher's knife behind him and transitioned to Master Ma's fist technique. His energy surged through both arms, flowing to his fingertips, and he formed his fist, embodying the might of the Yangtze River rushing toward the sea, surging forth like a torrent breaking through the skies, relentless and unstoppable. The first form of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, single-handedly summoning spring thunder over the East Sea. He unleashed punch after punch, his mind conjuring images of the great river's flow. The sound of waves akin to thunder crashing into the ocean, and before he knew it, the essence of his technique mirrored this same grandeur. His fist suddenly opened, fingers trembling violently, compressing the air before him until it exploded, sending sprays of water splashing across the river surface. Yet, it was still inadequate. He failed to achieve the palm thunder. Qin Mu felt a twinge of disappointment. The lowest tier of Master Ma's Thunder Sound 8 styles required one to master the palm thunder, unleashing thunderous blasts with each strike, not only captivating the soul but also wielding tremendous power. As he ascended to a profound level of cultivation, he would attain divine powers, mastering the thunder, a realm far beyond his current capabilities. In his frantic dash, he retrieved a bamboo staff from his back, its tip glimmering as he executed not the ordinary techniques of a staff, but rather the art of spear play. He had learned the staff technique from the blind man, who had imparted spear techniques instead. The spear danced like an enraged dragon stirring the river's waters, each thrust accompanied by the turbulent flow of the river against the bamboo staff. Qin Mu then placed the bamboo staff behind him and drew forth a hefty iron hammer, demonstrating the hammering techniques taught by the mute blacksmith, ancient and unrefined, yet imbued with tremendous force, the weight of it contrasting starkly with his swift movements. After a considerable time, he sensed a depletion of his vital energy, his body weary and on the verge of exhaustion. Only then did he glance around and realize he had strayed far from the village of the aged, having ventured downstream over 100 miles. How had I run so far without noticing? Qin Mu's gaze was drawn to a verdant oasis in the heart of the river, where the waters surged tumultuously on either side. Compelled by an impulse, he rushed towards the oasis. Moments later, he found solid ground beneath his feet, having reached the oasis. The oasis was modest in size, resembling a small hill rising about 40 zhang above the river's surface, surrounded by lush greenery. In the dense thicket, the melody of birdsong was absent, only the sound of rushing water could be heard. Not far ahead, nestled within the trees, he spotted a temple, its dilapidated walls partially visible. Approaching the temple, he observed its state of decay. It had long been neglected, cobwebs cloaking its surfaces, yet it provided a decent respite. He halted before the entrance, where one door hung askew, casting dim shadows inside, but he could still discern a grand Buddha statue standing within. adorned with gold leaf that shimmered faintly. However, it was evident that this place had not seen visitors for ages. Much of the gold had flaked away, revealing the copper beneath, etched with peculiar characters that twisted like tadpoles. The statue of the Buddha was bound by thick chains, which Qin Mu noted extended from the small temple all the way to the edge of the oasis, plunging into the surging waters. How curious it was that these chains bound this great Buddha. The blind elder had mentioned that it was customary to offer incense at the temple, but lacking incense, he could only rest before it. Qin Mu cleared his throat and bowed deeply, saying, "I am but a humble villager from the village of the aged, residing by the river. Passing by this sacred temple, I seek a moment of rest, disturbing the local spirits, which troubles my heart." After a moment's hesitation, he continued reciting the words taught to him by the blind man. "I have been frail since childhood, suffering from deficiencies. And if there are any celestial sisters within this temple, I beseech you not to bring harm upon me." The blind man, a seasoned traveler of the world, had instilled in Qin Mu a deep trust in his teachings, and he felt assured that following the elder's guidance would not lead to misfortune. After this supplication, Qin Mu seated himself on the stone steps, removing his iron shoes and unbinding the iron ingots tied around his calves, taking a moment to breathe and recuperate. Throughout his journey, he had traversed the river with iron shoes and ingots, crafted anew by the mute blacksmith, heavier than before. Suddenly, a light laugh emanated from the temple behind him, a girl's bright voice chiming, "You speak quite amusingly. Very well, I shall spare you." Qin Mu hastily turned around, only to find a little girl seated atop the palm of the Buddha statue, her age seemingly akin to his own, around 11 or 12 years old. She wore 3 small braids, with 2 slender ones cascading down her chest and a thicker braid trailing behind her. She swung her little feet, giggling as she gazed at him. The girl's feet swayed, the golden rings around her ankles clinking together, producing a sound that rendered her laughter as radiant as the early spring sunshine. Qin Mu quickly rose and said, "Dear celestial sister, from whence do you hail?" The girl leapt down from the Buddha's hand, her laughter bright and joyful, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. "I am Xianqing, residing nearby. I have never encountered a celestial sister before. What is your name?" Seeing her cheerful demeanor, which did not suggest any malice, Qin Mu felt a sense of relief. "I am Qin Mu, which means the cowherd of the Qin family. I once had a cow, and the village elders always asked me to tend to it." Xianqing moved to the temple door, pulling open another entrance to scrutinize him from head to toe, and then glancing behind him. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "Where's your cow?" Qin Mu hesitated before responding. "The cow has transformed into a woman. I no longer have a cow." Xianqing, taken aback, exclaimed with delight, "Is there truly such an amusing occurrence? How did that happen? Can you transform as well?" Qin Mu shook his head, saying, "Not yet, but my grandmother can." Xianqing appeared somewhat disappointed. "I thought you could. Do you have any other fun stories? Come in and share with me." As Qin Mu lifted his foot, ready to enter the ancient temple, his gaze suddenly drifted past Xianqing, spotting several white bones behind the dilapidated Buddha statue. A pang of unease struck his heart, and his foot hung in the air, uncertain. The old man said that to offer incense in the temple, one must first pay respects to the Buddha. "I have not brought any incense, so perhaps I shall refrain from entering." "Do come in," Xianqing urged sweetly. Her eyes sparkled, and with her pearly teeth biting her red lip, she giggled. "I know some delightful secrets that only boys and girls can enjoy. Come in, and I shall teach you." Her breath carried the fragrance of orchids, her voice laced with allure. Moments ago, she radiated youthful brightness. Now, she possessed an enticing charm. Qin Mu felt his face flush crimson as he stammered, "I have been weak since childhood. Come in." The little girl's voice erupted like thunder. Chapter 17. The breaking of the spiritual womb behind her upper body, bony armor surged high, causing her form to hunch grotesquely. Her arms, composed of skeletal structures, extended outward, each finger tipped with razor-sharp claws. Curved bone spikes resembling antlers sprouted from the back of her head, and her face was a terrifying tapestry of ridges and hollows. From her mouth emanated an excruciatingly sharp sound, a cacophony of women's anguished cries merging into a single, piercing command. "Enter." Qin Mu raised his gaze to scrutinize this skeletal woman, resembling a centipede, his expression one of astonishment as he shook his head in refusal. "I shall not enter." The monstrosity within the temple roared in fury, its numerous legs scuttling rapidly, circling the sanctum in a frenzy before lunging at the ancient temple door. Just then, a clattering noise reverberated, shaking the oasis as thick chains swung violently. Qin Mu quickly turned to observe that one end of these chains sank into the river, entwined around the massive golden Buddha within the temple, while the other end was locked onto the creature. The monster clawed and snapped, yet it remained unable to step beyond the threshold of the temple. Calmly, Qin Mu seated himself, continuing his breathing exercises to cultivate his formidable physique, restoring his energy. After a moment, silence enveloped him as the creature, thwarted by the chains, suddenly turned its wrath towards the golden Buddha, exclaiming, "Cursed thief! How dare you imprison me here? Will you starve me to death? This child has not offered incense to you. Why not allow me to devour him?" The statue stood unmoving, impervious to its assault, and the creature's rage intensified as it circled the statue, sending countless bones flying upon impact. Eventually, the creature quieted, gathering the scattered bones one by one, hiding them behind the golden Buddha, its bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Qin Mu outside the temple. "Cursed thief, fresh meat delivered to my doorstep." It shifted back into the guise of the young girl, Xian Qing'er, her garments disheveled as she giggled. "Come, young man, let us indulge in shame together." Qin Mu possessed remarkable composure, ignoring her taunts, and after considerable effort, he finally restored his strength, feeling his vitality surge to new heights after a day of rigorous cultivation. A spark ignited within him, prompting him to channel his energy and recite the incantation of the demonic sound, once more assaulting the barrier of the spiritual womb. Kikita, Sami. Prajna, Prajna Sami, Kikita Prajna Sami. As his energy surged towards the spiritual womb's barrier, a resounding roar erupted within the ancient temple. The peculiar patterns beneath the gold leaf of the colossal Buddha shimmered with bloodlight, the golden foil radiating a brilliant glow. With a thunderous crash, the originally gilded statue of the Buddha opened its eyes, exuding an overwhelming presence. Qin Mu heard a commanding voice resonate in his ears. "Heretics! Dare you act with impunity before me, reciting the incantations of the demonic? I shall subdue you with the true words of the Buddha." The creature's expression shifted dramatically as the golden Buddha raised its hand, seizing the chains, dragging the monster uncontrollably towards itself. Thud! The creature knelt before the Buddha, overwhelmed by its majestic authority, rendered immobile at the feet of the statue. "Oem, ma, and I ba mi hung. Oem, ma, and I ba mi hung. Oem, ma, and I ba mi hung." The golden Buddha opened its mouth, emanating waves of profound mantras, as though a true Buddha were reciting sacred verses. The monstrous entity, upon hearing the resonant sounds, felt as if its very soul were being crushed by an invisible force, letting out a shrill, pained cry. Outside the temple, Qin Mu was bombarded by the powerful Buddhist incantations, his mind thrown into disarray. Yet, at that moment, his vital energy surged forth, colliding against the barrier of the spiritual womb, while echoes of divine sounds resonated from beyond the heavens, akin to celestial deities chanting scriptures. The divine sounds met the temple's Buddhist chants, amplifying in volume, countering the mantras and alleviating the pressure on his vital energy. A splendid opportunity arose. Without hesitation, Qin Mu uttered incantations of demonic resonance, proclaiming loudly, "Chi kuduo sa moyi, bo rua sa moyi. Chi kuduo bo rua sa moyi. Chi kuduo sa moyi, bo rua sa moyi. Chi kuduo bo rua sa moyi." The Buddhist sounds within the temple roared, "Oem, ma, and I ba mi hung. Oem, ma, and I ba mi hung." Simultaneously, the divine sounds from the heavens resonated with vigor. Guan, Ming, Duan, Jing, Wu, Si, Jiang, Yu, Tian, Shi, Dui, Shi, Wei, Ling, Nu. The three distinct voices intertwined, and the obstruction at Qin Mu's spiritual womb vanished in an instant. With unyielding momentum, he activated the 3 Dan techniques of the overbearing body, channeling all his vital energy towards the barrier of the spiritual womb. The waters surged like a roaring river, crashing against the banks, and as the waves struck the shore, Qin Mu's spiritual womb barrier erupted with a thunderous roar, collapsing under the force, allowing his vital energy to flood into the divine sanctuary of the spiritual womb. Subsequently, an even more ferocious surge of vital energy erupted from his spiritual sanctuary, instantly pervading his entire body, even surging through his hair, causing every strand to stand on end. The barrier of the spiritual womb was utterly obliterated. The success of this breach left Qin Mu momentarily stunned. He ceased his incantation, and the divine sounds abruptly faded. Within the temple, the golden Buddha's chant, now devoid of competition, came to a halt, returning to its serene immobility, while the monstrous being beneath the statue lay motionless, rendered senseless by the Buddhist sound. Within Qin Mu's mind, the invisible barrier that had obstructed his access to the divine sanctuary finally dissipated, revealing the spiritual womb's treasure without any hindrance. Had I truly breached the barrier? Qin Mu could hardly contain his elation, exulting outside the temple. He had consumed an immeasurable quantity of the blood of the four spirits, yet had long been unable to awaken the overbearing body. Now he had accomplished this feat through the harmonious clash of divine, demonic, and Buddhist sounds, filling his heart with immense pride. Soon after, Qin Mu calmed himself, pondering the spiritual womb barrier and the divine sanctuary. Since it is a divine sanctuary, there must be treasures left for me within. He closed his eyes, envisioning the radiant golden light at his brow, cautiously allowing his consciousness to enter this enigmatic sanctuary. Inside, the spiritual sanctuary revealed itself as an extraordinary realm, filled with golden brilliance, reminiscent of an ancient, mystical paradise. His consciousness delved into the spiritual sanctuary, which resembled an ocean of light, radiating brilliance in every direction, akin to a celestial realm. His awareness was nourished by this luminescence, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort. He soared through this golden sea of light for what felt like an eternity, yet he encountered nothing of significance. Was this not a spiritual sanctuary? Why was there an absence of anything within? Had the divine taken back the treasures bestowed upon him? Qin Mu pondered. For the sanctuary had been unveiled, yet the essence of the divine sanctuary remained elusive. Suddenly, he beheld a solitary statue amidst the luminous expanse, standing starkly against the brilliance. How could there be a statue within the spiritual sanctuary? Was this the sanctuary itself? Qin Mu, taken aback, circled the statue with his consciousness, scrutinizing it from every angle, only to realize the peculiarity. The statue was merely an illusion, not a carved stone. This figure resembled neither jade nor stone, translucent and radiant, yet exuding an inexplicable softness. Strangely, the visage of the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, reminiscent of his infancy, around the age of 2 or 3. Was there truly a statue of me within the spiritual sanctuary? Could it be that the divine recognized my appearance and crafted a likeness of me, concealing it within my spiritual sanctuary? Qin Mu mused, as his consciousness gently brushed against the statue, and suddenly, it surged uncontrollably into the statue itself. Chapter 18. The Bad Boy. Suddenly, Qin Mu found himself engulfed in darkness. When his consciousness awoke, he was horrified to discover that it resided within the statue. What had transpired? He opened his eyes, attempting to move them, and was astonished to realize that he could indeed turn his gaze. As he tilted his head, he noticed that his consciousness had assumed a form. Looking down, he saw that his essence had merged with the statue, its limbs becoming his own. Consciousness is devoid of physicality, yet now it had taken on a tangible shape. How extraordinary! He felt that the statue embodied a sort of spirit, neither purely energy nor entirely soul, an enigmatic presence that defied easy explanation. The spirit embryo's divine repository. Could it be that the statue was his spirit embryo, and that his consciousness entering it would awaken this essence? Was this what the divine repository referred to? In a fleeting moment, Qin Mu's spirit embryo blinked, and he grasped many concepts. The human body harbors 7 divine repositories, with the spirit embryo being the foremost. However, this repository is sealed. Ordinary individuals cannot unlock it, and thus cannot awaken their spirit embryos. Conversely, the repository of a spiritual entity is inherently open, allowing the corresponding spiritual blood to guide consciousness into the spirit embryo, facilitating its awakening. The spirit embryo is indeed the vessel for consciousness. Could it be that the divine did not bestow the spirit embryo upon humanity, but rather intentionally sealed it away? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of vital energy rushed in from the outside, entering the ocean of light. These strands of energy were absorbed by the tiny spirit embryo, flowing in and out in a delightful manner through his nostrils, bringing immense comfort. With each breath the spirit embryo took, his vital energy became increasingly refined. Moreover, Qin Mu discerned that the spirit embryo was also absorbing the golden light from the ocean, which mingled with the vital energy within him, creating a dazzling interplay of gold and energy, the purpose of which remained unclear. He attempted to make the spirit embryo stand, only to find that this diminutive being could neither rise nor move. A violent coughing echoed from the temple. The creature had not perished, but was now kneeling before the statue, expelling blood in great heaves. Contemplating his next move, Qin Mu stepped through the temple doors. Upon seeing him enter the ancient shrine, the creature was taken aback, unsure whether to feel fear or joy, and it struggled to rise. As Qin Mu approached, he began to chant, "Qk do smy, brbr smy, QKWRSMY. The creature quaked in terror. How dare it act with impudence? Behind it, the golden Buddha began to sway, radiating brilliance, and the chains clattered ominously, forcing it to kneel once more. Ma, any. Ba me hum. The resounding sound of the Buddha's voice reverberated, causing the creature to cough up blood, utterly weakened. You are a demon. The creature cautiously peeked out, fear etched across its face as it beheld Qin Mu entering the grand hall of the temple, its voice raspy with trepidation. You are the true demon. You are the harbinger of great evil. Qin Mu remained silent, making his way to the statue of Buddha. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately resolved to heed the advice of the blind old rogue and respectfully proclaimed, I have been frail and weak since childhood, suffering from kidney deficiency and premature ejaculation. Upon hearing this, the creature's eyes widened in astonishment, and while coughing up blood, it chuckled hoarsely, Young man, you dare to speak of your ailments before the Buddha? The statue will not offer you any aid. Qin Mu shot it an incredulous glance, muttering, What an absurdity. The statue trembled, and the creature, terrified, hastily pleaded, Do not recite any more. Spare me. Qin Mu ceased his incantation, yet the golden Buddha still uttered a true word, causing the creature to spit blood. Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing of value. Although he was taken aback by the mountain of white bones piled behind the statue, a grim testament to the countless lives lost within this dilapidated temple, victims of the creature's malevolence. The youth could not help but shake his head, saying, The bones concealed behind the Buddha render the statue an accomplice, aiding in concealing your transgressions and ensnaring more victims. Should I utilize the Buddha's hand to vanquish you, it would merely accrue merit for the statue, which I shall not do. Tell me, wretched creature, what treasures lie within this temple? The creature trembled, responding, I possess no treasures. I am suppressed here by the thieving bald one, and all valuables have been plundered. Enough of your nonsense. It added with a forced smile. During my years here, aside from occasionally satisfying my cravings, I have managed to acquire a few decent items, which I shall present to you. With great effort, it rose unsteadily and crawled to the top of the great hall, gently prodding at a concealed compartment that opened with a push. From within the hidden compartment, various weapons clattered to the ground, along with pieces of armor. Among them were several garments, predominantly women's undergarments, yet the fabric suggested they belonged to affluent families. This is all there is, the creature said with an apologetic grin. Qin Mu frowned, disappointment etched on his face. Is this truly all? No miraculous elixirs, or the like? Any elixirs I may have had have already been consumed, the creature replied. With a hint of skepticism, Qin Mu picked up a goosewing knife, which felt astonishingly heavy in his grasp, far exceeding the weight of the slaughtering knife strapped to his back. Curiously, while the slaughtering knife was considerably larger, it was lighter than the seemingly ordinary goosewing knife. The goosewing knife was narrow and elongated, while the slaughtering knife was broad and thick. Qin Mu removed the slaughtering knife and lightly struck it against the goosewing knife, resulting in a sharp clang as the goosewing knife snapped in two, its blade clattering to the ground. The creature's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the slaughtering knife in Qin Mu's hand, rendered speechless, filled with profound disappointment. Qin Mu cast aside the broken goosewing knife. Who forged this kitchen utensil of a knife? The creature gasped, stammering. This is a spiritual weapon nurtured by a master of the sixth harmony realm. It should not break upon mere contact. Your kitchen utensil of a knife is surely not forged by an ordinary craftsman. Qin Mu caressed the slaughtering knife, its blade chilling to the touch, sending a wave of coldness deep into his heart and lungs. The pig slaughtering knife was forged by the village's mute blacksmith, who was renowned in the vicinity for his exceptional craftsmanship. His creations were highly sought after, with villagers from neighboring areas often seeking his expertise in crafting kitchen knives, hoes, and iron plows. He did not use ordinary iron. The creature, frothing at the mouth, hesitated to approach, fearing that Qin Mu might utter those peculiar incantations again. It exclaimed, Touch it and see if there is any chill. If there is, it must be made of cold iron crystal. Qin Mu, astonished, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. There was a sense of coldness. The creature gasped. You crafted a cutting board from such cold iron crystal? And with such exquisite technique, to fashion a mere knife? What a waste of resources, a travesty of artistry. Qin Mu glared at it, concealing the pig slaughtering knife behind him, then began to gather the weapons and other treasures scattered on the ground, one by one, into the dilapidated temple, placing them before its entrance. The creature, infuriated, shouted, Having acquired such fine weaponry, why do you still wish to take my belongings? The old woman had stated that anything obtained through one's own prowess must be taken completely. The creature was beside itself with rage but dared not confront him, merely watching helplessly as he cleared away its painstakingly gathered treasures. "Do you have any bundles?" Suddenly, Qin Mu leaned in and inquired. "None." The creature cautiously stepped out of the grand hall, where it saw Qin Mu chopping bamboo from the island. Before long, he had crafted a bamboo raft, placing the treasures upon it, then propelling himself upstream with a long bamboo pole. "Who raised such a wicked child? Daring even to rob me?" The creature erupted in fury, finally finding the courage to voice its outrage. "Is there no law anymore? How dare you ask me for a bundle to carry away stolen goods? You infuriate me." Chapter 19. Awakening of the Dominant Body in the Oasis Downstream. Qin Mu recounted his experiences, causing a noticeable shift in the blind man's expression as he exclaimed, "In the temple of the oasis resides a lord-level beast. A formidable enchantress known as Wu Nu. You ventured into that temple? You actually managed to seize her treasures?" Granny C echoed in astonishment. "Is it truly the Wu Nu? I once passed by that dilapidated temple and witnessed her devouring too many lives. I even struck her down. Yet, she concealed herself behind that peculiar Buddhist statue, which seemed intent on subduing me, compelling me to spare her life. That statue is most mysterious. I have encountered her as well. She is indeed powerful. A great demon comparable to a 7-star realm expert." The cripple inquired, "Muer, how did you manage to steal from Wu Nu and escape her clutches?" Unable to conceal the truth, Qin Mu divulged the secrets he had learned from the canyon ruins about the language of magic, candidly sharing how he had invoked the voices of deities, demons, and Buddhas to refine Wu Nu. The villagers listened in rapt amazement, and after a prolonged silence, Old Ma exhaled a heavy breath, declaring, "Remarkable, truly remarkable for one so young." The cripple, the deaf, and others nodded in agreement, offering their enthusiastic praise. The fact that Qin Mu had extorted treasures from a great demon of Wu Nu's caliber was a testament to his capability, fulfilling their expectations and bringing them pride. The mute picked up several weapons, gesturing to indicate their inferior quality, signaling that they were of little use. "Tomorrow, I shall take these to Xianglong City, sell them, and procure some oil, salt, soy sauce, and perhaps some fine cloth and wine." Granny C chuckled. "My livestock should also be sold by then." Qin Mu's spirits soared at the thought of going to Xianglong City. Having grown up in the impoverished village, he had only recently been permitted to venture out and had only heard tales of Xianglong City, never having set foot there himself. "I cannot take you along. You are still too young." Granny C shook her head. Disappointment washed over Qin Mu, but after a moment's hesitation, he summoned his courage and said, "Granny, Old Ma, there is one more matter. My dominant body has awakened." Silence enveloped the surroundings. After a brief pause, cheers erupted from Old Ma, the cripple, the blind man, and Granny C, while the mute gestured animatedly, overwhelmed with excitement. The deaf remained oblivious to Qin Mu's words until he witnessed the others' jubilant reactions and burst into laughter. The blind man shouted, "Village chief, apothecary, come quickly. The dominant body has awakened." The butcher, filled with exhilaration, howled to the heavens, "Village chief, apothecary. The dominant body has finally awakened." The two often enjoyed tea together, relishing moments of leisure and tranquility. Just as the village chief was savoring his tea, the commotion from the blind man and Old Ma startled him, causing the tea to spew from his nose, eyes, and mouth, as fine jets of liquid erupted from the small pores of his lower eyelids. With a loud crack, the apothecary's teacup shattered in his grip, splattering tea all over the village chief's face. Both men stared at each other in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. The apothecary suddenly realized and stammered, "The dominant body has awakened?" The limping figure approached, nodding emphatically with a smile. "Indeed, the dominant body has awakened. I just examined him, and his vital energy is threefold stronger than it was this morning, more refined, and at the center of his brow, the spiritual embryo has awakened, emanating a peculiar wave that clearly indicates a fusion with consciousness. This is a definitive sign of the awakening of the spiritual embryo." Qin Mu stepped forward and observed the apothecary's mouth agape, as though 2 large duck eggs had been stuffed within. Meanwhile, the village chief's lower eyelid was still oozing water. And Qin Mu thought to himself, "Grandfather village chief and grandfather apothecary are indeed astonished, but perhaps their astonishment is a tad excessive?" The apothecary closed his mouth and urgently inquired, "Muer, has your dominant body truly awakened?" Qin Mu nodded and replied, "I awakened it inadvertently." The apothecary nearly choked, exclaiming, "Inadvertently awakened." His expression was quite peculiar, and he quickly cleared his throat to cover it up, smiling. "The awakening of the dominant body is indeed a splendid event. However, Muer, Now that you have just awakened your dominant body, do not let pride consume you. Your path of cultivation is only beginning. Do you understand? Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Inside the room, the two elders exchanged glances, and after a lengthy pause, the apothecary lowered his voice. Village chief, is Mu genuinely a dominant body? Certainly not. The village chief retorted decisively. Then how did he awaken? How would I know? The two elders continued to exchange puzzled looks, unsure of how to explain Qin Mu's phenomenon. After a considerable time, the apothecary ventured. Can a mundane body breach the wall of the spiritual embryo? A mundane body breaking the wall? I have never heard of such a thing. Mu'er is the first. Suddenly, the village chief laughed. Apothecary, perhaps Mu'er truly will become a dominant body, embarking on an extraordinary path. Wasn't that our original intention? The apothecary chuckled in agreement. The mundane body is indeed the dominant body. Mu'er has already awakened the mundane body. His journey as a dominant body is about to commence. I can almost envision him defeating a dragon with a single punch. The village chief nodded, smiling. Precisely. Perhaps he can, with this spirit and will, journey farther than we have. The two old foxes shared a knowing smile before exiting the room. The village chief cleared his throat and summoned Qin Mu, asking how he had awakened the spiritual embryo. Qin Mu recounted how, during the clash of divine sound, magical sound, and Buddhist sound, his vital energy had burst through the wall of the spiritual embryo successfully. The village chief stared blankly, murmuring, such a method exists? He couldn't help but reflect on how Qin Mu's fortuitous circumstances were likely beyond the reach of others. The three forces of divine sound, magical sound, and Buddhist sound contending against one another, combined with Qin Mu's audacity and daring to learn the magical language to contend with divine sound, was indeed a bold undertaking, bordering on recklessness. Even if someone else were to encounter this opportunity, they would likely not breach the wall of the spiritual embryo but instead be harmed by the powers contained within the magical sound, divine sound, and Buddhist sound. While others might be oblivious to the perils involved, he understood them all too well. Those were the powers of the divine and demonic, not to be coveted by mere mortals. Mortals who covet the powers of the divine and demonic find only a path to demise. Yet, Qin Mu had succeeded, inexplicably so, leaving the village chief somewhat perplexed. What he did not realize was that Qin Mu had also narrowly escaped death due to the fierce clash between the divine and demonic sounds. Fortunately, the jade pendant on his chest protected his life, sparing him from demise. The village chief meticulously examined Qin Mu's progress in cultivation, revealing a look of astonishment that he quickly masked, encouraging, Mu'er, dedicate yourself to your training and do not disappoint our expectations. With your awakening of the dominant body, you are now a warrior, no longer a mere child. Qin Mu nodded gravely. You all proceed first. I shall join the apothecary shortly. The village chief watched as Granny C and Qin Mu moved further away, murmuring, Apothecary, Mu possesses a profound vitality among those at the spirit fetus realm. He is perhaps the most formidable warrior I have encountered. The apothecary, observing the revelry by the campfire, replied softly, How profound. My cultivation at the spirit fetus realm was comparable to his, perhaps even inferior. The village chief replied calmly, I refer to my peak cultivation at the spirit fetus realm. While he has only just entered this stage and will continue to grow. The apothecary was struck with disbelief, gazing at him in astonishment, exclaiming, On par with your cultivation at the spirit fetus realm? What manner of being are you? How could it be? Yet he has indeed accomplished it. Chapter 20. The human spirit embryo. The village chief maintained a serene expression, smiling as he remarked, even before his spirit embryo awakens, his vitality and cultivation already surpass that of ordinary spirit embryo realm warriors, rivaling my own in my youth. Now that it has awakened, he shall only grow stronger. After all the years of effort he has put in, combined with the countless infusions of four spirits' blood you have provided, his accomplishments are not entirely unexpected. The apothecary remained astounded, murmuring, But even more profound than your own in those days, you are. I am merely an old cripple, he lamented. The village chief interrupted him, chuckling, One cannot measure the current youth by my standards. My concern now is that Mu'er's vitality lacks any attributes. How can we harness its power? He gestured, Let us proceed, lest they grow impatient. The apothecary felt a tremor in his heart. Vitality can only manifest its strength through attributes, and since Qin Mu's vitality possesses none, it naturally cannot unleash its potential. Despite his awakening of the spirit embryo and his cultivation vastly exceeding that of ordinary individuals, the inability to exert power renders it ultimately futile. The two approached the campfire, where the deaf man pulled out his iron ears, rinsing them in wine before reinserting them. He then poured the wine into the flames, igniting them fiercely, and laughed. "Chief, we just tested it. Although Mu has awakened the dominance body, he cannot exert the power of the dominance vitality. With your vast knowledge, surely you know how to unleash its might?" At that moment, the apothecary felt as if the elderly man beside him had grown 3 sizes larger in his head. The village chief looked up, gazing intently at the apothecary, who averted his gaze to clink glasses with old Master Ma. "Is Mu's dominance vitality strong?" the village chief inquired. The deaf man grasped his meaning, exclaiming, "Indeed. His vitality is remarkably resilient, difficult to disperse." Others echoed his sentiments, nodding in agreement. They had already perceived Qin Mu's extraordinary vitality during his duel with Brother Chu among the 5 sons of Li River. His vitality, infused into a small wooden stick, had proven impervious to Brother Chu's sword, indicating its formidable resilience. The village chief continued, "Is his vitality robust?" The deaf man replied, "Terrifyingly so. At his level, my vitality cultivation pales in comparison." His proclamation resonated with the others. Qin Mu's vitality was extraordinarily profound, as if he had cultivated for decades despite the recent awakening of his spirit embryo. The village chief, guiding them gently, posed, "Given that his vitality is so resilient and profound, why can he not unleash its power?" This time, the deaf man did not respond immediately but thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, Chief, why is that?" The village chief felt nearly suffocated by his inquiries, as if 2 daggers had been thrust into his chest by this deaf man. Fortunately, the mute beside him became animated, gesticulating excitedly and uttering incoherent sounds. The mute was correct. The deaf man suddenly realized, declaring, "Mu's vitality is so resilient and profound yet fails to exert power. This indicates that the issue lies not with Mu's dominance vitality, but rather with our methods being unsuitable for him, hence the inability to harness its strength. The problem resides with us." The village chief, feeling a sense of relief, was about to exhale when the deaf man interjected. "Then the question arises, how can we harness the power of the dominant body's vital energy? We are at a loss. Wise village chief, do you have any insights?" The chief, wishing he could sprout 2 arms to throttle the man, nonetheless understood the reasons behind Qin Mu's inability to unleash the power of his vital energy. Each of the 4 spiritual bodies possesses unique characteristics. For instance, the white tiger's vital energy exhibits metallic properties, capable of transforming into weapons that boast formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. When the white tiger's energy morphs into claws, it can rend foes asunder. And when it takes the form of a shield, it can thwart incoming attacks. The azure dragon's energy is imbued with the essence of thunder, wielding control over lightning and possessing some healing properties. The vermilion bird's energy is characterized by flames, fierce and domineering, exemplified by the herbalist and the blacksmith, who both draw upon these traits in their respective crafts. Lastly, the black tortoise's energy focuses on defense and water manipulation, exhibiting aquatic characteristics when manifested. However, Qin Mu's vital energy lacked these defining traits, rendering its power ineffective. Despite his formidable cultivation, it seemed to contribute little to his actual prowess. Yet, knowing the cause did not equate to having a solution. "Mu, what does your spiritual embryo resemble?" the village chief inquired of Qin Mu. Qin Mu described the peculiar spiritual embryo within his divine abode, leaving the gathered individuals by the campfire in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. A human-shaped spiritual embryo? This was the first time they had ever heard of such a phenomenon. Qin Mu, perplexed, asked, "Grandmappa, Grandpa Ma, isn't your spiritual embryo just a reflection of your childhood selves?" Grandmappa shook her head, sighing, "No. It's no wonder your dominant body differs from ours. It's enviable indeed." Her spiritual embryo was that of a small white tiger. "Mine is an azure dragon," Grandpa Ma added. The blind man remarked, "My spiritual embryo is a black tortoise." The mute gestured enthusiastically, indicating that his spiritual embryo was a vermilion bird. The village chief squinted, deep in thought. The 4 spiritual bodies were naturally endowed, with their spiritual embryos awakened from birth, requiring only a call to become warriors. Although the spiritual embryos of the 4 bodies may differ, they often share fundamental similarities, rarely straying from these 4 categories. Some spiritual bodies, while not strictly white tiger, azure dragon, vermilion bird, or black tortoise, still belong to these 4 classifications. Thus, the vital energies of the 4 spiritual bodies possess 4 distinct attributes. Qin Mu's human-shaped spiritual embryo, devoid of any attribute, faced challenges in awakening, making it difficult to unleash the full potential of his vital energy. The village chief, engulfed in contemplation, sought a method to activate the power of the dominant body's vital energy, yet even his exceptional intellect could not conjure a solution in that fleeting moment. Seeing his expression, Grandma suddenly realized, laughing, the village chief knows Mu is a dominant body but is unaware of the cultivation methods for it. The chief's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded. The villagers displayed expressions of disappointment, with the blind man murmuring, "You possess the greatest knowledge among us. And even you do not know the cultivation technique for the dominant body? Does that mean Mu's potential will go to waste?" A silence enveloped the group by the campfire. Suddenly, the butcher remarked, "Surely the dominant body technique is a creation of mankind?" The crowd, puzzled, turned their gazes toward him. The butcher chuckled, declaring, "Since the cultivation methods of the dominant body were conceived by humans, if others can create them, why cannot we? Even if we cannot forge them ourselves, Mu can certainly create them. I bow to no one. Hence, my technique of slaughtering pigs is my own invention. If you are daunted by the challenges before you, then I shall look down upon you. Mu, do not let me disdain you." Qin Mu nodded vigorously, feeling a surge of fervor rise within him, proclaiming loudly, "Rest assured, Grandpa Butcher, I shall not disappoint your high hopes." The butcher erupted into hearty laughter, slapping him on the shoulder, and soon, the others joined in, the earlier tension dissipating into thin air. Upon witnessing this scene, the village chief felt an unbidden release in his heart, laughter escaping his lips. "I deceived them into believing Mu was a dominant body, granting them the courage to persevere. Yet I found myself ensnared in my own web of lies, fixated on how to maintain the faade. Little did I realize that they had already found their motivation. While I remained troubled by my deceit, with the knot in his heart unwound, he felt a sense of ease." Qin Mu's presence inspired the villagers of the remnant elder village to strive for survival, igniting within him a renewed spirit of endeavor. The herbalist observed him and smiled. It had been long since the village chief had shown such joy. "I believe we must push the limits of the dominant body to unveil its true potential," he mused. Under the glow of the campfire, the butcher's face appeared even more fearsome as he declared fiercely, "One must be mad to survive. The dominant body surpasses the spiritual body. Thus, its vital energy must be stronger as well, albeit the conditions for its manifestation are undoubtedly more demanding. We must reach the extremes to unleash its potency." The cripple nodded. Mu's iron shoes must be thickened, and more iron ingots must be bound, compelling him to run faster. The blind man tapped his cane thoughtfully and remarked, "Previously, his training was too effortless. From now on, it must be doubled to draw out his latent abilities." Master Ma added, "Indeed, we must intensify our efforts to elicit his potential." The mute gestured animatedly, uttering sounds of encouragement. Qin Mu felt deeply moved, yet sensed an ominous undertone. The elders of the village were so fervently invested in his affairs, which truly touched him. But why did every utterance from them carry the notion of drawing out? The herbalist squinted, joining the discussion, stating, "Supplement. Continue to fortify him. We must bolster his vital energy until it becomes robust enough to unleash its power. My market is replete with rare beasts and exotic flora. I can concoct wondrous elixirs. In the herbal garden outside our village, all manner of spiritual herbs abound, sufficient to the extent that a mere pinch of his skin could yield spiritual essence." Herbalist, you are truly prepared to invest heavily. The crowd chuckled in response. Chapter 21. The potency of medicine. The medicinal garden outside the village is vast, filled with spiritual herbs that the apothecary has gathered over the years from the great bazaar, which has long piqued the villagers' envy. However, the apothecary has raised numerous perilous insects within the garden, deterring anyone from daring to steal the herbs. The great bazaar is seldom visited, yet it is abundant with spiritual herbs, many of which are rare treasures. Over the years, the apothecary has harvested countless exotic plants, transplanting them into the garden, and he seldom utilizes these precious herbs. Today, he has finally decided to employ them for Qin Mu. It is important to note that his discerning eye has enabled him to collect only the finest spiritual herbs. Even a single specimen could incite a great commotion if presented. Thus, the apothecary has undoubtedly invested significantly. My dear Mu, regardless of whether you possess the body of a tyrant, you are my cherished child, and I shall not allow anyone or anything to harm you. She is perceptive, having gleaned much from the expressions of the village chief and the apothecary during the bonfire celebration, though she chose not to voice her insights. She tiptoed to the inner room and fell asleep. The following day, the blind man burst into the room, brandishing his bamboo cane with exuberance, exclaiming, "Mu, rise quickly. Daylight has broken." The apothecary, "Old man, I have yet to rise. How dare you intrude? With a resounding crash, Qin Mu awakened from his slumber to witness the blind man soaring from Granny C's room, tracing an arc in the air before disappearing beyond the village. His ultimate destination unknown. Grandpa Blind is truly remarkable. Qin Mu marveled, observing how the blind man remained seated cross-legged in midair, holding his bamboo cane with an expression of innocence, only to be unceremoniously kicked away. Hastily, Qin Mu followed the blind man to the apothecary's shop. Before he even crossed the threshold, he was greeted by an intense aroma of medicine. There, he beheld a large vat suspended in midair, surrounded by several crimson birds that flitted around it, their feathers ablaze, igniting the vat's exterior to a fiery red as bubbling sounds emanated from within. Mu, this is your medicine. Upon seeing Qin Mu, the apothecary retrieved the final ingredient, a green leaf, and cast it into the vat. As the leaf touched the boiling potion, the liquid instantly thickened remarkably. With a swift motion, the apothecary spun the vat, and a cacophony of metallic clinks resonated as the contents transformed into half a vat of white pills, rolling and colliding with a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. With a wave of his hand, the crimson birds took flight from the window, vanishing from sight. As the vat settled onto the ground, Qin Mu gasped, "Grandpa Apothecary, must I consume so many pills today? If I were to eat them all, I would surely perish." The apothecary replied nonchalantly, "This batch of medicine is crafted from the finest spiritual herbs. Although it is the most basic of solidifying pills, one is worth more than 100 crafted by other apothecaries. You may consume only 1 or 2 at a time. Do not overindulge." Qin Mu remained skeptical. The apothecary had previously given him an array of peculiar medicines, each time filling a vast bowl, and now, only 1 pill? Could its potency truly be so formidable? The blind man, too, appeared doubtful, remarking, "Charlatans claim that 1 pill is equivalent to 100. Is your medicine genuinely this potent? Yet, it does smell delightful." The apothecary grinned ominously. "Why not try consuming the entire vat and see for yourself? Why not take a handful and taste it?" The blind man coaxed. Qin Mu, however, remained unfazed by his persuasion and merely pinched a single pill to his lips. Upon swallowing the elixir, he immediately sensed something amiss. It felt as though countless fire dragons, water dragons, golden dragons, and wood dragons were tumultuously churning within his core, causing his body to fluctuate in height and weight. At times encased in a layer of frost, at others enveloped in smoke. His garments sprouted tendrils, while the fur on his hide grew wildly. Occasionally, his attire shimmered with a metallic hue, and even his skin took on an unyielding hardness, rendering him as if forged from metal itself. More alarmingly, various symptoms erupted simultaneously, subjecting Qin Mu to unbearable torment. He let out a muffled groan and promptly activated the 3 pillars of the Overlord Body technique, channeling his essence to counteract the pill's potency. The blind man's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, "Pharmacist, it seems your solidifying essence pill is no ordinary concoction." Indeed, the standard solidifying essence pill is classified into 4 types: fire essence pill, water essence pill, gold essence pill, and wood essence pill. The pharmacist replied with a sinister smile. "These pills are designed to nurture and replenish the essence of the 4 elemental bodies. However, the essence of your overlord body lacks a specific attribute. So I devised a compromise, amalgamating the 4 elemental herbs into this singular solidifying essence pill, embedding it with all 4 properties. It may very well amplify the power of your overlord essence. This elixir can only be absorbed and resolved by your overlord essence. Had you consumed an entire vat of it, heh." The blind man shuddered at the thought. The conflicting elemental essences would likely diminish his own power by 2 or 3/10. Of course, this would only be the consequence of consuming a whole vat, while a single pill posed little threat to him. "Pharmacist, what exactly have you concocted, nourishing remedy or poison?" The blind man murmured to himself. Suddenly, Qin Mu let out a loud cry and took off at a sprint, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The blind man couldn't help but worry. With the 4 attributes clashing, could something happen to Mu? "He is merely digesting the pill's effects. There is no cause for concern," the pharmacist reassured. Though unease lingered within him, this was his first attempt at refining the solidifying essence pill, and he had no certainty regarding its potency or potential side effects. Whether it might be lethal remained uncertain. Naturally, he could not voice these thoughts aloud, lest Granny C seek revenge upon him. From the depths of the forest, Qin Mu's roars echoed, followed by the sound of trees crashing down with a resounding thud. The pharmacist's eyelid twitched as he asserted, "He will be fine. Trust me. Listen, he is brimming with vigor." The blind man sighed. Youth is indeed full of vitality. Amidst the mountains, Qin Mu dashed through the thickets, his punches and kicks swift as lightning, unleashing a frenzy of blows upon the towering trees. A tree that could be embraced by two people would succumb to merely 3 of his strikes. It was unbearable. The discomfort was overwhelming. The potency of the medicinal pill crafted by the pharmacist is undeniably formidable. In the midst of his frantic sprint, even the activation of the Ba Ti San Dan Gong fails to dissipate the overwhelming energy coursing through his body, which feels as if it might burst at any moment. He can only unleash the martial techniques taught to him by the Lame One and Master Ma, desperately expelling the excess medicinal force within his spiritual womb. The diminutive figure of his spirit embryo is fervently absorbing the influx of primordial energy, purifying it with each breath. This little Qin Mu is also left gasping for breath. Suddenly, the forest trembles, and a furious demon ape rises from the thicket, roaring in rage. Its fists, as large as hills, come crashing down upon Qin Mu, who, in a daze from the potent medicine, has unwittingly trespassed into the demon ape's territory. The sight of this little intruder ignites a fiery wrath within the beast, and it launches an immediate assault. With eyes ablaze and heart racing, Qin Mu abruptly looks up. The medicinal power within him erupts, causing his vitality to surge as if on the verge of explosion. He leaps into the air, aiming a punch at the demon ape's descending fist. The impact resounds with a thunderous boom, sending Qin Mu hurtling backward, crashing through several trees. The demon ape, brimming with excitement, leaps forward, sweeping its massive leg toward the freshly landed Qin Mu, its limb resembling a dark pillar of strength. With a fierce shout, Qin Mu unleashes a flurry of kicks, striking the muscular tendons and joints of the demon ape's legs relentlessly. The beast, feeling its strength wane, retaliates with a powerful downward punch. Qin Mu raises his arm to block, but is once again staggered by the blow. The demon ape closes in, its fists and feet cutting through the air with a whooshing sound, creating gales as it attacks Qin Mu. In a fit of madness, Qin Mu engages the beast in a head-on clash, undeterred even as he finds himself at a disadvantage. The demon ape, fueled by rage, intensifies its assault, each strike becoming more crushing than the last. In this chaotic exchange, trees are uprooted and rocks are sent flying. Suddenly, Qin Mu leaps as if propelled by unseen forces, sprinting along the demon ape's arm before appearing directly before it. Thousand-handed Buddha. His arms seem to multiply, creating countless afterimages as he unleashes a barrage of punches upon the demon ape's flabby nose. The creature, overwhelmed with pain, collapses, its massive palm swinging wildly to strike Qin Mu, sending him flying. As the demon ape regains its footing, blood streaming from its nose, it scans the area and spots Qin Mu, who has been forcefully pressed against the cliff face in a sprawled position, as if embedded within the rock. Satisfied, the ape declares, "Little one, perish." Yet the seemingly defeated Qin Mu stirs, pushing against the imprint left on the cliff wall, and charges at the demon ape in a frenzied rush. Startled, the demon ape thumps its chest, leaping forth with a furious roar to meet Qin Mu head-on. "Little one, die." Chapter 22. The secret of the statue in the valley beneath the cliff. Resounding thuds echoed continuously, shaking the leaves and causing the mountain birds to take flight in alarm. Within the valley, the demon ape leaped, clutching a boulder, and hurled it down fiercely towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu swiftly dodged, and the demon ape, missing its target, lifted the boulder once more to strike, only for Qin Mu to leap atop it, springing from its surface to land upon the ape's nose, delivering a powerful slap to its face. Executing the third stance of the thunderous 8 styles, 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder, he unleashed a torrent of energy, the first wave erupting from his palm like an enraged dragon, sending the demon ape crashing onto its back. Qin Mu's shoulders and hips coordinated in unison, channeling his full strength through every muscle as the second wave of power surged forth, causing the ape's head to collide violently with the ground, shattering the stones beneath. His muscles writhed like a coiling dragon, instigating the third wave of 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder, causing the fragmented stones to disintegrate. With a fierce contraction, the fourth wave erupted, embedding half of the demon ape's skull into the earth. The fifth wave sent a deep tremor through the ground, sinking the ape's entire head beneath the surface. As the sixth wave erupted, akin to 6 dragons charging forth, the demon ape, now alert, countered with a colossal fist, striking Qin Mu and sending him tumbling through the air like a mere insect. Qin Mu rolled and fell to the ground, while the demon ape struggled to free its head from the earth, shaking off the debris that clung to its dense fur. Meanwhile, Qin Mu sprang back to his feet, charging towards the ape once more. The demon ape, realizing its disadvantage, leaped up the cliff and crouched on the ledge, waving its hand dismissively. "Little one, no." Undeterred, Qin Mu raced forward, his feet barely touching the steep cliffside as he ascended towards the demon ape. Enraged, the ape and Qin Mu stood atop the cliff, exchanging blows that sent rocks scattering in all directions. After a prolonged struggle, both combatants found themselves exhausted, collapsing onto the cliff's edge, panting heavily. After a brief moment, Qin Mu regained his breath, sitting up to regulate his breathing, a surge of joy swelling within him as he felt his vitality strengthen significantly during this short encounter. The energy coursed through him, invigorating every part of his being. His body bore more dirt than before, likely a testament to the potent energy he had harnessed during the battle, purging impurities from within. With a flick of his finger, he sent a sharp gust of wind slicing through the air, akin to an arrow's flight. Startled, the demon ape sat up, adopting a defensive posture. Qin Mu stretched his weary limbs, feeling the soreness in his muscles, and shook his head. No more fighting. The demon ape understood, visibly relieved, and uprooted a tree of considerable girth, munching on its leaves before offering the trunk to Qin Mu with a rumbling voice. "Little one, eat." Qin Mu plucked a vibrant red fruit from the tree, peeled it, and savored its sweet essence as it slid down his throat. The demon ape cast a disdainful glance at him, criticizing his modest consumption, and thumped its chest with great force. "Eat. Grow strong." Qin Mu, having been struck and left with bruises, suppressed the aches coursing through his body, rose to his feet, and performed the thunderous 8 forms before the hulking beast. Then patted his own chest. "Practice. Grow strong." The demon ape rolled its eyes in response, resuming its slow munching on the leaves, scoffing. "Believe it, ghost." Once Qin Mu had recuperated, he leapt from the precipice and sprinted down the cliffside. "Tomorrow, we fight." The demon ape blinked, and as soon as Qin Mu had vanished from sight, it sprang into action, mimicking the movements Qin Mu had just displayed. Though its execution of the thunderous 8 forms was rather crude, its immense strength allowed it to capture some essence of the technique, unleashing a punch that resonated with the sound of thunder. The demon ape stared in astonishment, a look of wild joy spreading across its face as it continued to strike with booming sounds, the winds howling around the cliff, exclaiming, "Strong, strong, strong." Qin Mu nodded, feeling a surge of tension from the herbalist. "The spirit fruit indeed proves effective. My vitality has increased," he remarked. The herbalist finally exhaled in relief, smiling. "This spirit fruit is certainly beneficial for enhancing the body dominance vitality. As long as you do not suffer fatal consequences, it confirms my method is sound. You keep this batch of elixirs. I shall return to devise other formulas." With that, he departed cheerfully. The blind man approached, leaning on his bamboo cane, and inquired, Mu, are you weary? If so, I can teach you a superior ocular technique." Qin Mu coughed lightly and replied, "Grandfather blind, I am over here. The latrine is over there." The blind man turned, addressing the butcher basking in the sun at the grinding stone. I pondered for quite some time. "Your body dominance vitality lacks attributes, which makes my techniques incompatible for you. However, this ocular technique requires no specific attributes, and your body dominance vitality should suffice for its cultivation. Follow me. This art is called the 9 Heavens eye-opening technique." Qin Mu felt overwhelmed, harboring doubts about the blind man's reliability, yet he steeled himself to follow. He found it perplexing that while the blind man spoke of teaching him the 9 Heavens eye-opening technique, he instead led him to observe 4 stone statues in the village. They settled before the statues at the eastern edge of the village, where the blind man, with empty eye sockets, gazed intently as if discerning something profound. Qin Mu was aware that everyone in the village was peculiar, and even the statues at the corners of the settlement possessed an oddity. In Songlo village, nothing was without its strangeness. Although the 4 statues were not particularly tall, they were astonishingly heavy, so much so that even with his considerable strength, especially after consuming the blood of the 4 spirits, he could not budge them in the slightest. His vitality had begun to refine his body, purging his marrow, making him increasingly robust, yet he remained unable to shift the statues. The statue at the northern corner depicted an elderly man with a turtle-like back, holding a whisk, which was sculpted as a large white snake, coiling around the elder's back as its head raised to gaze into the distance. The statue at the western corner was a woman adorned with a feathered crown, with a tiger lying at her feet. This statue was equally strange, as an eye was carved into her forehead, within which rested a bird's nest housing 3 little birds. Before him stood a statue located at the eastern corner of the village, depicting a dragon-headed creature, burdened with a medicinal basket containing several plants. The blind man urged him to observe this statue closely. However, Qin Mu had seen it countless times before, even climbing atop it in playful defiance. and he truly failed to comprehend what was so remarkable about it. "Mu, can you lift the statue?" the blind man inquired, noticing his lack of enthusiasm. "I cannot," Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. The statue was simply too heavy, far heavier than mere stone. A stone of such height would typically weigh around 1,000 pounds. And with Qin Mu's current strength, he could easily bear that weight. Yet, he could not budge the statue in the slightest. The blind man, gently coaxing him, asked, "Do you know why the statue is so heavy?" Again, Qin Mu shook his head. "The statue itself is not heavy at all, not in the slightest." The blind man stated calmly, "What weighs heavily is not the stone, but rather what has been carved from it." Qin Mu was perplexed. Was not that which had been carved still stone? The blind man continued, "For instance, if you were to follow a deaf man to learn painting and calligraphy, your creations would be nonsensical and worthless. Yet, the works of the deaf man would be priceless, worth more than 1,000 gold pieces. Both pieces are merely paper and ink. Why then is the deaf man's work of greater value?" Qin Mu, though somewhat enlightened, recognized that the deaf man's artistry possessed an extraordinary spirit, far surpassing his own. The blind man raised his bamboo staff, pointing at the statue, and declared, "If these statues were crafted by an ordinary person, they would bear no weight. However, the artist behind them carries immense significance, and the subject matter is truly formidable. Thus, the weight of the statue transcends ordinary understanding. To bear such a statue is akin to carrying a deity." Chapter 23. The wildness of blasphemy. A profound shock coursed through Qin Mu's heart. To bear the stone statue was akin to shouldering a deity. A chill ran down his spine. Were the statues in the village truly that weighty? Who, then, was the sculptor of these effigies? What divine beings were etched into their forms? And why would their likenesses bear such gravity? Would his childhood indiscretions of climbing upon these statues to relieve himself invoke the ire of the gods? Fear not. The deity that inspired this sculpture has long since perished. Mu, what I wish to show you is not merely a stone statue, but an image crafted by the divine for the divine. The blind man's voice resonated, ringing in Qin Mu's ears like a thunderous bell. He directed his attention towards a bamboo basket beside the statue and bellowed, "Mu, the nine heavens eye-opening technique reveals the divine sight. It is only fitting that such sight should behold the divine. Use your vision to perceive the essence, the grace, the aura, the demeanor, and the very spirit of the gods." Qin Mu felt his spirit quiver. To perceive the divine? To gaze upon the deity within the statue? Allow your vital energy to flow into your eyes, unlocking the first layer of your mortal vision. The blind man's bamboo staff gently tapped Qin Mu's heart, this time with remarkable precision. Instantly, Qin Mu felt his vital energy surging forth, racing towards his eyes. Cultivating one's vision is fraught with peril. His vital energy began to refine his body, purging impurities and excess fat. Yet the eyes are the most challenging aspect to refine. A veritable forbidden zone where a moment's carelessness could lead to blindness. Qin Mu had previously inquired with the village chief about refining the eyes, but the chief had merely cautioned against such attempts. Yet, the blind man urged Qin Mu's energy to surge violently towards his eyes, defying logic with its ferocity. A piercing pain shot through his eyes as his vital energy surged forth, flooding into them. Despite the substantial strength of his cultivation, it was greatly constricted by the blind man's overwhelming prowess. How vast could the eyes be? Yet in that moment, Qin Mu felt as if his eyes had expanded to an unfathomable scale, as immense as the heavens themselves. His vital energy, akin to a dragon, surged into these colossal orbs, erupting forth like a pillar reaching skyward. The torrents of vital energy cascaded across the firmament, weaving bizarre patterns in the celestial tapestry, interlacing like the very fabric of divine law, blanketing the sky. The earlier pain abruptly vanished, replaced by an unparalleled comfort, a solace previously unknown. Mu, remember the patterns in the sky. They represent the first layer of the nine heavens eye-opening technique, the divine array of the celestial realm. The blind man's voice echoed from above, sounding both distant and exalted. He continued to channel his vital energy, and after a considerable time, Qin Mu felt his reserves nearly depleted before the blind man finally withdrew his staff from Qin Mu's heart. "How much have you retained?" the blind man inquired. "About 60 to 70%, Qin Mu replied. A look of satisfaction spread across the blind man's face. To recall such a substantial portion in such a short time is commendable. Now, replenish your vital energy. Qin Mu commenced a vigorous run, invoking the barbarian body's 3 dantian technique to hasten the recovery of his vital energy. Qin Mu immediately summoned his vital energy, channeling it into his eyes, where it formed the intricate patterns of the celestial array. Although he had only mastered about 60 to 70% of the array's complexity, the vital energy suffused his gaze, bestowing upon him a refreshing clarity that allowed him to see through all. He lifted his eyes to the dragon-headed elder statue before him, and his spirit trembled. What had once appeared ordinary suddenly transformed into a vibrant spectacle. The statue seemed to come alive, morphing into a towering deity. He even perceived slender rays of light emanating from around the statue, illuminating its sacred and solemn presence. In that moment, his spirit was overwhelmed by the statue's magnificence. To him, it was no longer merely stone, but a living god. The essence, demeanor, aura, and momentum of the divine crushed his spirit, compelling his knees to buckle, urging him to prostrate himself upon the ground. Continue to gaze, do not shut your eyes, and do not kneel, the blind man intoned coldly. In your youth, you climbed atop this statue to relieve yourself. You dared to do so then. So why now, as an adult, do you wish to kneel? Mu. The Nine Heavens eye-opening technique is not merely about opening your eyes. It is also about awakening your spirit, allowing you to confront the world's might and malevolence. A warrior's strength lies not solely in the power of their techniques. The fortitude of the spirit is even more crucial. If your heart succumbs to a mere pile of stones, no amount of martial prowess will yield success. With a thud of his cane, the blind man declared, if you resist the statue's pressure, your spirit will grow. To strengthen your power, first cultivate your spirit. Be your own deity, fearless and undaunted. Sweat cascaded down Qin Mu's forehead as he fiercely battled the urge to kneel. The oppressive aura of the statue was overwhelming, nearly impossible to withstand. The blind man's insistence on fearlessness felt unattainable. Without the awakening, the statue was just an ordinary figure. Climbing upon it to relieve oneself would not warrant a second thought. Yet with the awakening, the statue became a deity, and even the mere act of gazing upon it felt like sacrilege. The gods of the broken temple are easily toppled. But the gods within a broken heart are far more challenging to dismantle. Do you know who uttered this phrase? The blind man queried. The one who spoke this seemingly heretical statement was none other than the current national master of the kingdom of Yinkong beyond the great ruins, revered as the foremost among the divine. With an air of authority, the blind man continued, Mu, the gods residing in your heart are false and aberrant. Shatter them to erect your own statue. Do not kneel before even a true god standing before you. He planted his cane aside, loosened his belt, and laughed heartily. Not only must you refrain from kneeling, but you should also urinate upon it. Urinate upon it? Qin Mu was taken aback. Urinate on a deity? The blind man laughed heartily as he directed his stream at the statue, declaring, yes, urinate upon it. You have done so countless times in your youth. Do you now lack the courage? Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu unfastened his belt, and a surge of warmth escaped, splattering against the statue. This act was unlike any prior. Though the statue retained its sacred and imposing aura, the suffocating pressure compelling him to kneel vanished without a trace. The old and the young exchanged glances, bursting into laughter, reveling in their joyous camaraderie. He understood the reason behind the blind man's actions. The bamboo staff in the blind man's hand was not merely a staff, but a weapon. When the blind man entered the village of the disabled and elderly, his eyes were utterly destroyed, his body grievously injured, appearing as a pitiful beggar, covered in filth. Yet, his steps were remarkably steady, and the bamboo staff he wielded was equally firm. As he walked into the village, he struck the village chief with the impression of a furious dragon sweeping through the small settlement. The blind man's demeanor towering in the chief's eyes like a pillar reaching the heavens. In the world, only the deity of the spear possessed such skill and spirit. However, the true strength of this spear god lay not in his weapon, but in his eyes, those divine eyes capable of perceiving the flaws in every technique. And now, the blind man had passed on these divine eyes to Qin Mu. To master the spear, one must first cultivate the eyes. To refine the eyes, one must first refine the heart. The blind man's eyes were divine. The stronger the eyes, the more one could perceive reality, and the clearer the perception, the more one could confront the great terror. Chapter 24. The broken heart of the divine. The world is far more intricate than what is perceived by the ordinary eye. The distinctions between what a common person sees and what an enlightened warrior perceives are akin to two disparate realms. The village's stone statues may appear mundane, yet those who have awakened their sight can discern the divine within these figures. Remnants of gods and demons are scattered throughout, and the awakened warriors can witness the terrifying manifestations of these entities. While ordinary individuals see mere Buddha statues, those with enlightened vision behold the unparalleled great Buddha, a presence that crushes the spirit. Should a warrior lack a robust heart, the sights they encounter may ultimately lead to their demise. Thus, the blind master instructs Qin Mu in the art of sight, commencing with the cultivation of the heart. By dismantling the divine within, he fortifies himself against fear, paving the way for future accomplishments. The Buddhist doctrine asserts that to harbor a Buddha within the heart complicates the path to becoming one. The national master of Yinkan states that while it is easy to dismantle the deities in the temple, dismantling the divine within the heart poses a far greater challenge. Both perspectives align with the blind man's crude yet effective method of urinating on the stone statues. Though harsh and radical, it yields results. Upon first encountering the blind master, the village chief was struck by the immense aura radiating from him, reminiscent of a furious dragon sweeping through the land. Yet, at that moment, the blind man's eyes had been gouged out, leaving him in a state of decline. It is worth noting that Qin Mu played a pivotal role in this transformation. Since the arrival of this gifted boy, the villagers' pent-up resentment gradually dissipated. In his quest to teach Qin Mu the nine heavens eye-opening technique, the blind man sought to awaken his divine sight, though all that remained were the eyes of the heart. As the blind man imparted his knowledge to Qin Mu, the village chief sensed the awakening of the blind man's divine sight, an eye of the heart. Though he was devoid of physical eyes, he compensated with inner vision. The chief gently closed his eyes, basking in the sun, silently contemplating that the eye of the heart would surpass the divine eye, and the marksman would exceed his former self. When you emerge from the great desolation, your adversary shall tremble, he mused. After relieving himself, Qin Mu shivered momentarily, feeling a rush of exhilaration. The stone statues could no longer suppress his spirit. Upon gazing at them anew, he discerned numerous details previously hidden from his sight. It was as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes, revealing the vivid hues of reality that had once been obscured. He greedily absorbed the vibrant colors around him, overwhelmed by the beauty he had never before recognized, evoking tears of joy. Approaching the other stone statues in the village, his spirit was once again stirred. The remaining 3 statues, akin to the dragon-headed elder's figure, emanated a potent divine radiance, exuding a transcendent aura imbued with sanctity. Yet, he could now observe them with equanimity. These statues no longer held sway over his spirit. Having only mastered the first level of the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, he was already elated. What heights would the subsequent levels elevate his vision to? What breathtaking vistas awaited his gaze? Taking out a bronze mirror, he peered into its depths, noticing a distinct change in his eyes. Within the pupils, a circular ring emerged, adorned with peculiar patterns resembling intertwined flashes of lightning. Gradually, this luminous ring dimmed and began to fade away. Qin Mu closed his eyes, carefully channeling his vital energy to construct the intricate patterns of the divine sky's heavenly gang array within his pupils. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld an additional circular ring within his reflection, a projection of the divine sky. Should he master the 9-fold heavenly eye technique, his gaze would reveal a series of 9 interlocking rings, akin to 10 eyes layered upon one another. Qin Mu mused. The blind man continued to instruct him on the complete cultivation of the divine sky's heavenly gang array. After an extended period, Qin Mu finally grasped the full intricacies of the heavenly gang array. Muer, have you rested sufficiently? The butcher leapt down from the stone mill, seizing 2 cleavers. Once you are rejuvenated, it is time to practice your blade. Qin Mu acknowledged with a nod, retrieving a cleaver and charging toward the butcher. In the afternoon, he visited the mute blacksmith to forge iron. The blacksmith gestured animatedly, articulating various techniques of cultivation. Qin Mu nodded, deep in thought. The blacksmith conveyed that cultivating was akin to blacksmithing, emphasizing the importance of both gentle and fierce flames, as well as the process of quenching with water. This represented a harmonious balance of literature and martial prowess, of rigidity and flexibility, of dragon and tiger. As Qin Mu pondered the blacksmith's wisdom, he found profound truth in his words, feeling a deep admiration for the mute. The blacksmith's insights saved him from numerous detours. While forging, the blacksmith also taught him to observe the fire, demonstrating with gestures. Qin Mu's eyes brightened as he followed the instructions, simultaneously observing the flames and channeling his vital energy. Invoking the dominant body's 3 elixirs technique, his energy coursed through him like a small furnace nestled within his chest, radiating throughout his body. It felt as though his vital energy was ablaze, a truly wondrous sensation. Simultaneously, within his spiritual womb, the spirit embryo absorbed energy from the luminous sea, breathing in and exhaling vital energy. Remarkably, the spirit embryo began to transform, expelling ignited energy that entwined around it, as if it were bathed in the warmth of a furnace. Qin Mu was astonished. His spirit embryo was undergoing a process of refinement, producing such extraordinary changes that he had not anticipated. The blacksmith, equally surprised, carefully observed Qin Mu. After a while, sensing that his spirit embryo could no longer endure the fiery intensity, Qin Mu quickly ceased his observation of the flames. The blacksmith gestured again, placing the heated iron rod into water, which hissed and released a plume of white steam. He signaled once more, prompting Qin Mu's eyes to widen in realization as he contemplated the water vat. Gradually, a sound of flowing water resonated within his chest, a gentle murmur that transformed his vital energy into a delicate stream that mingled with the spirit embryo. Miraculously, his energy began to refine the spirit embryo. The spirit embryo reveled in the dual refinement of fire and water, experiencing sheer delight. The following morning, Qin Mu awoke feeling invigorated, brimming with abundant energy. Utilizing the blacksmith's method of cultivation had indeed proven to be exceptionally effective. He was eager to seek out the demon ape for a confrontation. With enthusiasm, he consumed a firming essence pill, the potent effects compelling him to rush out of the village to release his pent-up energy. Meanwhile, the demon ape awaited him at the cliff's edge, having been there for quite some time. Little one, prepare yourself. The formidable demon ape had diligently practiced the thunderous 8 techniques imparted by Qin Mu, and felt a significant enhancement in its prowess. As Qin Mu charged towards it, the creature, brimming with excitement, discarded the branch it had been gnawing on and assumed a combative stance, chuckling with anticipation. Come, let us engage. As Qin Mu approached, the demon ape, resembling a moving mountain, barreled forward with unyielding force. Suddenly, it unleashed a technique known as Alone in the Eastern Sea, commanding the spring thunder, accompanied by a howling wind that crescendoed in intensity, uprooting trees around it. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with determination. He let out a piercing howl and simultaneously executed the same technique, resulting in a thunderous collision. A resounding boom echoed, sending both man and ape reeling from the impact. The demon ape landed and immediately charged once more, its colossal fists cleaving through the air, creating tremors that reverberated around them. Qin Mu was astounded to observe that this ape had also mastered the thousand-handed Buddha technique. Although its execution was somewhat unrefined and the intricacies of the move were not fully grasped, the essence of the thousand-handed Buddha was unmistakably within its command. Coupled with the creature's immense strength, the power of the technique, in its hands, surpassed even that of Qin Mu. The demon ape's physique was astonishingly robust, and after mastering the thunderous 8 techniques, it had become even more formidable, with each punch delivering a terrifying force. Despite Qin Mu's recent surge in cultivation, bolstered by the nourishing energies in the ingestion of a vitality pill, he had anticipated overpowering the ape. To his dismay, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, increasingly feeling the weight of the creature's strength against him. Chapter 25, The Second Awakening in the Valley Beneath the Cliff. An intense battle erupted between a man and a monkey. The confrontation was fierce, and Qin Mu felt his arms grow increasingly sore and weak under the relentless pressure of the demon ape. Before long, he found himself battered and bruised. Yet the demon ape refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead continuing their contest with restrained force. Eat, grow strong, the demon ape roared, delivering a punch that surged with a tempest of 9 distinct forces, embodying the third stance of the thunder sound 8 forms, 9 dragons commanding the wind and thunder. As it struck, the ape admonished Qin Mu to consume more food to grow as robust as itself. Celestial Eye of the Divine Sky, awaken. Qin Mu's vital energy surged into his eyes, manifesting the first layer of the 9-fold Celestial Eye technique within his pupils, which seemed to multiply his vision. With the activation of the Celestial Eye, the world around him transformed into a realm of clarity, depth, and order. Even the demon ape's fist, hurtling toward him, appeared wondrously distinct. He could perceive the minute tremors of each hair on the ape's fist as it sliced through the air, and even discern the intricate movements of sinews and muscles beneath the ape's skin, along with the trajectory of its formidable strength. The 9-fold Celestial Eye technique, imparted to him by the blind master, unveiled the hidden truths within the apparent, elevating his understanding of the dynamics of power between himself and his opponent to an unprecedented level. As Qin Mu's fist met the demon ape's, in the instant of imminent collision, his fingers suddenly flicked out in succession, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle akin to a bowstring released with great force. This was the second stance of the thunder sound 8 forms, the thunderous pluck of the pipa. Master Ma's martial art was not solely reliant on punches. It also incorporated exquisite finger techniques, among which the thunderous pluck of the pipa was particularly refined. Qin Mu's first finger strike landed upon the demon ape's massive fist, causing the ape to immediately sense a complete loss of power in its blow. With the second finger, The demon ape felt a violent tremor reverberate through its arm. The third finger strike elicited a similar response, with the ape's muscles quaking, igniting a sense of alarm within it. The fourth strike compelled the ape's arm to rise involuntarily, exposing a vulnerability in its chest. The fifth finger strike landed squarely upon the chest of the colossal creature, and the demon ape felt as though it had been struck by the force of hundreds of raging bulls, sending it tumbling backward uncontrollably. Qin Mu stood momentarily astonished. The ninefold celestial eye technique imparted to him was undeniably formidable. The true strength lay not in his technique but in his vision. As he effortlessly discerned the fluctuations and vulnerabilities in the demon ape's strength, exploiting the weakness in its punch. The first finger strike had directly neutralized the overwhelming force of the ape's attack. Just as he was lost in thought, the demon ape erupted in fury, launching a punch that sent Qin Mu flying. The ape then leaped into the air, fists raised, and brought them crashing down toward Qin Mu. The ground trembled as Qin Mu's body crashed into a deep pit upon impact. The demon ape landed with a thud and aimed a punch at the pit. Just before its fist could connect, Qin Mu's fingers flicked out again, striking the ape's fist. In the next moment, the ape's massive form was propelled upward, and Qin Mu leaped from the pit, pursuing the demon ape midair. 9 dragons commanding the wind and thunder. A series of thunderous impacts resonated as the colossal form of the demon ape plummeted like a meteor, crashing into over a dozen towering trees. After an extended period of fierce combat, Qin Mu and the demon ape reached the summit of the cliff, collapsing in exhaustion, devoid of any strength to continue their duel. Although the divine eye of the heavenly realm was immensely powerful, it exacted a significant toll on one's vital energy. Despite Qin Mu's profound cultivation, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. After a brief respite, the demon ape sat up, raised a thumb, and pointed to itself, exclaiming, "I, brother." Qin Mu also sat up, shaking his head, "I, brother. You, younger brother." The demon ape, incensed, brandished its fist, muscles rippling with bulging sinews, declaring, "I, strong." Qin Mu seized one of its fingers, swinging it with force and slamming it into the ground, retorting, "I, stronger." The demon ape sprang back to its feet, and once again, they engaged in combat, only to soon find themselves drained, lying side by side, gasping for breath. As Qin Mu regained some vitality, he rose and demonstrated the thunderous 8 forms atop the cliff, drawing the unwavering gaze of the demon ape, who learned with remarkable speed. Within a few hours, it had mastered the complete thunderous 8 forms, leaving Qin Mu in a state of disbelief, questioning whether he could still best this formidable creature. Was this beast truly a martial genius, capable of such intelligence? Could it cultivate? Pondering this, Qin Mu settled down to instruct the demon ape on the art of breath regulation, imparting his own body dominance 3 elixirs. The demon ape mimicked the breathing techniques with earnestness, as the body dominance 3 elixirs were fundamentally a simple guiding exercise, merely a method to channel and direct vital energy. Before long, the demon ape had grasped the guiding technique, its breathing becoming steady and rhythmic. This swift mastery could be attributed to its nature, being herbivorous and naturally tranquil. Its thoughts were pure and uncomplicated, allowing it to learn the technique in such a short span. Truly, this creature was a martial prodigy. Seeing its rapid progress, Qin Mu could not help but express his admiration, saying, "Big fellow, train diligently. I shall return tomorrow for another bout." With that, he leaped from the cliff and made his way toward the village. The demon ape watched him depart and then sat down, murmuring, "Little one." In the following days, Qin Mu returned daily to spar with the demon ape. After each battle, the ape would offer him fruits, while Qin Mu guided it in its cultivation, even teaching it the leg techniques of the lame thief's divine legs. Initially, the demon ape excelled in fist techniques but struggled with leg techniques. However, after learning the divine legs, its kicking prowess became remarkably intricate, catching Qin Mu off guard on more than one occasion. Qin Mu's strength surged rapidly, and the demon ape's progress was equally astonishing. Soon, it made notable strides in its vital energy, and during their duels, if Qin Mu did not employ the divine eye of the heavenly realm, he could not secure an advantage and would often find himself at a disadvantage. That afternoon, after their match, Qin Mu, as was customary, assisted at the mute blacksmith's forge, adhering to the lessons imparted by the blacksmith as he observed the flames by the furnace. Within his spiritual womb, his vital energy blazed, refining his spirit embryo, and everything seemed as it had before. At that moment, however, his spirit embryo began to voraciously absorb the golden radiance from the ocean of light within his spiritual repository, countless beams of gold flooding into his spirit embryo. Qin Mu found himself at a loss, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around him. Meanwhile, The mute was unable to perceive the extraordinary transformation occurring within Qin Mu's spiritual embryo, and thus remained oblivious to the remarkable changes taking place within his body. The spiritual embryo absorbed an ever-increasing amount of golden light, but suddenly, the tiny figure ceased its absorption and no longer breathed in the vital energy. Falling into a state of profound silence, Qin Mu attempted to mobilize his spiritual embryo, yet it remained motionless. Had the spiritual embryo perished? The youth felt a twinge of unease. After a considerable time, the spiritual embryo gradually began to revive, awakening from its slumber. Qin Mu exhaled in relief and resumed his observation of the flame. At that moment, he sensed his vital energy becoming extraordinarily intense. As the spiritual embryo breathed in and out, the energy ignited, flowing from the spiritual embryo's sanctuary without extinguishing. Startled, Qin Mu hastily ceased his observation. But it was too late. His garments spontaneously ignited. The mute swiftly lifted a large water vat and placed it over Qin Mu's head, extinguishing the flames. As the mute removed the vat, Qin Mu was already drenched, resembling a drenched chicken. The mute stood in shock, inspecting the charred marks on Qin Mu's clothing. Before discarding his hammer and iron rod, darting toward the village chief with fervent gestures. The village chief, taken aback, promptly instructed the deaf and mute to carry him over, saying, "Muer, try observing the flame once more." Qin Mu, uncertain of the chief's grave demeanor, resumed his observation. Within his spiritual embryo sanctuary, the vital energy transformed once again into a fiery furnace, encircling the embryo. Subsequently, a wave of heat surged from within him, causing the temperature of his body to rise rapidly. The village chief's eyes brightened, and he gently guided, "Muer, keep your mind steady, maintain your focus. Use your palm as a blade, and strike out a cut for me to see." Qin Mu, his mind devoid of distractions, fixated solely on the flames before him. The vital energy surged forth spontaneously, and with his hand as a blade, he executed a decisive strike. To his astonishment, his palm emitted a blaze of fire, resembling a flaming sword descending upon its target. Chapter 26. Brawny arms. The crowd within the blacksmith shop stood in stunned silence. Qin Mu's formidable vitality had manifested an attribute, and it was evidently of the fire element, unmistakably the essence of the vermilion bird. Just as the deaf man was about to erupt in cheers, the village chief interjected. "Deaf one, hold your horses. Muer, focus on the water again. Do not overthink. Maintain your concentration." Heeding the chief's counsel, Qin Mu once more observed the water. The vitality surging from his spiritual womb transformed into a gentle stream, refining the essence within. The modest blacksmith shop overflowed with villagers who had come rushing upon hearing the news. Mr. Ma, the cripple, the butcher, the apothecary, and the blind man all squeezed in, watching Qin Mu with bated breath. The chief's voice resonated through the air. "Do you recall the spear techniques the blind man taught you? Envision a spear in your hand. Thrust it forward." Qin Mu raised his hand, executing a thrust. The spear tip shimmered, tracing circles in the air, and as he pierced forward, his vitality erupted in a plume of pristine mist, taking the form of a long spear, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. As the vapor danced and swirled like a water dragon, "It's done! It's done!" Mr. Ma wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "At last! It has come to fruition. All our years of toil were not in vain. Muer, you have matured." He could not help but turn his head away, wiping his tears with his one remaining arm. A simple smile adorned the cripple's face as he murmured, "Our Muer can now thrive in the marketplace." "Damn it, old Ma, stop wiping your tears. You're making me emotional too. If old Granny C were here, she would be the one crying the hardest." Crying? The apothecary's eyes glistened with tears, yet he chuckled. "We should be rejoicing. Even if we grow old and pass away, Muer will be able to fend for himself. This is monumental. We ought to be laughing." "Indeed, indeed." The deaf man laughed heartily. "Apothecary, though I may not always agree with you, your words today have won my admiration." The blacksmith shop echoed with uproarious laughter, reverberating through the skies. Qin Mu gazed at the jubilant elders around him, feeling waves of warmth swell within his heart. Each of these individuals bore some form of affliction, yet they appeared fierce and formidable, and they were his kin, his dearest family. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. It was Granny C, chuckling. "What are you rascals cackling about in here?" Before long, the cripple revealed the joyous news, prompting Granny C to express her astonishment and delight. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she proclaimed, "What wonderful news! Muer has finally grown up. This is splendid." Reflecting on her 11 years of hardship, the little elderly woman could not restrain her tears as she sat down, dabbing her eyes. "If we were to pass away in the future, Muer will still be able to survive. Do not touch me. It's merely the sand in my eyes. The village chief exhaled quietly as the ominous clouds that had loomed over his heart finally dispersed with the revelation of Qin Mu's vitality possessing an attribute. The fact that Qin Mu could harness this vitality and unleash its power solidified his identity as a formidable being, alleviating a crisis from the village. Yet, despite his remarkable abilities, he could not help but ponder a perplexing question. How did Qin Mu's dominance body vitality suddenly acquire attributes? Strangely enough, these attributes were water and fire. It is known that as spiritual bodies, they possess only a singular attribute, making the existence of two attributes inconceivable. Qin Mu, who evidently possessed the aptitude of an ordinary person, inexplicably wielded both attributes, which were traditionally incompatible, water and fire. This was indeed peculiar. Did ordinary individuals awaken their spiritual bodies with dual attributes? He found himself in a state of confusion. What exactly did the mute teach him that enabled his vitality to embody both water and fire? Could others, who were also ordinary, achieve this feat? To his astonishment, it was the mute who ultimately unleashed the power of the dominance body vitality. He was aware that the mute had instructed Qin Mu to observe fire and water. But how this observation imbued his vitality with the attributes of both elements remained a mystery to him. The mute, a blacksmith in the village, was known for his unassuming nature. The most flamboyant in the village was the blind man, the butcher was the most ostentatious, the ever-cold Mr. Ma was the most zealous. The seemingly warm-hearted cripple was the most treacherous, the herbalist was the most grounded, the deaf man was the most indifferent, the hunchbacked old woman was the most capricious. And the most taciturn was undoubtedly the mute. The village chief knew almost nothing about the mute, except that his tongue had been severed and that he was skilled in crafting tools, often making knives and plows for the villagers of nearby hamlets to make a living. From the way the mute guided Qin Mu in harnessing his vitality, it was likely that his cultivation and expertise were second only to the village chief himself. Mu, can you now refine your vitality into threads? Inquired the hunchbacked old woman, her voice filled with anticipation. Qin Mu attempted to condense his vitality into fine strands. And in the next moment, his vitality surged forth, the thickness of his arm, ablaze with flames. This thick, fiery strand coiled around a slaughtering knife. And with a swift motion, it cleaved through a wooden post the size of a water barrel, demonstrating immense power. The villagers gazed in awe at the thick strand of vitality, rendered speechless. While the strength of Qin Mu's vitality strand was indeed formidable, the essence of refining vitality into threads was to achieve a more agile and versatile form, allowing for the manipulation of swords through one's vital energy, enabling the execution of techniques that were otherwise unattainable. However, Qin Mu's vitality strand could hardly be deemed a thread. It was more akin to a vital energy arm. Such a robust strand would also require substantial energy to sustain. The cripple scratched his head and remarked, I think a vital energy arm isn't too shabby. Having an extra arm is quite formidable in a fight. The villagers exchanged bemused glances, while the hunchbacked old woman shook her head, stating, Vital energy threads are far more nimble. A vital energy arm is simply too robust, lacking the flexibility and responsiveness of true threads. Mua, you must strive to refine your vitality into threads at the earliest opportunity. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. He could only manifest the fire attribute while observing flames, akin to the vermilion bird vitality. However, when not observing fire, his vitality remained ordinary. Practicing the refinement of vitality into threads while simultaneously observing fire proved to be a considerable challenge for him. The village chief and others discerned the underlying issues. Frowning in concern, Qin Mu could only wield the fire attribute when observing flames and the water attribute when observing water, which posed significant disadvantages in combat. In the midst of battle, would the enemy provide you with the opportunity to observe fire and water? Initially, they believed that Qin Mu's formidable vitality possessed the dual attributes of water and fire, rendering him exceptionally powerful. However, their certainty has begun to wane. The mute gestured enthusiastically, a naive smile gracing his face. The deaf, understanding him, chuckled. The mute is correct. Muir has merely begun to grasp the essence of the technique. With continued practice, he will undoubtedly master it. The dual attributes of vitality, akin to the simultaneous awakening of the Xuanwu and Zhuke spirit bodies, manifest as Zhuke vitality when Qin Mu observes fire and Xuanwu vitality when he observes water. In the village, Qin Mu manipulated strands of vitality, as thick as his arms, to execute the pig-slaying knife technique. The knife danced perilously, almost cleaving him in two, and whenever danger loomed, the blind would intercede with his bamboo staff to avert a tragic mishap. The transformation of vitality into strands, the wielding of swords through this energy, necessitates a gradual and meticulous cultivation. Controlling a sword with strands of vitality to vanquish foes is fraught with peril, demanding relentless dedication to master. The butcher's pig-slaying knife technique belongs to the martial arts school, and although he has assimilated certain advantages from the supernatural school, allowing him to wield the knife with abandon, the distinctions between the two schools' techniques remain vast. Training to wield a sword through the pig-slaying knife technique is exceedingly dangerous. The butcher's moves are wildly reckless, and when he spirals into frenzy, the risk of self-inflicted harm is all too real. Conversely, the Thunder Sound 8 forms imparted to Qin Mu by Master Ma are purely from the martial arts school and do not permit the use of vitality to wield a sword. The skills of Granny C's celestial transformation technique, the limping man's leg techniques, the blind man's staff techniques, the deaf man's calligraphy, and the apothecary's alchemy are evidently unsuitable for training in sword wielding through vitality. Thus, for the purpose of mastering this technique, Qin Mu is left with no choice but to practice the perilous pig-slaying knife technique. The village chief turned to him. The apothecary spoke with an assertive tone. We each possess our strengths, yet our comprehension of vitality sword wielding is shallow. Your insights surpass those of any among us, and your abilities are unparalleled. Why do you not impart your knowledge? In this world, who can rival your swordsmanship? The village chief, with a heavy heart, gazed down at his non-existent limbs and murmured. I wish to teach, but Muir cannot bear the weight. Even when I was whole, I could not shoulder it. Otherwise, I would not have to hide in this vast marketplace. Do you know how I lost my limbs? The apothecary shook his head. It was a sword wound. The village chief raised his gaze, speaking in a dazed manner. My limbs were severed by a sword. To pass on my skills is to take on my responsibilities. And I cannot bear that burden. He is even less capable now. Chapter 27. The Spirit Embryo Technique outside the remnants of the old village, amidst the dense woods. Qin Mu unleashed a powerful strike, his palm crashing forward. Vital energy surged forth from his arm, resembling a fiery dragon coiling around him. The air before him grew intensely hot, as if ignited by an unseen flame. With each step he took, his hand struck again and again, the atmosphere becoming increasingly arid, akin to a vast desert under a blazing sun. He employed the boxing technique of Master Ma, specifically the fourth style of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques, Kwafu chasing the sun, with a speed that echoed the thunder. Suddenly, Qin Mu altered his footwork, his movements shifting seamlessly, each gesture flowing like the ceaseless river merging into the sea. His vital energy transformed from a fire attribute to a water attribute. And a dragon of mist coiled around his arm, the sounds of crashing waves resonating as if a great flood encircled him. His technique changed once more. Both hands formed a virtual grip, the vapor resembling a spear, akin to a dragon soaring through tumultuous waters. For the past few days, he had been honing his ability to manipulate energy for swordplay within the village, diligently refining his vital energy. However, he still needed to observe the fire before his energy could embody its fiery essence, thus enabling him to wield it for swordplay. With each refinement, the time spent observing the flames diminished, and now he could conjure the heat within his body merely by envisioning the flames in his mind. Nevertheless, the butcher's technique, focused on slaying, had yielded minimal results in his training. In contrast, his practice of Master Ma's Thunder Sound 8 techniques and the blind man's spear techniques had proven immensely fruitful, with rapid progress. Now, as he executed the fourth style of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques, Kwafu chasing the sun, he moved like a giant in motion. The force of his palm sent shock waves through the air, causing it to rupture. This was the might of his vital energy. Of course, the fire attribute of the Zhu Ke vital energy could not fully manifest the power of Master Ma's techniques. The most suitable energy for the Thunder Sound 8 techniques was the Qing Long vital energy. Conversely, the water attribute of the Qian Wu vital energy could fully unleash the blind man's spear techniques. After a considerable time, Qin Mu paused and consumed 2 solidifying vitality pills to replenish his rapidly depleting energy, reflecting on his shortcomings in energy application. Previously, he could only take 1 solidifying vitality pill before feeling overwhelmed, but since his spirit embryo had awakened from slumber, taking 2 posed no significant issues. Though it still felt somewhat excessive. Could the magic ape consume solidifying vitality pills? Probably not. The herbalist had mentioned that these pills contained 4 attributes, rendering them toxic to those without a dominant body. Perhaps he should consider concocting a barrel of solidifying vitality pills for the magic ape another day. Recalling the giant companion who had fought alongside him, Qin Mu felt a stir of emotion. He had not sought out the magic ape in recent days and was curious about how well it had mastered the dominant body 3-pill technique. With a leap, he soared into the air, his steps light as he headed towards the magic ape's territory. After all, he was still a youth. The village was filled with elders and lacked peers. Though he had not known the magic ape well, he felt a sense of fondness after several days apart. Before long, Qin Mu arrived at the entrance of the valley where the magic ape resided. Suddenly, from the forest emerged a figure as massive as a small mountain. It was the magic ape, having grown even more robust in his absence. The magic ape expressed immense joy upon seeing Qin Mu, thumping its chest and beckoning him to climb onto its shoulder. Qin Mu leaped onto the ape's shoulder, and with powerful bounds, the magic ape carried him into the valley, racing forward with unbridled energy. This was Qin Mu's first venture into the lair of the demon ape. He beheld a valley teeming with wild deer and horses, alongside some timid roe deer and oblivious faunts. At the heart of the area lay an ancient ruin, with crumbling walls and a state of utter disrepair. The abode of the demon ape was a palace, half collapsed, with a dilapidated stone statue of a half-beast, half-human figure standing before it. As Qin Mu activated his divine eye, a tremor coursed through him. The statue bore a resemblance to the one in the village of Shinsuan, and through his divine vision it emanated an aura reminiscent of a formidable beast deity, fierce and imposing, with an air of overwhelming dominance. It was evident that the demon ape relied upon the statue each night to ward off the encroaching darkness and safeguard its life. Such extraordinary essence. Could it be the work of divine craftsmanship? Qin Mu leaped down from the demon ape's shoulder, and a foolish fawn approached, sniffing at his garments as if they were food. The demon ape carefully picked up the fawn and set it aside, then gestured for Qin Mu to follow. It was the ruler and protector of this valley, guarding the creatures within, yet fierce towards intruders. As they entered the dilapidated palace, Qin Mu frowned. The air was thick with the scent of wild beasts, indicating that the valley's creatures sought refuge within the palace at night. Little one, look. The demon ape pointed to a wall. Qin Mu looked up to see several tattered murals adorning the palace walls, their colors faded and some sections peeling away. Though a few images remained relatively intact, these murals depicted scenes of individuals in meditation, with arrows indicating the flow of vital energy within their bodies. Upon closer examination, Qin Mu's heart raced as he recognized the energy guiding path of the Bati Sandan Gong. The demon ape must have practiced this technique and, upon seeing the similarity to the murals, brought him here. However, he quickly discerned a discrepancy. The first mural indeed illustrated the guiding path of the Bati Sandan Gong, yet the second mural diverged, albeit still following the same foundational path. It was more intricate. The second mural's energy guiding path led into the spiritual womb's divine repository at the center of the forehead. Once the energy entered the spiritual womb's divine repository, it revealed the third mural, which depicted the guiding path of energy within the divine repository. The energy was not directly inhaled and exhaled by the spiritual womb, but rather formed a complex array of energy patterns beneath its feet. These patterns were exceedingly intricate, rivaling the celestial array imparted by the blind master. Qin Mu observed closely, committing the details to memory, while simultaneously simulating with his own energy, creating patterns beneath the spiritual womb's feet. Upon successfully forming the spiritual womb's array, he felt a subtle tremor in his body, as an inexplicable connection bound him to the spiritual womb. He breathed, and the spiritual womb breathed in tandem. He made a motion, and the spiritual womb mirrored him. As he cultivated the Bati Sandan Gong, the spiritual womb did the same. Qin Mu stood in astonishment, then was overcome with joy. If this were the case, it was akin to having two of himself cultivating together. However, he soon realized that activating the spirit embryo to cultivate the body of dominance's 3 elixirs did not enhance his vital energy cultivation. Instead, it ground it down. His vital energy flowed through the array patterns beneath the spirit embryo, absorbing the golden light from the golden sea, then entering the spirit embryo's body, where it was expelled. After merging with the golden light, the vital energy became even more resilient and pure. Previously, his spirit embryo had absorbed golden light in a subtle manner, but not as swiftly as the array patterns depicted in the third illustration. Could this be the method of the spirit embryo realm within the body of dominance's 3 elixirs? Qin Mu's heart raced. The village chief had stated that he was unaware of the subsequent techniques of the body of dominance. Yet he unexpectedly encountered the spirit embryo realm's cultivation method here. He glanced at the 4th illustration, furrowing his brow slightly. The 4th illustration had already deteriorated, with only half remaining, and it likely recorded the techniques of the 5 elements realm. This illustration bore some claw marks from creatures that inhabited this place. suggesting they had caused its destruction. The fifth illustration was also quite incomplete, while the sixth had lost a significant portion, and the subsequent illustrations were even more tattered and difficult to decipher. The palace had fallen into such disrepair that one could only wonder how long the murals above would endure. Even if the murals within the palace were entirely destroyed, they would be passed down through him, teaching the next body of dominance. Few murals remained intact on the palace walls, aside from the body of dominance's 3 elixirs. There was another relatively complete mural. It was a map, which Qin Mu examined closely and found the location of Yongjiang, causing a stir in his heart. Could this be a map of the Great Ruins? He meticulously traced the winding river's flow along Yongjiang, eventually locating the position of the ruined old village. Curiously, why was there a dragon depicted here? Qin Mu's gaze fell upon the map, upstream from the ruined old village, where the river S-shape astonishingly resembled a dragon. Yongjiang Dragon King. Qin Mu felt a tremor within. Beside this dragon were inscribed the 4 characters Yongjiang Dragon King, the meaning of which eluded him. This map held more peculiarities. 30 miles east of the ruined old village, there was a well, annotated with the words Heaven Well Dragon King. Another well was marked elsewhere, inscribed with the characters Ci Dragon King. He also observed a ship on the map of the Great Ruins, further afield, adorned with a sun and labeled Sunship. Not far from the Sunship, there was a place called Sunwell, while a considerable distance away lay a moonship, depicted alongside a crescent moon. Adjacent to the moonship was another strange location named Moonwell. As Qin Mu scanned the map, he could not find the ancient temple that suppressed Wuyin in Jiangxin, nor the city of Xianglong situated 1,000 miles downstream. Was this map, perhaps from before the calamity of the Great Ruins? After searching for a while, his heart skipped a beat as he identified the canyon ruins he had discovered while fleeing from the darkness. However, the map labeled it not as ruins but as Goddess Pass. Indeed, it was a map from before the calamity of the Great Ruins. Chapter 28 Shadows on the wall. With the acquisition of this map, numerous perils could be circumvented. He devoted himself to memorizing it, etching its details into his mind. After a moment, he discerned the location of the valley, which was labeled as the Xinyang Palace on the map. Xinyang Palace? The term yang signifies calamity or disaster. Qin Mu, having studied calligraphy and painting under the tutelage of a deaf man, though not extensively learned, had certainly amassed a wealth of knowledge. He murmured, Xinyang Palace is the palace that suppresses calamities. But what exactly does this palace seek to quell? Looking around, he noticed that the demon ape had mysteriously departed, presumably to avoid disturbing him. The large creature displayed a sense of consideration. Stepping outside the palace, Qin Mu called for the demon ape and inquired, "Is there anything peculiar about this place?" The demon ape scratched its head, contemplated for a moment, and then promptly dashed toward a side hall of the Xinjiang Palace, with Qin Mu hastening to follow, accompanied by the foolish roe deer. Upon entering the side hall, the demon ape pointed with its hand. Qin Mu followed its gesture and beheld a white wall adorned with a minuscule figure, scarcely the size of a thumb. Examining the wall closely, he found nothing else aside from this tiny silhouette. The foolish roe deer, sniffing curiously, approached the wall and sniffed the figure, preparing to lick it when suddenly a hand reached out, and the roe deer vanished. Startled, Qin Mu gasped, while the demon ape beat its chest in anger, roaring at the wall, yet hesitated to advance. On the wall, next to the diminutive figure, an image of a roe deer materialized, vividly lifelike. To Qin Mu's horror, he witnessed the silhouette on the wall begin to move, gradually opening its mouth wider and wider, revealing rows of teeth resembling nails, before devouring the roe deer whole. Astonished, Qin Mu watched as the silhouette, having consumed the roe deer, suddenly stepped forward toward them. He was struck with dread as he realized that although the figure had not emerged from the wall, its form expanded, growing taller and larger until it reached the size of an ordinary person, yet it continued to advance. Before long, the figure filled the entire wall, casting its shadow even onto the ceiling of the side hall. It was the visage of a head, gaping wide, its mouth agape. Then, its hands stretched from this wall to the adjacent ones. "Little one, run," the demon ape urged, pulling Qin Mu to leap outside, escaping the grasp of the shadow. An enraged roar resonated from the wall, causing it to tremble violently, with dust swirling in the air. In an instant, the entire side hall was engulfed by the shadow. The figure attempted to break free from the walls of the hall but remained ensnared. Is this what constitutes a demon? Suddenly, the shadow enveloping the side hall fell silent. The windows of the grand hall swung open, resembling 2 pitch-black eyes. Qin Mu felt as though he were ensnared by a pair of terrifying gazes, a chill running down his spine. Then, with a thunderous crash, the door to the side hall slammed shut, only to swing open again. Amidst this rhythmic opening and closing, a raspy voice emerged, the great liberation mantra. Are you a descendant of my clan? How pitiful it is that your true words have not been imparted with genuine wisdom. Has my clan truly fallen to such a lowly state? Qin Mu inquired tentatively. Elder, do you comprehend the essence of the true freedom mantra? Indeed, I do. A voice filled with arrogance reverberated as a portal opened. The great freedom mantra of my clan harbors unparalleled power. It is the majestic force that creates worlds. The very essence of supreme liberation. Alas, how has it diminished into this feeble form in your hands? It lacks even the slightest potency. Have this monkey step aside, and I shall bestow upon you the authentic mantra. Qin Mu glanced at the demon ape, who shook its head and grumbled. Trust, ghost. This elder belongs to my clan and will not do me harm. Please wait outside for a moment, Qin Mu reassured. Still somewhat apprehensive, the demon ape was gently pushed outside. The shadows on the walls of the side hall continually shrank until a small silhouette emerged, roughly the same height as Qin Mu. Within that shadow, lines appeared, in a state of motion, the trajectory of vital energy in operation. The sinister voice proclaimed, there are 4 methods of the Great Freedom Seal: the Demon God's Mighty Seal, the Celestial Demon's Freedom Seal, the Great Wisdom Seal, and the final method, the Tri-Seal Fusion, the Great Freedom Celestial Demon Seal. This is the first seal, the Demon God's Mighty Seal. You must accompany your words with the demonic resonance to unleash its full power, exceedingly wondrous. Qin Mu remained transfixed, attentively observing the shadow on the wall, memorizing the path of energy flow, as his own vital energy mirrored the trajectory. Exceedingly wondrous, he exclaimed, suddenly bursting forth with demonic words. Instantly, he felt a terrifying force surge within him, compelling his fingers to form peculiar seals that surged uncontrollably forward. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, as Qin Mu's palm unleashed the thunderous resonance he had long desired, the thunder palm. Stunned, he found it hard to believe. The power of the demon god's mighty seal imparted to him by the shadow was remarkably potent, while its transformations paled in comparison to Master Ma's 8 thunder techniques. Its sheer strength far surpassed them. However, this technique consumed immense vital energy, several times more than that of the 8 thunder techniques. On the inner wall, the trajectory of vital energy within the shadow shifted once again, but the dimness of the side hall obscured his view from afar. Qin Mu, invigorated, unconsciously stepped forward, finally discerning the energy flow and transformations of the shadow on the wall. Samiyet, he murmured the demonic resonance, and immediately, another wondrous force erupted from within him, prompting his body to perform a different action. A smile involuntarily graced his face as his fingers formed a gesture akin to plucking a flower, and he executed a seal. Yet, the power of this seal seemed rather feeble, seemingly devoid of any strength. Nevertheless, Qin Mu sensed a resonance between this technique and the effect of the Celestial Demon's Freedom Seal, the 5th technique of the 8 thunder techniques. Sunlight illuminating the soul in the sky. The essence of this technique, imparted by Master Ma, did not seem overwhelming at first glance, but its true mastery lay in its ability to target the soul of the practitioner. The secret of sunlight illuminating the soul in the sky is that the fist shines like the sun at its zenith, while the palm resonates with the thunder of the sun to refine the soul. The shadow on the wall imparted to him the devil's unfettered seal, which, though seemingly lacking in potency, was aimed at the soul, resonating with Master Ma's sunlit soul fist technique. The primary distinction lay in the methods employed. While Master Ma obliterated his opponent's soul with the fierce and unyielding might of the great sun's thunder, the devil's unfettered seal ensnared the opponent's soul within his palm, transforming the palm into a realm of unrestrained dominion, where the soul was methodically extinguished, more insidious and malevolent, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. The unyielding force could still be defended against, yet the devil's unfettered seal proved to be elusive and treacherous. Qin Mu pondered, recognizing the parallels between the Shadow's seal and Master Ma's fist techniques. Both shared a common philosophical foundation, yet their expressions diverged dramatically. One adhered to the righteous path, while the other veered into the realm of darkness. As for which was superior, Qin Mu found himself unable to discern, acknowledging that each possessed its unique strengths. Master Ma's thunderous 8 forms were more suited for direct confrontation, capable of shattering foes with sheer force, whereas the great unfettered seal excelled in surprise, catching adversaries off guard. The shadow on the wall diminished further, seemingly struggling against the oppressive force of the central palace, gasping, "Watch closely. This is the 3rd seal, the Great Wisdom Seal." As the shadow blurred, Qin Mu instinctively took 2 steps forward, on the verge of crossing the threshold of the side hall. Suddenly, he halted, refraining from entering, and activated the ninefold celestial eye technique imparted by the blind seer. A new layer of vision emerged, rendering the dim shadow on the wall strikingly clear in his sight. Are you able to see clearly if you do not enter? The shadow inquired. Chapter 29. Little Deceiver, Great Deceiver. Qin Mu bowed respectfully, assuring, Senior, rest assured. Since my youth, I have diligently cultivated my inner essence. My kidney energy is abundant, my primal yang is full, and my vision is remarkably keen, allowing me to see clearly even in the dark. The shadow on the wall flickered momentarily, but made no further move, continuing instead to demonstrate the intricacies of the Qi cultivation technique. The third seal of the Great Freedom Seal is the Great Wisdom Seal, and the execution of the Great Wisdom Seal is considerably more complex. The Qi pathways within the shadow accelerated, and even with the divine vision I activated, Qin Mu struggled to capture the trajectory of the Qi cultivation, which made him yearn to step into the side hall. He hesitated, one foot crossing the threshold while the other lingered outside, just managing to catch a glimpse of the Qi pathways. He strained to memorize the technique, but soon the shadow on the wall had completed a demonstration of the Great Wisdom Seal. He attempted to activate the seal himself, although he managed to perform it. He felt that something essential was still lacking. He had not fully absorbed the execution path of the Great Wisdom Seal. This was the 4th seal of the Great Freedom Seal, the most powerful of them all, where the might of the preceding 3 seals coalesces. The shadow on the wall appeared increasingly feeble, its form diminishing, and its voice grew softer, saying, however, this seal is more intricate. I fear you may not grasp it entirely. Do not worry, Senior, Qin Mu replied with a sincere smile. My kidney energy is abundant, my primal yang is full, and my eyesight is quite sharp. I can still manage to see clearly. The shadow fell silent, its voice becoming increasingly faint, sighing, yet I can no longer endure. Please enter. In the 4 corners of the hall, there are 4 bronze spikes embedded in the ground. If you were to pull them out, they are lodged in my back, and removing them would allow me a moment's respite. Just a single breath would enable me to impart the complete technique to you. The voice softened. Have you not yet fully learned the Great Wisdom Seal? It is indeed complex, yet immensely powerful. Without mastering it entirely, you cannot unleash its full potential. The strongest technique is the 4th seal, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Seal. You must pull out the spikes. Senior, I shall not pursue this any further. Qin Mu interjected. The shadow quivered slightly, coaxingly saying, I can teach you a second time, if only you would remove the spikes. Qin Mu found himself in a quandary, shaking his head. But Senior, you mentioned teaching only once. Asking you for a second lesson would be a breach of your word. I would feel even more guilty. I am so foolish, unworthy of your expectations. No, you are quite astute. The shadow's voice became increasingly gentle, reminiscent of a kind elder guiding a younger one, softly stating, you grasped the demon god Smite Seal and the heavenly demon Freedom Seal after just one viewing. You have nearly mastered the Great Wisdom Seal after a single glance. Your aptitude is exceptionally high. Should you view it once more? I am certain you would fully comprehend the Great Wisdom Seal. I admire your intelligence and shall allow myself to break my promise, teaching you a second time. At this juncture, the voice abruptly halted, and then, imbued with a chilling aura, it coldly declared, Did you deceive me regarding the technique? Qin Mu was taken aback, exclaiming, Senior, what leads you to such an accusation? You deceived me regarding the technique. The shadow on the wall suddenly erupted in rage, its form expanding until it enveloped the entire side hall. The shadow, menacing and fierce, declared in a thunderous voice, Dare you deceive me about the martial arts? You little wretch, I extended my goodwill to teach you, and yet you betray me. Qin Mu remained steadfast outside the hall, unfazed by the sinister apparition before him. He shook his head and replied, Senior, you jest. Are you not also attempting to deceive me into releasing you? The entrance to the side hall gaped wide, the window frames resembling ominous eyes, exuding an aura of dread. It continued, Do you understand? We are from different clans. You first deceived me into believing we were of the same lineage, then lured me with the Grand Freedom Seal, coaxing me step by step closer to you. With 2 primary objectives in mind, Qin Mu displayed a naive grin, akin to that of a limping fool. The first intention is to lure me into the hall, enticing me to draw nearer to the wall, at which point you could seize and control me to remove the bronze nails from the 4 corners of the Grand Hall. The second is to exploit my desire for the complete Grand Freedom Seal, compelling me to extract the nails myself. Should I succeed in pulling them out, it would not merely be a matter of you inhaling a breath, but rather, you would be liberated, akin to devouring a foolish deer. However, he chuckled more heartily. Yet I am no deer. I merely turned the tables and deceived you with a few tricks of my own. The entire side hall trembled, and a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance. You insolent wretch! I shall end your life. Once I am free, I will make you suffer. I will slay your decrepit grandfather. The shadow on the wall bellowed in fury. Qin Mu turned, earnestly advising, do not provoke him. He will ensnare you thoroughly. The shadow on the wall fell eerily silent, then spoke in a low, conspiratorial tone. Did you just assert that we are not of the same clan? Ha. Little wretch, you underestimate the situation. How could you and I possibly not be kin? He, young little demon. A chill coursed through Qin Mu as he recalled the divine sound that resonated from beyond the 9 heavens when he shattered the barrier. And the notion of countering that divine sound with demonic language, coupled with the shadow's words, unsettling associations began to form in his mind. He hastily shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and turned to leave. Ha. You and I are the same, identical in every way. The shadow on the wall chuckled ominously from behind. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mu exited the Xinyang Palace. He nodded, resonating with the sentiment. The great ruins are indeed perilous. For individuals like us, who are forthright and honest, if we do not learn to be a touch more cunning, we shall inevitably be deceived and devoured without a trace. The demon ape cast him a sidelong glance, curling its lip in disdain. Believe it, if you will. Qin Mu's face flushed with indignation as he protested. I am no deceiver. I have merely learned to be a tad clever after enduring hardships since childhood. However, I fear you cannot remain here any longer. The Xinyang Palace is dilapidated and may collapse at any moment. If it were to fall, that old demon would surely take his wrath out on you. The demon ape shook its head, glancing silently at the wild deer and cattle in the valley. In essence, within the vast market, the places capable of sustaining life are either occupied by humans or claimed by other ferocious beasts. Should the magical ape attempt to relocate these wild creatures, it would likely find itself without a haven in a fleeting moment, and with the encroaching darkness, death would be inevitable. Qin Mu, too, was at a loss. The village of the elderly was far too diminutive to accommodate such a multitude of animals. Little one, come, the magical ape beckoned as it ventured forward, with Qin Mu trailing behind. The ape led him to the base of a cliff, gesturing toward a massive palm print etched into the rock, its expression brimming with anticipation. This imprint, a testament to the ape's dominion, was left by its enormous hand, creating a profound impression on the cliffside. This mark signified that the magical ape was the sovereign of this territory. Any other beasts encountering the imprint would recognize it as the magical ape's domain and would instinctively veer away. Should other creatures harbor intentions to seize this place, they would challenge the magical ape, and upon its defeat, the imprint would be erased, replaced by that of a new ruler. You, imprint, the magical ape urged eagerly. Qin Mu, taken aback, did not comprehend its intent. The ape grasped his hand, placing it beside its own mark, insisting, imprint. Understanding its desire, Qin Mu was deeply moved and, with a firm slap, he left his own palm print adjacent to the magical ape's. The ape beamed with joy, gesturing towards the valley and exclaiming, mine, yours. The emotion within Qin Mu transformed into hearty laughter, and the magical ape joined in with its own boisterous chuckles. Just then, a voice echoed from above, announcing, Master, there are individuals below. Qin Mu quickly looked up to see a paper boat soaring through the air. Approximately 6 to 7 meters long, spacious enough to accommodate several individuals clad in azure garments. He then beheld a more peculiar sight, a flock of paper cranes fluttering towards another paper boat, upon which stood several unusual middle-aged men and women, each bearing a long sword on their backs. The second paper boat, carrying only a single occupant and some indistinct cargo, hovered in midair where an elder sat, instructing, Qianqiu. Inquire about the route. Understood. A young man from atop a paper crane peered down and asked, Young one, do you know the way to the village of the elderly? Qin Mu, puzzled, pointed towards the direction of the village. The young man, displaying impeccable manners, bowed in gratitude, and subsequently, a gold ingot fell from the crane. Before it, and the paper boat soared away. Qin Mu picked up the gold ingot, perplexed, pondering, what business do these individuals have with our village? Are they merely passing merchants? But shouldn't traders be headed towards the Dragon City? Chapter 30. The Quest for Revenge. Qin Mu tucked away the gold ingots and said, Big fellow, focus on your cultivation. I shall return to seek you out tomorrow. Under no circumstances should you enter the side hall. That fiend is exceedingly cunning. The giant nodded in agreement. As he ventured into the village, He noticed the elderly man who had spoken from the boat was seated opposite the village chief, conversing earnestly. I have heard of the remarkable skills of your village's Granny C, and thus I have come to request her assistance in tailoring several garments, the old man stated. The village chief inquired, May I ask what kind of garments you require and what sizes they should be? The old man replied, I need to have funeral garments made, 9 in total, tailored to the dimensions of your villagers. I have also heard that Master Ma excels in woodworking. I would like to request his help in crafting 9 coffins, sized appropriately as well. Suddenly, upon noticing Qin Mu's approach, the old man's expression shifted to one of surprise. And he amended, I misspoke. It is actually 10 funeral garments and 10 coffins. Qianqiu, please pay the deposit. A man named Qianqiu stepped forward and waved gently. A paper boat floated into view, landing beside the village chief. Qin Mu immediately perceived that the cargo aboard consisted of ominous items such as paper money, gold ingots, candles, mourning sticks, and white banners. The old man instructed him to halt the paper boat at the village entrance, saying, This is the deposit for 10 funeral garments and 10 coffins. May I ask, Granny and Master Ma, if you could complete this today? To be frank, I am in urgent need. The village's residents, crippled, blacksmiths, and apothecaries, who had been engrossed in their tasks, fell silent. Granny C approached, trembling, and remarked, 10 funeral garments required today? My dear guest, that is rather pressing. Master Ma strode over, his demeanor icy. I am swift with my hands. The coffins can be ready today. Can the old gentleman wait a moment? The old man chuckled. It is indeed pressing, but you all are capable individuals. I trust you can manage. Granny C cast a glance at the gold ingots and candles on the boat, sneering slightly. If you are in a hurry to wear them, I can have it ready right away, as I recently purchased some fabric. The old man bowed slightly. I appreciate your assistance, Granny. From a small basket, silver needles soared into the air, threading themselves as they flitted about, swiftly stitching together the funeral garments. Meanwhile, Master Ma made his way outside the village to the banks of the river, where he summoned green energy that whirled around the stately willow trees. Before long, the thick trunks were transformed into white wooden coffins. These coffins floated in, settling at the village entrance. Granny C had also completed the garments. And with a gentle wave of her hand, the funeral garments were placed atop the coffins. Master Ma approached, his tone cold. You have provided ample funds. Thus I have crafted 2 additional coffins for you. 12 in total, custom fitted to ensure you fit perfectly within. The old man responded with a chuckle. I am quite satisfied. Qin Mu observed the increasingly peculiar atmosphere and discreetly counted. The number of the figures in blue garments, combined with the old man, amounted to precisely 12. The apothecary approached. His countenance grim yet his voice soft. Old gentleman, your accent suggests you are not a local. It resembles that of the southern regions. The elder smiled gently and said, We hail from the southern frontier, the vicinity of the Li River. A limping man approached, his face adorned with a broad smile, and remarked, There exists a sect known as the Li River School, reputed to be quite formidable, residing by the riverbank, with many esteemed individuals. I have heard that the head of the Li River School is named Mu Beifeng, possessing extraordinary abilities, capable of manipulating the very flow of the river. The elder quickly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. I am indeed Mu Beifeng, but my Li River School is merely a humble sect struggling to make a living, reliant on the resources of the land and water, earning our keep along the river. I have 5 junior brothers, and thanks to the recognition of various friends, we are referred to as the 5 elders of the Li River. Qin Mu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and his expression shifted. Were not the 5 elders of the Li River the very ones who had perished at the hands of Granny C? Could it be that this Mu Beifeng had come with the intent of avenging the 5 elders of the Li River? His mention of preparing 10 coffins and 10 burial garments was clearly intended for the villagers of the decaying old village. After slaying the villagers, they would dress them in burial garments, place them in coffins, and enter them on the spot, followed by burning paper money and candles. Moreover, the paper boats and paper cranes were all prepared for the villagers of the decaying old village for their afterlife. Mu Beifeng leisurely twirled the jade ring on his thumb and spoke in a deliberate manner. 2 years ago, the court issued a decree of pacification, with the national master personally delivering the imperial edict to my Li River School. During a single incense sticks burning, I willingly submitted and accepted the edict, expressing my gratitude for the emperor's great kindness. My Li River School has been honored by the emperor and the national master, elevating me to the position of governor of the southern frontier's 5 Miao prefecture, a second-rank official tasked with overseeing the 5 Miao. The National Master also granted the title of Deputy Protector of the Miao Frontier to the 5 elders of the Li River, a third-rank position. We are, after all, free spirits. Although we have been bestowed with official titles, we still relish our wanderings. The village chief chuckled. The Yin Kong Kingdom is merely a facade masquerading as a nation, with the emperor assisted by the National Master, known as the foremost in divine matters. Over the years, the fortunes of the nation have flourished, subjugating numerous sects and allowing disciples from various schools to enter the military and expand territories. Brother Mu, your once unrestrained existence now finds you bound by the constraints of courtly law, which is only to be expected. Mu Beifeng replied. Thus, my 5 junior brothers, restless in their stillness, sought to venture out. They took the 5 sons of the Li River into the great market. The 5 sons are the disciples of my junior brothers, possessing some skills, and my 5 junior brothers intended to take them on an expedition for training. A blind man approached, leaning on a bamboo staff, and said, the 5 elders of the Li River have ventured into the great market for training, and with their disciples? The great market is fraught with danger. I cannot help but worry for their safety. Mu Beifeng sighed. Indeed, the great market is perilous, filled with fierce and malevolent beings. They have been gone for 2 months, and I have yet to see their return. I fear something has gone awry. So I have been searching relentlessly and fortuitously discovered the place where my 5 junior brothers met their demise. They met a tragic end. Judging by the wounds on their shattered bones, the assailant must have been a master from the heavenly demon sect, of modest stature, akin to Granny C. He shook his head and continued. Subsequently, I found the place where their disciples perished, a gorge where the bodies had been ravaged by beasts. Alas, the manner of their deaths was gruesome. From the wounds on their remains, it seems the perpetrator was a relatively young martial artist, similar in age to this young man here. Having heard of the presence of a tailor and a carpenter in your village, I have come to commission a coffin and burial garments for the wretches who took the lives of my junior disciple and nephew. As the old man uttered these words, he fell silent, ceasing further discourse. Behind him, a young warrior stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Qin Mu. This was the same individual who had, in midair, tossed a gold ingot to Qin Mu while inquiring for directions. He spoke. My junior disciple met his demise at the hands of a wooden club wielded with deadly precision. Young brother, as you carry a blade upon your back, might you demonstrate your swordsmanship and engage me in a duel? Qin Mu hesitated, glancing towards Granny C and the village chief. Granny C could not restrain herself, exclaiming, Muer, the customs of the southern frontier are fierce and unforgiving. They strike mercilessly without hesitation. If he beckons you to draw your sword, then you must comply. Silence. The village chief barked, abruptly halting Granny C's words. He continued in a measured tone. He has come according to the established rules. He does not invoke the power of the court or the national master of Yinkan to intimidate us, thus we must not violate the customs ourselves. No one is permitted to instruct Qin Mu or offer assistance. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Qin Mu, delivering a chilling declaration. Qin Mu, the coffins and burial garments lie before you. Should you show leniency, one of those coffins shall be your own. Either he dies or you perish. If he has issued a challenge, what are you waiting for? Go forth. Chapter 31. The sword technique of the Li River. Qin Mu's heart raced tumultuously as he unsheathed his cleaver from behind. This was the first time he faced such a daunting situation. The presence of Mu Beifeng exerted an invisible pressure upon him. Every action and utterance of this elder, since his arrival in the village, seemed to envelop him in an overwhelming sense of intimidation. During his encounter with Brother Chu of the Li River 5, he had been pushed to his limits, compelled to strike, yet the current atmosphere filled him with trepidation. I have relieved myself by the village's stone statue. What is there to fear? I have encountered Wu Nu, the demon of the central palace. I was unafraid then, so why should I cower now? No matter how formidable Mu Beifeng may be, he cannot surpass the might of gods and demons. Steadying his breath, Qin Mu gradually calmed his frenzied thoughts. He surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing. The village was modest in size, and with 22 individuals gathered here, they resembled a collection of wooden stakes. Each person stood in a unique position, their forms scattered, filling the small village to capacity. The village chief lay on a stretcher, the apothecary stood beside him, while the butcher, only half upright, loomed over the wooden posts. Master Ma leaned against one of the stakes. Granny C held a basket. The mute stood at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, and the deaf man, holding a dripping brush, continued to let ink trickle. The cripple supported himself with a cane, standing on one leg. The positions occupied by Mu Beifeng's entourage were equally peculiar, making swift movement within the village exceedingly challenging, let alone engaging in combat. Such a scenario placed immense demands on the mastery of swordsmanship through Qi. To wield a sword with Qi required utmost caution, lest one's blade inadvertently collide with another, leading to unforeseen influences. Thus, the technique must be exquisitely refined. Qin Mu practiced the butcher's cleaver technique, a martial style ill-suited for such precision. Are we to engage here? Qin Mu inquired. Indeed, we shall fight here, Qian Xiu affirmed. Prior to Mu Beifeng's arrival, he had taken them to inspect the canyon ruins. From the remains of Brother Chu, reduced to mere bones, Mu Beifeng deduced that the technique employed by Qin Mu was a form of blade art. Qin Mu had once picked up a wooden stick from the ground, using it as a makeshift blade to strike Brother Chu, leaving a series of minuscule impressions on the bones which manifested as fine cracks. From this, one could infer the finesse of Qin Mu's blade technique, alongside his remarkable agility. Only with exceptional leg skills could he continuously strike at every corner of Brother Chu's body. Mu Beifeng, a master of unparalleled prowess, had surmised from the traces left by Qin Mu that he certainly wielded martial techniques. While martial styles excel in close combat, they lacked significant achievements in wielding swords with Qi. From that moment, Mu Beifeng devised a plan to eliminate Qin Mu. Upon entering the village, each individual took up distinct positions, establishing the Li River Water Dragon formation, intentionally leaving 9 formation eyes, with Mu Beifeng positioned at the head of the dragon. This arrangement mirrored the current situation in the village, where every individual stood uniquely, their form scattered, rendering swift movement nearly impossible and complicating the use of Qi to wield a sword, unless one possessed extraordinary mastery in that regard. Clearly, Qin Mu was not among such individuals. However, his disciple, Qian Xiu, was precisely that sort. Although he was still a practitioner at the Lingtai realm, his mastery in wielding the sword through Qi was extraordinarily refined. His vital energy was exquisitely fine, and his sword control reached an astonishing level. He once wielded his Qi to draw a portrait of a lady from 30 paces away, capturing each strand of hair with meticulous precision. Should Qin Mu engage him with a blade, defeat would be inevitable. The spiritual sword, regardless of its sharpness, resilience, strength, or spirit, far surpassed ordinary weapons. Bowing slightly, Qin Mu said, "Senior brother, please." Qian Xiu returned the gesture, the sound of his sword vibrating from the scabbard behind him. "Junior brother, please." As Qin Mu raised his foot, at that moment, the sword behind Qian Xiu was unsheathed with a sharp clang, the strands of Qi directing it, radiating an icy aura, with glimmers of light piercing towards Qin Mu. The strands of Qi were so fine they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, flickering and creating a flurry of sword blossoms that assailed Qin Mu from every conceivable angle at a speed that dazzled the senses. As a martial artist, achieving such a level of sword control through Qi was an extraordinary accomplishment. Qin Mu's footwork was remarkably agile, weaving through the still figures, while Qian Xiu's sword moved even faster, its technique so intricate it was astonishing. To the stationary onlookers, his sword posed no threat, but to Qin Mu, each strike was lethal. The brilliance of the sword was overwhelming, and even with his limping celestial leg technique, there was no escape. The obstacles were too numerous, with each unmoving person restricting his speed and preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Suddenly, Qin Mu's vital energy surged violently, as if a dragon's roar echoed faintly. A fire dragon seemed to coil around his arm. This dragon was indistinct, at times merging its head with his fist, and at others intertwining its claws with his fingers, shifting unpredictably. As the sword light approached, Qin Mu met it with a punch. At the moment of collision, he abruptly spread his fingers, and the air in his palm erupted explosively, causing the incoming sword tip to wobble precariously. With a series of resounding strikes, Qin Mu's fingers successively flicked out, hitting the sword tip, blade, and hilt in quick succession. Each impact resonated with a thunderous sound, akin to a massive hammer striking the blade. By the time his 5th finger struck out, the spiritual sword was sent flying, and Qian Xiu's strands of Qi were forcefully severed by his fingertip power. Qin Mu moved swiftly, his figure weaving through the crowd, rapidly closing in on Qian Xiu, now only a few paces apart. Just then, Qian Xiu's expression turned wooden, and another sword cry emerged from behind him as a second spiritual sword flew forth, aimed directly at Qin Mu. Startled, Qin Mu quickly retreated. But then the 3rd sword shot out, followed by the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. The Li Jiang sword technique, the foremost sword technique of the southern frontier. Qian Xiu's first sword moved with unparalleled agility, darting up, down, and sideways, while the subsequent swords mimicked its flight, weaving through the crowd without grazing anyone. From Qin Mu's perspective, he could only glimpse the tip of the first sword, unable to see the others trailing behind. A profound sense of danger surged within him. The unseen represented the unknown, and the unknown could neither be evaded nor anticipated. The Li Qiang sword technique was indeed treacherous and fierce. At that moment, the first spiritual sword unleashed a flurry of dozens of sword blossoms, darting toward Qin Mu, the dazzling light blinding to the eyes. Behind this myriad of sword blossoms, a second spiritual sword detached itself from the formation, connected by a thread of independent vital energy, suddenly slicing toward Qin Mu's neck. Chapter 32. Encountering the divine sword, Qin Mu felt a chill run down his spine as he instinctively reached for the spiritual sword. In an instant, pain shot through his palm as the sword pierced his skin. Granny C couldn't help but exclaim, but the village chief silenced her with a glare, preventing her from continuing. As Qin Mu grasped the spiritual sword, it writhed in his hand, inflicting more wounds upon his palm, leaving it a bloody mess. Yet, his robust vitality shielded his hand, preventing the sword from severing it completely. However, in the next moment, a third spiritual sword broke free from the formation, soon followed by a fourth and fifth. Qian Qiu's gaze flickered. Victory seemed assured. Though Qin Mu was younger and had cultivated to this level, he could only wield two hands. How many swords could he possibly catch? Suddenly, Qian Qiu's pupils constricted as Qin Mu's hands moved in a blur, seemingly sprouting dozens of arms, seizing each spiritual sword with remarkable dexterity. His sword had yet to strike when Qin Mu grasped its hilt. The eighth form of the Thunderous Eight techniques, the Thousand-Handed Buddha. Qian Qiu's expression shifted as his vitality trembled. The spiritual sword in Qin Mu's grasp began to thrash violently, nearly escaping his hold. Simultaneously, the remaining swords surged toward Qin Mu's eyes and throat. At that moment, with 5 swords firmly in his grip and 7 more advancing, the blades whirled through the air, whistling ominously, intent on piercing his skull and throat. Granny C averted her gaze, but suddenly, Qin Mu bellowed as a colossal surge of vitality erupted from his body, propelling the formidable butcher's knife downwards with a decisive strike. With a clang, the 7 swords were almost simultaneously severed, clattering to the ground. Such a thick strand of vitality. Qian Qiu was taken aback. Qin Mu's sudden attack caught him completely off guard. Moreover, the sheer thickness of Qin Mu's vitality was astonishing, and the power contained within the blow was extraordinary. The butcher's knife was equally remarkable, sharper and more resilient than any spiritual weapon. Qin Mu's formidable strength, coupled with the razor-sharp blade, made the task of severing the 7 spiritual swords seem effortless. Before Qian Qiu could fully recover from his shock, Qin Mu suddenly flicked his wrist, hurling the 5 spiritual swords towards him. The swords sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, their speed unimaginable. Yet, a smile crept across Qian Qiu's face as he raised his hand, sending forth strands of vitality to entwine with the incoming swords, while more spiritual swords flew from his sword pouch. Though the pouch appeared modest, it seemed to yield an endless supply of swords, an oddity indeed. However, as Qian Qiu's strands of vitality wrapped around the 5 incoming swords, his expression changed drastically. Qin Mu's terrifying vitality was concealed within the swords, surging with overwhelming force. And before his strands could fully envelop the blades, they were shattered. Reacting swiftly, Qian Qiu commanded the few swords that had emerged from his pouch to intercept the 5 that were hurtling toward him. At the same moment, as Qin Mu charged forward, Qian Qiu pointed behind him, unleashing yet another spiritual sword aimed directly at Qin Mu. A peculiar sound emanated from Qin Mu's lips, fleeting yet imbued with an enigmatic melody, strange, eerie, and sinister. Accompanying this sound was the boy seal technique, formed by plucking a flower as a stamp. Though still a considerable distance from Qian Qiu, he executed the seal with a flourish. Samoya. Qian Qiu felt a gust of wind from the boy's palm rushing towards him, devoid of any force. Just as he prepared to counter the 5 ethereal swords, his soul was unexpectedly expelled from his body and drawn into Qin Mu's palm, leaving him utterly terrified. Tap, 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 tap. The series of 5 soft sounds echoed, and with his control lost, the 5 ethereal swords pierced into his body, lifting him high into the air before he fell backward. Bang! The pillar in the village center, adorned with a butcher's flag, swayed slightly as Qian Qiu's lifeless body hung from it, his head drooping, utterly still. Blood continued to flow from Qin Mu's palm, which he suddenly clenched tightly, causing a sickening squelch as he crushed Qian Qiu's soul within his grasp. The heavenly demon freedom seal, adept at obliterating souls. Qin Mu turned his head, a smile gracing his lips. Grandmother, I have triumphed. The village chief's gaze, somber and profound, fell upon Mu Beifeng, seated before him. Brother Mu, your disciple has fallen. Shall we prepare him in a shroud to lay in his coffin? He referred to the technique Qin Mu had employed to vanquish Qinxiu, the heavenly demon freedom seal. Though he had never witnessed this seal technique, the demonic sound that emanated from Qin Mu indicated the use of dark arts. He discerned that Qin Mu's cultivation was vast and profound, far surpassing Qinxiu's, yet it seemed he had not undergone much life or death trial, appearing somewhat restrained. Unable to fully unleash his power, to achieve victory through dark arts was, in his view, merely a cunning trick, deserving of disdain. Only Granny C hailed from a genuine demonic lineage within the village. Could she be the one to impart such knowledge to Qin Mu? Qin Mu nodded vigorously. The village chief addressed Mu Beifeng, saying, there are still 11 coffins yet unoccupied. Mu Beifeng lowered his gaze, replying, since the coffins and shrouds are prepared, they must be utilized accordingly. The village chief gestured, please. Mu Beifeng rose, after you. The Li River Dragon formation thunderously activated. As the 10 masters of the Li River sect behind him unleashed their formidable presence, merging it into a singular force with Mu Beifeng. With a roar, the river waters surged, enveloping the small, dilapidated village in a torrent. This flowing water was none other than the famed Li River from the southern expanse of the Great Market. Standing atop this miniature, tumultuous Li River, Mu Beifeng and the 10 masters of the Li River sect witnessed countless ethereal swords weaving through the water, glimmering like tiny fish. Renowned for their swordsmanship, the Li River sect held a preeminent status in the southern frontier. The 10 masters of the Li River, alongside their leader Mu Beifeng, unleashed this formidable Li River dragon formation, summoning an unimaginable multitude of flying swords. When Granny C battled against the 5 elders of the Li River, the leader, Qi Yambing, concealed within his sword pill a staggering 6,842 swords, an already terrifying number. Now, however, the swords in the Li River Dragon formation numbered 10 times that amount hidden within Qi Yambing's sword pill. Countless flying swords coalesced in the waters, forming a dragon, a silver dragon composed of blades, with an array of shimmering sword lights coursing through its body, poised to stir the tempest. Such a formidable sword formation was unprecedented in Qin Mu's experience, a sight so terrifying that it scarcely dared to dwell in his imagination. Once unleashed, this fearsome array could very well obliterate the remnants of the old village. The village chief remained reclined on his stretcher, his expression largely unchanged in the face of the dawning sword formation, softly uttering, blind man. The blind man lifted his gaze, seemingly attempting to perceive the intricacies of the Lijiang water dragon array, yet his eye sockets were hollow, devoid of eyeballs. How could he see? Countless sharp swords emitted a piercing shriek, akin to an enraged dragon revealing its ferocity, descending upon the old village like a torrential storm. The blind man raised his bamboo staff with one hand, directing it towards the oncoming cascade of sword lights, and softly chanted, I possess the skill to slay dragons. Today, I shall shatter Li Jiang. A crisp sound of collision resonated, drowning out the cacophony of the sword shrieks. Then, the seemingly invincible silver dragon became rigid midair, and with a thunderous crash, countless sword rains plummeted, clattering to the ground. The blind man gently lifted his bamboo staff, and the torrent of water that constituted the small Lijiang was inexplicably raised by his single thrust, subsequently collapsing, unable to maintain the form of a great river. As sheets of water cascaded from above, the blind man continued his melodic incantation, traversing the waters without so much as touching the surface, his bamboo staff darting about. One skilled in Lijiang was struck by a precise jab, the staff piercing through his forehead. Another attempted to block, only for the bamboo staff to pass through his palm and subsequently impale his chest. The blind man progressed from the head of Lijiang to its tail, bodies tumbling from the air behind him, until he encountered Mu Beifeng. Their forms intersected in a fleeting moment, and Qin Mu could scarcely discern how many times they had clashed or the myriad of powers unleashed. Mu Beifeng landed and took a few steps forward, while the words today, I shall shatter Lijiang, had barely escaped the blind man's lips. Blind man, I know who you are. I never expected you to hide here, nor that you could possess such strength even after losing your sight. Upon uttering this, Mu Beifeng's countenance suddenly paled, and he sat down before the village chief, softly saying, Our Lijiang sword sect lives by the river. Our custom is water burial, as the dead cannot touch the earth. I implore you, fellow Taoist, to grant this request. The village chief nodded gently. Rest assured, the river lies at the entrance. With a final breath, Mu Beifeng departed this world with a smile. Qin Mu circled behind him, startled to see that the back of Mu Beifeng's head had been hollowed out, a gaping hole where the staff had pierced through. Chapter 33. The sword pellet. The village was submerged in marshes, riddled with blades, rendering it nearly impossible to tread without peril. The presence of numerous corpses instilled an eerie sense of horror. The village chief surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow before speaking. Lame one. Go and take care of the bodies. Prepare them for burial. Do not let them rot in the wilderness. Send them downriver. Also, burn some yuanbao candles and paper boats for them. The lame man limped forward, casting a glance at the blind man with a grin, and remarked, "Oh, the poetic soul. Still reciting verses, but they make no sense." The blind man, infuriated, felt his beard bristle. "You wish to recite? You can barely read a word." Old Granny C interjected, "Lame one, remember to keep the valuables aside during the burial. Don't put them in the coffins. They have some worth and can be sold for oil, salt, and vinegar next time." Indeed, in the bustling market, the most valuable items were not gold or jewels, but rather essentials like oil, salt, vinegar, and fine silks. Such goods were scarce in the market and had to be transported from outside to Xianglong City, where the villagers would trade rare treasures and animal hides for them. It could be said that salt was even more precious than gold. Old Granny C would often haul a cart full of treasures alongside livestock to Xianglong City, selling the animals and goods to procure a modest supply of oil, salt, and vinegar. The healer approached and tended to Qin Mu's wounds, wrapping his injured hands and shaking his head. Grasping swords with bare hands is beyond your current capabilities. Do not overexert yourself next time. Qin Mu felt a cool, tingling sensation in his palms, devoid of pain. He remarked, "My sword control is lacking. I cannot match the finesse of the individual from the Li Zhang sect. I sense a reservoir of strength within me, yet I cannot unleash it. Quite normal. That butcher's sword control is woefully inadequate to instruct you," the healer chuckled. "However, we have villagers skilled in sophisticated sword control techniques, though they are reluctant to teach you." The healer added with amusement, "The village chief shall have to wait. I am still tending to Mu's wounds." Once the bandaging was complete, Qin Mu noticed the blacksmith, the mute, picking up a sword from the ground. He lifted one, giving it a gentle shake. And to his astonishment, thousands of flying swords converged toward him, clashing melodiously with the sword in his hand. Remarkably, these swords vanished, merging into a singular blade, eliciting a gasp of wonder from him. He approached the mute, picking up a sword and shaking it, yet nothing occurred. The mute grinned widely, his mouth devoid of a tongue, and made some sounds before rubbing the sword in his hands. Astonishingly, the sword diminished in size, transforming into a small silver pellet, no larger than a fingertip. Qin Mu glanced at the sword in his hand, curious to see if he could also reduce it to a silver pellet. The healer quickly cautioned, "Do not rub it. Your wounds have just been bandaged." The mute, chuckling, snatched the flying sword from Qin Mu's grasp and pressed the silver pellet into his palm. With a crack, Qin Mu felt a sudden weight on his shoulder, causing him to collapse to the ground under the pellet's pressure. The mute, startled, slapped his forehead, having forgotten that this pellet was forged from the amalgamation of thousands of swords. The weight of such a multitude was indeed substantial. Qin Mu was caught off guard and naturally suffered a dislocated arm, collapsing onto the ground. Just as the mute was about to set his arm back in place, he was unexpectedly kicked out of the village by the approaching Granny C, disappearing into the unknown, with distant cries echoing in the air. She picked up a sword and, like the mute, gave it a gentle shake, causing thousands of swords to soar and merge into the mother sword. Qin Mu gazed at the sword pellet in her palm, blinking in curiosity. "Granny, it seems you have similar silver pellets in your room, quite a few of them. Is that so?" Granny C squinted her dim eyes, puzzled. "Really?" "Indeed." Qin Mu recalled, having seen these silver pellets in her room, numerous ones, some tossed under the bed, others tucked into unused shoes, and many scattered in corners. In his childhood, he even played with these silver pellets as marbles, flicking them about. He had even witnessed Granny C's old hen mistaking these silver pellets for pebbles and swallowing them whole. The thought now struck him as terrifying. Had one of those pellets transformed into a sword within the hen's belly, the scene would have been disastrous. Fortunately, such a calamity had never occurred. Granny C's eyes flickered as she remarked, "If you could handle them as a child, they must be ordinary silver pellets, not sword pellets." Qin Mu was somewhat skeptical, stating, "I once saw a large chest in the mute grandfather's blacksmith shop, filled to the brim with these silver pellets." Granny C's dim eyes blinked rapidly, more animated than Qin Mu, and she chuckled, "Do you really think the mute could possess such wealth?" Qin Mu felt a bit bewildered by her words. The mute indeed did not appear to be a person of affluence, being merely a laborer in the forge. Granny C continued with a laugh, "Don't overthink it. Our village is filled with ordinary folk, all struggling and impoverished, and many are old and frail. We are just an ordinary village, and everything is quite normal. If you doubt that the mute's chest is filled with sword pellets, you might as well question whether the water jar in the corner is a treasure." Qin Mu glanced at the water jar she referenced, situated beneath the eaves of the blacksmith shop, used to collect rainwater. Strangely, he had never seen it filled. No matter how heavy the rain, it always contained only half a jar of water. Moreover, the water level never seemed to diminish. Even as the mute frequently drew bucketfuls for his work, the jar's contents remained unchanged. Noticing the skepticism in his eyes, Granny C quickly added, "You don't truly believe that pile of broken earthenware at the medicine vendor's is a treasure, do you?" Qin Mu looked toward the shattered pots at the medicine vendor's entrance, filled with unknown herbs and inhabited by various small creatures like spiders, silkworms, and centipedes. Moments ago, as the flood surged, water had seeped into the pots, causing several insects to emerge, squabbling atop the rim. Suddenly, an irate black spider erupted in flames, expanding to the size of a table and unleashing fire upon the other small creatures. Amidst the flames, several golden silkworms sprouted wings, transforming into creatures over a foot long, soaring from the fire to alight upon the spider, emitting sharp cries as they bit. Qin Mu grew increasingly skeptical, while Granny C chuckled dryly, responding hesitantly, "These are all quite normal, nothing out of the ordinary." Qin Mu ventured, "Granny, do people outside fly just like blind Grandpa?" Granny C nodded. "Everyone outside can fly." Qin Mu inquired, "Are those outside also spirits, like the people in our village?" "Indeed, all are spirits." He pressed further. "Are the outsiders as formidable as the people from our village?" "Very formidable. Otherwise, Granny and the blind would not have been forced to retreat into the great market. Do not be so eager to venture outside. Beware of perishing out there. The people outside are far more ferocious than the blind." Qin Mu remained doubtful. Could the individuals beyond the great market truly possess the abilities Granny C claimed, capable of traversing heaven and earth? By the riverbank, the crippled man prepared the corpses for burial, placing them into coffins. Master Ma drove wooden wedges into the coffin lids, securing them tightly before pushing the coffins into the river, allowing them to drift downstream. The rapids surged fiercely, and numerous hidden reefs and rocks lay ahead, making it arduous for the coffins to reach the sea. Along the way, they would likely be shattered, their contents sinking to become sustenance for the great fish of the river. The Lijiang sect may soon find itself erased from the southern frontier. The crippled man gazed at the departing coffins, murmuring, "With the death of the master, and all the experts within the sect, its survival is in jeopardy." "That is not what occupies my mind," Master Ma interjected, his eyes turned toward the horizon. "What concerns me is the foremost figure beneath the divine." Mu Beifeng was the shepherd of the Wumiafu in the southern frontier, personally summoned by the national master of Yinkong, and bestowed with a second-rank official title. With his demise, along with the 5 elders of Lijiang, would this stir the interest of the foremost figure beneath the divine? The crippled man shook his head resolutely. It would indeed alarm him. Yet, he would never dare to enter the great market. Master Ma regarded him intently, do not forget. While a national master of Yinkong could not contend with the great market, he is backed by the Yinkong kingdom. The Yinkong kingdom is a colossal entity masquerading as a nation. Such a formidable force would certainly have its eyes set on the treasures within the great market. Chapter 34. The temple of grandmother. The Lamed man felt a tremor in his heart. Could it be that the master of Yinkan and the Yinkan kingdom possessed such audacity, daring to venture into the ominous and terrifying expanse of the great ruins, seeking to annex it? Yet, Mr. Ma had not spoken incorrectly, indeed. The Yinkan kingdom masqueraded as a sect disguised as a nation. Founded upon martial prowess, the Yinkan kingdom governed through strength, with officials categorized into 9 ranks and 18 tiers, ranging from the esteemed national master and the crown prince's guardian down to the 9th rank's military and ceremonial officials, scholars, and doctors, these latter not referring to contemporary doctors, but rather to individuals of vast knowledge, including those in disciplines such as literature, medicine, mathematics, and divination. The soldiers of this realm were all formidable warriors, adept in combat, capable of besieging cities and quelling insurrections. They constituted an immensely formidable force. When a sect masquerades as a nation, governing its domain in the manner of a state, consolidating resources, subjugating other sects, and unifying the management of warriors and practitioners within its territory, the strength and terror of such a nation would be unfathomable. Over the years, the Yanqing kingdom has relentlessly expanded, its territory growing ever wider, absorbing sects such as the Lijiang sect and devouring numerous small nations. Now, its borders have reached the brink of the Great Ruins, which obstructs its path. What stands in the way of this kingdom is the darkness and enigma of the Great Ruins. Every night, peculiar and ominous events transpire as darkness encroaches. And to enter this void is to invite certain death, which instills fear in the hearts of the Yanqing. Yet, the perils lurking within the Great Ruins extend beyond mere darkness. It is rife with strange beasts and frequent bizarre occurrences, rendering it a place of foreboding. The ambition of the master of Yanqing and his kingdom to approach the Great Ruins is fraught with challenges. However, the dangers of the Great Ruins do not deter the master of Yanqing. The Lamed man knows this individual well, having witnessed his temperament firsthand, after all. It was this very man who severed his leg. There exists no terror great enough to intimidate him, nor any peril capable of halting his resolve. He will undoubtedly venture into the Great Ruins. Perhaps, even now, that man gazes longingly upon the vast, inscrutable expanse of the Great Ruins. The village soon returned to tranquility. As the waters from the collapse of the minor Lijiang quickly absorbed into the earth, and by the following day, the land had dried under the relentless sun, becoming as hard as stone. Qin Mu had acquired a sword pouch, belonging to Qianqiu, a disciple of the Lijiang sect. This pouch, measuring 6 feet in length, was crafted from the hide of a small crocodile, featuring a cinched waist strap and 2 shoulder straps, allowing it to be worn upon one's back. When one channels their vital energy into the sword pouch, the mouth of the crocodile would open, revealing a sword sheath and hilt. As a martial artist weaves their energy into threads, these threads entwine around the hilt, enabling the drawing of the sword, wielded by their vital essence. Upon drawing the first sword, a new hilt would emerge from the sheath, allowing for the extraction of a second sword, and subsequently a third. This is the reasoning behind the name sword pouch. The Lijiang sect is renowned in the southern frontier for its unique swordsmanship, and within this pouch lies a mother's sword, which cannot be wielded, having fused with the crocodile hide. From the scabbard emerged a multitude of swords, specifically 28, which Qin Mu tested. Alongside the 7 he had severed with a butcher's knife, the total amounted to an impressive 35. However, he was left pondering the secret behind the Li River Sword sect's ability to conceal such a number within a mere scabbard. The weight of 28 swords was not burdensome for Qin Mu, as he was already encumbered with numerous iron ingots, iron shoes adorning his feet, and additional iron weights concealed about his chest and waist, culminating in a weight comparable to that of the scabbard itself. Qin Mu regarded carrying the scabbard as a form of training, allowing him to forego the heavier iron shoes for greater ease of movement. Yet, when it came to wielding the swords with the mastery of Qi, he found himself lacking. The Li River sword technique was intricate and lethal, and his sword control skills were far from that level of finesse. How he longed to master the Li River sword technique. He sighed inwardly, for the technique was indeed remarkable, particularly the seamless swordplay it encompassed. In the village, figures like Master Ma, the butcher, the cripple, the apothecary, and the blind were all unskilled in the art of swordsmanship. The mute possessed a box filled with objects resembling sword pellets, and Granny C had similar silver pellets. If those silver pellets were indeed sword pellets, it stood to reason that they possessed considerable swordsmanship expertise. Yet, when Qin Mu inquired of Granny C, she was reluctant to impart her knowledge, and the mute persistently gestured in refusal, seemingly harboring some trepidation. Through silent communication, the mute conveyed that it was not the right time to learn, for greater sword techniques awaited him. If he learned now, they would vanish, and others would no longer be willing to teach him. Qin Mu was left pondering who these others might be, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. He had yet to fully grasp the nuances of energy manipulation. For instance, Master Ma's boxing technique remained elusive to him, as he had not yet mastered the art of channeling energy throughout his body during an attack. Achieving such mastery would maximize his physical attributes, strength, agility, speed, and reflexes to their utmost potential. The profound practice of the Thunder Sound 8 forms could allow one to unleash thunderous strikes, but he could only manage a palm thunder through the might of the demon god seal. As it stood, he had not yet attained the level of the Thunder Sound 8 forms. Were he to reach that milestone, he could confront formidable warriors like Qianqiu with empty hands, unscathed by their blades. You lack practical combat experience, Master Ma remarked, approaching Qin Mu. Your cultivation must surpass that of the disciple from the Li River sect. Your skills in boxing, kicking, knife play, and staff techniques must exceed his swordsmanship. Yet, in confrontation, you find yourself restrained, unable to unleash your full potential. Qin Mu nodded in agreement, acutely aware of his shortcomings. Qianqiu's swordsmanship was indeed superb, and his moves were unexpectedly refined. However, Qin Mu's reactions had left much to be desired, leading him to directly grasp the sword. Reflecting on it now, Qianqiu's strength was not as formidable as it initially appeared. Qin Mu had severed 7 of his swords in a single stroke and drawn his soul into his palm with a single move, indicating that his mastery of energy was significantly superior. Master Ma continued, "Without the tempering of real combat, it is challenging to fully realize your capabilities. This is why the 5 elders of the Li River bring their disciples to the great market for practical experience. Secluded training and solitary practice will not forge true masters." Qin Mu's eyes lit up with anticipation. He had been awaiting the moment when Master Ma and Granny C would permit him to venture forth and hunt. Now, it seemed that opportunity had finally arrived. After a discussion with my grandmother and the blind man, a decision was reached. Master Ma solemnly declared, "You may accompany us to the temple fair." "To the fair?" Qin Mu's face fell, and he murmured, "Can I go hunting instead?" Master Ma smiled, patting his small shoulder, and replied, "Attending the fair is a test as well. You must pass this trial before you can venture into the woods alone for hunting. So do your best." Qin Mu was left feeling both amused and exasperated. The temple fair was a grand event for the nearby villages, which he had heard about from Granny C. The fair typically occurred on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, drawing villagers from a radius of 1 or 200 li who exchanged goods amongst themselves. Each time the fair approached, Master Ma, the butcher, the blind man, the mute, Granny C, the deaf man, and the apothecary would journey to the grandmother temple, located 20 li away. However, Qin Mu had never been permitted to attend the fair. He was always left behind to keep the village chief and the cripple company. The cripple's situation was even more dire. As Granny C explained, he was forbidden from attending the fair due to his mischievous tendencies, fearing he might pilfer the entire event. In truth, Qin Mu yearned more for the thrill of hunting. With 2 days remaining until the fair, he continued his training, occasionally heading to the valley of the central palace to spar with the demon ape. During his leisure time, he assisted the apothecary in his shop, simultaneously learning the art of crafting solidifying elixirs. The apothecary had several birds that shimmered with fiery hues during the alchemical process. These birds would flutter in from outside to lend a hand. After ruining a dozen batches of spirit medicine, the apothecary's face turned somewhat ashen. Fortunately, Qin Mu finally succeeded in producing a spirit embryo, which eased the apothecary's expression somewhat. Eagerly, Qin Mu took the elixir that enhanced the Azure Dragon's essence and set off for the Central Palace Valley. The apothecary intended to caution him about testing the elixir's safety first, but thought better of it. "Last time I made an elixir for Muir, I forgot to check if it was lethal," the apothecary mused. "The demon ape is a hefty creature. Surely it won't be fatal, at least. I hope not. However, with each elixir being the size of a fist, can the demon ape truly survive?" Chapter 35. The market in the central valley of the Xinyang Palace. Qin Mu produced a solidifying essence pill of his own making, the size of a fist, and gestured toward the demon ape, proclaiming it to be robust and sturdy. The demon ape scratched its head, accepting the solidifying essence pill and swallowing it without any immediate reaction, perplexed by the assertion of its strength. Suddenly, the demon ape went into a frenzy. Its fur began to grow wildly, and a sapling sprouted from its head, eventually transforming into a large branch. Evidently, a seed had fallen into the demon ape's fur, stimulated by the solidifying essence pill, prompting an uncontrollable growth. Its stature expanded rapidly, muscles bulging, and its bones thickening, causing the demon ape to roar in distress, thrashing about. Qin Mu stepped forward to intervene, only to be struck to the ground by a punch from the demon ape. As the ape struck the ground again, the force propelled him out of the earth, and he was sent flying by another blow. After consuming the solidifying essence pill crafted by Qin Mu, the demon ape's physique had grown larger and stronger, its power significantly enhanced. When Qin Mu faced it head-on, he found himself overwhelmed, unable to contend with the brute strength of the demon ape. With no other recourse, Qin Mu transformed his vital energy into a fiery attribute. The searing energy circulating within him, and a great dragon pattern faintly emerged upon his back, its limbs intertwining with his own, the dragon's claws aligning precisely with his fingertips. Five-clawed fire dragon. The fiery attribute of his vital energy belonged to the vermilion bird, yet Qin Mu was not of the vermilion bird lineage, but rather a humanoid spirit. The dragon pattern manifesting on his back was not merely a result of his vital energy, but a consequence of the Thunder Sound 8 styles taught by Master Ma. The Thunder Sound 8 styles, a profound technique of vital energy manipulation, formed a dragon pattern that spread throughout his body. Had Master Ma, a true Azure Dragon spirit, performed the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the energy would have been imbued with wood and thunder attributes, resulting in a blue dragon pattern interwoven with lightning. However, as Qin Mu had not cultivated the Azure Dragon vital energy, he could only wield the Vermilion Bird energy. Hence the presence of fiery clouds alongside the dragon pattern on his back. It was only when he activated the Thunder Sound 8 styles that the dragon pattern and fiery clouds would manifest. When not in use, these peculiar markings would gradually fade. With the enhancement of his vital energy manipulation, Qin Mu finally found himself capable of facing the demon ape directly. However, the demon ape, in its frenzied state, did not adhere to conventional tactics, recklessly attacking even at the cost of receiving blows. Ultimately, both combatants lay on the ground, bruised and gasping for breath, unable to move. The large branch atop the demon ape's head had matured into a tree as thick as a barrel, adorned with vibrant red fruits. As the potency of the solidifying essence pill waned, the tree ceased its growth. There were indeed issues with the batch of solidifying essence pills Qin Mu had concocted. Their potency was excessively strong and somewhat unbalanced. It was solely due to the demon ape's formidable physique that it could withstand the overwhelming force of the pill. Had it been a practitioner of the spirit lineage, they might have burst from the strain. Now, as the effects of the pill diminished, the demon ape's body began to gradually shrink, yet it remained significantly larger and stronger than before, prompting Qin Mu to reflect that perhaps there were indeed issues with his concoction. Nevertheless, judging by the demon ape's performance, the problems seemed minimal, and even the flaws could yield positive outcomes. He plucked a fruit from the tree atop the head of the magical ape, peeled it, and savored its sweetness, accompanied by a hint of medicinal aroma. The magical ape rose, uprooting the great tree from its own head, its face adorned with roots. It leisurely plucked a handful of leaves and fruits, consuming them at a deliberate pace. Qin Mu handed the remaining solid essence pill to it, cautioning, "Only consume one at a time. Under no circumstances should you take more. Furthermore, you must venture out to engage in combat with other extraordinary beasts. Do not demolish the town's central palace." The magical ape's eyes sparkled with excitement as it promptly stowed the solid essence pill away, nodding vigorously. The solid essence pills refined by Qin Mu were considerably larger than those crafted by the apothecary, which were merely the size of a pinky finger. His own, lacking in finesse, were the size of an ordinary person's fist, thus limiting the quantity to just over 20. With reassurance, Qin Mu departed. But the moment he was out of sight, the magical ape eagerly retrieved an extraordinarily large solid essence pill and hastened to seek vengeance in the nearest beast territory. Upon arrival at the adversary's domain, it swallowed the pill in one gulp and let out a roar as it charged into the enemy's territory. 2 days later, the day of the temple fair finally arrived. Granny C brought fabric, Master Ma carried some newly crafted furniture, the apothecary bore a medicinal basket, and the butcher loaded a beast captured by a cripple onto his cart, presumably intending to slaughter it for meat at the fair. With the butcher selling the meat and the cripple sharing the profits, their roles distinctly defined. The mute brought along his forge and blacksmithing tools, while the deaf carried writing materials, calling upon Qin Mu as they secured the ox cart and set off towards Granny's temple. The cart was filled to the brim, rattling as it made its way to the temple. Qin Mu, driving the cart, felt a lack of enthusiasm. The allure of the market, once captivating in his youth, had diminished considerably as his experiences expanded. However, upon reaching Granny's temple, he was taken aback. The fair was far grander and livelier than he had anticipated. Surrounding the temple ruins was a bustling market stretching 10 miles, filled with stalls, throngs of people, and an atmosphere of vibrant activity. This was not merely a gathering of villagers from the nearby areas, but rather, people from villages within a radius of 1 to 200 miles had congregated here. On the map of the town's central palace, this place was referred to as the Heavenly Wolf Palace, leaving Qin Mu perplexed as to why it had been renamed Granny's Temple. As the cart entered the market, he observed a plethora of bizarre and unfamiliar items displayed at the various stalls, alongside vendors crafting sugar figurines, cooking, performing acrobatics, breathing fire, selling extraordinary beasts, minerals, jewelry, and even daughters, an astonishing array of offerings. From the nearby Nyo family village, a father and daughter, passing through this esteemed place, sought neither fame nor profit but rather a remarkable warrior for the daughter, who had come of age but was yet to be betrothed. Thus, they were eager to participate in the martial arts competition for a suitable match. Qin Mu noticed the ruckus ahead, halting the ox cart for a closer look. Discovering that the martial arts competition for marriage was taking place at Granny's temple, with men and women fiercely battling on the stage. After a few glances, he lost interest and continued forward, only to find several arenas for the same purpose at Granny's temple. The platforms were constructed atop earthen bases, where young men and women from various villages gathered, many being youthful warriors, though some elderly participants, with white hair, also leaped onto the stage to engage in martial contests for the purpose of seeking a spouse. The crowd below erupted in boos, urging the old man to step down. In some villages, the scarcity of male descendants led to the practice of martial competitions for courting, with the underlying intention of securing a son-in-law. Granny C admonished Qin Mu, saying, "If you become a son-in-law, you will belong to another village. You must not participate." Qin Mu nodded, though he felt a twinge of excitement. The blind man chuckled. "It matters not if Mu goes up. Let him challenge one after another, and he could win a dozen brides from this contest at Granny Temple." Granny C shot him a glare, prompting the blind man to promptly silence himself. Songlo village had a designated stall at Granny Temple, and soon a bullock cart arrived in front of their booths. Qin Mu assisted the butcher in setting up the meat stall, then helped Master Ma carry down furniture, and further aided the mute in erecting an iron stove. He also arranged Granny C's sewing stall and helped the deaf man fetch water and grind ink, hanging the paintings and couplets created by the deaf. Once preparations were complete, Qin Mu noticed a banner hanging from the blind man's bamboo staff, where he sat at a table emblazoned with the words 8 trigrams of 6 lines and phrases like fortune-telling and disaster alleviation. He pondered, can Grandpa Blind also predict fortunes? The herbalist had set up a medicine stall nearby, and the butcher had already eviscerated a strange beast, hanging the meat for display. The villagers of Songlo began to shout, indistinguishable from ordinary folk. "Muer, there's an empty platform nearby. Go hang this calligraphy." The deaf man wrote with remarkable speed, handing a piece to Qin Mu, saying, "Once you hang it up, do not descend, just stand on the platform. This will be your business for today, and if you remain there until sunset, it will count as your passing of the temple fair assessment." Qin Mu examined the calligraphy, which read, "With a kick, the unstoppable surge river prevails, sweeping across 800 villages of the vast expanse." There was also a horizontal inscription, "First of the spirit embryo realm." He glanced at the adjacent platform, which featured 2 polished wooden pillars with a blank horizontal plaque hanging in the middle, presumably meant for the horizontal inscription. At that moment, he observed the blind man producing another banner, inscribed with "Win or lose, millions at stake," clearly intending to profit handsomely during Qin Mu's contest. Meanwhile, Granny C had already placed a bet at the blind man's gambling stall, while the herbalist excitedly displayed healing ointments at his stall, waiting for injured competitors to descend from the platform. Master Ma was busy crafting canes and stretchers, and the butcher was selling the precious blood of the dragon, a potent body-enhancing elixir. Qin Mu's expression darkened. These crafty old men and women were finding every possible means to conduct business. Deaf man, write a note stating that only warriors of the spirit embryo realm may ascend. Granny C pondered briefly, then remarked, "What if a practitioner of divine powers jumps up? Wouldn't he that put Mu in peril?" Chapter 36. The Great Thunder Sound Temple Mu'er. The temple fair is indeed a splendid venue for broadening one's horizons. Master Ma placed a finely crafted cane before the furniture and earnestly advised Qin Mu, saying, "In the vast market, there are numerous villages and many adept individuals who, unable to thrive in the outside world, are compelled to seek refuge here. They settle down, take on disciples, and only during the temple fair can these masters and their students congregate. Here, you can witness the myriad martial arts and techniques from across the realm." Qin Mu, somewhat bewildered, pondered, "I have not undergone practical combat training. My cultivation cannot transform into true strength. Is Master Ma suggesting that I seize this opportunity to engage with martial artists from various sects during the fair?" Master Ma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Precisely." Qin Mu, perplexed, inquired, "Why did the blind elder establish a betting game? Moreover, the exotic beasts sold by the butcher are clearly not dragon serpents. Why does he proclaim he is selling dragon blood? And why has the apothecary prepared healing medicines in advance?" Master Ma cleared his throat twice. "Such matters are best left for adults. Children should not pry. Now go on." Reluctantly, Qin Mu ascended the arena and affixed the characters inscribed by the deaf man onto the pillar of the stage. Before long, a growing throng of villagers gathered below, their voices rising in a clamor. Qin Mu began to feel that the words written by the deaf man were somewhat inappropriate. Yet the sheer number of spectators that had been drawn in such a short time left him somewhat awestruck, with feet that conquer all. Sweeping through the 800 villages of the great market. What audacity! A voice boomed. You appear to be merely 11 or 12 years of age. Even if you began your training in the womb, your cultivation is hardly impressive. Another voice, filled with righteous indignation, declared, Are you, with such arrogant words, challenging our villages in the great market? Who has granted you such audacity? Qin Mu's face flushed, a sense of shame washing over him, only to quickly realize that this familiar voice belonged to the blind man. The blind man, growing ever more resolute, spoke with an enticing tone. Is it that our great market lacks genuine men, allowing this lad to act so arrogantly? Can you endure this from a mere child? Where is the courage of the men of our great market? His words struck a chord, and soon a dozen young men leapt onto the stage, causing Qin Mu's countenance to pale. Yet, the valiant men of the great market should not be underestimated. With a voice as thunderous as a bell, the blind man proclaimed, Since this young one has set up the arena, we must adhere to the rules. He has come to challenge, not to brawl. We shall take turns. This young man possesses the cultivation of the spirit embryo realm, and those who step up must match his level, lest we bring disgrace to our villages. As soon as he finished speaking, the young men descended the stage, leaving only one remaining. Qin Mu exhaled in relief and asked, What is your name, senior brother? Let us fight. No need for pleasantries. The young man retorted, suddenly dropping to the ground. His vital energy erupted, creating intricate tiger stripes across his body, resembling a magnificent tiger. His hands and feet transformed into claws as sharp as blades, and with a sudden leap, he surged towards Qin Mu with blinding speed. As he lunged forward, Qin Mu felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. A fierce wind rushed towards him, reminiscent of a tiger's roar echoing across the mountains. This formidable presence was beyond his capacity and could only be comprehended through the trials of life and death. Indeed, the martial artists from the other villages possessed their own unique strengths. A dragon pattern emerged on Qin Mu's back, wrapping around him like a serpent. As he moved his feet, it was as if the Yangtze River flowed upside down, cascading into the ocean with a thunderous roar. He summoned the first form of the Thunder Sound 8 styles using the water attribute of his Xuanwu essence, although he could not achieve the palm thunder. He artfully manifested the momentum of the river tumbling down from the mountains into the sea. Upon their collision, Qin Mu's fist met the opponent's attack, and the power of his Xuanwu essence erupted, forming a dragon's head around his fist, surging forth like a torrent. The young man instantly sensed the overwhelming strength of his adversary, as Qin Mu's strike shattered his essence like brittle wood, causing him to be sent flying in astonishment. In that fleeting moment of being struck away, the young man kicked towards Qin Mu's chest with both feet, his saws sharp as tiger claws. With a swift motion, he tore through Qin Mu's garment, nearly disemboweling him. In a sudden rush, Qin Mu stood on one foot, falling backward, while his other leg shot out like lightning, sending the assailant tumbling through the air, crashing down over 10 zhang away, off the stage. The young man quickly regained his footing, but just as he did, a sharp crack echoed. His leg bone had been broken by Qin Mu's kick. The voice of the apothecary reverberated, a fine healing ointment. Broken bones will mend by the next day, fit for hunting. Master Ma called out loudly, a pair of crutches, crafted from dragon-eye wood, exceedingly sturdy. The blind man proclaimed, If fortune does not favor you, come to me. I can alter your fate. The deaf man shouted, a pair of fortune characters. May great blessings arrive at your door. Qin Mu's expression darkened as he steadied himself. The previous encounter had been perilously close. Yet the apothecary and Master Ma were still preoccupied with the sale of their goods. However, they were not wrong. He lacked the experience of life and death. The young man's cultivation level was significantly lower than his own. Yet even in defeat, he had nearly turned the tables with a desperate kick aimed at disemboweling him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu's eyes sparkled with determination. My experience in this regard is far too limited. The Temple Fair presents a rare opportunity to engage with martial artists from villages within a 200-mile radius and absorb their combat knowledge. I must defend this stage to the very end. Below the stage, the crowd swelled, voices rising in excitement. The recent struggle between Qin Mu and the young man had not gone unnoticed, and the spectators quickly discerned that while Qin Mu's cultivation was profound, his experience was lacking. In the great market, survival necessitated martial prowess, as every village boasted warriors, and some even possessed extraordinary abilities. The great market was rife with danger, and its inhabitants were martial-minded, brimming with wildness and valor. Soon, Another challenger ascended the stage, this time, a girl. Her essence was an exotic variant of the Xuanwu energy. Yet her strikes were fierce and merciless. Upon their encounter, her essence coiled around Qin Mu's legs like a great serpent, constricting him tightly. After the girl ensnared his legs, she slithered around him like a serpentine enchantress, striking with lethal precision from all directions. Her enigmatic vitality transformed into a great serpent that coiled around him. Distinct from the pure essence of the black tortoise, it was merely a fragment of it. The tortoise and snake together embody the black tortoise, suggesting that her spirit essence must be of the snake variety, devoid of the tortoise, thus belonging to a branch within the overarching category of black tortoise spiritual forms. Endowing her movements with a mysterious and unpredictable nature, Qin Mu defended against her bizarre assault with the thousand-armed Buddha, and although her movements were elusive, he seemed to possess countless arms, enabling him to strike from every angle. In a fleeting moment, she was struck by hundreds of punches and fell into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Master Ma successfully sold a set of stretchers. It was Qin Mu's first encounter with such an extraordinary fighting style, and though he sustained some injuries, they were not severe. The battle continued in the arena, while many gathered at the blind fortune teller's stall to wager on the outcome. In the vast market, there was no standardized currency. Transactions were conducted through barter, where goods of perceived equal value were exchanged, including bits of jade, gemstones, and livestock. A pile of various goods had already accumulated behind the blind man, including a peculiar hen, adorned with vibrant feathers and towering over a person. Its beak was lined with sharp teeth, giving it a fearsome appearance. As it flapped its wings, clouds of dust erupted, and the sand flew like arrows in all directions. This was no ordinary hen, but a chick dragon, a descendant of dragons and chickens. Though its dragon blood was scant, the eggs it produced were treasures. In the next round, the poor monk wagered on his disciple's victory. Suddenly, a resounding chant echoed as an elderly monk pushed through the crowd to the fortune teller's stall, slamming his staff onto the table with a force that sank the legs into the ground. The old monk sat across from the blind man, palms together, proclaiming, "This is my wager. Who dares to challenge me?" The blind man felt a chill run down his spine and replied, "The Great Thunder Sound Temple?" The old monk affirmed, "Indeed, the Great Thunder Sound Temple." Master Ma set aside his cane and took a seat opposite the elder. The monk raised his gaze towards Master Ma, his expression impassive, and stated, "Junior brother." Master Ma, equally stoic, responded, "Senior brother. You have betrayed the Great Thunder Sound Temple by revealing its secret arts, thus violating our sacred traditions." The old monk, his white brows drooping, whispered, "Years ago, you severed your own arm and presented it to the temple, claiming it was a return of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's secrets. That arm still resides within the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. Yet now, you have once again divulged our temple's mysteries to that young man in the arena, proving your hypocrisy." Chapter 37. A resounding revelation. Master Ma's chest heaved, clearly betraying his tumultuous emotions as he coldly remarked, "I severed my own arm and delivered it to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, returning the temple's divine powers. Why then must you pursue me, tearing my family apart? If you are so determined to see my demise, why should I not disseminate the temple's powers?" The old monk shook his head and replied, "Junior brother, a single arm does not encompass all divine abilities." Master Ma chuckled darkly. "The powers I possess are not solely derived from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Do you wish to strip away my other abilities as well? Though I hail from the temple, I forged my own path with my hands, a path you dared not obstruct. When I had a wife and children, you came knocking, and for their safety, I willingly sacrificed an arm to repay your temple's powers." His expression darkened, "And yet, you hunt me down, leaving my family shattered and my home in ruins." The old monk's countenance grew grave, and he sighed, "The Buddha will be greatly disappointed. Is that youth on the platform your disciple? You have imparted to him the 8 styles of thunder sound, but have withheld from me the heart method of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Mahayana Sutra. The Mahayana Sutra is a method to subdue demons. Without mastering this heart method, even the most formidable 8 styles of thunder sound are but an empty facade." He gestured towards Qin Mu, who was engaged in fierce combat with a young man in the arena. "Today, I have brought my disciple to meet you, Mingxin." Behind him, a tall and slender young monk stepped forward, holding prayer beads and performing a respectful gesture, "Master Uncle." The old monk's white brows fluttered as he said, "Mingxin is also a warrior of the spiritual embryo realm. I have wagered my staff here. Do you dare to gamble, junior brother?" Madam C raised her eyebrows, about to speak, but Master Ma, with a stoic expression, interjected, "The rules and precepts are nonsense. I wager against you." How does my head weigh against your discarded luos and staff? The old monk nodded. The weight is quite comparable. Very well. Mingxin agreed and stepped towards the arena. On the platform, the young man sparring with Qin Mu was a master of swordsmanship. Following the path of the elder brother Chu from the 5 sons of the Li River, his sword, never more than 3 feet away from his body, resembled a dagger. Short yet exceedingly perilous. The small blade would occasionally emerge from unexpected angles, such as under his arm or between his legs, even darting from within his clothing during Qin Mu's clash of palm strength. His ability to wield the sword with qi was astoundingly refined, nearly rivaling that of the Li River disciples, surpassing elder brother Chu by a significant margin. Furthermore, this individual possessed remarkable skill in combat techniques. His palm techniques were profound, emanating an aura as imposing as a towering mountain. With a mere release of energy from his palm, mountain-like patterns manifested from his hand. However, the outcome of the battle on the platform was already evident. Qin Mu's forceful strikes and swift footwork overwhelmed the young man, who suffered a severe setback in their first palm clash, as Qin Mu's robust vitality crushed his own. Qin Mu unleashed the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. Although only 3 layers of power erupted, it was sufficient to injure the young man's lungs. Despite the finesse of his swordplay, defeat was inevitable. Qin Mu's steps were erratic, resembling a myriad of serpents slithering through the grass, darting hither and thither, making it impossible for the young man to discern the source of his assault. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back as Qin Mu struck him forcefully, sending him flying. Upon landing, the young man paused for a moment and bowed to Qin Mu on the arena, expressing gratitude. Thank you, young sir, for your mercy. Although Qin Mu's palm had struck his back with considerable force, it lacked the ferocity that could have injured his heart or lungs. Had Qin Mu unleashed his full strength, he could have easily shattered his internal organs. Does your junior brother require a rest? Ming Yue stood silently, waiting for Qin Mu to defeat the young man before speaking. Qin Mu's gaze fell upon him. The monk was quite young, clad in pristine white robes untainted by dust. Even his shoes were white, presenting a remarkably clean appearance. Despite his shaved head, he still exuded a certain handsomeness that elicited a sense of fondness. Uncertain of the monk's intentions, Qin Mu followed the words of Granny C, sitting down to rest and regulate his breath. His dominant body's 3 dantian technique was well suited for cultivation during movement. Despite having faced over 10 warriors, his vitality had not diminished significantly. He remained in peak condition, though his body felt somewhat fatigued. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged through Qin Mu as he glanced at Master Ma, whose expression remained calm. His voice resonated. Mu'er, the dominant body is invincible. You shall not lose. I believe in you. If you were to lose, would that not jeopardize Master Ma's life? At that moment, the apothecary furrowed his brow deeply. While Master Ma had faith in Qin Mu's unparalleled prowess, it was essential to remember that Qin Mu was not truly the dominant body. He regretted having concealed the well-intentioned lie from the village chief. Had he revealed the truth sooner, Master Ma would not have staked his life on it. It was precisely because of his trust in Qin Mu that Master Ma had gambled his life against the old monk. Suddenly, the apothecary's eyes glinted with ferocity. If Mu'er were to fail, we shall eliminate this old bald donkey and the young bald one. Master Ma must not perish. In the arena, Qin Mu desperately sought to steady his mind. But how could he find peace when the lives of his dearest ones were at stake? The mute gestured animatedly, while the blind man leaned on his cane, saying languidly, no need to remind him, this temple fair is a trial. If he passes, he has grown. If not, he remains a child. After a moment, Qin Mu slowly rose, gazing at the tall, slender young monk across from him, and spoke deliberately. Monk, do you harbor the Buddha in your heart? Mingxin pressed his palms together and replied solemnly, the Buddha resides eternally within my heart. With a deep exhale, Qin Mu expelled a breath of turbid air, his internal vitality transforming into a potent and fierce force, emanating an aura of defiance from his petite frame. He stepped forward, the momentum surging from his diminutive body imparting an exhilarating feeling akin to a divine presence. His voice rang out, powerful and resonant, in my heart. There is no deity, no Buddha, no demon. I am the deity, I am the Buddha, I am the demon. At these words, the old monk seated across from Master Ma displayed an expression of astonishment, turning to gaze at Qin Mu. Chapter 38, the Mahayana Sutra, the young monk Mingxin, upon hearing these words, could not contain his fury and rebuked, utterly outrageous. How dare you insult the Buddha? Yet, Qin Mu's countenance blossomed into a serene smile, his heart finding tranquility as an unparalleled confidence radiated from his gaze. regardless of the young monk's prowess or the nature of his techniques. He had already succumbed in the realm of spirit and perception. The elderly monk opposite Master Ma hesitated. For Qin Mu's seemingly audacious declaration, though it appeared a blatant affront not just to the Buddha but to both deities and demons, resonated within him not as blasphemy, but as profound wisdom. One can only attain Buddhahood when the mind is devoid of Buddha. Once the mind harbors Buddha, true enlightenment eludes. Similarly, one can only become a demon when the mind is free of demons. Once the mind contains demons, transformation becomes impossible. Mingxin, still lacking the enlightenment to comprehend this truth, was nonetheless overshadowed by its depth. The old monk had grasped this principle only upon entering the celestial realm, yet even now, having reached the threshold of life and death, he found the Buddha within his heart unshakable. The deeper his cultivation, the more he recognized the dread of deities and demons and the vastness of the Buddha's essence. The wisdom was simple, yet the practice was arduous. The notion expressed by the young Qin Mu, so peculiar coming from a child, was further compounded by the audacity of claiming to have shattered the deities within his heart. At such a tender age, it seemed implausible that he could touch the essence of that truth. If he could not grasp it, how could he dismantle the divine and demonic constructs within? To break free from such constructs requires arduous training and sudden enlightenment. Otherwise, the Buddha remains a Buddha, and the demon remains a demon. Irrespective of this, the old monk reasoned that without possessing the true, esoteric teachings of the great Thunder Sound Temple, no matter how elevated one's state of mind, Mingxin would remain unmatched. The old monk focused inward, seemingly entering a meditative state, indifferent to the outcome of the contest on the stage before him. On the platform, Mingxin's tall, slender form began to shimmer with a golden radiance, evoking an impression of him as a Buddha, sacred, dignified, and expansive, inflicting an unparalleled spiritual pressure upon those who beheld him. Below, a throng of villagers, young and old alike, drawn from various hamlets, had gathered, their previously vibrant chatter abruptly silenced by the golden aura emanating from Mingxin. It was as if they had all simultaneously received a jarring awakening. This was the essence of the Buddhist heart method, as taught in the Mahayana Sutra. The path of cultivating this heart method diverges from those of other sects, traversing from the exterior to the interior. The exterior reflects the body embodies the Buddha, while the interior pertains to the heart, which is also the Buddha. In Buddhist terminology, this is referred to as body as the Buddha, heart as the Buddha. Though Mingxin had only scratched the surface of this practice, the manifestation of his Buddhist countenance struck a profound impact, akin to a sudden awakening. Panic rippled through the ranks of onlookers, including Granny C and her companions. Even before Mingxin made a move, his aura alone served to intimidate Qin Mu, diminishing his fighting spirit. Who among them would dare to confront the Buddha? Yet, Qin Mu dared. With body and heart harmonized, mind and intention united, intention and fist aligned, fist and breath synchronized, and breath and form entwined, he executed the technique of 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder, merging both spirit and flesh in a singular, dynamic motion. His footwork resembled the unsteady gait of a cripple, yet his speed was astonishingly swift. Before Mingxin could blink, Qin Mu had already arrived before him. Before Mingxin could raise his hand, Qin Mu unleashed a colossal punch that struck him squarely in the chest. This technique, 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder, concealed 9 layers of power within a single blow. The first layer erupted like a fire dragon, surging from Qin Mu's fist towards Mingxin's heart, producing a resounding impact. Mingxin's exterior glowed with a brilliant golden light, faintly revealing a golden bell. The second layer of power followed swiftly, embodying the double dragons entwined, where 2 dragon energies intertwined. Burrowing towards Mingxin's core, another thunderous bell echoed, as the 2 forces arrived almost simultaneously, creating a deafening cacophony. The successive eruption of 7 layers of power produced a chorus of bell sounds, causing the golden bell around Mingxin to dim, forcing the tall, slender monk to take a step back. With the eruption of the 8th layer, 8 parts heavenly dragon power, Mingxin staggered backward once more, the golden bell regaining its luster. However, when Qin Mu unleashed the 9th layer, 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder, the golden bell shattered into fragments. Qin Mu was astonished. Even the demon ape could not withstand the full force of the complete 9 layers. In their previous skirmishes, he had always restrained himself to 6 or 7 layers of power to avoid seriously injuring the demon ape. Yet Mingxin had boldly absorbed the entirety of the 9 layers without flinching. He recalled the words of Granny C. This time, he held nothing back. Employing all his strength, and even mobilizing the power of his spiritual embryo. Yet he had only managed to force Mingxin back a few steps. You have not obtained the true transmission of the Thunder Sound 8 styles. Mingxin's footwork shifted, his vital energy erupting beneath his feet, propelling him with remarkable speed. He raised his palm, and thunderous energy burst forth, culminating in a punch that unleashed a dragon's roar. Before this punch could land on Qin Mu, his vital energy had transformed into a faint yet menacing azure dragon, exhibiting an overwhelming ferocity. The first layer of 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder was vividly manifested in his vital energy, indicating its remarkable potency. More importantly, he possessed a heart technique perfectly aligned with the Thunder Sound 8 styles, a crucial aspect that Qin Mu lacked. Qin Mu braced himself for the impact, feeling the first layer's strength was unexpectedly formidable. However, before he could fully absorb this blow, the second layer, double dragons entwined, immediately followed. The 2 dragon-shaped vital energies intertwined, twisting Qin Mu's arms, only for the third layer, 3 dragon-shattering stones, to crash down upon his arms. Blood streamed from Qin Mu's arms as he staggered backward, his feet disrupting the arena and sending stones flying. For streams of dragon energy surged forth, causing Qin Mu to grunt in pain. His vital energy surged into his eyes, activating the divine eye of the heavens. He transformed his vital energy into a long spear, thrusting it forward, piercing through the oncoming 4 dragons. With a sharp clang, it struck Mingxin's palm, disrupting the buildup of his 5 dragons' refining demons technique before it could fully unleash. The collision of their powers caused Qin Mu's spear of vital energy to shatter. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Mu glanced at Mingxin's palm, where a drop of blood trickled down from his fingertip. His palm had been pierced by that earlier thrust. In contrast, Qin Mu's arms were a gruesome sight, his injuries far more severe. Qin Mu inhaled deeply, his vital energy surging fiercely as he lunged towards Mingxin. Alone he traversed the eastern sea, commanding the thunder of spring. This time, he harnessed not the momentum of water, but the ferocity of fire, akin to a torrential river of flames cascading from the heavens, rushing into the ocean. Intent on igniting the sea itself, Mingxin, the young monk, remained unfazed, raising his hand in response, his eyes shining with brilliance. Without the heart's method, all is mere illusion. Superficial at best. He too unleashed his own force akin to the thunder of spring from the eastern sea, and with a mere motion of his palm, a thunderous energy erupted, shattering souls, the sound of thunder resonating, causing Qin Mu's fiery aura to unravel instantaneously. However, at that very moment, flames suddenly ignited in Qin Mu's hands. Wielding them like blades, he charged at Mingxin with a frenzied determination. The slaughtering blade technique. The sun rising over the eastern sea amidst 1,000 waves. This was an exceedingly reckless maneuver, the butcher's technique, without a touch of madness. It could not unleash its utmost power, demanding an intensity akin to the sun's ascent, the myriad waves of the eastern sea converging, to cleave through all with unparalleled ferocity, shattering all in its path. Chop, 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 chop. 1,000 waves converged, 1,000 blades stacked. Nothing could withstand the onslaught. Nothing could be broken. Mingxin's expression shifted slightly, yet Qin Mu furrowed his brow, realizing the technique Mingxin was about to employ, the 8th form of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the 1,000-handed Buddha. The young monk met Qin Mu's hand with his own, resembling a 1,000-handed Buddha, blocking his frenzied strikes. Qin Mu's heart sank slightly. His hands were not true blades, but rather his hands were the blades, and Mingxin's defenses were formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to sever his palms. Then, hasten. Faster, even faster. So swift that you cannot intercept my strikes. Night battles amidst the tempest. Qin Mu, like a madman, slashed down recklessly, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Swift, 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 the blade must sever the Buddha's head. In this world, there is no butcher's technique that cannot slay a pig. Qin Mu's vital energy surged violently, his voice filled with ferocity. Clang, 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 clang. Mingxin, embodying the 1,000-handed Buddha, desperately defended against the onslaught, but suddenly, he could not withstand Qin Mu's handblade striking his throat, resonating with a chime. Then came the second strike, breaking through his 1,000-armed Buddha's defense, once more landing on his throat, producing another chime. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth strikes. Qin Mu's blows came ever faster, consecutively landing upon Mingxin's vulnerable throat. Brother, in our days of learning together, we were well acquainted. Your 1,000-handed Buddha bears a flaw. The old monk across from him, Master Ma, spoke with a calm demeanor. It seems you have passed this flaw on to your apprentice. Chapter 39. the sunlit soul refinement in the air. The old monk's white brows twitched, instantly recognizing the flaw he had spoken of. In his early years of training, he had once succumbed to slumber and missed a lecture by the Tathagata, which had precisely covered the technique of the thousand-handed Buddha. The Buddhist doctrine emphasizes the concept of fate, and the old monk had missed this opportunity, unable to seek the essence of the thousand-handed Buddha from the Tathagata. He could only learn it from his fellow disciples. Yet it was not the true transmission from the Tathagata. Indeed, within his thousand-handed Buddha lay an imperceptible flaw, which the old monk himself had discovered. In his attempts to rectify it, he found that the more he tried to mend it, the more it seemed to unravel, creating even greater gaps. To resolve a problem, one must first identify its source. The thousand-handed Buddha is profoundly intricate, requiring the harmonious cooperation of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, with an overwhelming multitude of variations. Any minor flaw could not possibly stem from a singular cause. It was likely the result of several seemingly unrelated factors. From his youth, the old monk had sought the origins of this flaw, yet to this day he had found none. As his disciple, Mingxin would naturally inherit the same flaws in his thousand-handed Buddha. This flaw was so subtle that it could only be revealed when faced with an extraordinarily swift attack. The moment occurred when the arm was lifted, just an inch past the throat, causing the vital energy to momentarily weaken. When confronted with a rapid strike from an adversary, the arm's slight frailty would result in a marginally slower lift, and that minuscule delay would expose a fleeting vulnerability at the throat. The old monk's cultivation was so profound that few could compel him to reveal this flaw. However, Mingxin was different. In terms of cultivation depth, Qin Mu surpassed Mingxin. And with his hands like knives, he struck with unparalleled speed. In an ephemeral moment, he had already slashed at Mingxin's throat 100 times. On the 68th strike, the golden bell of light surrounding Mingxin had shattered once, though he gathered his vital energy again and the golden bell reappeared. Qin Mu's blade had already found its mark at Mingxin's throat. Blood flowed relentlessly from Mingxin's throat, swiftly staining his pure white robes crimson. The old monk sighed and said, "Foolish child, your thousand-handed Buddha cannot withstand his blade. Will you not change your approach?" Mingxin suddenly realized that he had been solely focused on receiving Qin Mu's strikes, neglecting the necessity of countering. By merely defending, he would only find himself in a position of suffering blows. Yet, the golden bell of light could assist him in momentarily warding off Qin Mu's blade, granting him the opportunity to vanquish his opponent. It was Qin Mu's sheer ferocity that had startled him into forgetting his strengths. In a sudden shift, he transformed his technique, his palm clenched into a fist. With a tremor in the air, his fist radiated like the resplendent sun, blindingly brilliant. The sunlit soul refinement in the air. In that moment, a sound akin to the resonance of Buddhist chants emanated from his hand seals, the melody soaring and ethereal, accompanied by a thunderous clap of palm lightning, powerful enough to obliterate souls. His sunlit soul refinement in the air surpassed Qin Mu's technique in might, magnitudes greater. As Qin Mu endured the impact of this strike, he became momentarily dazed, his 3 souls stirred, and his 7 spirits alarmed. Qin Mu raised his finger, executing a dazzling series of gestures that touched his own brow, coccyx, navel, crown, Adam's apple, heart, perineum, and lungs, sealing his 3 souls and 7 spirits. The heavenly demon transformation technique, imparted to him by Granny C, was originally intended to bind the soul and lock the essence of blood for the purpose of skinning and crafting garments. At this moment, however, he utilized it to confine his own spirit, resisting the refining nature of the mind-heart attack. Samayet! A sudden, urgent demonic chant echoed forth. Qin Mu smiled faintly, his palm trembling as he unleashed the heavenly demon-free technique, causing mind-heart-soul to wander perilously close to leaving its body. Yet at that instant, Qin Mu altered his technique, transitioning from demonic to Buddhist practice, performing the sunlit yang soul refinement in midair. The sunlit yang soul refinement of mind-heart manifested as a fist, resembling the great sun, dispersing souls with thunderous resonance and refining them with golden light. Conversely, Qin Mu's version ignited his fist with the intense energy of the vermilion bird, its flames akin to primal fire, with an astonishing heat capable of melting steel. With fingers spread wide, Qin Mu's palm unleashed a sudden explosion of air, sending a massive shockwave that scattered his opponent's soul. The old monk's and Master Ma's sunlit yang soul refinements differed significantly. Evidently, the old monk's was authentic, while Master Ma's had undergone modifications to enhance its power. Yet, Qin Mu lacked the complete Mahayana Sutra, preventing him from fully realizing its potential. Mind-heart, just shaken to his core and nearly disembodied by the impact. suddenly heard a low shout. Samiyet. The clash of Buddhism and demonic arts was inevitable. The operation of demonic techniques while invoking Buddhist powers would undoubtedly prove immensely challenging. Far from the seamless switching that Qin Mu exhibited. It is the body of dominance energy, the deaf man remarked with a smile. Granny C, listening intently, felt a tremor in her heart. The deaf man speaks truth. Only an energy devoid of any attributes, the body of dominance, can transition effortlessly between Buddhist and demonic powers. Mu'er is indeed of the body of dominance. The village chief did not err. Suddenly, the old monk rose, reciting a Buddhist incantation, causing Qin Mu's heavenly demon-free technique to lose its potency as an invisible force separated him from Mind-Heart. Just as Mind-Heart prepared to regain his composure and challenge Qin Mu once more, darkness enveloped his vision and his body swayed. His throat had nearly been severed by Qin Mu, resulting in significant blood loss. I have lost. The old monk cast a glance at Master Ma and summoned Mind-Heart, stating, Junior brother, this time I concede defeat, but next time may not be so. He continued, Mind-Heart, we wander the world as master and disciple. Yet we have not settled anywhere. Let us seek a kindred spirit nearby and find a village to dwell in. With blood still flowing from his throat, Mind-Heart approached as the old monk bandaged his wound and applied medicine, imparting solemn wisdom. Junior brother, a broken staff can be remade. But a head is only granted one chance. Your loss this time signifies a total defeat. And to this young benefactor, your practice of demonic arts, insidious and ruthless, has led you down the path of darkness. Beware of sinking into the abyss and never finding rebirth. With that, he gracefully departed with Mind-Heart, leaving no trace behind. Qin Mu leaped down from the ring, watching the old monk and his disciple fade into the distance. Noticing Master Ma's grave expression, evidently troubled by the monk's words, Qin Mu hastily inquired, Grandfather Ma, Granny, if given the chance, would he seek to kill us? Old Granny C scoffed, saying, Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is merely the profession of that old scoundrel. If given the chance, our fate would not be any better than that of Lady Wu. As for Master Ma, she shook her head. Master Ma's act of disseminating the teachings of the Great Thunder Sound Temple has already transgressed a grave taboo. Qin Mu, perplexed, inquired, then why do we not simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles? Why must we await his provocation? Old Granny C's eyes sparkled as she praised. Mu'er, you are increasingly embodying the essence of a sovereign. Apothecary, mute, blind, should we not consider simply dispatching this old scoundrel and his young accomplice? The old monk, though he had distanced himself, could not help but quicken his pace upon hearing this, leaping away with a whoosh, departing with a resolute heart and abandoning any thoughts of lingering near the village of the aged. Old Granny C and the others did not pursue him but returned to their own tasks. Suddenly, the deaf one lamented, the great market has grown utterly useless. All manner of demons and spirits dare to enter and stir up trouble. The blind one nodded in agreement, expressing, such disturbances prevent us honest folk from finding peace. Old Master Ma, evading like this is no solution. One day, should you wish to visit the Great Thunder Sound Temple, we old bones would gladly accompany you. Qin Mu accepted the monk's staff, finding it surprisingly light despite its apparent weight that had pressed the table legs into the ground. Puzzled, he asked, Is this staff of considerable value? Why would Master Ma risk it? Valuable? It is not exactly precious, Old Granny C replied, examining the staff with a smile. Are you familiar with the Dragon Inlay City? This staff could at most purchase a single Dragon Inlay City. Chapter 40. The Wind's Edge. Qin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this unassuming Zen staff truly purchase the Dragon City? This staff, named Zakilyuo, with its 4 branches and 12 rings, was forged by the Tathagata of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. While it could indeed serve as a weapon, its value is likely comparable to that of Dragon City. Master Ma explained, however, the primary purpose of this staff is for cultivation. When you grasp the staff, your heart stirs, and the rings move in unison. As they do, your distracting thoughts dissipate, making it a treasure for dispelling inner demons. The 12 rings can sever 12 types of distractions and eliminate 12 kinds of inner turmoil. When inner demons arise, the rings resonate, ensnaring the turmoil and reducing it to ash. The staff, divided into 4 branches, allows one to sever the 4 lives. Contemplate the 4 truths, cultivate the 4 stages, and enter the 4 meditations. Holding this staff for practice will yield twice the results with half the effort. Old Granny C's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she fixated on the staff in Qin Mu's hands. Mu'er, let me borrow the staff for a moment. I harbor a significant inner demon that has plagued me for quite some time. Qin Mu handed the Zakilyuo staff to Granny C, inquiring with curiosity, What kind of inner demon resides within you, Granny? An old wretch, she sighed, her brow furrowed. No matter how many times I attempt to vanquish him, he persists. I have slain him countless times, yet he remains alive, causing me endless distress. If I can use this staff to finally obliterate him, I would find peace. Qin Mu remained oblivious to the identity of her inner demon, and Granny C offered no further explanation. As the staff fell into her grasp, it began to clang and rattle, the 12 rings vibrating in a deafening cacophony. Granny C's malevolent aura surged, emitting a terrifying energy that was altogether unlike her. Almost as if another entity had taken residence within her. Qin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though another person dwelled within Granny C. The blind man, Master Ma, the lame man, the apothecary, and the mute were also seized by fear, instinctively retreating a step. This overwhelming presence instilled a profound sense of danger in them all. After a moment, Granny C sagged, returning the staff to Qin Mu. This thing is useless. It cannot vanquish that old demon. Darn it, why can't I put him to rest? Qin Mu accepted the staff, intending to place it behind him alongside his bamboo staff, but its length rendered that impossible. He had no choice but to hold it in his hands. Throw it onto the ox cart. You are not a monk, Master Ma remarked. Today, you have passed the test. You need not engage further. To have triumphed over a disciple of the great Thundersound Temple is an immense achievement in itself. However, that Mingxin is far from being a true disciple of the Tathagata. Do you understand? Qin Mu carelessly tossed the invaluable staff onto the ox cart, asking with curiosity, how formidable are the disciples of the Tathagata? Master Ma replied nonchalantly, I was once a disciple of the Tathagata myself. Only when you can defeat me will you truly be considered a master of the body. Qin Mu felt a tremor of apprehension during their daily sparring. Master Ma had only employed the cultivation of the spirit embryo realm, yet even so, he had been left bruised and battered. One must consider that Master Ma had but one arm. Had both been intact, his strength would be truly fearsome. The market at Granny Temple would not conclude until 2 days hence. As evening approached, many began to gather their wares and move into the temple. A vast sanctuary guarded by stone statues, exuding an air of significance. Within this bastion, darkness could not encroach. It was a haven of safety. Qin Mu, driving his ox cart, entered the temple and beheld the setting sun perched atop the mountains, casting its golden hue over this celestial palace. Upon entering the temple, he soon understood why the map referred to the celestial palace as Granny Temple. The main hall enshrined a kindly old matron, her visage warm and inviting, reminiscent of a gentle grandmother from a neighboring village, though her eyes held a glint of cunning, masterfully carved with lifelike detail. Qin Mu found her strikingly similar to Granny C and gazed longer, but when he employed his divine celestial sight, he was taken aback. This benevolent-looking old woman radiated a tremendous aura, her divine light morphing into an enormous wolf that seemed to roar at the heavens, as if to devour the sky itself. Aside from the main hall, there was an anteroom and 2 side chambers, complemented by a sprawling garden and a dry pond, which had long lost its flora. The pond, now parched, revealed several skeletons beneath its cracked surface. Qin Mu leaned closer for inspection and discerned they were fish bones, remarkably large, about 6 or 7 zhang long. Yet curiously, they bore the skull of a dragon. Inside Granny Temple, other villagers began to kindle fires for their evening meals as the sun dipped low on the horizon, signaling that soon they would retire for the night. At that moment, a young man burst into the temple, his face etched with urgency. Is there a midwife here? My wife is about to give birth, he cried out. The villagers stood up, glancing at him, yet silence enveloped the room. Granny C rose unsteadily and spoke. I have assisted in childbirth before, and I am skilled. Can your wife hold on a little longer? Night is fast approaching. If she can wait until tomorrow, I can come. The young man fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. We cannot wait. I implore you, wise midwife, to lend your hand. The child is in distress, and the village midwives cannot assist. Granny C glanced at the setting sun, her expression troubled. Help, help, the young man cried. His forehead bloodied from his fervent bows. My wife has lost several children in recent years during childbirth. If this one perishes too, our family line will end. Granny C's eyes widened in astonishment. All of them perished during childbirth? He nodded vigorously. Granny C, with a hint of suspicion, replied. If she can conceive and carry to term, it is unlikely the infants would die at birth. There must be some mystery here. How far is your village from here? Not far. Less than 20 miles from Granny Temple. Glancing at the waning sun, Granny C sighed with relief. Less than 20 miles. You are from Zhang village. which is close enough to reach before nightfall. Xiaozi, Mu, you will accompany me. There is something amiss here. Qin Mu was taken aback. Granny C, known for her cantankerous demeanor, was unexpectedly eager to help. You are too slow. Xiaozi, calm and composed, addressed Qin Mu. Carry him on your back. We must hasten, lest the sun sets. Qin Mu immediately rushed forward, unceremoniously lifting the man onto his back, cautioning him, be careful, there's a blade behind me that might harm you. The man hastily replied, put me down. You cannot run swiftly with me on your back. Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce gust of wind howled past his ears. Qin Mu leaped into the air, emerging from the forest, his feet pounding upon the leaves as he raced ahead. The man was struck with terror. The roaring wind grew ever louder, and he felt the youth carrying him quickening his pace. His heart filled with bewilderment. How has this lad cultivated? He is far stronger than I. As Qin Mu sprinted, he experienced a sensation akin to walking upon the wind. His thoughts stirred. Grandpa K once told him that during his body tempering phase, he traversed the wind pinnacle realm, walking upon the very tips of the wind. If I could find the wind pinnacle, might I too walk upon the wind? However, what exactly is the wind pinnacle? He had no time to ponder further as he ran. The man behind him was still anxious about whether Granny C and the blind man could keep up. Suddenly, he beheld the two elders seated cross-legged, following closely behind Qin Mu, seemingly swept along by the whirlwind generated by his furious pace, their speed no less than his own. What manner of movement is this? His mind was in a haze as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness rolling in from the west, engulfing all in its path. Qin Mu moved with exceptional swiftness, catching sight of Zhangzhuang village from afar. He dashed toward it, bursting into the village just before the encroaching darkness could overtake him. Though he halted, the strong wind continued to howl ahead, with Granny C and the blind man serenely seated in the wind, drifting several dozen feet forward before finally extending their legs and standing firmly on the ground. Qin Mu stood in stunned silence, his heart overflowing with joy. So this is the wind pinnacle. Chapter 41. The hidden blade. As Qin Mu raced forward, he stirred up a gust of wind, while Granny C and the blind man rode the crest of that wind, propelling themselves forward. The term crest of the wind is akin to crest of the wave, where waves are formed by the movement of water and winds arise from the flow of air. The turbulence created by Qin Mu was indeed the crest of the wind. The young man Qin Mu carried on his back quickly dismounted and urged the three of them to hasten towards his abode, exclaiming, quickly, quickly, my friends. Setting aside thoughts of the wind's crest, Qin Mu approached the courtyard, surveying his surroundings. He noted that this village was significantly larger than Canlao village, housing over 100 families, with its architecture exuding a rustic simplicity. In the courtyard stood a grand tree, its canopy casting shade over half the house, where the expectant mother resided. A village woman poked her head out from the house, calling, the waters have broken. Hurry, bring some hot water. Oh, it's the old midwife from Canlao village. This is wonderful news. Mother and child will surely be safe. Granny C glanced around, her intuition sharpening. Moore, keep your eyes peeled for anything unusual. Should you sense any oddities, handle them as you see fit. I shall enter to assist with the delivery. And you, blind one, remain vigilant. Do not fall victim to any treachery. With that, she activated her divine eye, and Qin Mu opened his own divine vision, scanning the area. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dense canopy of the tree, sending a chill down his spine, nearly prompting an involuntary gasp. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be the thick trunk of the tree was, in fact, a massive serpent as thick as a water barrel. This great snake lay concealed among the branches, with half its body embedded within the tree, the occasional bulges on the trunk revealing parts of its exposed form. Judging by its size, its length was unprecedented, with the other half likely buried deep within the roots, surpassing even the monstrous serpents captured by Master Ma. The entire tree, including its canopy, emanated a dense, dark aura, enveloping the dwelling. At that moment, the serpent was flicking its crimson tongue, leaning down towards the room where the expectant mother lay, as if intent on some sinister purpose. Fearing he might be mistaken, Qin Mu dispelled his divine eye, relying on his mortal vision, yet he still perceived the tree as merely a tree, no serpent to be seen. But upon reopening his divine vision, the serpent coiled within the canopy awaited the newborn soul, evidently having devoured the spirits of the children born to this woman over the years. A surge of anger ignited within him as he muttered, Grandpa blind. The blind man, unperturbed, replied nonchalantly, Granny said to leave it to you. Handle it as you will. This is your first hunt. Be swift, for the child is soon to arrive. Steeling himself, Qin Mu approached the grand tree, taking slow, deliberate breaths. His vital energy shifted from stillness to motion, intensifying with the fire of his indignation, growing increasingly potent. Suddenly, the butcher's knife strapped to his back resonated with the tumultuous energy within him. Leaping from his back to hover above his head, with a swift motion, Qin Mu grasped the knife, his energy surging violently, flooding into the blade as he swung it with all his might. Let vitality surge forth, let fury erupt, a cathartic explosion in a single stroke. With a decisive slash, the butcher's knife in his hand suddenly rang out, slicing through the air with a piercing wail, mercilessly cleaving into the trunk of the towering tree. As Qin Mu grasped the knife's spine with one hand, he channeled strength through his legs, executing the limping technique. The limping master declared, "Legs are the wind, the earth, the roots of power." His feet now firmly rooted in the ground, he unleashed a sudden force, causing the earth beneath him to tremble. All his strength surged forth as he pushed the knife's spine, his other hand gripping the hilt with unwavering resolve, thrusting the blade forward. A cacophony of grinding sounds reverberated as the colossal tree, along with the serpent nestled within, was severed in twain. Qin Mu steadied himself, the butcher's knife poised before him, blood streaming from its edge, his back muscles taut and pulsating with life. Behind him, the mighty tree tilted and crashed to the ground. Dust billowed into the air as the fallen giant seemed to awaken. The serpent, bisected by his blade, was not yet deceased, its remaining half writhed in agony, producing a series of explosive sounds as it struggled, forcing the tree to splinter and crack, with bark and splinters flying in all directions, some even embedding themselves in nearby walls. The debris, propelled with terrifying force, was more fearsome than any spear, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle containing immense power. In the midst of the night, amidst the chaos, Qin Mu wielded the butcher's knife with astonishing agility, its blade flashing like lightning. Previously, he had unleashed a powerful stroke, channeling all his strength into a single blow, but now his technique had transformed into an extraordinary speed. The butcher's art is governed by one principle: speed, faster, and ever faster. The sounds of impact rang out like a torrential downpour, countless pieces of bark and wood colliding with Qin Mu's knife, numbing his arms. The serpent's strength far surpassed his own, yet its attention had been fixated on the woman in the room, poised to absorb the essence of her newborn at the moment of birth. The infant, connected to the mother by the umbilical cord, possessed innate vitality, once born. That vitality would transition from innate to acquired. However, prior to birth, the essence was not fully formed, prompting the serpent to seize the moment of arrival. Unbeknownst to the villagers, the serpent had stealthily infiltrated their domain, hiding within the tree's embrace for years, evading detection as it feasted on the souls of several infants, thus enhancing its power. It had anticipated an easy capture of the newborn's essence, failing to recognize Qin Mu's presence, and was caught off guard by his lethal strike. Yet, despite being severed, the serpent was not instantaneously vanquished. In its fury, realizing the precariousness of its existence, it burst forth from the tree, its gaping maw poised to strike at Qin Mu. A fierce wind assaulted Qin Mu's face, causing his skin to ripple violently, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his knife forward with the ferocity of a tempest, only to be met with an unimaginable force that knocked the breath from him, sending him crashing backward, creating a gaping hole in the courtyard wall. Before Qin Mu could steady himself, he witnessed the two grand doors of the courtyard soar into the air like mere paper. A colossal serpent crashed through the entrance, a foul wind rushing toward him as it lunged with ferocity. The creature's gaping maw and razor-sharp fangs filled Qin Mu with trepidation, compelling him to seek aid from the blind elder. Yet, behind the serpent, the elder stood unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. A flicker of thought crossed Qin Mu's mind. Did the old man believe I could confront this serpent? If he thinks I can handle it, then indeed I must be able to. With that resolve, he invoked the divine eye of the heavenly firmament. Awaken. His vital energy surged vigorously, channeling into his eyes and forming intricate, resplendent patterns of energy within his gaze. Upon activating the divine eye, the world before him felt as though it had been reconstructed. The dimly lit village, the scattered homes, and the advancing serpent all appeared vividly real. Each movement of the serpent became distinctly perceptible to him. Qin Mu deftly sidestepped the serpent's strike, his butcher's knife grazing the eye of the serpent as it soared past. He leaped gracefully, narrowly evading the creature's sweeping body. Every motion of the serpent was laid bare before his enhanced vision. Its muscular movements, the angles of its strikes, all became effortlessly discernible, allowing him to anticipate and evade its next move with an instinctual precision. This seemingly effortless flow was a manifestation of the first tier of the nine heavens eye technique, the divine eye of the heavenly firmament, which not only pierced through appearances, but also significantly heightened his perception. With a decisive strike, he slashed the serpent's left eye, causing it to emit a pained hiss, and it immediately lunged at Qin Mu, only to have its right eye similarly severed moments later. The serpent fell eerily silent, motionless, as did Qin Mu, both poised in a tense standoff just a few paces apart. Onlookers from the village had emerged, captivated by the sight of this young boy, no older than 11 or 12, engaged in combat with the serpent. As twilight descended upon the modest village, home to a mere dozen families, the faint glow of oil lamps flickered through window panes, casting shadows that obscured the path ahead. The villagers held their breath, paralyzed by the spectacle. Suddenly, a small girl let out a frightened wail, triggering the serpent to lunge violently toward her, its gaping maw descending menacingly upon a family rendered immobile by fear. Chapter 42. Midnight Phantom. In the instant the colossal serpent moved, Qin Mu sprang forth, wielding his cleaver with the ferocity of a tempest, relentlessly targeting the vulnerable junction between the serpent's head and body. The cleaver technique, akin to the surging waves of the eastern sea at dawn, embodied the force of the rising sun, determined to cleave through all with unparalleled might. With a singular focus, Qin Mu's mind was consumed by one thought: strike, slash, cut, sever. He was resolute in his intent to behead the creature. The serpent's blood gushed forth as its triangular head, comparable in size to a table, was severed from its body. Astonishingly, the severed head continued to lunge forward, its gaping maw seeking to devour a nearby family, oblivious to its demise. Just as the monstrous head was about to reach the terrified family, Qin Mu leapt onto it mid-air, exerting force through his legs to force the serpent's mouth shut. The head, along with the boy atop it, plummeted like a leaden weight, crashing thunderously before the astonished family. The trio stood frozen, gazing vacantly at the boy. Qin Mu bent down, offering a reassuring smile to the little girl, his teeth gleaming. "Little sister, it's all right now." At that moment, the wail of an infant pierced the air, and a woman emerged from the house, which had been shattered by the serpent, exclaiming joyfully, "Congratulations, mother and child are safe." "Mu, are you satisfied?" Elder C inquired with a smile. Observing the tender scene of familial affection, Qin Mu nodded gently, instinctively raising his hand to grasp the jade pendant resting against his chest. Elder C noticed his gesture and sighed inwardly. The blind man approached, yawning. With this matter resolved, it's time for rest. Elder, given the limited space in their home, shall we share a room? Elder, why did the villagers not notice the serpent all this while? Qin Mu pondered aloud, observing several villagers straining to extract the serpent's tail from the tree hollow. He had grown up in the village of crippled elders, where every villager bore a disability, and even Elder C was hunchbacked. Yet, in his eyes, the elders were omnipotent beings. However, the villagers here seemed to be largely ordinary, with only a few possessing martial prowess, albeit of modest capability, leaving Qin Mu puzzled. In the great market, crippled elder village was unique. Elder C's gaze turned contemplative. Here, most are common folk, remnants who could not escape the calamity of the great market. Some fled from the oppressive taxes and landlords, seeking refuge and survival. The outside world? Qin Mu's eyes brightened. The outside world was fraught with greater peril. Elder C scoffed. Otherwise, neither I nor the blind man would have been forced to seek shelter in the great market. Do not dwell too much on the outside. Qin Mu scratched his head, perplexed by Elder C's sudden outburst, which was unlike her usual demeanor. Was the serpent deliberately released into the village to wreak havoc? A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine at the thought. Such an act seemed profoundly malevolent. The serpent had already consumed several newborns. What benefit could one gain from nourishing a serpent with infants? This evening, peculiar occurrences may befall you, Mu. If you witness them, remain still and silent. The dawn shall bring resolution. Granny C chuckled, revealing her sparse teeth. He employs serpents to siphon the essence and souls of infants, subsequently absorbing the serpent's vitality to reverse his innate state. He must have practiced this art for many years, demonstrating extraordinary skill. However, his actions in the outer world would certainly invoke the ire of those dedicated to expelling evil, thus he stirs trouble in the grand market. Mu, the visitors tonight are beyond your capability to confront. Simply observe. Qin Mu nodded, his heart heavy with trepidation. The household had been lively for hours, with laughter and tears intertwining, and it was only after a considerable time that they remembered to arrange lodging for Granny C and Qin Mu. The couple graciously offered their main hall and inner room for them to sleep in. Qin Mu felt uneasy about this arrangement, yet Granny C accepted without hesitation. instructing Qin Mu to rest in the main hall while she took the inner room. Before long, they settled down to sleep. Qin Mu initially fought against slumber, but as time passed, his eyelids gradually succumbed to heaviness. In the dead of night, when silence enveloped everything, he was abruptly seized by a chill, his eyes flying open, only to find himself utterly unable to move. The door to the household's main hall creaked open, casting a dim light that illuminated a long shadow on the floor. Qin Mu attempted to call out, but no sound emerged. He could not warn Granny C. The shadow on the ground quivered and began to ascend, crawling up the wall where it twisted and contorted, becoming increasingly menacing. Qin Mu's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he beheld the shadow creeping up to the ceiling, dangling precariously and fixating its gaze upon him. His eyes widened in horror. The descending shadow was tangible, remarkably agile, akin to a martial artist skilled in the art of flexible bones. Yet, it was merely a shadow. How could it move with such freedom? Where was its master? A gust of wind swept through the door's crack, carrying with it a small triangular white banner, which the shadow grasped and waved towards Qin Mu. At that moment, the door to Granny C's sleeping chamber creaked open, revealing a glimmering silver orb that floated forth, reminiscent of the silver pill Qin Mu had seen in her room. It hovered at his forehead, motionless, spinning silently while emitting nearly invisible strands of sword-like energy. The shadow atop the ceiling brandished the white banner, swirling about the room with a swift grace, launching numerous attacks at the slumbering Qin Mu. The silver orb suddenly sprang into action, colliding silently with the banner, consistently deflecting its advances. Despite the fierce clash between these two enigmatic entities, an eerie stillness pervaded the room, with no sounds or destruction resulting from their struggle. After a brief interval, the shadow quivered violently, spewing forth a spray of blood. The white banner fluttered away, and the shadow flowed like water, vanishing into the night. At this moment, Qin Mu felt a resurgence of mobility, gasping for breath, utterly bewildered by the recent events. However, the bloodstains on the ground attested to the reality of the situation. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, until, after a brief pause, the sound of a gong resonated through the air. It was the village watchman announcing the hour, ensuring that the villagers would not be engulfed by the encroaching darkness beyond the village. "Older brother, find a place to rest," the watchman quickly interjected, chuckling as he halted the blind man. "It's quite late. Beware lest you wander out and be devoured by the monstrous creatures that lurk outside." The blind man smiled, tapping his bamboo staff lightly against the watchman's shadow, replying, "Thank you for the warning." With that, he continued on his way, his staff rhythmically tapping against the ground as he gradually moved away. Suddenly, two gaping holes erupted in the watchman's chest, revealing a clear passage through his body. He staggered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. What a swift shot, capable of piercing my enchantment. Cough, cough, I recognize you. Though blind, you have grown even stronger. The watchman exhaled his final breath, succumbing to death. A triangular white banner drifted down from above, covering his face. Chapter 43. The fairies in a hurry. The following day, Qin Mu was roused from his slumber by the commotion of the villagers. Upon inquiring, he discovered that the night watchman had suddenly perished, leaving the villagers in a state of shock. The previous night, after Qin Mu felled a tree, a large serpent had erupted from within its trunk, an already frightening occurrence. The sudden death of the watchman in the dead of night only heightened the villagers' anxiety, leading to a flurry of discussions among them. A couple approached, carrying a tray adorned with a red cloth, upon which lay a few tokens of gratitude. They said, "Dear elder, young brother, we are but a humble family with little to offer. Please accept this small token." Just as Qin Mu was about to decline, the blind man interjected, "Muer, accept it. Do not let them feel indebted to your kindness." Qin Mu accepted the few items on the red cloth and bid farewell to the couple. The man smiled, saying, "Young brother, with your exceptional talents, you are destined to soar like a dragon or phoenix among men. What merit lies in being a dragon or phoenix?" The old woman retorted, "Dragon's liver and phoenix's gall are merely delicacies on the dining table. Better to avoid becoming a dragon or phoenix that consumes others. Why so many questions?" The old woman, seemingly overwhelmed, glanced pleadingly at the blind man, who cheerfully ambled forward only to collide with the tree, collapsing unconscious. The old woman stomped on the blind man's face repeatedly, yet he remained in a deep slumber. Quickly, Qin Mu hoisted the blind man onto his back, casting a hopeful glance at the old woman. She retrieved a needle from her basket and jabbed it into the blind man's backside. Blood spurted forth, yet he remained unconscious. With a sigh of resignation, the old woman remarked, "The watchman was indeed a master of snake raising, wielding formidable skills. He employed the illusory shadow technique, a powerful sorcery of the heavenly devil sect, which is quite insidious and challenging to counter. I injured his shadow using the sand and shadow technique, inflicting harm upon his true self. However, my inner demons hinder me. I once promised not to harm a disciple of the heavenly devil sect, thus I could only compel him to retreat. The one who dealt the fatal blow was not I, but the blind man. The old woman and the young man exchanged glances, their eyes blinking in unison until fatigue set in. Gritting her teeth, she jabbed the blind man's backside once more, yet he still did not awaken. Silver pill? Cough. Is this what you refer to? The old woman revealed a silver ball in her palm. Qin Mu nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Grandmother, teach me the sword arts." With a heavy sigh, she replied, "It is not that I do not wish to teach you, but I cannot. My swordsmanship, while respectable, cannot claim the title of the world's best. If you were to learn from me, others would be disinclined to instruct you further. Hence I cannot impart this knowledge to you." Disappointment washed over Qin Mu, yet he quickly regained his spirits, asking, "Is the world's best swordsmanship from our village?" "Do not indulge in wild speculation," the old woman warned. "If you seek him out, he will be even less inclined to teach you. Only when he recognizes your potential will he consider instructing you. Presently, you bear numerous exceptional skills, yet mastery of any one eludes you. When you can match your peers in combat, overpowering Master Ma with your fists, cleaving the butcher with your blade, outmaneuvering the blind man, and outrunning the cripple, then you may contemplate honing your sword technique. By that time, if he refuses to teach, we shall compel him." The blind man yawned lazily, remarking, "His knowledge is unparalleled, his cultivation profound. He has grown increasingly formidable over the years. Even bound together, we may not be able to defeat him. Are you prepared to awaken?" Madame C was furious and jabbed him again. The blind man descended from Qin Mu's back, leaning on his cane, and remarked, "It would be best for you to explain this matter. I cannot. However, I can elucidate the incident concerning the night watchman. His shadow magic was formidable, capable of exchanging forms, with the shadow being the true essence, not the body. In our confrontation, if one were to strike only at his corporeal form, one would fall prey to his shadow. When he sought to slay me, I impaled his shadow with my bamboo staff, pinning it to the ground." Qin Mu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Then what of his serpent breeding, cultivating with the innate essence and soul of infants?" The blind man replied, "Madam, you are most knowledgeable about the dark arts. Perhaps you could provide an explanation. This technique is known as the free and unfettered innate art." Her expression turned grave, and she whispered, "The presence of the celestial demon sect nearby suggests that tranquility in the great market is now a pipe dream. These ruffians often swarm in droves. Muir, you may venture out alone to hunt from now on." Master Ma sat atop the ox cart, his body jostling with the bumpy road, suddenly declaring, "You have grown. However, you are permitted only to hunt strange beasts, not challenge their lords." The young cowherd's face darkened, and the two oxen laboring silently in front of the cart let out a mournful bellow, their eyes brimming with tears, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Observing this, Qin Mu inquired suspiciously, "Madam, could these two oxen also be human?" "Yes," Madame C chuckled enigmatically. Qin Mu was reluctant to speculate. A gust of wind swept past, stirring the boy's heart. He suddenly sprang from the cart, chasing after the breeze. He longed to seize the wind, dancing upon its tips in the sky. His speed was remarkable. Soaring out of the pine forest, his feet gliding atop the treetops, accelerating further until he matched the wind's pace, leaping into the air, though suspended above the ground. He felt an extraordinary upward force beneath him. The youth cheered, his feet flitting through the air, racing upon the wind's edge. Those in the cart looked up in awe. The blind man, unfazed, mused, "Will he fall?" The apothecary grasped a handful of wind, inhaling deeply, and chuckled, "Indeed, he will fall. This is a malevolent breeze. A spirit within it may notice him and come to a halt. Who among you will catch him?" Qin Mu dashed swiftly, the wind matching his pace. And before he knew it, he had covered over 10 miles. Just as he was elated, he spotted a pristine white fox perched upon a broad banana leaf. Gliding towards him, its front legs extended straight while its hind legs rested. He momentarily froze, and the white fox mirrored his astonishment. Both exclaimed in unison. And in that instant, Qin Mu felt the howling wind cease, causing him to flail and plummet from the sky, while the fox remained seated on the leaf. Raising its paw to point at him, clearly astonished. "Oh no." Qin Mu swiftly altered his footing, employing the stealing sky leg technique, thinking to himself, "If I run fast enough, I can walk upon the heavens." It was only then he realized he was not swift enough. He could not find purchase upon the air, and he continued to plummet downward. Qin Mu looked down, a chill running through his scalp. Below lay a rugged landscape devoid of trees, scattered with chaotic stones. Should he fall upon them, he would undoubtedly be shattered into pieces. Just then, the white fox, which had been screeching in the air, came to a realization. A banana leaf swept through the sky, and Qin Mu immediately felt the wind beneath his feet, allowing him to tread upon the wind's edge. He quickly moved his feet, halting his descent, and just as he was about to crash to the ground, he leaped from the wind's edge and soared through the air. Releasing a sigh of relief, he noticed the fox, now seated upon the banana leaf. Catching up to him, their gazes locked, and the white fox spoke in a melodious voice, albeit tinged with the scent of alcohol, curiously inquiring, "What are you doing? How did you end up in my wind?" Qin Mu, astonished, replied, "I wish to test whether I could chase the wind's edge and walk upon it, unaware that it belonged to you. Can you fly and speak?" "I command the wind through magic, allowing me to traverse upon it," the white fox explained. "I am returning from a banquet, and as night approaches, I must hasten my journey. I shall take my leave now, but if fate permits, we shall meet again." With that, she vanished into the tempest. Qin Mu felt the wind beneath his feet gradually weaken and hurriedly glided downwards, landing on solid ground. Before him lay the village of Canlao. He looked up, only to find the fox had disappeared without a trace. Returning from a banquet? Qin Mu pondered, his mind swirling with questions. This talking fox possessed magical abilities and attended banquets. What delightful occurrences awaited him? When next they met, he would surely inquire further. 2 days later, 2 wandering Taoist priests, one old and one young, arrived at Zhangzhuang village, weary from their travels. The elder approached the villagers and requested, "Good people of the village, might you spare a bowl of water? We are often on the road, and our stomachs suffer. A bowl of hot water would be greatly appreciated." The villagers poured 2 bowls of water for them, and after the elder and the youth drank, they expressed their gratitude. The elder, with kind eyes and a gentle smile, remarked, "As we roam the world, we have learned some magic. I sense an aura of the supernatural in your village. Do you require our assistance in dispelling any demons?" One villager chuckled. "The demon has already been vanquished, a great serpent concealed within a tree trunk, slain by a young lad from the neighboring village." The elder, taken aback, responded, "Why then do I still sense the presence of the supernatural here? Has there been a recent death in your village?" Chapter 44. The demon ancestor. The villagers of Zhangzhuang village gathered around, and one of them hastily exclaimed, "A watchman has died." After a moment's contemplation, the elder in their midst inquired, "Has the body of the watchman been buried? He is likely a demon, and may rise as a corpse." The villagers gasped in shock and promptly led the 2 to the grave of the watchman, stating, "He was buried yesterday, esteemed masters." The elder raised a hand, and the earth of the grave parted to reveal a thin coffin rising gracefully from the pit, floating before the onlookers. With a series of clicks, the coffin nails fell away, the lid lifted, and as the coffin settled, the watchman's body remained suspended in midair, shrouded by a white cloth. The elder and the youth retrieved the cloth for inspection, exchanged a knowing glance, and nodded silently. The elder began to chant, pointing at the watchman's corpse, which was instantly engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes in mere moments. The villagers hurriedly expressed their gratitude, offering gold and silver as a reward. The youth quickly waved his hands, but the elder insisted, "One does not receive rewards without merit, accept it." Only then did the youth accept the compensation. The elder then inquired, "Where does the boy who slayed the great serpent reside? Who are his companions?" "He is from the village of Canlao, accompanied by a blind man and Granny C. It lies over 40 miles upstream along the river," the villagers replied. Grateful, the elder and the youth departed Zhangzhuang village, making their way along the riverbank. After walking several miles, the elder sighed, remarking, "When a person dies, it is as if a lamp has been extinguished. The lamp of Master Mo has gone out." That watchman was none other than our esteemed sect's Master Mo, misguided in his cultivation of the innate freedom technique. He resorted to using infants for his practice, deserving of his fate, yet he remains a master of our sect. The one who killed him is suspected to be the gun god, who has bound both his soul and body. There are sword marks on the white cloth. Master Mo encountered her, the wife of the sect leader, before meeting the gun god. The youth listened intently. The elder continued, "The sect leader's wife has always been elusive, hiding away. Our sect's experts have ventured into the great ruins to uncover her whereabouts, but have returned empty-handed. Little did we expect that Master Mo would encounter her here. Ancestor, our efforts have not been in vain." The youth spoke, his voice surprisingly aged yet resonant. "After killing the sect leader's wife stole our sacred text, the great cultivation of the heavenly demon. She vanished for 40 years, and we have pitifully searched for her during that time. At long last, we have found her. In the early morning of Qin Mu village, after breakfast, the herbalist moved the village chief to the entrance and set up a small stove to boil water and brew tea. Then came the sound of the hen's cackle from the village. The hen has laid eggs, Muer, go collect them, urged Granny C, prompting Qin Mu to get into the hen house. However, he was soon chased out by the aggressive hen, leaving him bloodied and disheveled. Muer, do you lack the strength to catch a chicken? The butcher laughed heartily at the sight of Qin Mu fleeing in disarray from the hen. After the commotion, Qin Mu rallied his spirits, shaking off the defeat from the hen's attack. He strapped the pig slaughtering knife to his back, slung a sword pouch over his shoulder, and hefted a large iron hammer, tucking a few solidifying elixirs into his pocket, while brandishing the Shuqi Luojan staff, setting off from the village with enthusiasm. Today marked his first solo hunting expedition, a day he had long anticipated, though the hen's earlier assault had somewhat dampened his spirits. He had just exited the village when he encountered an elderly man and a youth approaching from the direction of the dilapidated village, resembling two wandering ascetics. The duo paused at the village entrance, observing the village head and the herbalist who were sipping tea. They greeted the two, inquiring politely if they might request a cup of tea. The village head raised an eyebrow and replied, with guests arriving from afar, how could we dare to be negligent? The herbalist poured tea for the elderly man and the youth, who took a seat opposite the village head, while the elder stood by his side. Is this the snake-slaying youth? The elder inquired kindly, casting a glance at Qin Mu. Just as Qin Mu was about to respond, the village head interjected coolly, Muer, this does not concern you. Go attend to your own matters. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Mu wandered into the forest. Once he had distanced himself, the youth across from the village head spoke, his voice remarkably aged, I believe we have met before? The village head nodded affirmatively. The youth smiled, stating, among those of my generation, few remain alive. It is a rare pleasure to encounter you. The pleasure is mutual, the village head replied nonchalantly. The youth continued, I have come to see Granny C. It has been 40 years since there has been a leader. She must provide us with an explanation. The village head shook his head, stating, once you enter this village, you become detached from the outside world. The youth's gaze flickered, I shall not enter. Simply let her come out, for I have matters to discuss with her. The village head shook his head again. She has left. Unable to contain himself. The elder was about to speak when the youth raised a hand and smiled. Having waited 40 years, there is no need to rush. Elder Lawkeeper, the leader's wife is not in the village. Summon the warriors to establish a stronghold here, for we shall be staying the night. The elder bowed in agreement. A surge of magical energy erupting from his head, coalescing in the air into a colossal character. The youth leisurely sipped his tea, and after an hour had passed, the villagers of the dilapidated village set aside their tasks and emerged, gazing upward. In the forest, colossal giants with muscular frames ambled through the trees, leaving a path of fallen timber in their wake. These giants, for in number, struggled to carry a stone statue, with a total of 4 statues in tow. Their labored breaths were audible, and the ground beneath them yielded like mud, stones oozing out from between their toes. The 16 giants, their faces flushed with exertion, carefully set down the statues, positioning them at the cardinal points around the dilapidated village. Soon after, a large ship arrived, from which emerged a group of painters who busily coated the furniture and wooden structures with paint before departing again. Shortly thereafter, another vessel arrived carrying stonemasons who quarried stone, sculpted statues, and smoothed stones to pave the ground of the newly established village before they too sailed away. After a brief interval, a burly man with a thick beard arrived, appearing weary from travel. He bowed, addressing the elder, Master, Brother Lawkeeper. The elder replied, Left envoy, the village has been established. Find yourself a dwelling. The bearded man entered the newly built village beside the dilapidated one and settled into a room in silence. A while later, a ragged old woman approached, offering her respects to the youth and the elder before entering the village in search of an empty room to reside. Soon, a fisherman arrived in a small boat, mooring it by the riverbank. He carried a basket of fish and a fishing rod as he entered the village to settle down. Not long after, a variety of peculiar individuals appeared, some resembling wealthy merchants, others akin to traders, and yet more who seemed like private tutors, aspiring scholars, and young women from brothels, a veritable assortment of every profession imaginable. Master Ma's expression grew grave as he whispered, the celestial demon sect encompasses 360 trades, with 360 halls, each led by a hall master, who once spread across the world in utter mystery. I never anticipated that for the past 40 years, these hall masters have converged upon the great market in search of their sect leader's wife. I fear they will all come here and take residence next door. The smile on the hunchback's face widened as he chuckled. Where's old lady C? These people are all here to find her, the deaf man remarked. I saw the old woman transform into a doe and leave the village ahead of the shepherd boy. She must be worried about his safety while hunting alone, secretly watching over him. She likely has no idea that the celestial demon sect has tracked us down. They have nearly relocated their entire sect to our vicinity. The doe, filled with indignation, retorted, You little rascal, mind your words, or you shall meet your demise outside. With that, she flicked her short tail and dashed away. Qin Mu pressed on, and before long, he spotted a woolly mammoth drinking from a pond. He chuckled, Grandma, I truly can take care of myself. There's no need for you to follow me. The mammoth, incensed, stomped its feet and charged at him. Qin Mu summoned his energy, drawing his pig-killing knife with a flourish, exuding a murderous aura as he declared, If you are not Grandma, then I shall slay you. Shaking his head, he walked several miles, glancing up at a large bird soaring above him, and sighed, Grandma, there is truly no need for you to trail behind me. The bird tilted its head to regard him but remained unmoved, continuing its spiral above. With a glint in his eye, Qin Mu seized a handful of pebbles from the ground, flicking them with his fingers. A flurry of stones shot into the air, varying in height. After launching over a dozen pebbles, Qin Mu leapt into the air, landing on the first stone, then springing to the next, and so forth, until he found himself suspended beside the great bird. Suddenly, the bird spoke in human language, exclaiming, all right, I shall not follow you any longer. With that, it flapped its wings and departed. Qin Mu plummeted from the sky, landing with a thud, his feet sinking a foot deep into the mud. The youth looked up, and the bird was nowhere to be seen. Grandma would most likely still be tailing him. Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, detecting no abnormalities, and continued on for several more miles. Ahead, a waterfall cascaded beautifully, with lush mountains and clear waters. Beside the waterfall stood a thatched cottage, from which wisps of smoke curled into the air, indicating someone lived there. In this desolate wilderness, how could anyone reside here? Could it be that a revered elder had chosen to seclude themselves in this place? Chapter 45. The Dragon Palace of Yongjong. Qin Mu approached and peered through the window, observing the white fox holding a bamboo tube, puffing air into the fire beneath the cooking platform. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Is anyone home? Startled, the white fox quickly concealed the bamboo tube and, in a voice aged with time, bellowed, Who dares to disturb my tranquility? I am an ancient spirit, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Qin Mu chuckled, and upon hearing his laughter, the white fox looked up, recognizing the young man outside. Relieved, its tone softened to a melodious timbre. It is the youth who borrowed the wind from me the day before yesterday. I was rather inebriated at the banquet and failed to extend my proper courtesies. Please, do not linger outside, come in. As Qin Mu entered the humble abode, he surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. The cottage was remarkably tidy and clean, furnished with a bed, a rice jar, various pieces of furniture, a screen, and even a dressing table. The white fox stood upright and inclined towards him, saying, My humble dwelling is quite modest. I beg your pardon for the lack of grandeur. Qin Mu returned the gesture, curiosity piqued. Are you preparing a meal? The white fox replied, Yesterday my sisters treated me to a feast, and I indulged a bit too much. I awoke this morning with a slight headache and am currently preparing a soup to alleviate it. Please take a seat. Qin Mu marveled internally. This white fox exhibited greater wisdom than the demon ape, for it was aware of the need for a restorative broth. However, it seemed to indulge in libations daily. Noticing a bookshelf nearby, he approached and extracted a volume, which discussed techniques of breath control and a few spells, albeit incomplete. Do you recognize the characters? The white fox inquired, having prepared the soup, its eyes bright with excitement. I do not comprehend the text, but I practice by observing the illustrations. If you understand the words, would you kindly share their meanings with me? Why not? Qin Mu replied as he took a seat. The white fox's tail flicked, and a bowl of soup gracefully floated onto the table, where the fox settled across from him, eyes gleaming. Opening the first page, Qin Mu began to recite, Guide the vital energy to Mount Fangtsuan, bolster the elixir of vitality, let the tiger traverse the depths of the lungs, and stir the cold sea of energy. As the white fox savored the soup, it became engrossed in his words and suddenly asked, Where is Mount Fangtsuan? Mount Fangtsuan resides at the center of the brow, Qin Mu explained. The brow is the sanctuary of the spiritual womb. Guiding the vital energy to Mount Fangsuan means directing it to the brow. However, when the energy reaches that point, divine sounds emanating from the heavens may obstruct it. The white fox attempted the exercise and shook its head, saying, "I did not hear any divine sound." Qin Mu furrowed his brow. When he directed his energy to the brow, he would invariably encounter divine sounds that hindered his progress. He had assumed the white fox would face a similar challenge. Yet it claimed otherwise. Could it be that the spiritual wombs of humans and foxes were structured differently? He dismissed the thought and continued his explanation, soon completing the ancient text. The cultivation methods described within were indeed unique. However, they were incompatible with Qin Mu's own practices, rendering him unable to cultivate them. The white fox, astute as it was, grasped the content of the book and chuckled. Previously, I followed the illustrations and believed I had mastered the teachings within this tome, only to realize I had erred in many aspects. Thank you, kind sir, for shedding light on my misunderstandings. My name is Hu Linger. May I inquire about your esteemed name? I am Qin Mu, which means the cowherd with the surname Qin, not a nobleman. Qin Mu replied with a smile. I reside nearby, not far from here. From where did you acquire the ancient texts? 60 miles to the west? Qin Mu exclaimed in astonishment, pondering. Could it be the Dragon King's palace of the Yongyang? He quickly asked, could you take me there? The little white fox replied, it is quite perilous inside. One cannot enter lightly. I was frightened just upon reaching the entrance. She felt quite embarrassed, leaving the thought unspoken, likely having been scared to the point of losing control. Qin Mu, feeling a surge of excitement, asked, do you not wish to witness the Dragon Palace? There may be a Dragon King within. I do not. Hu Linger thought for a moment, her eyes glinting mischievously. If you, young Master Mu, can frequently come and elucidate these ancient texts, I shall take you there, but I shall not enter. It's a deal, Qin Mu exclaimed, raising his palm. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Linger lifted her fluffy paw and touched his, then drank the detoxifying soup to the last drop. The two, one human and one fox, exited the thatched cottage and headed westward. Who hosted the banquet you attended the day before yesterday? Qin Mu recalled the previous day's events and inquired. It was a feast held by the Demon Spirit King, inviting various great demons. After acquiring the ancient texts from the Yongjiang Dragon Palace, my intelligence blossomed, and I became somewhat renowned among the nearby lesser demons. However, I am unable to contend with those brutish beings. Thus, I rank at the very bottom among the great demons. Hu Linger leaped onto a large banana leaf, conjuring a spell that summoned a gust of demonic wind, lifting the leaf into the air. She chuckled. The Demon Spirit King has achieved human form and is quite formidable. All great demons within 100 miles, regardless of whether they are beast lords, must heed his command. The demonic wind propelled the banana leaf, carrying the white fox aloft, while Qin Mu leaped, stepping upon the wind's edge, hastening westward. Meanwhile, a distance of 2 or 3 miles from the cottage, a fearsome beast known as Tao Tai was scanning the surroundings, puzzled. Calculating the time, Mu should have arrived by now. This time I disguised myself as a beast. He surely will not recognize me. How strange. Where has that rascal gone? The fox's demonic wind. That little brat ventured out for the first time to hunt, and has been lured away by a fox enchantress. A gust of wind rustled a 10-foot-long banana leaf, upon which sat a white fox, with a young man running alongside, both Qin Mu and Hu Linger. With my current magical ability, I am unable to fly. I can only summon a demonic wind to lift the banana leaf into the air. If I were to run in the wind like you, I would surely fall. The Dragon Palace is located nearby. Hu Linger lowered the demonic wind, and as Qin Mu and the white fox on the banana leaf gradually descended, they landed after a brief moment. Qin Mu looked around and saw the Yongjiang winding around a great mountain, with green waters embracing the verdant hills. The melodious chirping of birds echoed through the valley. Monkeys leaped among the trees, and the water teemed with large fish and river beasts, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. The white fox leapt ahead, leading the way, while Qin Mu hastened to keep up. The direction in which Hu Linger ran was toward the mountain surrounded by the river, causing Qin Mu to ponder. Could it be that the Dragon Palace is not situated within the waters, but rather built upon the mountain? After a brief moment, they reached the summit, where Qin Mu beheld a relic, a Dragon King temple. Before the temple stood a colossal water-stabilizing stone, towering over 8 zhong, resembling a monumental stele, beneath which was intricately carved a gigantic stone turtle, bearing the weight of the stone. The stone turtle, with its gaping mouth, appeared weary, as though it were in need of respite. The Dragon King temple lay in ruins, its walls crumbled, and its grand hall collapsed. Qin Mu surveyed the area only to find that even the stone statues had vanished, unable to withstand the encroaching darkness. As he pondered this, the elusive fox spirit Linger suddenly disappeared, her voice echoing, "Hurry, come in." Following the sound, Qin Mu saw the white fox within the turtle's mouth, raising a paw to beckon him. He hastened over. The stone turtle was vast enough for a person to stand upright inside. Following the frolicking white fox, they approached a throat-like passage where a deep staircase appeared before them. Originally, there had been a stone door at the staircase's entrance, now toppled for unknown reasons, revealing the descent into the underground. Qin Mu trailed the white fox, venturing deeper into the widening passage, which seemed to burrow into the mountain's heart. The surrounding walls were adorned with luminescent moss, damp and teeming with peculiar creatures that floated through the air like dandelions, their slender tentacles swaying, enabling them to soar aloft. The white fox leaped, seizing one in its mouth and devouring it, then continued to bounce about, relishing the delightful fare. Chapter 46. Oh, Dragon. Qin Mu extended his hand and cautiously seized a peculiar creature, taking a careful bite. The sensation that surged down his throat was exceedingly piquant, more fiery than the most potent spirits of a butcher. Once it settled in his stomach, it ignited a blazing warmth, invigorating his vital energy. As he channeled his essence, he discerned a medicinal potency akin to that of a solidifying essence pill, capable of enhancing his cultivation, albeit to a lesser degree than the pill itself. What manner of being was this plant or animal? Qin Mu procured another specimen, observing this extraordinary entity, devoid of eyes, limbs, and orifices, employing root-like tendrils to siphon nutrients from the moss, rendering him unable to classify it. He had consumed but one, yet the fox spirit, who Linger, frolicked about, having indulged to her heart's content. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly frigid. After an indeterminate distance, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears. A crystal-clear stream meandered along the mountainside, where several eyeless fish resided in the pool at its end, emitting a faint glow. To proceed, they would have to traverse the pool, yet these formidable fish were quick to respond to any disturbances. "Let me toss a stone to divert the fish. We shall make our escape," Hulingo suggested, seizing a stone and hurling it with force. The stone struck the wall, and the eyeless fish erupted from the water, their tails thrashing in the air, their fins unfurling like vast wings as they surged toward the source of the sound. "Run," Hulingo urged, leading the way as Qin Mu dashed alongside the pool, hastily making their way to the opposite side. In the flurry of their flight, he heard a series of thunderous crashes. The monstrous fish collided with the stone wall, their enormous jaws gnashing and leaving gaping holes in the rock. The seemingly impenetrable mountainside crumbled like mere tofu under their bite. The consequences of such an assault on a human body were unfathomable. As the pair reached the far bank, the bizarre fish, alerted by their footsteps, swiftly altered course and charged towards them. "Follow me," Hulinger called, darting into the passage ahead. Qin Mu followed closely, squeezing into the narrow corridor. Behind them, the monstrous fish, unable to navigate the tight space, resorted to their fins, propelling themselves fiercely in pursuit. Were these truly fish? Qin Mu exhaled in relief as the path ahead widened, leading them into a trumpet-shaped cavern where sunlight glimmered upon the water's surface. Glancing upward, he was momentarily entranced. Above him, a torrent of water cascaded, and schools of fish swam overhead, accompanied by enormous golden turtles, fish as large as boats, and colossal river creatures. A great fish shook its head, seemingly perplexed, before swishing its tail and swimming away into the depths. They had emerged into the subterranean realm of the rushing river. Qin Mu's expression was peculiar as he observed the rushing river above them, wondering why the water had not cascaded down to engulf their location. He gazed ahead. His heart stirred as towering dragon pillars emerged before him. These massive pillars, standing several dozen zhang tall, loomed from the riverbed, their summits meeting the flowing waters above. The ground beneath their feet was paved with white Han marble, extending into a pathway flanked by these dragon columns. After walking for 100 or so zhang, he encountered a vast cluster of palatial ruins, encircled by the dragon pillars, which appeared to support the river's weight, preventing the deluge from inundating the area. However, many of these majestic structures had crumbled, suggesting a cataclysm had transformed this place into a desolate wasteland. Fox Spirit Linger, skipping joyfully, approached the remnants of a palace. Qin Mu noticed that on the half-collapsed wall, there were faded murals depicting a dragon-headed elder hosting peculiar guests, including a turtle-backed old man, a serpentine-tailed woman, monks, and humans. Suddenly, a pillar crashed down, nearly striking Qin Mu and the little fox. Linger entered the half-ruined grand hall and remarked, "This is where I found those ancient texts." As Qin Mu drew near, he discovered a concealed stone chamber embedded within the walls of the dilapidated hall. The stone door had fallen, unveiling the chamber that Linger had uncovered. It was now empty, as all contents had evidently been removed by her. As they ventured further, a sense of impending danger loomed. Linger pointed nervously toward an imposing gateway ahead, exclaiming, "It's terrifying." Upon inspecting the gateway, Qin Mu discerned a palace shrouded in mist, seemingly intact yet obscured by a veil of water vapor, rendering the interior indistinct, as if the palace floated within a spectral haze. "There are terrifying beings within." Linger's voice trembled as she warned, "Once you reach the threshold, you will sense its aura, and then you'll feel weak, unable to rise." As Qin Mu advanced, Linger mustered her courage to follow closely behind. Upon reaching the gateway, he was abruptly struck by an overwhelming aura of malevolence, inducing a profound sense of dread and trepidation. Akin to dark clouds suddenly overshadowing the bright sky, with a colossal and fearsome beast glaring at him from within the obsidian darkness. This sacred, solemn, and formidable creature embodied the terror Linger had mentioned. Qin Mu inhaled deeply, steadying himself, his spirit returning to a state of calm. Heavenly Eye of Divine Clarity, activate. His pupils intertwined with intricate patterns of energy, forming a second layer of vision as he peered through the mist beyond the gateway. Beside him, the white fox had grown weak, collapsing onto the ground, struggling to turn back toward their previous path. Qin Mu lifted her up, and the feeble white fox whimpered, "Don't hold me. I feel like I'm dying. My heart races fiercely." "You are not dead. It is the creatures within this dragon palace that are lifeless." Qin Mu chuckled, "Can you guess what I have seen?" "I have seen the Dragon King of the rushing river." "Ah." The little white fox let out a soft sigh and fainted, its 4 legs stretching out straight. After a brief moment, Qin Mu noticed that the white fox cautiously opened one eye and furtively turned around twice. He tentatively remarked, "Yongjiang Dragon King." The fox spirit straightened its legs even more, promptly closing its eyes again. "The Yongjiang Dragon King is deceased," Qin Mu said, chuckling in disbelief. "All that remains are bones. This Dragon King has been dead for countless years, and I have seen his dragon bones amidst the mist." The fox spirit quickly opened its eyes. "Dead?" Qin Mu nodded. "You can rest assured this time. Shall we enter together?" The fox spirit shook its head vigorously. With no choice left, Qin Mu set it down, only to see the white fox crawling weakly towards the exit, its belly pressed against the ground. He lifted it once more, placing it upon his shoulder, and stepped toward the portal. The white fox, filled with anxiety, fluffed up its pristine white fur, gripping Qin Mu's shoulder tightly with its claws, its eyes wide with terror, too frightened to move a muscle. As Qin Mu entered the mist, the fox spirit clung even tighter, its fluffy tail standing erect. The fog was dense, lingering for years. Yet strangely, stepping into it revealed no trace of dampness. Within the mist, Qin Mu observed droplets of water floating silently, motionless in the air. He also spotted numerous shattered jade stones suspended in the haze, along with fragments of spiritual weapons and broken bones, all quietly drifting, seemingly weightless. When he had looked from outside the portal, he had only seen the dragon bones, unaware of these other remnants. This place must have witnessed a brutal war, one so fierce that even the corpses of powerful beings and their spiritual weapons were shattered. What had transpired here? Was it before or after the calamity of the great ruins? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Qin Mu's scalp. The fox spirit had been so terrified by a skull floating into view that it leaped onto his head, gripping his scalp tightly, its back arched high, trembling with fear. The little white fox caused Qin Mu's head to shake as well. "A dragon!" The white fox shrieked, swiftly moving from his head to his back, its 4 paws firmly clutching his waist like a white backpack. Chapter 47. The third party before them, a colossal dragon coiled around the majestic palace, winding in circles, its immense head raised high above the great hall, casting its gaze upon them. This was a dragon skeleton, an enormous framework devoid of flesh and blood, its teeth towering even higher than Qin Mu. Though the great dragon had perished ages ago, its formidable presence was still palpable, suggesting that it had once been a remarkably powerful entity. With his divine eye, Qin Mu beheld the dragon's bones, and in that moment, the skeleton seemed to come to life, radiating divine light. The dragon appeared to writhe and swim before his eyes, despite its demise. The grandeur and majesty it exuded made him feel as though it still lived. The king of the flood dragon, a true dragon. As Qin Mu gazed upon the great beast, his heart stirred, recalling Master Ma's martial arts, particularly the technique of 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder from the 8 styles of thunder sound. The 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder technique divides the vital energy into 9 layers of power. The first layer is the furious dragon charge, and the second is the twin dragons entwined, where each layer amplifies the force of the previous. Having practiced under Master Ma since childhood, Qin Mu had executed this technique countless times, yet he had never grasped its essence. Recently, however, his cultivation had advanced significantly, greatly enhancing the power of 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. Nevertheless, during his encounter with the young monk Mingxin, he had still suffered a setback. This was largely due to his lack of access to the Great Vehicle Sutra of the Buddha from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but more so because his dragon fist energy merely resembled a dragon. It was like a dragon, rather than being a true dragon, superficial in appearance but lacking substance. It naturally crumbled upon impact. Had his fist energy been a true dragon, even without the Great Vehicle Sutra, his 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder would have been authentic. For the essence of 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder is to imitate the true dragon's command over wind and thunder, thundering with immense might, as the divine dragon strikes from the storm. If he could achieve this, the study of the Great Vehicle Sutra would become irrelevant. 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. Qin Mu meticulously observed the dragon's skeleton, his feet moving unconsciously as his gaze remained transfixed on the true dragon's bones. He examined the dragon's form, scrutinized the skeletal structure, contemplated the dragon's momentum, pondered the dragon's rhythm, and internalized the dragon's spirit, delving deeply into the essence of the dragon. He became increasingly absorbed, walking and observing while unconsciously mimicking the dragoness every gesture with his arms and body. Within his spiritual womb, the spirit embryo also began to move in harmony with his actions, breathing and circulating vital energy, gradually undergoing a wondrous transformation. The vital energy he exhaled did not flow into Qin Mu's body, but instead roamed around him, morphing into a small dragon. As the amount of vital energy inhaled and exhaled increased, this little dragon began to grow, eventually reaching a height comparable to a person, entwining itself around the spirit embryo. Initially fearful, Fox Spirit Air's trepidation gradually diminished over time. She was not particularly concerned about disturbing Qin Mu, but was instinctively wary of the dragon, fearing that any noise she made might disturb the dragon skeleton. After a considerable passage of time, her stomach growled, prompting her to carefully descend from Qin Mu's back and stealthily exit the underwater dragon palace. After half an hour, the white fox returned, carrying a bag filled with peculiar creatures resembling dandelions. Resisting her inner fear of the dragon bone, Fox Linger ventured into the mist, approached Qin Mu, and climbed onto his shoulder, offering him one of those strange beings. Qin Mu, seemingly oblivious, opened his mouth as food was presented, obediently consuming it. Fox Lingo fed him over 20 of those strange creatures before she began to eat herself. Qin Mu showed no signs of awakening. He continued to move about, his gaze fixated on the dragon bone, sometimes even climbing atop it, wandering along the enormous skeletal structure. His spiritual embryo was entwined with the azure dragon, crackling with electric sparks, yet Qin Mu remained engrossed in observing the dragon bone, unaware of his surroundings. 2 days passed in this manner, with Qin Mu eating, drinking, and sleeping in this place, his body becoming increasingly foul, yet he still showed no signs of awakening. Fox Linger exhibited remarkable patience, tending to his needs. When he was thirsty, she fetched water with leaves, and when he was hungry, she caught the peculiar creatures in the passage. However, she had to traverse a pond along the way, where strange fish lurked, posing a danger of being devoured, but fortunately, her cleverness kept her safe. Of course, she would make herself scarce when Qin Mu needed privacy. On the 3rd day, as Fox Linger prepared to fetch more water, suddenly, Qin Mu's voice echoed, astonished. "Why am I so dirty?" Fox Linger was both surprised and delighted, chirping, "You've been standing here for 3 days. It's no wonder you're filthy." 3 days? He felt invigorated and stepped into the underwater dragon palace, with Fox Lingo timidly following, staying close to his legs, too frightened to wander freely. The grand hall was shrouded in an even denser mist, obscuring vision beyond a short distance. Strange, Qin Mu pondered the source of this fog. It was not mere water vapor, and even his celestial eye could not penetrate its depths. As they ventured deeper into the hall, the mist thickened, visibility diminished, and Fox Lingo became increasingly fearful, clinging to Qin Mu's pant leg as he led the way. At that moment, he heard an unusual sound, soft, prolonged, yet imbued with a sense of sorrow, as if someone in the mist were singing a melancholic tune, though the words eluded him. An ancient language, mysterious and obscure, resonated like the tongues of deities or demons. As Qin Mu listened, he unconsciously touched his cheek, realizing too late that tears streamed down his face. The song evoked a vision of a woman drifting in the mist, singing a heart-wrenching tale. Suddenly, the golden rings of his discarded Zakiluo Zen staff clanged loudly, creating a cacophony. Grandpa Ma had mentioned that the rings served to dispel distracting and malevolent thoughts. When a thought stirred, a ring would sound. Now, the rings clanged incessantly, resembling a sieve shaking with copper beans. Did I truly harbor so many distracting and malevolent thoughts? Qin Mu lowered his gaze, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. It turned out that Fox Spirit Lingo was trembling like a leaf, clinging tightly to his leg, while her tail rested precariously on the Shichi Luo. Qin Mu's heart remained unwavering, but the little fox was clearly distressed. Linger, could you please move your tail aside? Qin Mu inquired. Obediently, Fox Spirit Lingo shifted her tail. Yet her trembling persisted. Qin Mu furrowed his brow. Even after her tail was moved, the golden rings of the Shichi Luo staff continued to jingle incessantly. Was there, perhaps, a third presence here, apart from himself and Linger? A third being, steeped in malevolent thoughts? Could it be the woman who sang? The clanging of the golden rings grew increasingly frantic, unmistakably signaling the existence of a third entity, one whose myriad of chaotic and wicked thoughts resonated with the staff, causing it to rattle incessantly. In the air, the haunting melody floated, increasingly sorrowful. The gentle song within the mist gradually became clearer, as if it were reverberating in his very ears. What manner of being lurked within the fog? A chill ran down his spine. Linger had scurried up his pant leg to his back and burrowed into his embrace, her furry little head peeking out, furtively surveying their surroundings while shivering. This scene was undeniably terrifying, and even Qin Mu felt a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, the vibrations from the golden rings possessed a soothing quality, allowing his tumultuous heart to settle swiftly. Gaining his composure, he discerned that the multitude of hands was clearly not from a singular entity. Whatever it was, he commanded it to retreat. Channeling his vitality, Qin Mu directed it through his arm into the Shichi Luo staff. He raised the staff with conviction and brought it down forcefully. A resounding crash echoed as beams of brilliance erupted from the staff, radiating in all directions. Simultaneously, a spectral figure of a Buddha materialized behind him, seated in the air, its sacred sound resonating powerfully. Thus have I heard. The Buddha's voice reverberated with profound wisdom. All sentient beings, since time immemorial, have been caught in the cycle of birth and death, arising from ignorance of the eternal. True heart, pure and luminous in essence, entangled in myriad delusions. These thoughts are not genuine. Thus, the cycle persists, revolving, revolving, revolving. Chapter 48. Dragon Soul. A resonant hum echoed as Qin Mu felt an ethereal aura behind him. A radiant halo emerged from the head of the Buddha figure, casting brilliant light that shot forth in all directions, dispelling even the eerie mist that lingered. The sound of thuds filled the air, and as Qin Mu glanced around, he beheld a multitude of desiccated corpses plummeting from above, creating a scene so dense that there was scarcely a place to stand. Among the lifeless forms, he noticed some skeletal remains, their flesh long since vanished, leaving only bones clad in voluminous garments reminiscent of official attire. As the mist surrounding him dissipated, clarity returned to his surroundings. Yet, the haunting melody persisted, albeit at a distance, still imbued with poignant sorrow, echoing a profound grief. Qin Mu withdrew his vital energy, and the Buddha figure behind him gradually faded from view. How could there be so many corpses concealed within this grand hall? These bodies did not appear to belong to ordinary people. Qin Mu scrutinized the scene, a frown creasing his brow. The sheer number of corpses was unsettling, especially as they showed no signs of decay. It was perplexing, considering that the body of the Flood Dragon King outside had long rotted away, reduced to mere bones. The only plausible explanation was that these corpses had entered after the cataclysm of the Great Ruins. They, like myself and Fox Spirit, must have discovered the path to the Flood Dragon Palace and subsequently entered this hall. His eyes twitched with apprehension as he gazed deeper into the hall, where thick mists still loomed. Something within those mists had claimed their lives, transforming them into this grotesque state. A chill crept along his scalp, and he tightened his grip on the Zen staff. The exquisite staff, known for its ability to secure a city, had just unleashed tremendous power when he had channeled his energy into it. It was the wise old woman's suggestion to bring the staff along. She had shown great concern for his safety, transforming into various forms to offer covert protection. The old woman must have been terribly worried these past few days. A sense of guilt washed over Qin Mu, yet he steeled himself, casting his gaze about. The source of the mist must lie within this hall. And so too did the peril. What manner of creature had slain these adventurers? At that moment, The mist from the depths of the hall surged toward him, enveloping his ankles before gradually rising. The corpses on the ground, now shrouded in mist, began to move eerily, rising in grotesque postures. The fog climbed ever higher, soon engulfing Qin Mu's head, while the desiccated bodies began to levitate, vanishing into the thickening haze. What sinister force was at play here? The Zen staff. With determination, Qin Mu advanced, staff in hand, pushing forward over 10 paces. The haunting melody grew nearer once more. He raised the staff high and brought it down forcefully. A brilliant light erupted, and the resonant sound of the Buddha filled the air. Once again, the silhouette of a great Buddha materialized behind him, its radiance dispelling the mists, causing the corpses to crash to the ground once more. Suddenly, an unsettling voice echoed through the hall, sending chills down their spines. Yet, the voice uttered but a single phrase, leaving Qin Mu and the little fox questioning their own senses. At last, Qin Mu discerned the source of the mist. At the heart of the dragon palace stood an ice sculpture, from which the fog emanated. Approaching, he beheld a young dragon reclining within the ice, a broken sword embedded in its chest, having pierced its heart. Between the majestic dragon pillars of the hall, a colossal azure dragon languidly glided through the air, as if it possessed no corporeal form, effortlessly passing through the pillars. The haunting melody flowed from the dragon's mouth, its gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the ice-encased young dragon, brimming with affection and sorrow, echoing the lament of a mother mourning her lost child. This was a dragon's soul, perhaps that of the Yongjiang Dragon King or his consort, a mother whose child lay ensnared in eternal ice, having perished in a cataclysm. Overwhelmed by love, she encased her child in ice, succumbing to the same disaster. Yet her spirit lingered within the grand hall, vigilantly guarding her beloved offspring, softly humming the lullabies of their kin, yearning to awaken her child. "Hey, little bald donkey, look over here." Suddenly, the voice resounded again, prompting Qin Mu to swiftly turn toward its origin. Apart from the block of profound ice, he noticed another concealed behind it. Both masses connected. One hand supported a black banner, while the other delved into the second ice block, grasping a blue orb the size of an egg. Within this enigmatic orb coiled a diminutive azure dragon. Could it be this orb that had encased the old man in ice? Qin Mu blinked, stepping closer to scrutinize the frozen elder, only to realize something peculiar. As he moved, the old man's eyes shifted in tandem. The voice had indeed belonged to him. A shiver ran down Qin Mu's spine as he turned to regard the multitude of desiccated corpses strewn about the hall, suddenly struck by a chilling hypothesis. This elder encased in ice was likely the first to discover the Yongjiang Dragon Palace. In his quest to claim the orb within the profound ice, he had been ensnared by it. Having endured in the ice for an extensive period, the reason for his survival was perhaps due to the black banner he wielded, which he had used to slay the warriors who ventured into the palace, siphoning their life essence and blood, rendering them into the state of mummified remains. Having been trapped in ice for so long, the elder's remaining power must be minimal. However, Qin Mu had entered the palace with the Shichi Luo Zen staff, which had protected him from the strange malevolence of the Black Banner, allowing him to escape a dire fate. It turned out to be the Shichi Luo of the old monk from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. No wonder it could withstand the enigmatic forces of the mist. Though the elder encased in ice could not part his lips, his Adam's apple quivered, producing sound. "You are not the bald donkey of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. How is it that you possess the staff of the old monk?" Qin Mu spoke earnestly. "This was won by me after defeating his disciple." "One?" The old man chuckled, his throat emitting a laugh. How could that old bald donkey be willing to gamble and accept defeat? "How old are you?" Qin Mu replied. "I shall turn 12 this autumn." The elder in purple robes praised. To have defeated the disciple of that old bald donkey at the age of 12 is indeed remarkable. Qin Mu blinked and inquired, "Senior, what brings you to be encased in ice here?" The old man coughed softly and said, to be brief, "I brought my disciples to explore the great ruins and inadvertently discovered this place. Upon seeing many desiccated corpses, I realized that this dragon pearl was the source of the calamity, claiming the lives of all who entered, draining their essence and leaving them as mummies. This dragon pearl absorbs the vitality of others to sustain the life of the young dragon encased in ice. As a practitioner of the path, it is my duty to intervene in such matters, so I intended to seize this dragon pearl, preventing it from causing further harm to future generations. Alas, I underestimated my opponent. I did not foresee that this pearl belonged to the dragon god, which resulted in my being encased in ice. None of my disciples managed to escape. They were all drained of their essence to prolong the life of this little dragon." The fox spirit, hidden in Qin Mu's embrace, cautiously lifted her head and whispered, "Young Master Mu, do you believe his tale?" Qin Mu hesitated, for his suspicions contradicted the old man's narrative. In the elder's story, it was the dragon mother who saved her child by employing the dragon pearl to harm others, absorbing their vitality to sustain the young dragon. Conversely, Qin Mu speculated that the old man was encapsulated by the dragon pillar, resorting to dark sorcery to prolong his own life by preying upon the essence of martial artists who stumbled upon this place. It must be said, both theories held merit. Yet, which is the truth? Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, noticing the encroaching fog, and promptly activated the Shichi Luo Zen staff with a firm thud. "Thus have I heard." The Buddhist figure behind him reappeared, its voice resonating. "All sentient beings, since the beginning of time, have been caught in the cycle of life and death, arising from ignorance of the eternal true heart, the pure and luminous essence, entangled in myriad illusions. These illusions are not genuine, hence the cycle of rebirth persists." The profound teachings of the great Thunder Sound Temple indeed held great wisdom. The elder encased in ice expressed his admiration. "What should I call you, venerable elder?" Qin Mu inquired, dispelling the mist. The old man replied, "I am Gulin Wan, the prince's protector of the state of Yinkan, holding the rank of first-class official. If you can rescue me, I promise you immeasurable wealth and honor in Yinkan." Chapter 49. A Heart of Sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu reflected that the leader of the Lijiang sect, Mu Beifeng, ranked at the second tier, while the elder known as Gulin Wan was of the first tier, undoubtedly more formidable. The words of this venerable elder rang true. He turned to Foxlinger and inquired, "How can you be so certain of his truth?" "The mist is exhaled by the dragon soul," Qin Mu explained, gesturing towards the ethereal presence of the dragon mother gliding through the hall. As the dragon soul passed, the mist thickened, and the once lifeless corpses began to rise, seemingly drawn by the essence of Qin Mu's presence, drifting towards him. Foxlinger discerned this phenomenon as well. When the mist released by the dragon mother dissipated, the corpses would collapse to the ground, motionless. Yet, when the mist enveloped them once more, they revived, intent on attacking any intruders. These corpses appeared to serve as guardians of the Grand Hall, protecting it from those who might seize the dragon pearl and disturb the healing of the young dragon. The source of these corpses, as the elder suggested, was likely the dragon pearl, which siphoned the life force from any martial artist who dared to intrude upon this dragon palace, using their vitality to sustain the frozen young dragon. Qin Mu found himself in a predicament, expressing, "Elder Gu, though my heart yearns to assist, my strength is feeble, and I fear I may be powerless to help." Gu Linwan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, you lack the strength to dispel the icy grasp of the dragon pearl. But I possess it. Simply follow my commands, and you shall free me. Once I am liberated, you may claim whatever you desire." His words brimmed with arrogance, revealing the exalted status of the prince's protector. Despite being ensnared by the icy prison, his cultivation remained intact. This frost could not extinguish his life. Gu Linwan continued, "I shall expend the last vestiges of my power to shift this sword at my waist outside the ice. You, wielding the sword, must sever the soul of the dragon mother. Once her soul is vanquished, the dragon pearl shall no longer bind me. Upon my liberation, I shall bestow this dragon pearl upon you." Qin Mu gasped, exclaiming, "Sever the dragon mother's soul? Elder, I have only just reached the spirit embryo realm. I am but a trifling martial artist. How could I possibly slay the soul of the dragon mother?" Gu Linwan scoffed, "You cannot, of course, but with my sword. You shall be able. This is no ordinary weapon, nor is it the inferior one you carry at your back. This sword is a first-tier imperial sword forged by the finest artisans throughout the realm. In the Yin Kong dynasty, there are only 16 first-tier officials, and thus only 16 such swords, each with its own name. Mine is called the Protector's Sword." Qin Mu hesitated, asking, "How does this sword compare to my staff?" Gu Linwan derisively replied, "While the monk's staff is indeed commendable, and the great Thunder Sound Temple is among the few prestigious sects in the world, the treasures forged by a single sect cannot be equated with those crafted by the might of a nation. Within the Yin Kong dynasty, there are still 2 or 3 sects of similar renown to the great Thunder Sound Temple." Qin Mu felt a stir of trepidation yet remained puzzled, questioning, "Elder, if you possess such a treasure, why not slay the dragon mother's soul yourself?" Gu Linwan was rendered speechless. After a moment, he remarked, "I initially did not foresee the crucial element. Upon encountering the dragon pearl, I resolved to eliminate this latent peril for future generations. In a moment of carelessness, I fell victim to it. By the time I realized I could not escape the icy confinement, it was already too late." Once I was encased in ice. I could only preserve my vital energy to prevent myself from perishing in the frost, and now, controlling this sword has become increasingly arduous. Do you know how many years I have been trapped here? He sighed. A full 200 years. For 2 centuries, I have been imprisoned here. And merely surviving until now is a remarkable feat. Qin Mu expressed deep sympathy, saying, 200 years encased in ice? If I were in your position, I would have surely lost my sanity by now. It is truly admirable that you have endured to this day. Gu Linwan sighed. Fortunately, you have arrived. I shall expend my remaining vital energy to release this Xiaobao sword from the icy grip, and you must slay the Dragon Mother's soul to liberate me. Qin Mu nodded solemnly. I will do my utmost. Gu Linwan gathered his dwindling vital energy, and the sword at his waist began to move slowly within the ice, albeit at a painfully sluggish pace. After more than an hour, the sword's hilt finally emerged from the ice. Gu Linwan appeared fatigued, his voice hoarse as he urged. My vital energy is nearly depleted, young man. Hasten to slay the Dragon Mother. Qin Mu complied, unleashing a thick strand of vital energy that ensnared the sword's hilt. With a resonant clang, the Xiaobao sword was drawn from its sheath, instantly radiating a piercing cold light. Qin Mu and Fox Lingo winced in pain, as if the sword's brilliance had injured their eyes. It was only after a moment that their vision returned to clarity, allowing them to perceive their surroundings. What are you doing? Gu Linwan exclaimed, observing Qin Mu's massive strand of vital energy pursuing the Dragon Mother's soul in vain, striking repeatedly, yet yielding no success. He could not help but chuckle in disbelief. What are you attempting? Is there such a method of sword control? Who taught you the swordsmanship? Qin Mu halted, his face flushed with embarrassment. I do not know how to control a sword, nor have I learned any sword techniques. Gu Linwan was nearly driven to exasperation, his head spinning as he retorted, if you lack sword control and sword techniques, why do you carry a sword bag? Qin Mu replied sheepishly. The sword bag is quite heavy. I carry it as a form of training. Gu Linwan felt an urge to spit blood. Such rudimentary swordplay made him wish to leap out of the icy prison. Very well, I shall impart to you the art of sword control and techniques. He suppressed his anger and continued. Once you have learned, you will be able to slay the Dragon Mother. Qin Mu shook his head. I will not learn. Gu Linwan was infuriated, his fury surging like a tempest. Were it not for his icy confinement, he would have already leaped out to deliver a sound thrashing to this insolent youth. My elder said that someone would teach me superior sword techniques. If I learn from someone else, that person will no longer teach me. Gu Linwan, exasperated, laughed heartily. Superior sword techniques? Do you not realize that the finest swordsmanship in the world is that of the Yinkan Kingdom? The national master has scoured the realm for sword techniques, gathering the greatest masters to collectively create a new art of swordsmanship. Is it not true that the wisdom of the world's sword masters, when united, surpasses the solitary explorations of so-called sect founders? Those so-called sword sects are merely basking in the fading glory of their ancestors, content in their complacency, believing themselves invincible, yet oblivious to the fact that they have long been left far behind. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, finding the truth in these words undeniable. Due to the incident involving the Lijiang sword sect, he harbored little fondness for Master Yinkong, yet he could not help but admire the latter's demeanor. The ability to rise above factional prejudices, to disregard sectarian differences, and to gather the masters of swordsmanship from across the realm to collaboratively create sword techniques was indeed commendable. I will not learn, Qin Mu declared, shaking his head. Gu Linwan felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the ice and drag him out to give him a good thrashing. Despite her efforts to persuade him, he stubbornly refused to learn, which was truly infuriating. After a moment, Gu Linwan suddenly smiled, saying, very well. I shall not teach you swordsmanship, but I will impart to you the art of sword control. This art is distinct from swordsmanship. Once you master it, it will not hinder your study of others' techniques. Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he reluctantly nodded. It seems you are not entirely beyond redemption. You can discern right from wrong. This sword control technique, known as the Danxinju, teaches one how to manipulate a sword without imparting any sword techniques. Gu Linwan's spirit ignited as she explained. What is Danxin? It represents purity, akin to flawless jade or the essence of a 9-turn elixir. A Danxin is a heart of sincerity, transparent and unblemished, pure of thought with no distractions. This sword control art emphasizes a pure mind and a childlike heart. With such a heart, one can command the sword, achieving effortless mastery. The first step in refining the Danxin. With a heart like fire, the furnace is in the field. The heart's fire refines true essence. The field is tilled in the rows, and the spark is planted between the ridges. Dare to summon the sun god to rise for 10 days. The blazing holy fire illuminating the heart. Qin Mu quickly memorized the essence of the Danqinju. Despite its brevity, without a master to elucidate its intricacies, he would struggle to understand the path of cultivation. Gu Yonwan recited the entire Danqinju, then explained its profound principles word by word, leaving Qin Mu's heart in a state of anxious anticipation, fidgeting restlessly. After a considerable time, Gu Yonwan concluded her explanation, saying, "You must first cultivate your skills before attempting to control the sword. Within 10 days at most, or 2 at the least, you will be able to command the sword with your qi, wielding the Xiaobao sword to vanquish the soul of the Dragon Mother. The little fox you hold in your arms has also benefited from your grace. Learning the finest sword control technique in the world, consider it a stroke of fortune." Chapter 50. The little fox spirit in his heart. Qin Mu felt overwhelming gratitude as he bowed deeply and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I shall forever remember your teachings." Gu Linwan smiled and replied, "If you truly know gratitude, then hasten your cultivation and slay the Dragon Mother's soul. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me." Without delay, Qin Mu activated the Dan Heart technique, envisioning his Dantian as a fertile field. He diligently cultivated the ground within, sowing the seeds of fire, and soon, 10 suns emerged above his Dantian, nurturing the flames to allow them to flourish and transform into a blazing furnace of holy fire. Only after achieving a modicum of success could he be said to have initially formed his Dan Heart. With the nascent Dan Heart, he would be able to control his sword such that it would move as he thought. His heart and sword would become one. While this may sound simple, the reality proved to be quite challenging. Attaining the sacred fire was no trivial task, and refining the Dan Heart was even more arduous. Thus it was divided into 9 transformations. Once Qin Mu succeeded in the first transformation, he would wield his sword with far greater prowess than before, easily catching up to the Dragon Mother's soul. "Ah, your foundation is remarkably solid," Gu Linwan exclaimed in astonishment. In a mere moment, Qin Mu had already cultivated his Dantian, sown the seeds of fire, and summoned 10 suns to nurture them. This indicated the profound depth of his cultivation. Any ordinary warrior would struggle to achieve even the sowing of fire seeds without relying on potent elixirs to replenish their vital energy. Yet, Qin Mu accomplished this without any such aids, filling his Dantian with fire seeds in one vigorous effort, his vital energy manifesting as 10 suns illuminating his Dantian. Such cultivation prowess among warriors of the spirit embryo realm was indeed rare. With his astonishing speed of cultivation, it was conceivable that he would not require 10 days, or even 2. By tomorrow, he could complete the first transformation of the Dan Heart technique and slay the Dragon Mother's soul, thereby liberating me. Gu Linwan's gaze flickered. Such an exceptional young genius was not someone she wished to eliminate so easily. She mused, however, the great ruins are a forsaken land, where even the inhabitants, let alone mere insects, are deemed guilty and must perish. Moreover, I am ravenous. It has been over 50 years since I last tasted sustenance. The time Qin Mu took to complete the first transformation of the Dan Heart technique was even shorter than he had anticipated. Night had fallen, and the sky outside gradually brightened, with light filtering through the flowing waters, illuminating the depths of the Dragon Palace. Rising to his feet, Qin Mu focused his thoughts, and suddenly, his vital energy coiled around the Xiaobao sword. With a swift motion, it pierced through the dense fog, moving with the speed of light, astonishingly swift. The sound of the Xiaobao sword slicing through the air echoed repeatedly as Qin Mu deftly controlled the treasured sword to unleash a flurry of over 100 thrusts in an instant, dazzling all who beheld it. Although he lacked formal knowledge of sword techniques and merely executed the simple act of thrusting, his prowess surpassed that of even the most skilled disciples of the Li Zhang sect. The Dan Heart technique is truly remarkable. Qin Mu once again bowed deeply to Gu Linwan, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting your teachings. I shall never forget your kindness." Gu Linwan laughed heartily and said, "You possess extraordinary talent, which is why you could comprehend and master the first transformation of the Dan Heart in such a brief time. That little fox beside you cannot match your speed of cultivation. Now, swiftly wield your sword and slay the Dragon Mother." In his heart, he was filled with joy, for liberation was near. Even he, a master of great prowess, could not help but feel a flicker of uncertainty, a mingling of hope and fear. This lad saved me, and with such extraordinary talent, it truly pained me to consider his demise. At that moment, Qin Mu turned and began to leave. Wielding the Xiaobao sword as he ventured towards the entrance of the Dragon Palace, his figure disappearing into the thick mist, Gu Linwan's furious voice echoed, demanding sharply, You deceitful brat. I imparted my skills to you and bestowed upon you the sword. Why do you not slay the dragon mother? Outside the palace, Qin Mu's voice grew fainter. Elder, the dragon mother has indeed slain many martial artists who entered this place with her dragon pearl. But the dragon pearl merely transforms them into lifeless corpses, soulless husks. Yet, within the dragon palace lie many skeletons that did not perish by the dragon pearl. They did not become corpses but rather skeletons. Gu Linwan was momentarily taken aback. When did you make this discovery? Upon my initial entry into the dragon palace. I noticed it, Qin Mu replied. Gu Linwan gritted his teeth, coldly retorting, Are you truly only 12 years old? How can a mere 12-year-old discern such matters? How can you remain so composed and play along? I am but 11 years old this year, turning 12 this autumn. Qin Mu's voice dwindled, gradually fading into silence. In the dragon palace, a chorus of furious curses erupted, their resounding echoes reaching the now distant ears of Qin Mu and Hu Ling'er. Peeking from his embrace, Hu Ling'er inquired with curiosity, Young Master Mu, how did you know he harbored ill intentions? Qin Mu explained, When we first arrived, I used my Zen staff to disperse the mist, and many corpses fell from the sky. Did you notice that, aside from the corpses, there were also numerous desiccated bones? Hu Ling'er nodded, recalling that some of the skeletal remains had been crushed by the falling corpses, their tattered garments still clinging to them. The clothes worn by the skeletons are official robes, Qin Mu continued. Gu Linwan claimed he brought many disciples to explore the great ruins and discovered this underwater dragon palace. His disciples were supposedly slain by the dragon pearl. However, those killed by the dragon pearl should lose all their vitality and become corpses, not skeletons. If they were not killed by the dragon pearl, then how did they meet their end? A sudden realization dawned upon Hu Ling'er, and she exclaimed, Gu Linwan was wielding a black banner in his other hand, which is quite suspicious. His entrapment in ice was a process. He must have used the black banner to kill his disciples. While he was sealed in the profound ice by the dragon pearl, he could not escape, knowing full well he would be trapped here for an extended period. The political machinations among officials are fraught with treachery. Though he claims them as disciples, they are merely officials of the Yin Kong kingdom, lacking any bond of teacher and student. It is unlikely they would notify the court to rescue him. After all, vacating the position of a prince's protector would benefit everyone. Hu Ling'er recalled, at that time, she had been trembling, clinging to Qin Mu's pant leg, while he had urged her to adjust her tail. Initially, she thought the incessant ringing of the Zen staff was caused by the thoughts of the corpses interfering with it, yet the corpses, being lifeless, possessed no consciousness. I initially assumed it was the errant thoughts of the Dragon Mother's soul, yet curiously, when I approached Gu Linwan, the Zen staff ceased its chime. Clearly, it was not the errant thoughts of the Dragon Mother, but rather those of Gu Linwan, Qin Mu remarked. The reason the staff fell silent was that Gu Linwan had rid himself of distractions. His mind was resolute. Since we have abandoned the protection of the Luo Zen staff, he cannot devour us, so we might as well assist him in escaping. Fox Spirit Air stared in astonishment. And after a moment, the little fox exclaimed, Young Master Mu, are you truly only 12 years old? You've only just turned 12 since autumn. Qin Mu replied with a simple smile. Indeed, I am but 12. Then you must also be a fox spirit. Fox Spirit Air said excitedly. You must be a refined fox, and a remarkably clever one at that. Qin Mu lamented, you have no idea how my childhood unfolded. I was constantly deceived by a multitude of elders. Just before I ventured out to hunt, my grandmother tricked me into the chicken coop to collect eggs. It was a hen dragon that chased me around mercilessly. I could not fend it off. Meanwhile, my grandmother sneaked over to collect the eggs. Before long, they circled the pond and exited the Dragon King temple. Qin Mu hesitated, just about to speak, when a cold laugh emerged from the grass hut. Bathing? Cultivating? Are we seeking to replenish yin with yang, or to replenish yang with yin? Grandmother? Qin Mu exclaimed in surprise and delight. How is it that you are here? Chapter 51. The Lady of the Sect Leader. How did I end up here? Granny C stepped out of the thatched cottage, her voice choked with emotion. After all the effort I put into raising you, you silently ran off with that vixen, leaving me all alone. And you dare to ask how I came to be here? You've grown wings, and, with that fox spirit by your side, you no longer need me. Little vixen, how do you wish to meet your demise? Qin Mu quickly replied with a smile, Granny, you misunderstand. I encountered Fox Lingo by chance. And she spoke of the Dragon Palace in Yongjiang, so I went to have a look. I lost track of time while comprehending the true dragon there, which is why I stayed for a couple of days. Not just a couple, but 4 days. Granny C exclaimed. Oh, you mean to say you comprehended the true dragon? Granny C looked astonished. Did that little vixen not absorb your essence? Fox Lingo, shy and somewhat frightened, hid behind Qin Mu. Qin Mu summoned his essence and said with a grin, "Granny, please observe." A deep dragon's roar resonated as his essence surged forth, transforming into a great dragon that coiled around him. Its two claws melded with his arms, and as Qin Mu moved with the grace of the dragon, he unleashed a punch that reverberated like thunder. Azure Dragon Essence. Granny C was utterly shocked. She knew that Master Ma had not imparted the great Mahayana Sutra to Qin Mu, and without a suitable technique for the Thunder Sound 8 styles, it was inconceivable that Qin Mu could achieve such mastery, regardless of how profound his essence was. Yet now, he had indeed unleashed the thunderous sound, his fist striking like a tempest, nearly calling forth a storm. What was even more astonishing was the Azure Dragon Essence. The dragon coiling around Qin Mu was a manifestation of the Azure Dragon spirit, unique to the four great spiritual bodies. This was already the third attribute of Qin Mu's dominant body essence. Having observed water and fire, Qin Mu's dominant body essence had acquired the properties of both, corresponding to the Xuanwu essence and Zhike essence. And now, he possessed the lightning attribute of the Azure Dragon essence. As Qin Mu reigned in his power, the Azure Dragon, vibrant and lifelike, slipped back into him, from its head to its tail, resembling a true divine dragon. He felt both astonished and elated, never anticipating that he could produce the thunderous sound. The little monk Mingxin, who practiced the Thunder Sound 8 styles, evoked his admiration. And although Qin Mu could create thunder with the demonic goddess Might Seal, it was a technique that consumed a great deal of energy. The Thunder Sound 8 styles, on the other hand, required far less energy, and with the dominant body's 3-dan skill being more suitable for cultivation during battle, he could say that his essence hardly diminished in combat. Producing the thunderous sound would grant him significant enhancement in strength. He recounted his experiences in the Dragon Palace, and Granny C listened, entranced. Upon hearing about his encounters with the skeletal officials and the dried corpse, her eyes flickered with intrigue. 2 different ways of dying? There's something peculiar about this. You must be cautious when you entered. When he spoke of the young dragon sealed by the dragon pearls ice and Gulin Wan, Granny C clapped her hands and laughed. That old rascal Gulin Wan is certainly up to something. Those skeletal officials must have perished by his hand, consumed by him. Those in officialdom are known to devour others without leaving a trace. How did you manage to deceive him? Foxlinger was greatly impressed. This old woman had never seen the situation with her own eyes, yet made the same judgment as Qin Mu based solely on hearsay. Could she also be a fox spirit? Qin Mu explained the essence of his Danqingju and then produced the Xiaobao sword. Granny C took it and examined it, marveling at its quality. She remarked that the Xiaobao sword was indeed a rare treasure in the world. The Yin Kong Kingdom had invested immense resources to forge 16 first-class ceremonial swords, among which were the Xiaobao sword, Ta Ba sword, Taifu sword, Xiaofu sword, Taisher sword, Xiaosher sword, Sansi sword, Biaoqi sword, Siwang sword, Zhuwang sword, Gugong sword, Taiwei sword, Sikong sword, and Tian sword, each bestowed upon the heir apparent, the Xiaobao, Ta Ba, Taifu, Xiaofu, Taisher, Xiaosher. The 3 ministers, the general of the cavalry, the heir king, the prince, the duke, the grand commander, the minister of state, and the general of Tiants. Although the Xiaobao sword was not on par with the highest grade swords, it was more than sufficient to serve as the treasure of any other sect. Is it truly that valuable? Qin Mu was taken aback and asked, how does it compare to the Shichi Luo Zen staff? Granny C responded, they are roughly on par. Not much difference. The Shichi Luo Zen staff is blessed by the Tathagata, while the Xiaobao sword, being a first-class official sword, carries the fortune of the Yin Kong Kingdom, making it exceedingly powerful. Qin Mu inquired. He claimed that the swordsmanship of the Yin Kong Kingdom is the best in the world. I have not learned it. I only practiced the Danxin Ju's sword control technique. Is this the right course of action? Not learning it is indeed wise. The swordsmanship of the Yin Kong Kingdom is undoubtedly exceptional, but Gulin Wan, being a person of my demonic sect, may not reach the level of the Yin Kong Kingdom's master. Swordsmanship depends on the individual. Even the finest technique can falter if the Master S instruction is lacking, leading to numerous flaws. Consider the little monk Mingxin. He has practiced the Thunder Sound 8 styles, yet due to poor teaching, he left a critical flaw in his throat. Granny C said earnestly, thus, when learning swordsmanship, one must choose the best master. One should never settle for a mediocre instructor. Qin Mu was puzzled. Gulin Wan was a high-ranking official in the Yin Kong Kingdom. The Xiaobao, could she truly be mediocre? The little fox sighed in shame, saying, I cannot read. Granny C was taken aback and laughed. What an honest fox spirit you are. Given that you have not harmed Mu'er and allowed him to gain an opportunity, I shall not deceive you. If you cultivate according to my annotations, you will undoubtedly go astray and meet a tragic end. After all, you did try to charm my child." Foxlingo shivered, realizing that Qin Mu was not mistaken. The elders in her village were indeed skilled in deceit. True old fox spirits. Before long, they arrived at the village of Old Qin. Qin Mu paused in surprise, for beside Old Qin village, a new village had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. This village was evidently newly constructed, much larger than Old Qin village, and it exuded an air of extravagance with its impressive buildings and pavilions. In stark contrast, the houses of Old Qin village were simple mud walls with thatched roofs that sometimes leaked during rains on rainy days. Qin Mu often held a basin to catch the water dripping inside. Compared to this sudden neighboring village, Old Qin village appeared rather shabby. Suddenly, Granny C's expression darkened, and without a word, she led Qin Mu towards Old Qin village. The new village lies at the roadside, where an array of peculiar individuals emerges from within, both young and old, male and female. As Elder C passes each person, they bow deeply and respectfully utter, "Madam." Even the venerable elders, with their snow-white hair, bend their backs in deference, addressing her with utmost humility. Elder C's countenance grows increasingly somber as she says nothing, holding tightly to Qin Mu's hand as they proceed towards the village of the aged. Throughout their journey, Qin Mu is taken aback by the countless "madam" he hears echoing in the air. Upon reaching the village entrance, the village chief and the apothecary are engaged in a leisurely tea-drinking session, accompanied by a young man who sips his tea at a languid pace, with an elder standing beside him. "Madam," the elder bows in greeting. The young man raises his head, his voice unexpectedly aged as he languidly remarks, "You've met the ancestor yet fail to inquire about their well-being?" Elder C's body stiffens, halting in her tracks as she bows deeply, "Greetings, ancestor." The law elder glances at Qin Mu, a smile gracing his features, his eyes nearly squinting with delight as he inquires, "Madam, is this your esteemed son?" The law elder's knowing expression irks Elder C. The apothecary smiles gently, saying, "Elder, our good friend from the heavenly demon sect has been here for a few days. Yet we have not seen you." They are reluctant to depart. Elder C furrows her brows as the village chief softly states, "Since you have entered the gates of our village of the aged, you are one of us. Your affairs shall be shouldered collectively by the inhabitants of the village of the aged." The young man across from him sips his tea, smiling. Brother Dao remains as imposing as ever. Regarding matters concerning our sect leader, the sect leader's wife, and the sacred texts, it seems the village of the aged may find the burden too great to bear. Chapter 52. Securing a good price. The village chief raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If the fish perish and the net breaks, the heavenly demon sect is likely to suffer countless casualties as well. Why must we insist on pressing so hard, if our frail selves lead to your sect sustaining heavy losses? The esteemed Master Yankin would surely take delight in seizing the opportunity to absorb the heavenly demon sect into his domain. What do you think?" The youthful patriarch nodded, responding, "Indeed, Master Yankin has long been seeking an opportunity to subdue our sect and compel our allegiance to the court. However, with our sacred texts lost and our leader slain, we are nearly extinguished. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the humble village you protect may soon find itself entangled with our sect." "Unfurl the banners," commanded the patriarch. The elder in charge of enforcement bowed and replied, "Yes, patriarch. Unfurl the banners." The leaders of the 360 halls each produced a grand flag, which they swiftly unfurled. The banners billowed majestically in the wind, expanding with each passing moment. As Qin Mu gazed upon the spectacle, he observed that the 360 flags widened and grew larger, each one approximately the size of an acre. "Reel in the banners," commanded the youthful patriarch. The enforcement elder called out, "Reel in the banners." One by one, the grand flags were gathered, their surfaces vanishing. Qin Mu was then astonished to see behind the banners a multitude of practitioners, numbering in the tens of thousands, standing tall and resolute, exuding an aura of formidable stillness, instilling a profound sense of dread. The village chief sighed, "The teleportation banners of the heavenly demon sect indeed live up to their reputation. With a mere unfurling and reeling in of the banners, tens of thousands of practitioners can directly enter the great market. It is no wonder Master Yankan is so eager to subdue the heavenly demon sect. Should he acquire such abilities, the forces of Yankan would sweep across the land, unifying all nations." The youthful patriarch lamented, "Without a leader, our sect is but a scattered assembly. Over the past 40 years, our situation has only grown more dire. I suspect Master Yankin is on the verge of taking action against us. Like you, I have aged, and my days are numbered. My only hope now is to select a prodigiously talented new leader." The village chief's eyes flickered as he inquired, "Thus, The best candidate for the new leader is the wife of the former leader, who killed him on their wedding night. Casting a glance at old Mistress C, the village chief expressed his exasperation. I have heard it was this very woman who murdered your sect's leader Li Tianqing. Why then would you allow her to assume the role of new leader instead of seeking vengeance for the fallen leader? Is it not an utter disgrace for your sect to have lost its leader? The youthful patriarch's eyes sparkled with clarity as he chuckled. Brother, you seem to have forgotten. We are a demonic sect and cannot be judged by conventional reasoning. The new leader's act of slaying the former leader signifies her greater capability, thus she must be supported. The village chief wore a peculiar expression, while Qin Mu and the apothecary exchanged equally bewildered glances. Is there truly such a custom within the heavenly demon sect? Old Mistress. Is there such a custom? The apothecary inquired. Old Mistress C nodded numbly. Unable to restrain himself, the apothecary questioned if such a custom exists. Then after you killed the former leader, why did you not remain within the heavenly demon sect to become the new leader? Old Mistress C replied with a heavy heart. Having slain him, I could not bear to remain in the heavenly demon sect. Staying there would only deepen my inner turmoil. The pharmacist remained somewhat perplexed. To him, the heaven demon sect's 40 years of arduous waiting and searching for the murderer of their leader was already difficult to comprehend. And the fact that Granny C was still evading them made it even more incomprehensible. The village chief smiled faintly and addressed the young patriarch, saying, If Granny is unwilling to accompany you, you cannot take her away. The young patriarch furrowed his brow and replied, I must take the lady of the sect and the great nurturing heaven demon scripture with me. The two exchanged glances. The village chief offered tea and bid farewell, stating, If the guests refuse to depart, we shall have to eliminate them. There are too many from the heaven demon sect, so we shan't prepare coffins. As the people from our era dwindle, it truly pains my heart. The young patriarch raised his cup and drank it all, placing it down before rising and saying, So do I. However, your village has very few people. I can arrange for coffins. Hold on. The village chief cast her a glance, and Granny C chuckled. Rest assured. I can only be captured by them. Indeed, madam, the law enforcement elder bowed and slowly retreated. Granny C's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the young patriarch, who sighed and remarked, You were once the holy maiden of our sect, possessing unparalleled talent and grace. When Li Tianqing wished to marry you, I was initially opposed. Yet you did not intervene, Granny C responded with a smile. Li Tianqing is my master. It is against moral principles for a master to marry his disciple. Our sacred sect prides itself on being holy. Should we forsake moral values? The young patriarch frowned and replied, When Li Tianqing took you as his disciple, I sensed something amiss. Being together day and night, I feared he would be utterly enchanted by you, losing his sanity. Indeed, he became infatuated with you, even abandoning his old wife of centuries to take you as his new one. Granny C, grinding her few remaining teeth, chuckled. If you knew he would be enchanted by me, why did you allow him to take me as a disciple? Patriarch. It would have been better had you taken me as a disciple instead. Had I been your disciple, there would have been no subsequent events. I feared that being with you would lead me to be enchanted as well, the young patriarch replied with a bitter smile. When I first laid eyes on you, you were only 13, yet my heart began to race. At that moment, I knew I could not take you as a disciple. I have grown old and do not wish my lifetime of reputation to be tarnished by you. It would bring ridicule upon me for a master to fall in love with his disciple. He sighed and continued, Few who have seen your true form escape being captivated. The longer one spends with you, the deeper the enchantment. Granny C continued to grind her teeth, smiling enigmatically, if that is the case. Why did you allow me to become the sect leader? Are you not afraid I would bring ruin upon the sacred sect? The young patriarch replied, You are the best candidate. I do sense some treacherous beauty about you, and your ascension to sect leader might indeed lead our sacred sect into chaos. Yet, over these 40 years, we have traveled far and wide in search of exceptionally talented young men and women, yet none compare to you. They always fall short of becoming the leader. He sighed again, looking dejected. Having seen the best, everything else seems somewhat lacking. Granny C smiled brightly and said, However, I can still return you a leader, along with the sacred scripture, the great nurturing heaven demon scripture. The young patriarch's expression shifted slightly as he asked, Return us a leader? What do you mean by that? In the village of Qin Mu, and the village chief, along with the pharmacist, fixated their gaze on the interactions between Granny C and the master of the demonic sect. The two engaged in a lively conversation, filled with laughter and camaraderie, which left everyone astonished. Had they reached an agreement? The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, with the crippled man expressing deep skepticism, his face adorned with a smile as he inquired, "When will the battle commence?" "No need for a battle," Granny C replied with a beaming smile. Old Ma. Mu claims that his dominant body vitality has acquired the attributes of the Azure Dragon. Why not test if he has made any progress? Can the dominant body vitality truly emulate the essence of the Azure Dragon? Old Ma exclaimed in astonishment. Mu, come here and showcase your abilities. Qin Mu hurriedly approached. The pharmacist, observing the duel between the two, shifted closer to Granny C and whispered, "Has Granny sold Mu?" Granny C blinked and replied earnestly, "What makes you think that? How could I possibly sell Mu? How much did you sell him for?" The crippled man inquired curiously. "The young master of the demonic sect," Granny C sighed. Her demeanor deflated. "I merely secured a nominal position for him. Furthermore, I will provide him with the revered demonic scripture, the great nurturing celestial demonic classic. After he matures, we will assess his potential. If his growth is promising, he may officially become the Holy Master. What do you think of this arrangement?" The crippled man's eyes sparkled with excitement, his breath quickening. "Is there truly such an opportunity? Granny, why didn't you approach me sooner? Sell me instead." Granny C chuckled. "If you wish to become the Holy Master of the celestial demonic sect, it's quite simple. Just take a trip to the neighboring village and meet the heads of the 360 halls of the celestial demonic sect, along with the 12 guardians, the 2 protectors, the 4 great celestial kings, and 8 inspectors, not to mention an audience with a master of the demonic sect." The crippled man's face turned ashen. "Does Muir also need to visit the neighboring village to become the young master?" Granny C sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. They simply need to verify his worth first. Without such assurance, how could they trust him to assume the role of the young master of the celestial demonic sect? Chapter 53, Demonstration. Thus, you intend to impart the sacred tome of the demonic sect, the great nurturing celestial demon scripture, to Muir? The cripple inquired. Granny C nodded gently and replied, "He surpasses me. The celestial demon technique of creation is indeed one of the divine arts found within the great nurturing celestial demon scripture. I have employed it to strip skins for garments, which carries a certain malevolence. Yet I never considered using the celestial demon technique of creation to counter the sunlight soul refinement of the 8 thunder sounds. However, he has conceived such a notion." The apothecary nodded, stating, "The celestial demon technique of creation encapsulates the soul, making it an ingenious counter to the sunlight soul refinement." Granny C smiled, saying, "Therefore, should he master the great nurturing celestial demon scripture, he might very well elevate the demonic classics, cultivating elements we previously could not fathom." The mute gestured animatedly, while the deaf shook his head, saying, "Do not reveal it to him. If we tell him, the enjoyment will be lost." A chorus of knowing laughter erupted among the elderly, their spirits lifted. In the village of the ailing elders, the sound of thunder resonated as Qin Mu and Master Ma intertwined their forms, each executing the same technique, the 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder, in a fierce assault against one another. Boom! The thunderous roars were deafening as Qin Mu and Master Ma's fists collided, both letting out muffled groans. They staggered back. Yet Qin Mu's footwork resembled that of a divine dragon coiling. Though it appeared as retreat, it was, in truth, a gathering of strength. Within mere steps, Qin Mu's power reached its zenith, his body surging forth like an enraged dragon emerging from the abyss, charging at Master Ma. "You little rascal. Even the stealing heaven steps I taught you have been altered," the cripple remarked in astonishment. He discerned that Qin Mu's recent footwork mirrored a coiling dragon, preparing to strike. Despite retreating, it was a deceptive tactic, perilously cunning. His stealing heaven steps were unparalleled, yet the cripple, accustomed to such cunning, had always favored thievery, showing little interest in enhancing the might of the stealing heaven steps for offense. Typically, the cripple's footwork was meant for fleeing after a theft or launching a surprise attack, rather than for direct confrontation. Qin Mu's modifications to the technique were instinctive, unconsciously employing the essence of the divine dragon, his movements imbued with a dragon-like force. Fluid and serpentine. Bang! A cacophony of explosive sounds resounded as Qin Mu and Master Ma exchanged but a single blow, yet it produced an astonishing 45 echoes. Quite peculiar indeed. Qin Mu was sent tumbling through the air, his body flowing like a dragon, dissipating Master Ma's force, and landing firmly on the ground. Master Ma remains ever the same, the cripple remarked in admiration. Master Ma asked, "Mu, have you grasped the essence of this technique?" Qin Mu, displaying an expression of astonishment, exclaimed, "Your fist strength differs from mine. Within my strikes lie 45 dragons, all of the same kind, while yours harbor 45 distinct divine dragons, each with its own unique vigor." "You have comprehended it," Master Ma said, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. In the Great Thunder Sound Temple, there are 100 celestial dragon carvings known as the 100 Dragons diagram. These were sculpted by the first Tathagata, depicting the 100 celestial dragons he beheld. Intended for the cultivation of the 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder technique by future disciples. When I practiced this technique, I did not perceive true dragons, but these carvings. The 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder encompasses 45 dragon energies, necessitating the use of 45 dragon diagrams. However, the Great Thunder Sound Temple possesses 100 dragon diagrams. Do you understand what that signifies? A tremor coursed through Qin Mu's heart as he exclaimed. Each time you unleash the 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder, the dragon energy within your fist is unlike anything from before. Master Ma nodded in acknowledgement, stating, the 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder may appear as a mere simple punch, yet it conceals countless variations. These transformations lie hidden within the intrinsic power of the fist, rendering them imperceptible to the eye. Pay close attention, Muer. With a single arm, Master Ma thrust forth his fist, and a resonant dragon cry echoed out, followed by the thunderous roar of lightning. A dragon-shaped vitality surged forth, a furious dragon breaking forth from the abyss, intent on devouring. Then came 2 more dragon cries, as twin dragons erupted from his fist, intertwining and spiraling forward. The third cry heralded the emergence of 3 distinct dragon energies, fierce and domineering, capable of shattering stone and splitting mountains. Master Ma unleashed a punch that manifested as 45 dragon-shaped energies, each as vivid and lifelike as a true dragon. His punch soared skyward, and suddenly, the heavens above the village of Canlao were filled with 45 azure dragons, accompanied by the sound of thunder and the flash of lightning. As they ascended into the clouds, Qin Mu looked up and witnessed a cloud fragmenting into nothingness. From the shattered cloud, a severed head tumbled down, landing at Qin Mu's feet. Startled, he focused his gaze and saw it was the head of a monk, inexplicably concealed within the cloud. Was it possible that some malevolent creature had slain this monk and carried his head into the sky? As Qin Mu pondered this, several more thuds echoed, with 2 arms and 2 legs falling from the sky, alongside a body that landed outside the village. This was no act of malevolence. A realization struck Qin Mu. The monk had been hiding within the cloud. The villagers, mute, deaf, butchers, and others, seemed unfazed by the spectacle, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Even Master Ma appeared oblivious to the fact that he had just obliterated a monk, casting a glance towards the sorcerer outside the village, as if to demonstrate his power, intimidating the many formidable figures of the dark sect. In the neighboring village, a youthful patriarch seemed affected, remarking, the martial prowess of the Great Thunder Sound Temple is indeed remarkable, yet it still pales in comparison to the ancient Tathagata. I recognize the one-armed figure. It is the castaway of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Master Ma, who once rose to fame in a battle that expelled him from the temple. Who would have thought he would reside in such a humble village? This place is not to be underestimated. The legal elder observed the body that had fallen from the sky and remarked, this monk belongs to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, struck down by Master Ma. It is curious how a monk from such a temple ended up here. The youthful patriarch chuckled, most likely sent to monitor Master Ma. This is trivial. The Tathagata has grown old and no longer ventures out. Yet, that young one's martial skills are intriguing, indeed, exhibiting a remarkable level of proficiency. Remarkably, despite not having learned the Tathagata's Mahayana Sutra, he manages to fully harness the power of the 8 styles of thunder sound, suppressing his bewilderment. Qin Mu reflected on the 45 azure dragons he had just witnessed. Not only were they varied in form, but also in species, leaving him in awe. Suddenly, Master Ma invoked the 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder once more, and in the air appeared another 45 distinct azure dragons, as thunder clashed and storm clouds roiled, ascending towards the heavens. Master Ma unleashed punch after punch, and the dragon-shaped energies surged in midair, multiplying until the skies were filled with an abundance of soaring azure dragons. These dragons intertwined in the air, forming a magnificent formation, coiling together to create a colossal dragon nest. Their heads turned outward as they roared ferociously. The roar of 10,000 dragons reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth. This was no longer a mere demonstration of the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder to Qin Mu. It was an unabashed display of power, a show of force aimed at the great ruins, the heavenly demon sect, and those who harbored sinister intentions towards the village of the elderly. Qin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment, and the villagers expressed their admiration, nodding in agreement. The members of the heavenly demon sect from the neighboring village also appeared taken aback, their expression shifting as they marveled at the spectacle. The youthful patriarch addressed his fellow disciples, saying, "From now on, if we encounter the divine Qin Mu alone, we shall yield 3 points." The law enforcement elder whispered, "Should our heavenly demon sect fear such a small village?" "Fear? Not exactly." The youthful patriarch replied with a smile. "They are already crippled, their abilities diminished from before. However, there are 2 individuals of equal caliber. One is without limbs, and the other is that blacksmith. The rest are stronger than our 12 protectors and the 4 great guardians of the sect. The saintess is likely the weakest among them. Have you seen that butcher who possesses only an upper body? If you have encountered him, he would leave a profound impression, for he bears the title of Heavenly Blade." The law enforcement elder was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at the butcher, muttering, "Is he truly the Heavenly Blade? Was he not long dead?" "I have also heard of his demise," a protector elder chimed in. "It is said that he went mad, wielding his blade against the heavens, charging into the firmament, where shadows of deities were seen. This madman attacked the gods. It is said that dark clouds loomed in the sky, and blade light danced through the thunderous clouds, until, not long after, the corpse of the Heavenly Blade fell from the heavens. If this butcher is indeed the Heavenly Blade, how has he survived?" The youthful patriarch remarked, "For an existence such as his, even the desire for death is not easily fulfilled." The law enforcement elder questioned, "Patriarch, why did you agree to the sect leader's wife's request to make this young lad the deputy leader of our sect? I find his strength to be rather lacking." Though the youth's strength was indeed modest and still inexperienced, one must consider the company he kept. The youthful patriarch grinned. The formidable beings surrounding him are truly terrifying. They were once titans of their time, each with their own unique strengths. This lad is their offspring, and they will impart their lifelong knowledge and insights to him. Coupled with our sect's grand demonic scriptures, he will become the holy leader of our sect, and we shall reap great rewards. The law enforcement elder sighed in admiration, saying, "The patriarch is indeed wise. Yet, why must you still test him?" The patriarch countered, "What if he turns out to be a fool? Thus, it is imperative that we assess him. Inform the masters of the 360 halls that they are only permitted to utilize their abilities within the spirit embryo realm. Tomorrow, let him enter the halls." Chapter 54. The 360 houses in the village. Master Ma withdrew his fist and inquired of Qin Mu, "Have you comprehended?" "Indeed." Qin Mu contemplated. Each variant of dragon force embodies a distinct power. The sequence of dragon force alters the nature of the fist technique. If the order of the myriad Qinglong fist techniques is disrupted, the 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder will manifest in countless variations. Should someone receive my first punch, it is inconceivable they could counter my second with the same technique. Even if I unleash 100 punches or 1,000, each will wield a unique force. A rare smile graced Master Ma's face as he remarked, "Previously, your dominant body vitality lacked attributes, rendering you incapable of cultivating the Great Perfection Sutra, and I had vowed to the Great Thunder Sound Temple not to disseminate it. However, now that your dominant body vitality has acquired the Qinglong attribute, I shall still refrain from imparting it to you. Nonetheless, if you thoroughly grasp the principles of boxing, your pursuit of the Great Perfection Sutra becomes inconsequential. You have already attained the essence, demeanor, momentum, energy, and spirit of the dragon. Even without having witnessed the 100 Dragons illustration, you can intuit its profundities. With your dominant body's 3 Dan arts, the power of the 8 Thunder Styles will not pale in comparison to the Great Perfection Sutra." Qin Mu's spirit soared. It was rare for the usually stoic Master Ma to offer praise, and receiving such commendation brought him great joy. Moreover, Master Ma's words sparked enlightenment within him, leading to a multitude of thoughts. The first technique of the 8 Thunder Styles, single-handedly conquering the East Sea with spring thunder. Could it not be understood by observing the mighty Yangtze River cascading into the sea, the thunderous sound of spring's tempest, and the snapping fingers of thunder technique? Might it be intertwined with musical rhythm? Furthermore, techniques like Qua Fu chasing the sun with swift thunder and sunlight illuminating the soul in the sky surely possess unique insights to unravel. His excitement grew, yearning to embark on a journey to explore the wonders of the world and the mysteries of creation. "Remember to rise early tomorrow and pay a visit to the neighboring village," Granny C advised with a smile. Puzzled, Qin Mu asked, "Granny, the neighboring village is inhabited by the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Why do they refer to you as the sect leader's wife? Why do they want you to be the sect leader? If you refuse, why do they still wish to harm us?" Granny C gently patted his head and replied, "In time, you shall understand." The next morning, Qin Mu rose early, washed up, had breakfast, collected some eggs, and found himself embroiled in a fierce tussle with the formidable chicken dragon, who attempted to defend its stolen eggs. The chicken dragon flapped its wings vigorously, using its sword-like feathers to strike at the egg thief and unleashed a torrent of fire. Qin Mu, enveloped by the blue dragon aura, executed the snapping fingers of thunder technique, deflecting the deadly feathers. Mu'er, cease your struggle with it. Go pay your respects to the neighboring village, Granny C interjected, driving the chicken dragon away. Granny C escorted him to the neighboring village, where the elder of law enforcement welcomed them, scrutinizing Qin Mu from head to toe. He addressed Granny C, sect leader's wife, all preparations are in place. The 360 houses await your son to traverse. Granny C blinked and said, to traverse all 360 houses in one go? That seems rather demanding. Granny C gritted her teeth and added, can we take a respite? Rest assured. Provisions are plentiful within the houses. Food, drink, bedding, healing salves, and spiritual pills, all are readily available. Madam C glanced at Qin Mu, gritting her teeth, and said, Mu'er, go to the 360 rooms and pay your respects. Remember to address them as senior brothers and sisters, and do not call them predecessors. Qin Mu nodded and made his way to the first room of the first wooden building, chuckling. In the 360 rooms, I wonder how long this visit will take. Grandma, I am entering now. Madam C watched his receding figure and suddenly said, Mu'er, do you understand what you will face once you enter? A warm feeling surged in her heart as she turned to leave. Years ago, she had found this child by the riverside and never imagined that the infant would one day share her burdens. As Qin Mu stepped into the first room, he found it quite spacious. Inside sat a sallow-faced man, his complexion resembling that of someone who had consumed bittergall. With a goatee adorning his chin and an abacus in hand, he resembled a bookkeeper. Senior brother, Qin Mu greeted respectfully before removing his burdens, a slaughtering knife, a bamboo staff, a fishing net, a sword pouch, and the shobao sword, placing them at the door. Please, senior brother. The accountant stared in astonishment at the 11 or 12-year-old boy before him and, intrigued, asked, do you know why you are here? Did the lady of the sect inform you? Qin Mu stretched his limbs, feeling a surging vitality within him, and replied with a smile, there is no need for Grandma to spell it out. I already know. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, producing a thunderous sound from his palm, his youthful vigor blazing like fire. Isn't it just about making my way from the first room to the 360th? The accountant quickly raised his hand to block, only to feel an immense force collide with him, propelling him backward through the wooden wall with a crash, landing in the courtyard and skidding several dozen meters before regaining his footing. Both astonished and enraged, he looked up through the hole in the wall, only to see Qin Mu retrieving his slaughtering knife, bamboo staff, and other belongings, heading toward the next room. What am I doing getting angry at a child? The accountant fumed, then chuckled, calling out to the other wooden buildings. Be careful, everyone. This little fellow is remarkably astute, with a vitality cultivation far superior, twice that of my own at the same realm. Watch your step, lest you stumble into a pitfall. Twice as formidable as you. A woman's melodious voice chimed in, filled with surprise. Such prowess, truly befitting a young master. I wonder how adept he is in magic. As Qin Mu reached the next room, he creaked open the door to find a scholar engrossed in a book, nodding and shaking his head in contemplation. Senior brother, Qin Mu addressed him. The scholar, displaying a wary expression, smiled. Are you trying to sneak an attack while I return your greeting? I won't grant you that opportunity. Incredible. With a thunderous roar, a violent tremor shook the room, splintered wood flying everywhere, sending the scholar tumbling backward into a towering tree. As he landed, he called out, beware, everyone. This little imp possesses formidable skills and is adept in dark arts, surpassing even our sacred teachings. With a thunderous roar, as soon as he finished speaking, an elderly private school teacher was hurled from the wooden building, tumbling and crashing against a stone pillar. Enraged, he exclaimed, nonsense. I have fallen for your tricks. Focusing solely on guarding against his demonic incantations, nearly having my soul harmed by his formidable thunder sound temple techniques. Do not be deceived. He employs the 8 styles of thunder sound from the thunder sound temple. Blushing slightly, Qin Mu stepped out of the 4th room. The technique of the heavenly demon transformation required precise strikes at the opponent's perineum, vital organs, and navel, areas that are considered intimate for women, making it quite difficult to execute, especially the perineum, which is rather vulgar. I'm still young and do not comprehend such matters, thought the cowherd boy from the remnant old village, blinking in innocence. As he approached Qin Mu, he took a deep breath, producing a gurgling sound within his body that grew louder, akin to the croaking of a toad spirit. To Qin Mu's astonishment, the frail leader of the heavenly demon sect began to swell. His once emaciated form transformed as he inhaled deeply, muscles beneath his skin bulging and becoming robust. This technique, known as the Revulsion Golden Toad skill, leaned towards demonization, imitating the Revulsion Golden Toad, a rare beast that, under normal circumstances, is no larger than a wash basin, yet can expand to 100 times its size when inflated, capable of swallowing even fierce tigers and lions whole. Once the Revulsion Golden Toad technique of the heavenly demon sect is unleashed, it possesses tremendous strength, and though its enhancement may not rival that of the Golden Toad, it is certainly formidable. As the sect leader inhaled, Qin Mu did the same. However, unlike the leader's Revulsion Golden Toad technique, Qin Mu's chest did not swell. Instead, he drew in an almost terrifying breath, nearly depleting the air before him, causing a slight breeze to ripple through the wooden building, even making the window frames tremble. The sect leader's vital energy surged violently. Upon finishing his breath, his body was transformed into a mass of sinewy muscle, each muscle resembling solid rock. Stretching his garments to the brink of tearing, he grew taller, ultimately reaching a height of over 10 feet, resembling a small giant. Meanwhile, Qin Mu remained unchanged, his physique as ordinary as ever. The Revulsion Golden Toad technique is invincible. A single punch can shatter you. With a guttural sound, the sect leader raised his palm, which expanded to the size of a fan, crimson as blood, filling the room with a sanguine glow. He struck, the air nearly exploding upon impact, hurling towards Qin Mu. In response, Qin Mu unleashed a punch of his own. Their fists, one large and the other small, collided with a thunderous crash, causing the entire wooden structure to shudder violently. The sect leader grunted, stepping back as the muscles in his arm writhed as if a dragon were burrowing beneath his skin, rapidly navigating toward his heart. His expression shifted slightly as he lifted his other hand to slash at his arm, severing the writhing force. Stepping back once more, his arm swelled, seemingly with 2 dragons twisting beneath his skin, prompting him to hastily strike down again. As he retreated from the 4th step, the wall behind him had already been shattered into countless fragments. Upon reaching the 5th step, he found himself on the ground outside the building. And then he withdrew 4 more steps, leaning against a grand tree. Suddenly, that majestic tree began to sway violently, its trunk reduced to mere powder, while its crown plummeted straight down. Wood shavings swirled through the air, and amidst them emerged a magnificent depiction of 9 dragons galloping through the tempest, bursting forth from behind this master. The 9 dragons roared with fury, accompanied by the cacophony of thunder. He was unable to intercept the 9th layer of power wielded by the dragons commanding the winds and thunder. Chapter 55. The Supreme Sword Technique. I am the Rain Hall Master of the Holy Sect, known as the Little Rain Master. What about your magical skills? Qin Mu shook his head and replied, I do not understand magic. Can a martial artist of the spirit embryo realm learn magic? The woman laughed and said, Why not? Vital energy is indeed magical power. If one can wield magic, one can cast spells. The sect leader's wife is a paragon of magical techniques. Did she not teach you? When I was in the spirit embryo realm, I began to traverse the world, performing rituals to summon rain for the people. Whenever drought struck, the citizens would summon me. Thus they referred to me as the Rain Priestess. As my cultivation advanced and my fame grew, I was honored to be called the Little Rain Master. And the sect leader graciously appointed me as the Master of the Rain Hall. However, I am still quite inferior to the sect leader's wife. She was chosen as the Holy Maiden, while I was not. Qin Mu, puzzled, inquired, How does one fight using magic? The Rain Hall Master placed her hand upon her forehead and sighed, How can you be so oblivious? Since ancient times, there have been practitioners of law and combat. The paths of magical cultivation and martial skills often clash fiercely, each side deeming the other heretical and seeking their demise. Nowadays, when we meet, we are amicable. But in the past, if you ventured into the realm of magical practitioners and declared your allegiance to martial skills, you would be cut to pieces in an instant. The combat power of the magical practitioners is far more formidable than you can imagine. Curious, Qin Mu asked, Is swordsmanship considered a form of magic? Not at all. The Rain Hall Master replied, shaking her head. Swordsmanship was once classified as a martial skill, but later, the practitioners of swordsmanship believed themselves to be the true path and proclaimed themselves as the school of divine powers, deeming those who practiced martial skills and magic as wicked outsiders that must be eradicated. Thus, The national master of Yinkin convened a grand assembly, challenging the world's martial prowess, decimating the martial lineage. Did the sect leader's wife not convey any of this to you? Frowning, Qin Mu questioned, why do they persist in fighting amongst themselves? Are not martial skills, sword techniques, and magic all forms of divine powers? Would it not be better to amalgamate the strengths of all three? The Rain Hall master chuckled in exasperation. A person's energy is finite. How could one possibly devote time to mastering all three disciplines to a profound level? To delve into any single path would consume a lifetime of time and wisdom, making it arduous to attain perfection. Since everyone cultivates different arts, rivalry naturally arises, and none are willing to yield, leading to relentless combat. Energized, Qin Mu exclaimed, "Sister, please demonstrate your magic. I have yet to witness it." The Rain Hall master raised her delicate hand, fingers pointing downward. With a swift motion, mist billowed forth from the room, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall. Qin Mu observed closely as the raindrops, upon hitting the ground, flowed upward along the walls, creating a perpetual cycle. With a wave of her hand, the strands of rain became distinct, resembling strings on a zither. As she spread her fingers apart and plucked the rain strings, the sound of music filled the room. And within the melody, the rain transformed into a roaring water dragon, surging towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu reached out, grasping the water dragon by its vital point, and with a sharp crack, he shattered it. The Rain Hall master was taken aback, her hands deftly strumming the zither strings. And the rain morphed into blades and spears, assailing Qin Mu from all directions with astonishing speed. The temperature of the air plummeted, causing the raindrops to freeze. And the weapons forged from the rain became even more potent. Qin Mu's fingers danced deftly, shattering the blades and spears hurled at him as he exclaimed, "So this is what magic is. Sister, does this move of mine also qualify as magic?" Suddenly, flames erupted from his hands, which he wielded like a sword, cleaving the Rain Hall master away. The master tumbled into the courtyard, his voice a mixture of astonishment and ire. "You heretic of martial arts, mistaking combat techniques for magic." As Qin Mu approached the next chamber, he beheld a burly man, unkempt and half-kneeling, beside whom lay a rectangular sword box secured with a bronze clasp. "I am the master of the sword hall," the man stated, remaining in his position. "You bear a sword pouch. You must understand swordplay. Today, we shall contest our skills." Qin Mu shook his head, replying, "I have never studied swordplay." The sword hall master raised his gaze in surprise, asking, "If you have not learned swordplay, why do you carry a sword pouch? Did not the lady of the sect teach you?" Qin Mu insisted. "Grandmother said there is someone in the village with the world's foremost sword technique, hence she could not impart the swordplay of the celestial demon sect to me, lest that person refuse to teach me." "The world's foremost sword technique?" The sword hall master's eyes widened, sharp as blades piercing Qin Mu's heart, and he scoffed. "Who dares to boast so grandly? If you learned even a single move from him, I would like to see just how this so-called supreme sword can surpass my holy teachings." Qin Mu blinked and replied, "I have also learned other techniques, such as the 8 thunder sounds, stealing heaven's divine leg, the pig-slaying sword technique, and I have studied spear techniques, painting, and hammer techniques." The sword hall master gently caressed the sword box beside him, coldly stating, "I wish to see your so-called world's foremost sword technique. Everything else is mere nonsense." Grandmother C interjected angrily, "This stubborn sword hall does not know how to be flexible. Moor, just use your knife to chop him into pieces." Qin Mu hesitated. That would not be a fair victory. Grandmother C took his hand and led him to the village entrance, where the village chief and the herbalist were still brewing tea. While the young ancestor sat opposite them, the three engaged in drinking. The village chief insists on having Moor compete in swordplay with the sword hall master. Grandmother C said with a smile. The village chief frowned, shaking his head. "In such a short time, even with my guidance, it would be difficult to surpass him. After all, the sword hall master has immersed himself in swordplay for countless years, and surely has his own accomplishments. Expecting Moor to surpass him with merely a couple of pointers is somewhat unreasonable. But Moor possesses the body of domination, does he not?" Grandmother C winked. The village chief's eyes twitched, feeling a pang of regret, realizing he had perhaps been too hasty. After all, he had firmly declared Qin Mu as the body of domination. And while he understood Qin Mu's awakening was beyond his expectations, expecting him to elevate his swordplay to a level that could contend with the most distinguished sword masters of the celestial demon sect in such a brief span was indeed asking the impossible. Grandmother C had thrust this task upon him, and he found himself unable to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, the village chief said, "Moor, Tell me the Danshin you learned from Gu Linwan. Qin Mu promptly recited the Danshin formula, to which the village chief nodded gently, expressing his approval. Indeed. The master of Yinkin has gathered the world's swordsmanship experts and has accomplished quite a feat. The Danshin formula possesses unique secrets in sword control. The young ancestral figure across from him also remarked in admiration. The master of Yinkin is truly a prodigy. The village chief then inquired, how did Gu Yonwan explain the Danshin formula to you? Pray, share your thoughts. Qin Mu recounted Gu Yonwan's elucidation, prompting the village chief to ponder for a moment before exclaiming with a smile. Gu Yonwan has withheld some knowledge. He pointed out the inaccuracies in her explanation, which led Qin Mu to immediately attempt the corrections. As he manipulated the sword with his vital energy, he found the control to be significantly easier and the strikes to be swifter, filling his heart with admiration. The young ancestral figure's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled. Gu Yonwan did not withhold anything. Rather, her comprehension is limited, far inferior to yours. You grasp the profound intricacies of the Danshin formula after but a single listening, while she has spent her lifetime practicing, yet still falters. Brother Dao, your praise is unwarranted, the village chief remarked, casting a measured glance at Qin Mu. I shall not teach you sword techniques. Instead, I will impart to you the simplest of actions, the thrust. The thrust? Qin Mu was taken aback, thinking the action quite elementary. Utilizing his vital energy to thrust forward seemed straightforward enough. Did it truly require instruction? Thrusting with a sword is not as simplistic as you might envision. You may lack swordsmanship, but should you master this singular action, few sword masters at the spirit embryo level would surpass you. The village chief instructed. Use an ordinary sword and attempt to penetrate the pillar of the meat shop with your vital energy. Qin Mu activated the Danshin formula, summoning a sword from the scabbard at his back with a strand of vital energy, and aimed it at the pillar in the village's meat shop. Thud! The village chief's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat, saying, now, try piercing this stone. The young ancestral figure found the situation both astonishing and amusing, struggling to suppress a laugh to maintain decorum. I had forgotten that this young man possesses profound vital energy cultivation. Although his swordsmanship is abysmal, his vital energy is immensely robust, amplifying his power. The village chief, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed several times to mask his discomfort and suggested, now, attempt to pierce your butcher's knife. A crisp sound rang out, but this time Qin Mu failed to penetrate the knife. It is fortunate that you did not succeed, or else I would have been at a loss for how to instruct you. The village chief thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. He then gently urged, what did you feel as you executed that thrust? Qin Mu pondered carefully, and suddenly his eyes brightened. I sensed that my vital energy was insufficiently strong. When I wielded my sword, the tip encountered the slightest resistance, causing my energy to falter as if I were attempting to strike with a mere hair's breadth of force. The strands of vital energy were too soft to withstand the entirety of my strength. Chapter 56. The stabbing. The young grandmaster's expression was peculiar. Was the energy as thick as Qin Mu's arm truly referred to as energy threads? Could such robust energy threads exist? And what did it mean for one's own energy to be insufficiently potent? He had never witnessed a practitioner of the spirit embryo realm possessing such a formidable cultivation of energy. The youth from the dilapidated village pierced a wooden pillar as thick as a barrel with a single sword strike. And then he pierced through a stone slab 2 feet thick. The power harbored within those energy threads surpassed that of countless sword cultivators in the spirit embryo realm. The village chief smiled faintly and advised Qin Mu, precisely. You have yet to master the most fundamental action in sword play, the thrust. What if all your strength could be focused into that singular action? What if you could unleash all your power? Qin Mu found it hard to believe and shook his head. Using energy to control the sword merely involves energy threads guiding it. The threads are too soft. How could I possibly exert all my strength? It is achievable, the village chief replied leisurely. You must regard the sword as an extension of yourself, akin to your own hand. Now, raise your hand and envision holding a sword. Place your index and middle fingers against the blade. When your hand thrusts forward, the sword must follow suit. An extension of my body? Qin Mu questioned, perplexed. Once again, the energy threads as thick as his arm wrapped around the treasured sword. He held his right hand in a loose grip, his thumb pressing against his ring and little fingers, while his index and middle fingers extended, as if they were touching the sword's body. As Qin Mu thrust forward, a sharp sound echoed, a swift hiss. His energy threads propelled the sword forward, cleaving the air with a piercing whistle. He was filled with both astonishment and joy. Previously, when he wielded the sword with energy, the power embedded within it barely reached 1/10 of his own strength. but now he sensed the sword's power had doubled. The young grandmaster chuckled. This is known as the sword grasp technique, the initial form of swordplay. You have already pierced through stone without employing the technique, indicating that your energy is even more robust than mine was in my youth. The village chief shook his head. However, that alone is insufficient. Relying solely on the sword grasp technique will not surpass the prowess of a master who has immersed themselves in swordsmanship for decades. Mu, allow your energy to surge forth from your palm and try again. Heeding the advice, Qin Mu entwined the treasured sword with energy threads from his palm, channeling his energy once more and thrusting forward. With a whoosh, as he thrust the sword, a whirlwind was unleashed, the blade whistling through the air with an ear-piercing shriek. The young grandmaster's eyelid twitched as he immediately recognized that the power of Qin Mu's strike had increased by approximately 10%. The frail elder before him had imparted only 2 pieces of guidance, yet Qin Mu's advancement was both formidable and admirable. The village chief commanded. The energy threads do not merely wrap around the sword. They must take root within it. The sword is an integral part of your being, and so too is your energy. Both are extensions of your corporeal form. Try once more. As Qin Mu's energy merged with the blade, infiltrating it, he suddenly felt as if he possessed an additional hand. With this thrust, he sensed his strength surging forth like a torrential flood finding its outlet, gathering 7 to 8 parts of his power within the sword, directing it towards the village. In the village, the wind howled fiercely, and suddenly, with a resounding crack, the wooden post where the butcher often stood split in 2. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned. His sword had never even grazed the post, yet the force of the sword's wind had cleaved it in half. The young master was astonished. It was evident that this old, frail man had ignited an incredible potential within Qin Mu with just a few words, showcasing an extraordinary mastery of swordsmanship. Yet it was not enough. The village elder remarked, "Your strength has yet to be fully unleashed. Although your power has been channeled into the sword, what of your spiritual essence? Where lies the power of your spiritual embryo? It too must wield the sword." Thrust once more. Regaining his composure, Qin Mu focused, and within his divine sanctuary, his spiritual embryo moved in unison with him, thrusting forward. Still insufficient. Where is the essence of the Dan Hart technique? The elder demanded. The Dan Hart technique is not merely about refining your essence. It requires you to embed that essence within the sword. Plant your essence into the sword. Not enough, do it again. Planting your essence into the sword is the crux of the Dan Hart technique. Your legs connect you to the earth, serving as the source of your power. Utilize the leg techniques taught to you by the cripple to draw strength from the ground. And your eyes? Where is the celestial vision imparted by the blind? Allow your sword to possess sight as well. You have learned from Master Ma, your muscles as powerful as a dragon, and have even encountered a true dragon. Why does your sword lack the majestic force of a dragon and the devastating might of Master Ma's fist? Qin Mu repeatedly lunged with his sword, while the elder's demands escalated. First, he called for the mobilization of Qin Mu's own strength, then the drawing upon his vital energy and the power of his spiritual embryo, followed by the integration of Master Ma's fist techniques and the cripple's leg techniques into his swordplay, each step growing increasingly arduous. In mere moments, he had executed countless thrusts. Yet the elder remained dissatisfied, urging him to continue practicing. Elder C and the cripple, among others, observed Qin Mu as he trained, each astonished by the sight. Qin Mu, commanding the sword with his chi, unleashed a thrust that emitted a sharp, piercing whistle, followed by a tempestuous wind that swept across the surroundings, causing the banners of the blacksmith shop, the herb garden, and the butcher's shop to flutter wildly. With each thrust, the ground bore witness to a scar left by the sword's wind. Elder C could hardly believe her eyes, murmuring, in such a short time, "The village elder has transformed Mu into a master of swordplay. This is simply." As her words trailed off, Qin Mu hurled the butcher's knife into the air, commanding the sword with his chi, thrusting forth like lightning. When the sharp sword collided with the butcher's knife, it pierced through the cold iron blade, with the tip emerging from the back. Both the butcher's knife and the fine sword fell to the ground, and Qin Mu stood in astonishment, approaching to examine the results, utterly unaware of how significantly he had progressed in such a brief span. The most fundamental action of swordsmanship, thrusting, could wield such immense power. The elder felt a slight tremor in his heart. Qin Mu's swift mastery of the thrust had exceeded his expectations. "Mu, you may now meet the master of the sword hall." "Wait." The young master opposite quickly raised his hand. A wooden stick floated over from the forest. The young master extended a finger, skillfully carving the stick into a 3-foot-long wooden sword in the blink of an eye, and handed it to Qin Mu, saying, Use this sword to meet him. Do not wield your true sword. Qin Mu took the wooden sword and glanced at Elder C. Elder C remarked, "The master of the sword hall has sealed all other divine treasures, retaining only the spiritual embryo. He now possesses the cultivation of the spiritual embryo realm. Should you wield a true sword, it would surely pierce him to death. Go now." After pondering for a moment, Qin Mu removed the sword bag from his person, placing the treasured sword at the village entrance, and entered the wooden building of the neighboring village to meet the master of the sword gate. Qin Mu shook his head and said, "I have not learned any sword techniques. The village chief taught me but a single move." The master of the sword gate frowned and coldly replied, "I shall give you time. Return to me once you have learned a sword maneuver." Qin Mu hesitated and expressed, "The founder of your heavenly demon sect instructed me to meet you with a wooden sword, forbidding the use of a true sword for fear of causing your demise." Absurd. The master of the sword gate erupted with an overwhelming aura, the atmosphere thick with a fierce essence, interspersed with the clanging of metal, as if numerous sharp blades were in violent collision. It was a scent mingled with iron and blood, a testament to countless lives extinguished, yielding such a ferocious presence. The clasp of the sword case opened automatically, the long box unveiled, and the treasured swords sang in harmony as they joyfully soared from the case. He resonated with the swords. His joy mirrored theirs, his anger ignited theirs, his desire to fly was matched by their ascent, and his thirst for blood was met with their lethal intent. He was the master of the sword hall, an obsession with swords. In that moment, he yearned for violence. And the swords within the case leaped forth, filling the room with a dazzling display of sword light. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu wielded his spirit to command the sword, executing a sword technique as he lunged forward. The brilliance of the sword erupted from the case, followed by a soft chime, and the sword light shattered into fragments. With a resounding crash, the imposing figure of the sword hall master broke through the wall behind him, hurtling toward the opposite wooden building, a wooden sword embedded in his chest. "Are you all right?" Qin Mu waved at him. The master of the sword hall numbly shook his head. Though his body bore no severe injuries, his spirit had suffered a tremendous blow. Chapter 57. The brothel matron Qin Mu blinked and said, "Sister, I am merely 11 years old, turning 12 this autumn. I do not comprehend what you were saying." The woman's expression stiffened momentarily before she burst into laughter. "I initially mistook you for those foul men outside, intending to bewitch you, forgetting that you were still young and ignorant of matters between men and women. I am the matron of the sacred church's brothel, accustomed to the indulgences of the pleasure district. I had intended to use my charms to embarrass you. However, your youth allows you to triumph over so many matron challengers. I am truly impressed. In this contest, I shall not compare swordplay or martial arts with you, but rather our agility." She produced a rouge box and gently opened it, a captivating fragrance wafting through the air. With a smile, she declared, "This is my favorite cardamom rouge. Let us stain our fingers with the rouge and then compete in this room, only permitted to apply it to each other's faces. Whoever has the most rouge marks on their face shall be the loser. What say you?" Qin Mu nodded, sweetly smiling. "Very well, sister, you must allow me." Her flattery sent the matron's heart soaring. She shot him a playful glance, then stained her 10 delicate fingers with rouge, handing the box to Qin Mu, who followed suit. Suddenly, the matron moved gracefully, her body akin to a serpent, her vitality morphing into a serpent's tail that swiftly ensnared Qin Mu's legs. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed such agility before during a duel with a girl at his grandmother's temple, where she also transformed her energy into a serpent to entwine him, only to be defeated by his thousand-handed Buddha technique. Could that girl have been a disciple of this matron? With a powerful thrust of his legs, Qin Mu freed himself from her grasp before she could fully ensnare him. The matron chuckled lightly, suddenly gliding up the wall, her serpent-like tail wrapping around the beam, her fingers striking with exquisite precision as she launched an attack. Her arms, resembling agile serpents, twisted effortlessly, and her 10 fingers appeared to elongate and shorten at will. Then, Qin Mu beheld an even more astonishing sight. The matron's body transformed into a slender, elongated figure, seemingly boneless, hanging from the ceiling like a womanly python. Qin Mu's leg technique shifted as he maneuvered across the ground, moving like a dragon or a serpent, while the matron flowed seamlessly across the ceiling, attacking him from above and below. Suddenly, Qin Mu unleashed his energy, azure dragons coiling around him, as he propelled himself against the wooden wall. His agility soared, traversing the wall and ceiling with remarkable speed, abandoning defense for offense, employing the thousand-handed Buddha technique to launch a furious assault on the matron. In the confined space, The two danced like the wind and lightning, moving in all directions, up, down, left, right, wherever the walls or ceiling felt like solid ground. It was as if a dragon and a serpent were engaged in a fierce yet graceful duel. Abruptly, Qin Mu brushed his hand against the matron's face, leaving 4 distinct finger marks, igniting a flicker of anxiety within her. In response, Qin Mu's palm suddenly opened, unleashing a thunderous burst, sending her reeling in disarray. By the time she regained her composure, her face was entirely adorned with rouge. "Let us cease this," she exclaimed. The brothel mistress slid down from the rooftop and waved her hand, saying, "No more fighting, I concede. You've ruined my makeup. Your movements are so peculiar. Your footwork enigmatic. I cannot catch or entangle you." Qin Mu also descended, smiling. "Sister, I appreciate your magnanimity." The brothel mistress, noticing the young boy's rosy lips and pearly teeth, could not resist planting a kiss on his cheek, laughing, "Let me leave a trace of rouge on you. I haven't lost too pitifully." Qin Mu's face flushed instantly, his heart racing like a startled deer as he drunkenly exited the room. The brothel mistress chuckled. "Had I known this would defeat you, I would have kissed you sooner. Should you find yourself in trouble in the future, simply seek out a brothel and inform the women there that you are looking for Fu Qingyun, and they shall guide you to me." Standing quietly at the threshold of the next room, Qin Mu's composure gradually returned to normal. He wiped the kiss mark from his face and entered, pondering. No wonder old blind man says women are transformed from spirits. A single kiss nearly stole my heart. Inside the room was a female butcher, her countenance fierce, even more menacing than that of a butcher, wielding a cleaver and sharpening it with a hissing sound, a bone splinter clenched between her teeth. As Qin Mu stepped inside, the butcher lunged at him without uttering a word, brandishing her cleaver with a flash of steel. The small room erupted in a tempest as each strike was executed with ruthless precision, mercilessly aiming to eviscerate him. Qin Mu hastily drew his own knife to parry, the clanging of metal echoing like pearls falling on a jade plate. The two swiftly separated and turned, the butcher twirling her blades in excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent knife skills." Qin Mu adjusted his grip on the cleaver, mirroring her stance, and cautiously replied, "Sister, if we both wield our knives this way, our next move would surely be lethal. Blades are merciless. Let us instead use our hands as knives and strike only to indicate." The butcher tossed her cleaver aside, embedding it in the wall, and laughed. "True. Wielding knives is for killing. If I were to slay you, the sect leader's wife would certainly be furious and would kill me in turn. Let us fight unarmed." With that, the butcher's hands trembled, revealing a sharp edge of energy at the edges of her palms, exuding the formidable white tiger vitality. Her hands danced through the air, slicing it with a hissing sound as she charged at Qin Mu. "Young master, your fiery blade will falter against mine." White tiger energy is far sharper. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as flames flowed from his palms, extending to his forearms, reminiscent of wielding a knife. The third form of the butcher's technique, draw the blade from seclusion. The two were nearly pressed against one another, their steps ceaselessly shifting as they closed the distance. Launching strikes with barely a glance, relying solely on the force emanating from each other's bodies to sense their movements, responding with either a block or a counterattack. Wielding a knife in reverse requires proximity, intimate short strikes, minimal movement, yet swift execution and cunning angles. This represents the pinnacle of combat techniques. Regardless of magical or divine powers, anyone skilled in close-quarters combat would be doomed if approached to such an extent. Qin Mu's muscles trembled, 640 fibers rippling beneath his skin, providing him with unparalleled explosive power at the shortest distance. In a fleeting moment, the female meat vendor and he were drenched in sweat. Within such a brief span, they had summoned an extraordinary amount of muscle. Calculating each other's movements while anticipating the most perilous of attacks, ultimately vanquishing their opponent. For them, this brief encounter was akin to an epic battle, exhausting beyond measure. Suddenly, Qin Mu wielded his hand as if it were a blade, thrusting it into the opening of the female vendor, stepping forward to slice through her greasy apron with precision. The meat vendor stepped back, dissipating the white tiger energy from her hands, removing the now tattered apron, and tossing it aside with a hearty laugh. "I concede. You have triumphed. Your knife skills are commendable. If you cannot traverse all 360 rooms, perhaps you might join me in pig slaughter. It can provide a living." Qin Mu found himself rather fond of this robust woman and replied with a smile, "I also practice alchemy. I needn't limit myself to pig slaughtering, as I could equally become a physician who brings healing to the world." The female meat vendor spat out a toothpick of bone, scoffing, A physician? If you were to inadvertently harm someone, the aggrieved party would ensure your ruin. Slaughtering pigs is far more reliable. Join me in this endeavor, and I assure you a life of plenty. Qin Mu felt overwhelmed and hurriedly began to exit, stammering. All right, I'm still quite young. Young master. Qin Mu nodded. The meat vendor, Bai Yao, descended the stairs and entered the courtyard. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and upon looking up, they witnessed a wall of the wooden structure burst open. The snake-catching master fell headfirst, his head striking the ground and embedding into the earth, shattering the stones laid in the courtyard. Bai Yao rushed forward, intending to pull the snake-catching master from the ground, when another loud crash resounded. A figure emerged, flailing from the shattered wall, crashing against the opposite wall. Another resounding thud echoed as the divination master burst through the wall, and before he could land, a sinister chant resonated from within the building. Prajan, Prajan, Samaya. A violent tremor followed, and the merchant master was propelled out next. Bai Yao extracted the snake-catching master and looked up, murmuring, Young Master Mu has finished warming up. He is now serious. Chapter 58. The young master. The courtyard was increasingly filled with an eclectic gathering of individuals, each more peculiar than the last, all gazing upwards in anticipation. The first wooden structure had become a mere shadow of its former self, riddled with countless wounds and in a state of utter disarray. Ultimately, the master of the upper hall was struck down, causing the wooden building to collapse with a thunderous roar. Among the splintered debris, Qin Mu, like a soaring dragon, maneuvered through the chaos, propelling shattered wooden fragments towards himself as he advanced towards the second structure. Bang, bang, bang. The second wooden edifice trembled incessantly, as if a colossal beast were thrashing against its walls. Its fate was no more fortunate than that of the first, with walls bursting apart and shadows of figures being flung outward. Qin Mu's pace quickened, evidently absorbing the lessons of battle, honing his combat instincts. Whether wielding sword, fist, blade, hammer, or gun, he vanquished the master stationed within each chamber. With a resounding crash, the second wooden building fell, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Qin Mu then proceeded towards the third structure. As night descended, the village of the heavenly demon sect was illuminated by the oil-filled stone basins atop each column, all ignited to cast a brilliant light, while the outside world remained engulfed in darkness. Two realms, one within the village, the other without. Amidst the flames, over 300 masters of the heavenly demon sect stood in the courtyard, their gazes fixed upon the final wooden building. The village had erected 9 wooden structures, each housing 40 masters guarding 40 rooms. Now, Qin Mu had reached the 9th structure, poised to ascend to its pinnacle. Has young Master Mu not rested for a day and a night? Whispered the brothel master. He has been battling since dawn, only pausing for lunch and dinner. It seems he has been in constant combat. The Wind Master nodded in agreement, stating, the dawn approaches, and he is nearing the top level of the 9th building. His vigor and vitality are astonishing, seemingly inexhaustible, and his physical prowess is formidable. However, the individuals on the top floor will not be easily subdued. The top floor housed 4 of the most formidable figures among the 360 masters: the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. These 4 halls, aligned with the 4 great spiritual entities, were led by exceptionally talented individuals, handpicked for their prowess. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger represented the pinnacle of martial strength within the sect, while the other halls each specialized in their respective crafts, with these 4 solely responsible for combat. Throughout the history of the Heavenly Demon sect, the majority of the protectors came from these 4 halls, and several leaders also hailed from their ranks. Qin Mu was now entering the chamber of the White Tiger Master, known for his sharp and unyielding vitality. Years ago, the sect leader, Li Tianxing, met a tragic end on his wedding night, and after the sect leader's wife vanished with the sacred texts, the 4 masters were groomed as potential successors, receiving direct guidance from the sect's founder, with the hope that they would mature into capable stewards of the sect. Although they were not expected to expand the sect's influence, they were not to fall prey to the encroaching forces of the Incan kingdom. Despite not fully meeting the founder's aspirations, the 4 masters had made astonishing strides in their capabilities. At this moment, despite the White Tiger Hall Master sealing away her other divine treasures and only unleashing her spirit embryo divine treasure, she remains an unprecedented adversary for Qin Mu. Her strands of vitality are nearly imperceptible. Upon entering the room, Qin Mu finds the White Tiger Hall Master weaving an intricate web of vitality threads with her 10 fingers. Crisscrossing throughout the corners of the chamber, rendering Qin Mu nearly immobile. Her body moves with the grace of a phantom in the great void, supple and boneless, as she navigates the room effortlessly. From her fingertips, strands of vitality swords shoot forth, extending like her nails, or like soft swords of varying lengths, ruthlessly targeting Qin Mu. This woman moves with feline agility and tiger-like ferocity, her nimbleness allowing her to traverse the confined space of the room as if it were solid ground. This battle proves to be exceedingly arduous. Qin Mu employs his cleaver to sever the barely perceptible vitality threads, yet each one possesses remarkable resilience, making them difficult to sever. The White Tiger Hall Master skillfully lays her threads, and one by one, they are deployed with such ease that Qin Mu finds himself overwhelmed. Meanwhile, she glides through the room with unparalleled finesse, even utilizing her hands and feet to tread upon her own threads, moving like a wisp of smoke. Her vitality serves as her sword, a soft sword that bends at all angles, capable of twisting into intricate forms, showcasing her formidable swordsmanship. Qin Mu suffers numerous injuries, having to be vigilant of both the vitality threads and her vitality swords. He struggles intensely, unable to effectively employ either Master Ma's boxing techniques or the limping man's leg maneuvers, while the butcher's knife techniques are thwarted by the multitude of obstacles, placing him at a disadvantage. Ultimately, with a determined thrust, Qin Mu pierces forth with the wooden sword. Although the White Tiger Hall Master's vitality threads cleave the sword in two, it still finds its mark against her chest, pinning the woman against the wall. The wall crumbles as the White Tiger Hall Master is propelled out of the wooden structure. Qin Mu raises his cleaver, severing the vitality threads within the room, and retrieves the medicinal ointments to tend to his wounds. He sits down, regulates his breath, and slowly consumes the provisions available in the room. Once his injuries have improved somewhat, and Qin Mu, in a state of bewilderment, turned mechanically, lifting his foot in a slow, deliberate manner as he ambled toward the next chamber. Suddenly, the wooden wall of that room exploded with a resounding bang, as the master of the Xuanwu Hall raised his Xuanwu shield to block Qin Mu's wooden sword. Yet, he was unable to withstand the terrifying force contained within the blade, which sent him flying. With heavy steps, Qin Mu exited the room, his feet burdened as he made his way to the next chamber. "Young Master Mu, I can wait until you have rested." Bang! With a swift thrust of his sword, the master of the Vermilion Bird Hall was sent hurtling backward. Was it over? Qin Mu momentarily froze, suddenly feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. He heard the clucking of the chicken dragon from the village of Canlao, a sound that emerged after the creature laid its eggs. However, the young man was utterly exhausted and quickly fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, his spiritual embryo frantically absorbed the golden light from his divine repository, before also succumbing to silence. Time passed, and Qin Mu awoke in a daze, catching glimpses of the village chief and the pharmacist. Their voices echoed distantly, as if emanating from a far-off place. There is not much to worry about. He is simply too fatigued. Then he drifted back into a profound sleep. He awakened several times, sometimes seeing Granny C, other times the youthful patriarch of the demonic sect. Numerous faces swirled around him, and though he wished to speak, he found himself devoid of strength, sinking once more into slumber. When Qin Mu finally roused himself again, he felt the ache of every muscle in his body. Yet his spirits were high. The wounds on his body had begun to scab over and were starting to peel away, likely due to the pharmacist's timely application of salves. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was still in the room where he had vanquished the master of the Vermilion Bird Hall. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. My spiritual embryo has fallen asleep again. Qin Mu examined himself, finding that aside from the dormancy of his spiritual embryo, he was largely unscathed. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he rose to his feet, using the staircase for support as he descended slowly. With every step, he felt a tearing pain in his muscles. At last, after a great effort, he reached the ground floor and stepped out of the wooden building. As he raised his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. The village of Tianma was teeming with people, the majority of whom bore familiar faces. He had encountered the masters of the 360 halls before, and now they were all present among the crowd. In addition to these familiar figures, there were also strangers, a towering group of strong men, elders with white hair, solemn guardians, the 4 great heavenly kings of the sect, and the 8 inspecting officials. They sat or stood quietly, all awaiting something in silence. Upon seeing Qin Mu emerge from the wooden structure, one after another, they rose to their feet, their gazes fixed upon him with a solemn demeanor. At the village entrance stood the youthful patriarch of the demonic sect, alongside the village chief, the pharmacist, and others, including Granny C, whose gaze upon Qin Mu bore a complex expression. Suddenly, the four elderly men bowed deeply, their voices resonating powerfully. Echoing into the heavens, the four great heavenly kings of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. Qin Mu, momentarily stunned and at a loss for words, was then met with a chorus of voices in unison. The left and right guardians of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. The 8 inspecting officials of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. The 12 elders of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. Then, a resounding voice emerged, that of the leaders of the 360 halls, united in a deafening proclamation. Leaders of the holy sect's 360 halls, we pay our respects to the young sect master. Qin Mu had never witnessed such a spectacle before. His heart raced with trepidation as he glanced towards the village chief and Granny C for assistance. However, the village chief and Granny C merely stood at a distance, observing the scene unfold. The young shepherd of Songlao village steadied himself, displaying an unexpected composure. He slowly raised his hands and, with deliberate calmness, spoke, "You may rise." "Thank you, young sect master." Chapter 59, The Third Awakening at the entrance of the dilapidated village, the village chief, Master Ma, the deaf man, and the blind man stood transfixed, gazing at the grand ceremony in the neighboring village, their hearts stirred with a tumult of emotions. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious heavenly demon sect, the foremost demonic cult, would welcome their future leader in this remote, impoverished locale? A young master who had yet to turn 12? Witnessing this event felt akin to observing a legendary tale unfold. Even the bright sunlight seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Suddenly, Granny C shed tears, her voice trembling as she murmured, "He will leave us." "This is a good thing, Granny," the kind-hearted apothecary replied with a gentle smile. "Every fledgling must eventually grow and soar beyond the confines of home, to confront the tempests of the world, to witness the perils that lie beyond our shelter. We cannot tether him to us, frail and aged as we are." The blind man, his expression serene, remarked, "The legend begins the moment he takes his first step beyond the village." The mute smiled and gestured animatedly, prompting the deaf man to chuckle. "You are absolutely right. The future of our shepherd will undoubtedly be far richer and more vibrant than ours." On the banks of the surging river, magnificent and opulent boats glided in, docking at the shore. Many villagers from Heavenly Demon Village began to depart, some leaping into the void, others boarding the grand vessels, while some transformed into otherworldly beasts, vanishing into the woods, and others ignited into flames, retreating into the depths of the water. "Farewell, young master." A woman waved at him, then gracefully fell backward into the river, creating a splash as she flowed downstream. Qin Mu waved back, unaware of whether they were good or ill-intentioned, only knowing that he had been designated as their young master. He pondered if he would encounter them again upon his departure from the vast market. For 40 years, our sacred sect has delved into the vast market in search of the leader's wife, and now, we have finally fulfilled our mission. Taoist brother, leaderess wife. You must understand that our sacred sect has remained stagnant for 4 decades, without a guiding presence to solidify our foundation. Now, our sect teeters on the brink of collapse. The young patriarch also rose to bid farewell. Addressing the village chief and Granny C, the selection of a young master is merely a temporary measure to stabilize the hearts of the people. But such stability will not endure for long. The national master of Yin can eyes our sect covetously, seeking to subjugate us for his own purposes. While I am still in this world, I can delay matters for a few more years. Thus, when the young master reaches maturity, he must step forth from the vast market and formally assume the role of leader of our sacred sect. The village chief glanced at Granny C, who nodded in agreement, stating, "Rest assured, patriarch, I have slain one leader, and I shall certainly return to you another. He will, upon reaching adulthood, venture to the sacred sect to wield power. Just as you desire." The young patriarch summoned the elder enforcer, bowed to the assembly, and turned to stride toward the river. The old man and the young one, clad in simple robes and straw sandals, walked with their staffs, drifting gracefully away. With a rain cape and a hat, on a humble boat, a yard of silk line and a single hook, a soaring song and a flask of wine, one person alone fishing in the autumn river. Master of the demonic sect. We have grown old. I wonder if we shall ever meet again. Farewell. He sang aloud. 800 old men languish in sorrow, content in this life to rest and repose. After death, may I soar to the heights, as clouds drift high and waters flow free. The blind man praised, truly, he is the master of the demonic sect, having transcended life and death, believing his existence is complete and in death. He shall laugh upon the vicissitudes of the world from above. The village chief replied leisurely, "This is the essence of a grandmaster." Blind one, you are not far from such a state of mind. Yet he remained flirtatious. The deaf man chuckled. The blind one merely spouts poetry, nonsensical and irrelevant, neither resonating with emotion nor scene. Yet, the verses of the master of the demonic sect reflect both sentiment and circumstance, imbued with grandeur. The blind man stammered, "You know not of poetry, only of survival." Laughter erupted among the gathering. Qin Mu, also smiling, observed these optimistic individuals, despite their various disabilities. Their spirits remained remarkably robust and sound. His kin. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power emanating from his brow. Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he hastily turned inward to his spiritual womb, momentarily taken aback. My spiritual womb has awakened again. His spiritual womb had awakened thrice before, the first being a fusion with his consciousness, the second during a period of introspection in the forge, leading to a second awakening. Now, after enduring 360 trials, it had absorbed the golden light from the divine repository, again falling into silence. This time, however, the silence persisted longer, until now, when it finally awakened. What transformation shall this awakening bring? Another awakening? The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar as Qin Mu shared his experiences of the three awakenings. The village chief, the apothecary, and Master Ma exchanged bewildered glances. Why must Qin Mu's spiritual womb undergo such repeated cycles of silence and awakening, when others require but a single awakening? Do the four spiritual bodies also experience three awakenings? Qin Mu inquired. The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads, then collectively turned to the village chief. The village chief felt perplexed, silently pondering. Qin Mu's awakening was one matter, but now a third awakening left him utterly baffled. It must be the dominant body, he coughed, attributing his confusion to that. You are simply lacking in insight. What is the name of the dominant body's technique? The three elixirs of the dominant body. What do we mean by three elixirs? The first awakening is the first elixir, the second awakening the second elixir, and the third awakening the third elixir. Now that Mu'er has awakened thrice, it signifies a modest achievement in his dominant body's technique. Mu'er, do not let pride take hold. Qin Mu nodded earnestly. I shall not be proud. The apothecary, with a sly smile, remarked, what if Mu awakens a fourth time? Would that not be the fourth elixir? The village chief, flustered and incensed, wished to pounce upon him, metaphorically stabbing him in the sides. Yet, the apothecary spoke truthfully. What if this lad's spiritual womb truly awakens for a fourth time? How would he explain that falsehood? Clearing his throat, the village chief redirected the conversation, asking Mu'er, what differences do you perceive with your spiritual womb's third awakening? Qin Mu contemplated his spiritual womb carefully. It seemed little different from before. Save for one distinction, the ocean of golden light within the divine repository had notably diminished. Now, the golden sea has become exceedingly thin, and the golden light within it seems unable to manifest on its own, gradually absorbed by the spirit fetus. Qin Mu channels his vital energy, and his spirit fetus also mobilizes the same energy, sometimes entwined with the azure dragon, at other times stepping upon the mysterious turtle draped in a great serpent, or sprouting twin wings. Remarkably, his vital energy fluctuates in accordance with his will, no longer necessitating the observation of water, fire, or dragons. Qin Mu informs the others, while the village chief and the others exchange puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the cause of such a transformation. This is indeed a fortuitous development. The village chief exhales a breath of foul air, stating, the third awakening of the tyrant body spirit fetus allows for seamless switching among various attributes, enabling one to effortlessly unleash an array of formidable techniques in combat. This is the profound utility of the tyrant body's 3-Dan technique. The air flows in and out like smoke through his nostrils, his mind and body illuminated, the world around him a vast expanse of clarity, as pure as crystal. Beneath the waterfall of Suiyin Valley, a youthful recitation emanates from the thatched cottage. Peering through the window, one can see a lad of about 14 or 15 years, holding a scroll in one hand, pacing within the room as he reads aloud, while a snow-white fox gazes at him intently. This boy is none other than Qin Mu, and the white fox is Fox Spirit, the great demon of Suiyin Valley. Before long, Fox Spirit's breath becomes elongated, 2 streams of white vapor rising and falling from its nostrils with each inhale and exhale. The quality of Fox Spirit's vital energy grows increasingly rich, reaching an exalted state. Its breath akin to smoke. In the river below, the bins are often choked with ice, accumulating higher and higher, forming a dam that raises the water level until the ice wall can no longer withstand the pressure, resulting in a cataclysmic flood that sweeps downstream, claiming countless lives and beasts alike. In recent days, the blind old woman and the cripple, among others, have traveled downriver in search of the dammed lake, absent from the village. Thus, Qin Mu ventures out to seek Fox Spirit to expound upon the scriptures. Over the course of 2 years, he has grown to match the blind man in stature, though still shorter than the robust herbalist. Suddenly, a roar reverberates from outside, shaking the mountains and forests. Qin Mu closes the scroll and places it upon the shelf, while the white fox, startled by the sound, awakens. Together, they step outside to behold a colossal beast, over 10 zhang long, charging toward the thatched cottage. The creature is armored with bony plates, thundering like a tempest, with a head like a dragon and legs like an elephant, an immensely powerful hybrid known as a dragon elephant. Yet, atop this dragon elephant sits a pitch-black demon ape, stout and formidable, wielding a 12-gold-ringed staff, charging ferociously toward the cottage. Fox Spirit leaps in front of Qin Mu, opening its mouth to inhale deeply, then exhaling forward. A fierce wind howls, hurtling toward the dragon elephant and the demon ape. Fox Spirit's tail flicks, intensifying the gale into a swirling tornado, lifting the dragon elephant and its rider into the air. The demon ape leaps from the dragon elephant's back, grasping the staff tightly, which grows larger in his hands. With a thunderous roar, the demon ape plummets from the sky like a small mountain, thrusting the staff violently into the ground, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that dispels the little fox's tornado spell. The formidable demon ape brandished its staff, leaping through the air with remarkable agility. With a fierce swing, it aimed to strike at the Fox Spirit. A resounding clash echoed as Qin Mu raised his hand to intercept the blow meant for the Fox Spirit. In that very moment, the Fox Spirit deftly sprang away, opening her mouth to unleash a gust of wind that resembled a long, curved blade. 6 or 7 of these blades danced through the air, not directed at the demon ape, but rather aimed at Qin Mu. Chapter 60. General Qin and the 7 young masters. Qin Mu seemed to have anticipated the situation. With one hand, he seized the staff of the abandoned Zen stick and forcefully swung the demon ape along with the staff, crashing them to the ground. Meanwhile, his other hand flicked out his fingers in a rapid succession, producing 6 thunderous cracks that shattered the curved blade transformed from the essence of Fox Linger. Suddenly, the dragon elephant exerted its strength through all 4 legs and, seizing the opportunity while Qin Mu was preoccupied with the demon ape and Fox Linger, charged towards him with a thunderous roar, sending Qin Mu flying. The dragon elephant hoisted Qin Mu from the ground, preparing to strike again. In an instant, Qin Mu altered his leg technique, kicked aside the elephant's trunk, and unleashed a flurry of blows, landing over 100 kicks upon the dragon elephant's face, sending the massive creature soaring away. Little one, down. The formidable body of the demon ape, entwined like a green dragon, descended upon Qin Mu, who had just sent the dragon elephant flying. With a powerful palm, the demon ape slammed him into the ground, roaring as its thick, muscular legs rose, ready to stomp down upon Qin Mu with malice. Employing the limping thief's technique, he aimed to shatter the Mount Sumeru. With a swift movement, Qin Mu, grounded, rolled over and sprang to one leg, keeping his body parallel to the earth, while the other leg met the demon ape's descending foot. His technique mirrored the shattering of Mount Sumeru, albeit in a more unorthodox manner, lacking standard precision, yet its power remained formidable. The demon ape grunted, staggering back, then seized the tail of the dragon elephant, swinging the colossal beast overhead to hurl it down upon Qin Mu. Simultaneously, Fox Linger's tail flicked, sending a howling wind, as a barrage of curved blades sliced through the air, spinning like wheels aimed at Qin Mu. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Qin Mu, sensing a shift, swiftly evaded the onslaught of Fox Linger and the demon ape. Following the sound, he glimpsed a group of armored men and women leaping through the forest, hastening upstream towards the river. A few among them noticed Qin Mu, pausing to glance. One man, observing Qin Mu, the demon ape, and the white fox, exclaimed in surprise, "Hunters? Let us not linger, we must depart swiftly." Another murmured, "The boat is approaching. We must form a formation before its arrival. Isn't that unwise? If we are spotted, news of our whereabouts could be detrimental." The group swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Puzzled, Qin Mu muttered, "These individuals do not seem to belong to the great market. They are hastening upstream, perhaps to ambush someone. The man earlier appeared intent on silencing us. They do not seem benevolent. Lingo, big fellow, see? Honest folk like us often find themselves at a disadvantage, easily silenced." The little white fox nodded vigorously. in deep agreement, while the demon ape scoffed. Believe? Nonsense. Just as Qin Mu was about to respond, the dragon elephant charged at him again, knocking him aside. Enraged, the demon ape pinned the dragon elephant to the ground and unleashed a furious beating, growling, "Stop, do you understand?" The dragon elephant howled in agony. Qin Mu had considered retaliating against it, but seeing the demon ape mercilessly battering the creature into a pitiful state, he refrained. This dragon elephant, a beast from the neighboring canyon of the central palace, ruled over a vast territory, displaying exceptional brute strength. The dragon elephant and the demon ape were at odds, frequently engaging in fierce battles. The dragon elephant often ventured to the demon ape's territory to seize wild beasts. However, ever since Qin Mu became the lord of the central palace gorge and imparted cultivation techniques to the demon ape, the dragon elephant ceased to be a match for it. The demon ape frequently sought revenge, delivering numerous thrashings to the dragon elephant, which ultimately succumbed and chose to surrender, becoming a steed for the demon ape, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, the dragon elephant lacked intelligence, falling short of the cunning possessed by the demon ape and the little fox. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and suddenly he leaped up, ascending the waterfall and reaching the mountaintop, beyond which lay the surging river, adjacent to the steep cliffs below. At that moment, Qin Mu spotted a large boat navigating the river, breaking through the ice at an astonishing speed, defying the current and braving the floating ice with remarkable swiftness, which was quite astonishing. The demon ape, Foxlinger, and the dragon elephant climbed up beside him. The demon ape uprooted a pine tree, stripped it of its needles, and presented them to the little fox. Foxlingo promptly shook her head, to which the demon ape insisted, "Eat, grow strong." Foxlingo chuckled. "I do not wish to consume that." The demon ape then offered the pine needles to the dragon elephant, urging, "Eat, grow strong." The dragon elephant shook its head, but the demon ape pressed down on its head and delivered another round of punishment, exclaiming, "Eat." The dragon elephant's eyes brimmed with tears as it reluctantly consumed the pine needles, which finally satisfied the demon ape, who then sat down leisurely to enjoy the pine needles. Unable to contain herself, Foxlinger remarked, "Big guy, do you know? The dragon elephant does not eat grains. It consumes meat, following its dragon nature, not its elephant nature." The dragon elephant, feeling inexplicably touched, nodded repeatedly. The demon ape sneered, "Greens. Strong." Tears streamed down the dragon elephant's face as it continued to munch on the pine needles. As the boat drew closer, Qin Mu immediately observed that it was filled with armored soldiers, and beneath a fluttering canopy sat a young general, imposing and regal. On the spacious deck, several artists were engaged in painting, each with a tall bronze mirror positioned before them. Nearby, several soldiers resembling herders were continually opening iron cages, releasing golden eagles from the ship into the sky. Qin Mu discreetly activated his divine eye and noticed that the bronze mirrors displayed vivid scenes of verdant mountains and flowing waters, the images constantly shifting. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle pierced the air. Qin Mu looked up to see a golden eagle soaring overhead. It dawned on him. The images in the bronze mirrors were reflections of what the golden eagles beheld. What kind of magic was this, enabling the visions of the eagles to manifest within the mirrors? He realized that the artists were sketching a geographical map of the surging river. By releasing the golden eagles to soar high above, they could survey the terrain surrounding the river, which would then be reflected in the mirrors, allowing the artists to depict the mountains and rivers accurately. Who were these individuals? What was their purpose in creating a geographical map of the surging river? Qin Mu blinked, feeling perplexed. At that moment, a soldier swiftly approached beneath the canopy, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists, reported, "General Qin, someone is spying from the shore." Beneath the canopy, the young general raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Qin Mu. A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Mu's heart. As the general's piercing gaze fell upon him, it felt as though two brilliant beams of light illuminated his vision, rendering everything around him a blinding white. Foxlinger and the demon ape gasped in astonishment, quickly shielding their eyes, while only the dragon elephant remained oblivious, engrossed in feasting on pine needles. Merely ordinary villagers lingered by the riverside. The general, closing his eyes in feigned slumber, remarked, "Even my gaze cannot withstand such intensity. There is no threat. We need not concern ourselves with them." "Yes, General," replied a soldier hesitantly. 7 months ago, you received the Emperor's command to raid the residence of Minister Yinzheng. Yin is well respected in both court and society, often advocating for the minor sects, and hails from the esteemed Huaqing sword sect, holding a significant position. Your actions led to his imprisonment in the celestial dungeon, and the Emperor decreed his execution, which you oversaw. I fear our journey may not be peaceful, as Yin Jing's remnants may seek vengeance upon us. With a cold smile, the general retorted, it was the emperor who commanded the raid. And it was he who ordered Yin Jing's execution. What concern is it of mine? Yin, in his quest for reputation, dare accuse the grandmaster of treason, demanding the emperor to execute him forthwith. Such audacity is utterly blasphemous. To disrupt the bond between emperor and grandmaster for a mere modicum of esteem. Plotting treachery, he deserves his fate. Who else should be punished if not him? He rubbed his temples, exhaling a sigh. The emperor assigned me this task because I am a disciple of the grandmaster, personally elevated by him, by commanding me to raid and oversee the execution. The emperor aims to convey to the court that his favor for the grandmaster is unwavering, dissuading those treacherous ministers from their ill intentions. Regrettably, some fail to comprehend the political landscape and misinterpret the emperor's will, leading to their own demise. The soldier interjected, however. We may encounter those seeking to gain a reputation by ambushing us. The general waved his hand dismissively, replying with calm confidence. I intend to draw out Yin Jing's remnants and seize the opportunity to eradicate these treacherous elements in one fell swoop. He rose, stepping to the bow of the ship. Gazing at the surging river carrying floating ice downstream, observing the rugged mountains on either side, he stated with serene resolve. The Grand Master has commissioned me to enter the great ruins and chart the geography of the flowing river for the sake of the nation's stability. Intending to incorporate the great ruins into our realm, how can these traitorous scoundrels fail to appreciate the Grand Master's noble intentions? While plotting my downfall and disrupting the integrity of our nation, they are truly deserving of their fates. At that moment, a young gentleman emerged from the cabin. He was not overweight, but his face bore a hint of baby fat, with a spot of red on his brow. Holding a folding fan, he laughed. Such individuals still bear the titles of virtuous ministers and righteous heroes. It is indeed a source of both laughter and tears. Such loyalists and purists would be better off extinct. The general promptly turned to pay his respects, saying, "Seventh young master." The seventh young master gazed upward at the mountains, where the shadows of Qin Mu and the demon ape fell upon the sailing vessel. General Qin, I have heard that the natives in the great ruins are the forsaken children of the gods. Is this true? The seventh young master inquired. Chapter 61. The ice tide. This statement is both accurate and inaccurate. General Qin chuckled, stating, the origins of the great ruins remain shrouded in mystery. However, when our kingdom of Yinkong was founded, we received a divine oracle proclaiming that the great ruins is a forsaken land, meant for the abandoned people of the gods to reside in solitude, forbidden from venturing forth. Should any forsaken individuals attempt to leave, they are to be executed without mercy. It is said that, aside from our Yinkong, other nations have received similar divine messages. Yet, the inhabitants of this land are not solely the indigenous forsaken. Desperate and ruthless individuals often seek refuge in the great ruins as well. In my view, these intruders pose an even greater threat than the forsaken themselves. Young Master Qi inquired with curiosity. I observed merchant caravans entering and exiting the great ruins at the border. Why does our Yinkong engage in trade with the forsaken there? General Qin explained, you may not be aware, but while the great ruins appear barren, they are abundant in resources, brimming with treasures and rare materials. We merely exchange trivial items like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for these precious commodities, rare furs. Why would we not seize such an opportunity? He continued, over the years, trade along the border with the great ruins has amassed considerable wealth, bolstering our military capabilities, rendering our kingdom of Yinkong far superior to others. Young Master Qi raised a concern. What if forsaken individuals managed to infiltrate our borders? Would that not be disastrous? General Qin recounted, alongside the oracle. Several artifacts known as vision mirrors were bestowed upon us, which hang at the formidable gates leading to Yinkang. Any forsaken individual will be illuminated by these mirrors. The National Advisor speculates that these forsaken may possess a lineage distinct from ours. However, upon inspection, no such differences have been found in their physical forms. General Qin chuckled. Each year, those mighty gates apprehend numerous demons attempting to escape into our Yinkang. Some face immediate execution, while others are sent to the mines, where surviving a year or two is considered fortunate. As the ship gradually sailed away, Qin Mu stood atop a cliff, exclaiming, that individual is remarkably skilled, possessing extraordinary vision. No wonder he ascended to the rank of general at such a young age. He is mapping the geography of the Yong River. Does this imply that the kingdom of Yinkong intends to wage war against the great ruins? He found this puzzling. The great ruins are undeniably desolate and fraught with peril, and darkness descends with the setting sun. He harbored doubts regarding Yinkong's military ambitions toward the Great Ruins. If our forces are insufficient, they would be mere fodder for the otherworldly beasts. Conversely, if we deploy a larger force, where would our soldiers seek refuge when night falls? The myriad dangers inherent in the Great Ruins render it nearly impossible for anyone to govern it, including Yinkong. Should our kingdom invade, it would likely end in utter failure. The demon ape rose, seizing the dragon elephant, letting out a roar before leaping onto its back, prompting the dragon elephant to charge forth. The kingdom of Yinkong had commenced mapping the geography of the Yang River. Should they discover the map hidden within the central palace, it would undoubtedly bolster their efforts. Qin Mu's expression fluctuated, contemplating. Although destroying the map would be regrettable, he had already etched the geography of the Great Ruins deep into his memory, ensuring he would not forget it. Before long, the river's surface suddenly turned a pale crimson. Qin Mu paused in surprise, glancing upstream, where he noticed the incoming waters were even redder than those downstream. "Young master, there are corpses on the river," exclaimed Hu Linger in sudden alarm. Qin Mu also beheld the lifeless body, yet chose to remain silent. He gazed upstream, where more corpses drifted towards him. Beneath the surface, large fish and river beasts churned, splashing water as they seized upon the bodies, creating a scene of chaotic revelry. With his divine eye activated, Qin Mu discerned the indistinct visage of a head bobbing in the water, his body shuddering as he realized these corpses belonged to the travelers who had passed through Tian Valley earlier. The river surged tumultuously, the blood staining the waters an even deeper crimson, to the point that even the floating ice was tainted red. This was not merely the result of a mere 100 corpses. The river was vast, stretching over 10 miles, and its rushing current could not be colored by the blood of only 100 individuals. Qin Mu's expression froze as he witnessed the tide of corpses cascading down from upstream. It was not just a tide of bodies. It was an ice tide formed by over 1,000 corpses mingled with chunks of floating ice. These individuals had likely ambushed the formidable general, their numbers immense, arriving in waves to lay in wait, only to be mercilessly slain by that general. The formation of an ice tide indicated that their deaths occurred almost simultaneously. They had perished in unison, struck down by that general or the powerful beings aboard the warship. Qin Mu steadied himself. It was his first encounter with such a gruesome sight, more harrowing than the time he accompanied Granny C to a neighboring village, only to stumble upon a massacre. Such horror. How powerful and ruthless the young general of Yinkong was. Should the iron cavalry of Yinkong arrive at Daxu, what devastation would they unleash upon this untamed land? Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling thoughts, he turned to Fox Linger and said, "For the next few days, refrain from venturing out to drink, and advise your sisters to remain cautious as well." Foxlinger nodded repeatedly, though a creature of the supernatural. She too was taken aback by the scene before her. After speaking, Qin Mu leaped down the cliff, racing along the rocky face to the river below, and then stepped onto the surface of the water. The heaps of corpses and floating ice accumulated, sweeping along more ice as they flowed downstream. Qin Mu quickly caught up with the ice tide, which continued to swell. The blocks of ice collided, emitting sharp cracks, while the bodies were crushed into dismembered limbs, drifting upon the ice. He traveled along the river for several dozen miles, where the floating ice had transformed into icebergs, bearing ghastly remnants, a truly terrifying sight. The ice tide and mountains grew heavier and higher, moving sluggishly, even obstructing the incessant flow of the river, causing the water level to rise ever higher. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mu noted that the river was still flowing straight. However, upon reaching the oasis where Wu Nu resided, the river would change course, and the ice would become trapped, forming a dammed lake, accumulating more and more water and ice, ultimately reaching towering heights. When the ice tide and mountains could no longer withstand the pressure, they would collapse, unleashing a deluge that would sweep away everything in its path, consuming both man and beast alike. Many villages in Daxu were situated along the riverbank for ease of access. Should a flood occur, countless villages would surely suffer. Granny C and the others were still downstream clearing the river, likely unaware of the impending formation of a dammed lake. With only the village chief remaining, hindered by age, who could assist me in addressing the ice tide? Qin Mu pondered deeply, realizing that the icy tide had already passed by the nearby village of Canlao, the ice blocks colliding with a crackling sound. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of confronting the icy tide. At the village entrance, the village chief, seemingly in a daze, suddenly widened his eyes at the sight of Qin Mu and the icy tide sweeping past the village. He shook his head and chuckled. This rascal is up to his antics again. As the icy tide blocked the river, the water was nearly lapping at his feet. At that moment, the chief's energy surged from his severed leg, transforming into two ethereal legs that stepped into the air, allowing him to sit and gaze at Qin Mu. These legs, formed from his vital energy, appeared indistinguishable from real limbs. Once his energy dissipated, they would vanish as well. A realization struck him. He must seek out Wu Nu. On the surface of the river, Qin Mu's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace, leaping repeatedly across the icy expanse until he ascended a towering iceberg. With a mighty leap, he surged forward, leaving the icy tide in his wake. He raced swiftly and soon arrived at the oasis in the heart of the river. A solitary island upon which stood a dilapidated temple, within which was imprisoned the ancient demoness, Wu Nu. In just a few strides, Qin Mu reached the oasis and dashed into the crumbling temple. Inside, a little girl with 3 braids idly swung her feet, awaiting prey to arrive. Upon witnessing Qin Mu's abrupt entrance, her eyes flared with animosity, and she immediately leapt down from the statue's hands, retreating behind the image of Buddha, glaring at Qin Mu with hostility. Wu Nu, I harbor no ill intent. Qin Mu exclaimed urgently. The icy tide is about to arrive here. I need your assistance to shatter it. The little girl emerged from behind the statue, leaping back onto its hands, her interest seemingly waning. Not interested. The icy tide comes every year, and with the Buddha's protection, it cannot reach me here. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he declared, I can sever your chains and free you. Wu Nu's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. She shook her head, saying, if your elders from home were here, they might sever the chains, but you cannot. Qin Mu unleashed his vital energy, summoning the Xiaobao sword from behind him, and aimed to strike. With a resounding crash, a deep crack appeared in the chain binding the colossal Buddha. Strangely, the crack began to heal of its own accord. Without hesitation, Qin Mu intensified his energy, wielding the sword for another strike. A series of crisp sounds filled the air as, before long, one chain was severed entirely by Qin Mu's might. Wu Nu stood stunned, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding her heart. However, at that moment, the bronze Buddha suddenly opened its eyes, its voice thundering as it bellowed, Wretched being, do you dare to disrupt my cultivation and undermine my merit? Chapter 62. Undermining your virtue, diminishing your cultivation. Qin Mu scoffed coldly, striking at the other chains. You are not but a bronze Buddha statue. From where do you claim to possess virtue? Your so-called virtue is merely the act of suppressing the Wu woman here, while she devours the helpless before your very eyes. If you truly had virtue, it would have long since been tarnished. The colossal statue trembled, bloodstains on its bronze surface radiating beams of light, reflecting the golden foil outside, transforming it into a resplendent figure. In a deep, resonant voice, it proclaimed, do you not comprehend that should you release it, it would consume countless lives, obliterating myriad souls? I am only aware that it hides behind you, shrouded in countless corpses, using you to perpetrate evil. I have seen no deeds of merit from you. Qin Mu severed the second chain, a scornful smile upon his lips. Outside lies the icy tide, erupting several times a year. What have you done? That is true virtue. Not merely sitting in a temple, suppressing a monster. Moreover, you condone its carnage. If you were to shatter the icy tide and rescue the common folk, then you would possess great merit. The Buddha glimmered with golden light. Its hands began to move as if awakening. The Wu woman, gripped by terror, cried out, this old bald donkey is an evil Buddha, intent on sacrificing me. Hurry. With swift steps, Qin Mu darted out of the temple, wielding the Xiaobao sword to cleave through the chains outside. The malevolence of all beings requires a great deluge to cleanse it, for it is the fruit of their own actions. A thunderous rumble echoed as the bronze Buddha rose, its head crashing through the ancient temple, its voice resounding like thunder. You, wicked demon, dare to disrupt the Dharma. Your obstinacy is irredeemable. The chains binding the Buddha and the Wu woman seemed to come alive, whipping through the air towards Qin Mu. Your Dharma is only for the sake of self-preservation, not altruism. How hypocritical. Qin Mu leaped, evading a snaking chain, directing the Xiaobao sword at the final chain, declaring, when you suppressed the Wu woman, had you slain her, that could be deemed your virtue. Yet you chose to imprison her, allowing her to harm others. Her consumption of lives is her sin, and the deeper her transgressions, the greater your supposed merit. Bah! The souls devoured by the Wu woman rest upon your conscience. The sword clashed against the chain. A tremendous force reverberated through the weapon, sending it hurtling away. Qin Mu grunted, stepping back to avoid 2 serpentine chains that slithered towards him, sneering, you sit within the temple while the floods rage outside. Not only do you refuse to save, but you also impede my efforts, all the while fantasizing about merit. Let me tell you, the elders in my village confront the icy tide annually, rescuing the common folk and the creatures of the wild, saving countless lives. If merit could lead one to Buddhahood, Each of them would already be a golden Buddha, not a mere bronze effigy. Absurd. The bronze Buddha towered mightily, stomping down with a thunderous crash. Emerging from the shattered temple, with palms pressed together, the clash of metal resonated, and an explosion of light erupted, sending Qin Mu sprawling. Every limb of Qin Mu trembled violently as he soared through the air, the chains already closing in upon him. Qin Mu's feet danced nimbly upon the chains, dashing along their lengths as he wielded the Xiaobao sword with ethereal precision, directing it toward the final shackle binding Wu En. The massive chains writhed like colossal serpents, weaving through the air in a dizzying assault, their movements both relentless and bewildering. The bronze Buddha, though forged of brass, moved with uncanny fluidity, an enigma that defied comprehension. Earlier, the statue had been unable to distinguish between Qin Mu and Wu En, reacting only to demonic incantations by chanting Buddhist mantras to refine Wu En. But now, as Qin Mu sought to free her, the bronze Buddha turned hostile, its chains lashing out with increasing ferocity. Qin Mu dodged the onslaught, balancing on one chain while evading the others. Yet the force transmitted through the metal links grew ever stronger, their vibrations numbing his legs and disrupting his control over the Xiaobao sword. The bronze Buddha's power swelled, as if awakening from slumber, its might unfurling in waves. Even Granny C and the layman had spoken of its strangeness. Granny C, formidable as she was, had once failed to eliminate Wu En, thwarted by the statue's intervention. If its full strength were unleashed, the consequences would be catastrophic. And now, that power was stirring. A mere fraction of its awakening was beyond Qin Mu's resistance. Then, a deafening roar. The glacial surge from upstream had arrived, a towering wall of ice and fury, its jagged peaks rising dozens of feet high, bearing down upon the oasis like an unstoppable force. Corpses once frozen upon its surface had long been ground to dust, leaving only the relentless advance of destruction. Clang. The bronze Buddha, sensing the impending peril, abandoned its pursuit of Qin Mu. Its arms spread wide, pressing against the oncoming tide. A resplendent golden bell of light materialized around the oasis, shielding it from the onslaught. Ice shattered against its surface in dazzling bursts, each impact sending ripples of radiant energy cascading outward, a spectacle both breathtaking and surreal. The collision of natural fury and divine artifice shook the heavens, the oasis trembling as if on the verge of submersion. The ice piled higher where the golden barrier held, while the flood surged past on either side, carving its path downstream. Yet even now, the bronze Buddha was not spent. Clatter. The chains lashed out once more, coiling toward Qin Mu like vengeful serpents. The statue itself shifted with metallic groans, its palms striking the golden bell's walls to reinforce its sanctity. The chains entwined around its body, swirling as it moved, striking towards Qin Mu, while the girl transformed from the woman of Wu, Xian Qinger, stumbled and fell to the ground, dragging her along and leaving her bruised and battered. A pitiful sight. As Qin Mu stepped on the chains, he immediately sensed a significant reduction in the Buddha's power, no longer as terrifying as before. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded the Xiaobao sword to sever the final chain with a resounding clang. The woman of Wu was momentarily dumbfounded, raising her arm to reveal two golden rings at her wrists, from which the severed chains hung, a mix of surprise and joy washing over her. She also bore golden rings at her ankles, dragging two more broken chains behind her. "Stop dawdling, hurry up," Qin Mu shouted, rushing forward. He landed upon her, as the great demon, clad in bone armor, charged forward, dragging the golden rings and chains as it roared towards the oasis. Its legs moved swiftly. Then it leaped into the air, its elongated body propelling itself forward like 100 legs in unison, colliding with the bell's wall. "You vile creature, you are my merit. Do you still wish to flee?" The copper Buddha turned, its brass hand reaching out. The golden rings and chains on the woman of Wu clattering as they were pulled back, while the chains on the Buddha also stirred, as if seeking to reconnect with the severed links. The woman of Wu felt a chill run down her spine, as the chains on her body yanked her downward, the force from her ankle chains powerful enough to drag her backward. Despite her desperate crawl forward, she was inexorably pulled back. Just as Qin Mu intended to use his energy to sever the golden rings on her limbs, a slender beam of light flashed, slicing through the bell, darting past the copper Buddha's eyes. The copper Buddha roared in fury, reaching for its own eyes, and the woman of Wu felt a sudden lightness, prompting her to sprint away. In just a few strides, she leaped, escaping the bell's confines, her feet skimming over the river's surface. Behind them, the copper Buddha's roars echoed, and suddenly the golden bell shattered, an avalanche of ice sweeping in, engulfing the oasis and the copper Buddha, while the ancient temple crumbled in an instant, flattening the entire oasis. I seek no quarrel with you. The copper Buddha seethed with rage, its words unfinished as it, along with the oasis, was thrust beneath the river's surface by the icy tide. Chapter 63. 10. Tai. Gui. In the river below, the surging waters of the Jiang turned, winding around a mountain and flowing through a gorge. The ice tide was obstructed here, accumulating more and more until it ultimately blocked the river's course. Stop, Wu Nu. The centipede-like creature, a skeletal woman with 100 legs, soared through the air with Qin Mu, resembling a dragon coiling forward with astonishing speed. Upon hearing the command, she landed atop a peak on the left bank of the gorge, sneering, "Why should I heed your words, you little brat?" Qin Mu leapt down from her back, perplexed. "I saved you from peril. Thus, it is only natural for you to assist me in clearing the ice dam as a form of gratitude." Wu Nu swayed, transforming into the ethereal figure of Xianqing air. Clanking chains trailed from her limbs as she bounced around Qin Mu, circling him several times before leaning close, giggling. "You think your help warrants my gratitude? Have you forgotten? Last time, you caused me immense suffering, nearly leading to my demise at the hands of that old bald donkey. You even stole my treasures accumulated over the years. I should devour you instead." Qin Mu chuckled. "Yet, you lack the courage to do so." Suddenly, Wu Nu's neck elongated to several feet, encircling Qin Mu. Almost face to face, she coldly retorted, "Lack courage? There's no old bald donkey to assist you now. Why should I fear? I dwell in the residual old village, where 9 adults reside, each capable of easily ending your life." Qin Mu smiled. "No matter how you disguise yourself or how far you flee, they will effortlessly track you down, swiftly ending your existence and making you regret your very birth." A shiver ran through Wu Nu as her neck retracted, returning to her snowy, charming form. She hopped about, shaking her golden rings and chains, declaring, "I may fear your guardians, but that does not obligate me to assist you." The old bald donkey spoke the truth. "My liberation from captivity only means I shall indulge in wickedness and feast upon the living. Why should I help you save others? I'm leaving." With that, she turned to depart, the chains clattering behind her. Qin Mu suddenly interjected, "Wu Nu, the Buddhist saying about laying down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha is somewhat superficial. It fails to distinguish between good and evil, rendering it untrustworthy. However, should you aid me in dismantling the ice dam and saving countless lives below, your merit will far surpass that of the bronze Buddha." Wu Nu halted, twisting her head back in curiosity. Qin Mu continued, "By joining me in this endeavor, your achievements will eclipse those of the very statue that suppressed you, by 100-fold. The next time you encounter that bronze Buddha, will he still have the audacity to subdue you?" Wu Nu tilted her head, contemplating, before bursting into laughter. "You make a valid point. I shall help you, indeed." "Huh. The old bald donkey pretends to be virtuous, condemning my consumption of humans, lecturing me on morality, claiming that the torrent of the river will wash away my transgressions. I tell him, I consume without discrimination between good and evil. I am merely hungry and need to eat, just as you humans eat rice, chicken, and vegetables when you are famished." She gazed down at the obstructed river, stating, "I share no emotional ties with those I have devoured, treating them merely as sustenance. Likewise, you harbor no affection for vegetables and rice, thus consuming them when hunger strikes. The thieving bald one accuses me of heresy and suppresses me for it. He performed admirably, so I indulged in my sinister feast within his temple, ensuring he earned no merit. However, should my own merits surpass his, I shall relish in the sight of his embarrassment as he attempts to subdue me. Alas, the ice upon this river is formidable. Had my spirit weapon still been at my disposal, I could have pierced through it. Yet it has been seized by that treacherous bald thief." With a clang, Qin Mu summoned the Xiao Bao sword, wielding it through the force of his qi, aiming to sever the icy tide obstructing the gorge below. "Wu Nu, come to my aid," he bellowed. "This sword, capable of severing chains?" Wu Nu's eyes lit up as she unveiled her true form. With a flurry of her 100 legs, she leapt from the cliff, and Qin Mu vaulting onto her back. The skeletal centipede soared through the air, its many legs propelling them towards the congested ice tide. "Strike!" Qin Mu roared, the Xiaobao sword descending upon the icy surge. Simultaneously, Wu Nu unleashed a torrent of monstrous energy, which surged into the sword with wild abandon. The Xiaobao sword swelled unexpectedly, extending to 100 feet in length, poised to cleave the icy tide. The ice surge continued to rise, as floating ice was relentlessly pushed onto the ice dam by the rushing river, compounding its height. And should this accumulation persist, it would inevitably herald a calamity for the beings along the banks. The Xiao Bao sword sliced through the air, creating visible walls of wind as it descended upon the ice dam, cleaving through it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Not good. Wu Nu's countenance shifted dramatically, and she attempted to take flight, but it was already too late. The ice dam, overwhelmed by the torrent, collapsed, unleashing a deluge of shattered ice towards them. The scene was unmistakably one of impending doom. Before the fallen ice could crush them, a tempest bore down, forcing them from the sky. Wu Nu strained to escape, yet was pursued relentlessly by the cascading ice and rushing waters. With a flurry, countless shards of ice shot forth, and suddenly, Qin Mu felt a sharp pain on his cheek as a fragment grazed him, leaving a mark. His formidable vitality and defense allowed him to withstand brutal assaults. Yet the velocity of the ice was such that it could wound him. One could only imagine the peril if the ice dam were to crush him. Wu Nu, bearing him in her haste, raced forward as ice blocks and surging waves rushed past them. Then, the tempest, accompanied by shards of ice and colossal waves, struck them with ferocity, sending both man and beast hurtling away. With a resounding thud, two muffled crashes echoed from the opposing cliff as debris scattered. Qin Mu and Wu Nu clung to the cliff face, embedded within the rock, one forming a cross, the other resembling a string of jade. Then, a piercing shriek of swordplay reached Qin Mu's ears, and he sensed the imminent danger. That shriek was undoubtedly aimed at him. He quickly spread his legs, hearing a clang as the Xiao Bao sword nearly pierced his thigh. With a long exhale, Qin Mu found himself in a precarious position, the sword hovering mere inches from his body. Beside him, the great demon chuckled heartily, and Qin Mu could not help but join in the laughter, their mirth resonating throughout the gorge. Below them, the river roared and surged, and this peculiar duo had averted a crisis with their uncanny partnership. Before long, Qin Mu and the transformed immortal Qing heir, who was actually Wu Nu, sat upon a precipice. Both reclined backwards, supporting themselves with their hands against the ground. Gazing at the azure sky and white clouds above, their hearts enveloped in tranquility. "Who is that bronze Buddha?" Qin Mu inquired. "From the Little Thunder Sound Temple." Wu Nu replied, "An aberrant who has attained enlightenment, much like myself, a creature of the demon realm." She jangled the golden rings on her feet and continued. "It is said that the founding master of the Little Thunder Sound Temple initially joined the Buddhist order, becoming a disciple of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Eventually, he rebelled against the Great Thunder Sound Temple and established the Little Thunder Sound Temple, self-styled as the Little Tathagata. It is rumored that he was driven into the great ruins by the Tathagata of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which is how the Little Thunder Sound Temple came to reside there. Each successive leader of the Little Thunder Sound Temple has been a creature like myself. Yet they proclaim themselves as the Little Tathagata. The one who imprisoned me in the ancient temple is the current Little Tathagata of the Little Thunder Sound Temple. By severing his chains, you have liberated me, and oh, how fortunate you are." "The Little Thunder Sound Temple? The Little Tathagata?" Qin Mu was taken aback. "Is this Little Thunder Sound Temple indeed situated within the great ruins?" "Naturally. It is not uncommon to encounter demon monks. The monks of the Little Thunder Sound Temple are quite vindictive. They repay enmity with enmity, especially towards their Little Tathagata," Wu Nu chuckled. "Given that old thief's temperament, he will undoubtedly seek retribution from you." Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. "As a human, you dare consort with man-eating demons? Today, my disciples and I shall descend upon you to vanquish the evil." Qin Mu turned to see several Taoist priests approaching, a mixture of men and women. Among them an elder and several youthful figures. The old Taoist exuded an air of righteousness, while the younger ones displayed expressions of excitement. Clearly formidable practitioners who had ventured into the great ruins for training. "Esteemed Taoists, I have just resolved a crisis with this demon, pacifying this obstructed lake and saving countless lives downstream." Qin Mu stood up, speaking with solemnity. "This demon has saved innumerable lives and is not." "Silence, traitor!" The elder Taoist interrupted, his voice resonating with moral indignation. "To collude with demons and act as their accomplice is even more reprehensible. Today we shall eliminate you both." He commanded, "Disciples, form the array and eliminate the demon." "I am hungry." The little girl beside Qin Mu licked her lips and spoke to him. "Some are worse than demons." Qin Mu felt disheartened, leaping from the riverbank into the surging waters below. His voice echoed, "Wu Nu, I release you today. You are free." He plunged into the river, riding the waves away. Meanwhile, the canyon echoed with blood-curdling cries as Wu Nu revealed her true form, unleashing a massacre. In a short while, the demon had feasted to her heart's content, then sprinted away, soaring into the sky, coiling gracefully through the clouds until she vanished from sight. "Hey, cowherd boy, We shall meet again. A voice called out from within the demon cloud as it pursued Qin Mu before drifting away into the distance. Chapter 64. A staff to stir the kingdom. As the warmth of spring gradually enveloped the riverbanks. It had been over 10 days since Qin Mu and the maiden from Wu had broken through the icy dam. The banks were now adorned with lush willows, the air filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, the icy torrents having retreated. In the river's heart, Qin Mu abruptly halted in a stride, yet his body did not plunge beneath the surface. Instead, he stood effortlessly atop the water. Beneath his feet, ripples erupted in succession, spreading outward in an enchanting display. He harnessed the essence of the black tortoise to command the water's flow, allowing him to remain upon the surface as though walking upon solid ground. Mastering the intricacies of this technique, he wielded it with remarkable finesse. A sharp sound akin to a sword slicing through the air resonated as Qin Mu pointed his sword in the river's center. With elegant precision, he executed simple yet effective moves, his body and sword moving in harmony. Although the village elder had imparted no formal swordsmanship to him, he had encouraged the relentless practice of these fundamental movements day in and day out. On the riverbank, a blind man leaned on his cane, motionless as if he were a statue. The wind howled increasingly louder across the river's expanse. With each stroke of his sword, Qin Mu stirred up a tempest. The basic sword play taught by the elder, when wielded by him, unleashed astonishing power. As he practiced, the waves grew more tumultuous, intensifying with each thrust of his blade. With a single stab, the river's surface cracked open for dozens of feet, plunging deep into the depths, scaring away the great fish and river beasts. With a flick of his sword, torrents of water surged skyward, cascading down like a deluge, and with another deft maneuver, the water transformed into a slanting dragon of liquid fury. Though he employed the simplest technique of channeling energy through his sword, its potency in his hands was terrifying. After more than 2 years of diligent practice, he had mastered these fundamental movements. Yet, the elder refrained from bestowing upon him complete techniques. Suddenly, the blind man stirred, his ears twitching as he called out loudly, "Muir, halt." A boat approaches. Qin Mu sheathed his sword, placing it in the scabbard upon his back, and looked up to see an ornate vessel drifting downstream. His heart skipped a beat upon recognizing it as the very ship charting the geography of the surging river. He stepped aside, clearing a path for the vessel to pass. The boat glided swiftly downstream, soon arriving before him. And a voice of admiration echoed from aboard, standing still upon the river, in impressive skill, with profound essence. Following the sound, Qin Mu beheld General Qin at the prow, accompanied by a chubby young lad wielding a folding fan, both gazing in his direction. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Mu as he locked eyes on a massive chunk of black ice, within which a dragon pearl hung suspended, gripped tightly by a hand. Though much of what lay beneath the ice was obscured by the ship's hull, he nonetheless surmised the origin of the ice in the hand. Clearly, the general's party had discovered the Dragon Palace while mapping the river's geography, leading them to uncover Gulin Wan and the juvenile dragon, both sealed within the dragon pearl. At this moment, the young dragon must also be encased within the ice. It seemed the general had not vanquished the dragon mother's soul but rather contained it, keeping the ice intact. His intent appeared to center around the young dragon. Should the ice melt, the young dragon would perish. He must be preparing to bring the Xianbing to the Yankan kingdom, seeking the aid of a skilled healer for the young dragon, which is why he did not rescue Gulin Wan. It is the youth standing on the mountaintop alongside the demon ape. The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment. I did not anticipate his vitality to be so robust, even stronger than my own. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the ice, belonging to Gulin Wan, who declared, I have sensed my Xiaobao sword. General Qin Feiyue, halt the vessel. My Xiaobao sword is nearby, and that deceitful rascal is also in proximity. The ship came to a stop, and General Qin's gaze fell upon Qin Mu as he inquired, Did you deceive the Crown Prince Xiaobao and take his Xiaobao sword? Qin Mu responded, He intended to consume me, so I outwitted him and claimed his sword. If you have retrieved him from the Dragon Palace, could you also bring forth the scabbard? Only with the scabbard can it be considered a complete set. Qin Feiyue's eyes flickered as he retorted, Give it to you? This is a sword of the court. It cannot be bestowed upon you. Please return the Xiaobao sword to the court. Qin Mu shook his head, perplexed. Why should I return something I obtained through my own abilities? The chubby boy, the seventh young master, chuckled at this and remarked, This lad speaks rather amusingly. Qin Feiyue snorted coldly, stating indifferently, To deceive an official of the court and covet their treasures, do you comprehend the severity of such a crime? There is no court in the great ruins. Qin Mu responded with confusion, In a lawless place, who can condemn me? You are quite audacious. It seems you possess some backing, Qin Feiyue observed. He turned his gaze toward the riverbank, his pupils narrowing sharply as he spoke in a deep voice. I am Qin Mu, a disciple of the Yinkin Kingdom's master, and a fourth-rank loyal and martial general. How shall I address the elder by the riverside? The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, chuckled. Just a blind man. What else could I be called? Merely an old cripple. Qin Mu's expression darkened as he surveyed the surroundings, catching sight of the remnants of the old village. He smiled and said, 3 years ago, Mu Beifeng, the governor of the Wumyu prefecture in the southern frontier of my Yinkin kingdom, led numerous skilled members of the Li Jiang sword sect into the great ruins, reportedly seeking revenge. Later, someone found his body along with that of the Li Jiang sword sect experts downstream. I personally examined the corpses of Mu Beifeng and the others. They were pierced by a spear, yet the weapon used to slay him was not a spear but rather a bamboo staff. Elder, do you also wield a bamboo staff? The blind man, still holding his staff, smiled cheerfully. What else would a blind man use? This bamboo staff serves as a guide, lest I stumble upon a hard stone due to my blindness. Qin Mu, sensing the underlying implications in his words, became increasingly convinced of his suspicions and coldly remarked, Elder, Mu Beifeng must have perished nearby, correct? Did you witness anything at that time? The blind man sighed. I am blind. What could I possibly see? Young general, you jest. I have indeed heard of Mu Beifeng. To learn he met such a tragic end pains my heart. The cries of monkeys echo incessantly, causing heroes' tears to fill their collars. Heartache, how lamentable. He raised his bamboo staff and tapped it against the river's surface. The mighty river surged tumultuously, suddenly thrashing violently. With waves rising over 10 feet high on both banks, the immense waves splitting the sky, causing even the ship to sway precariously. The soldiers aboard were shaken about, unable to maintain their balance. Beneath the river's surface, the waters abruptly parted, revealing the colossal spine of a monstrous beast, cloaked in a dark azure hue, as if a small owl had emerged from the heart of the river. The surging waters trembled, and even the mighty creature was thrust above the surface, soaring into the air before crashing back down with a thunderous splash. Qin Mu immediately discerned that this beast was ensnared by chains, the other end of which was tethered to a swift-moving ship, undoubtedly aided by the strength of the creature itself. Curiously, while the river roiled violently in other locales, the waters beneath Qin Mu remained eerily calm, devoid of any disturbances. Seventh young master quickly steadied himself against the ship's railing, lest he tumble into the river, and could not help but exclaim, Old senior, alas, to perish before one's quest is fulfilled, causing the brave to weep uncontrollably. You're mistaken. Qin Mu interjected, young master. What he implies is that if you were to meet your demise here, it would indeed be a case of perishing before accomplishing your mission. Yet, as you still draw breath, your cries are nothing more than the lamentations of the apes. Should you insist on probing further, you may find yourselves meeting an untimely end. The old blind man possesses considerable wisdom. The blind man, beaming with pride, chuckled, At least Mu understands me. If it were those rascals, the lame and the deaf, they would undoubtedly mock my sentiments. Qin Mu's eye twitched slightly. The blind man's formidable strength was somewhat unexpected. Just moments ago, the blind man had merely tapped the surging river. Had he struck with intent, the very surface of the river might have risen in response. Guliwen, encased in the icy depths, fell silent, evidently having inferred the blind man's might from his mere gesture, realizing the peril of insisting on drawing a sword. Leave the sword here. We shall depart. Set sail. At Qin Mu's command, a soldier promptly produced a horn and blew a deep, resonant call. The sound reverberated ominously, awakening the colossal beast beneath the waters, which then stirred the river into a frenzy. The river surged upward, forming a towering wall of water, propelling the ship downstream with a thunderous roar. General Qin, did you not inquire of that blind man regarding the demise of Mu Beifeng? Why did you not await the answer before departing? Several palace maidens clustered around seventh young master, who squeezed his head between them, curious. My lord, I have already discovered the truth, General Qin replied with a cold smirk. Mu Beifeng met his end at the hands of that very blind man. Once a renowned gun master, he has now become blind and resides in this humble village. What formidable entity might be cohabitating with him in seclusion? I cannot pacify this village alone. I must summon reinforcements. His armor clanked ominously, and his eyes gleamed like blades. Across the realm, all land is the king's domain. Along the shores, all subjects are his servants. This great market is also the emperor's territory, not a lawless land. Mu Beifeng was an official of the court. How could he perish at the hands of the common folk? This village must be subdued and eradicated to uphold our national dignity, and assert the might of our armies, allowing the majesty of his imperial majesty to descend upon this great market. Such formidable authority! Qin Feiyue's eyes twitched violently as the lame figure vanished, only to reappear at his back. The means by which this lame man had disappeared and reappeared was utterly beyond his comprehension. Qin Feiyue's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his palm already gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist, yet he dared not move a muscle. With such audacity in your tone, does the Grand Preceptor know? The crippled man bent down, examining the maps of the Yang River spread across the boat, and chuckled. The Grand Preceptor sent you to chart the Yang River, planning to wage war against the Great Ruins? TSK. This little dragon is quite pitiable. Gu Lingwan, why the sour face? I'll take your scabbard. This banner is nice. I'll take that too. Young lad, this jade of yours is lovely. And the fan as well. Pa. Turns out you're a girl. How unfortunate. Seizing a fleeting moment of vulnerability, Qin Feiyue spun around like lightning, drawing his sword, but the crippled man behind him had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 65. The Fragrance of Peonies. Oh no, my 4th grade official seal. Qin Feiyue's expression changed dramatically as he hastily reached for his waist, only to find the official seal missing, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his forehead. The loss of an official seal was a grave matter. However, being a disciple of the national master, he could suppress this incident. What terrified him more was the realization that he had not noticed when the crippled thief had stealthily taken the seal. If the cripple had not stolen the seal but instead plunged a dagger into his back, he shuddered involuntarily. The 7th young master blushed deeply, clutching his chest, surrounded by a throng of palace maids, creating an impenetrable barrier. Moments ago, the cripple had pilfered several treasures from him, and it was only when he had taken the band that wrapped around his chest that he discovered the young master was, in fact, a woman. The cripple was most cautious not to encounter women while stealing, which led to a momentary lapse that Qin Feiyue seized upon, forcing the thief to flee. This cripple was none other than the audacious thief who had infiltrated the royal courtyard to steal the imperial disc, a master of stealth. Qin Feiyue suppressed a shock and, seeing that the 7th young master was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, My lord, you have been startled. I am utterly incompetent. Meanwhile, Gu Li's heart was filled with astonishment as he realized that the cripple had stealthily taken the sheath of the Xiaobao sword from right beside him. Not only the sword sheath but also the black banner in his other hand had been stolen by the cripple. Frozen in the Xianbing, he found it incomprehensible. The Xianbing was incredibly hard and cold, capable of immobilizing even a formidable master like him. It was only after Qin Mu had deceived him, exhausting his vital energy, that he managed to send the sword's hilt out of the Xianbing. Yet this cripple had disregarded the Xianbing, effortlessly snatching away both his black banner and sword sheath. Truly a feat akin to that of a ghostly hand. Gu Darren, this cripple had once brazenly walked into the royal treasury before numerous powerful figures within the palace, bypassing countless traps and lethal formations, and had stolen the imperial disc without anyone being able to stop him. Qin Feiyue remarked, Fortunately, the national master acted swiftly and severed one of his divine legs, yet even the national master could not detain him. He absconded with the imperial disc, vanishing without a trace. Gu Li was horrified, falling into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he uttered, Even with a lost leg, he can still steal with such finesse? Is that a divine leg or divine hands? Suddenly, a mournful cry from a colossal beast resonated from the front of the ship. Qin Feiyue's heart leaped, and he hurriedly raced to the bow, his pupils constricting in alarm. There, he beheld a spider web erected before the ship, spanning the river and completely ensnaring the waters for over 10 miles. The beast pulling the ship collided with the web, struggling in vain to escape. Then, the river parted, revealing an immense spider slowly emerging from the depths, dragging the beast toward the web, incessantly spewing silk, its fangs sinking into the creature's flesh. Even as many soldiers aboard wielded their swords with spiritual energy and invoked divine powers, they found themselves unable to repel the gargantuan spider, let alone sever the web. Soon, the beast withered away, leaving only a skin behind. Qin Feiyue trembled, his hand gripping the sword shaking as he contemplated striking down the monstrous spider, but hesitated to act. He noticed a humble apothecary by the riverbank, carrying a medicine basket, dressed in simple green attire, yet his face was utterly distorted and grotesque. The apothecary waved his hand, and the colossal spider in the river began to retract its web, climbing along a thread towards him. The spider gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a tiny creature that slipped into the apothecary's medicinal basket. With the spider's web no longer obstructing it, the vessel resumed its course downstream. Qin Feiyue faintly heard a voice whispering in his ear, "Inform the national master, do not entertain any nefarious schemes against Daxu, or you shall invoke the wrath of us old cripples." Gu Liwan, encased in the mysterious ice, trembled as he spoke. "It is the Poison King." As the boat traveled a couple of miles, a soldier suddenly exclaimed with trepidation, "General Qin, there is someone on the river." Qin Feiyue gritted his teeth, his visage darkening, and coldly declared, "What kind of demons dare to obstruct my vessel? Do they truly believe I am made of clay? Ram them down." Just as he uttered these words, he caught sight of the figure on the river, who appeared to possess only an upper body, the lower half severed by an unknown assailant. The strange figure wielded two peculiar large blades, standing upon the rocks in the river's heart. Suddenly, a blade of light cleaved the sky, shaking the very heavens. Qin Feiyue looked up to see the clouds parting under the terrifying aura of the blade. Following this, the blade descended, aiming directly at the vessel. With a roar, the surging waters parted, the river itself dividing into two under the force of the strike. 7 stars divine concealment, activate. Qin Feiyue bellowed, unleashing the formidable energy within him as it transformed into 2 colossal dragons that surged towards the side of the boat. Shifting it 100 yards sideways, the blade of light grazed the hull, slicing upstream, splitting the river for over 10 miles, only to converge again behind that strange figure. Hiki, it is far more entertaining to strike the national master as disciple than to strike the national master himself. The figure on the rocks retracted his blades, racing himself against the stones, then leapt into the air with immense force, vanishing from sight. Qin Feiyue fought against the tremors in his legs, calling out, "Steady the ship. Steady." His voice trembled, rendering him unable to discern his own words, compelling him to sit down and regain his composure, though his mind was in chaos. Gu Liwan was even more terrified, stammering, "The celestial blade, the one that once challenged the heavens and perished at the hands of the gods, is still alive." Qin Feiyue's expression fluctuated between shadow and light. How could such a seemingly inconspicuous village in Daxa harbor such a gathering of ancient fiends? The divine spear, the celestial blade, the master thief, the poison king. What other dreadful entities reside within that village? He glanced at the geographical map of the surging river, which he had painstakingly drawn and was still aboard the vessel. Fortunately, those ruthless fiends had not destroyed the map, allowing him a moment of relief. But then, a realization struck him. These malevolent beings had not destroyed the geographical map, not out of desire, but out of disdain. These ancient monsters were confident that even if he took the map, the national master would never dare to invade Daxu. "Why did they not kill us?" inquired the disguised 7th young master. "Out of contempt." Qin Feiyue said with a hint of bitterness, "They disdain to kill us, perhaps because our abilities are too trivial." A sense of desolation filled his heart. As a disciple of the national master, he had always held himself in high esteem, his reputation resounding throughout the court and beyond. Yet, after traversing the great ruins, he found himself confronted by such formidable beings, causing his former arrogance to vanish into thin air. Initially, when he encountered the blind man, he still harbored some pride. Although shaken, his spirit remained unbroken. However, upon meeting the elusive cripple, the insidious and vicious apothecary, and the ruthlessly brutal butcher, both his pride and his indomitable spirit were utterly shattered, leaving only a sense of dread. Nothing could obstruct the national master, nor could anything intimidate him. Recalling his master, the national master Yankan, Qin Feiyue felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. His gaze hardened as he murmured, "The old men of the great ruins wish to contend against a formidable force. They shall only find themselves crushed to pieces." As the ship sailed down the river, Qin Feiyue suddenly paused, gazing ahead. There had once been an oasis with an ancient temple, but now, astonishingly, the oasis had vanished. "Open your eyes," Qin Feiyue exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he peered into the water, his heart seizing with horror. The oasis still existed, yet it had been leveled by an overwhelming force. At that moment, the ancient temple sank to the depths, the great ruins. He steadied himself and instructed his soldiers to gather their energy and row the boat swiftly away from this place. Not long after the vessel departed, the river suddenly split, and a copper Buddha, bound by chains, ascended from the depths. Despite its immense weight, it seemed to defy gravity, standing upon the water's surface. The old monsters of the Zonglo village possessed such formidable strength that would not be easily dealt with. The copper Buddha gazed towards Zonglo village, then, with a powerful stomp, charged towards the riverbank, racing away with fervor. "To seize my merits, this matter cannot be so easily resolved. However, if the national master Yankin is eager to enter the great ruins, then let him watch the tigers fight from the mountains. Once they are locked in a battle to the death, I, at the Thunder Sound Temple, shall reap the benefits. Meanwhile, outside Zonglao village, Qin Mu encountered the cripple, who tossed him an object. Qin Mu caught it, discovering it to be a sword sheath, a perfect match for the Xiaobao sword. Stunned, he was about to inquire where the cripple had obtained it when the cripple suddenly shoved another item into his arms. Upon drawing it out, Qin Mu found a milky white garment adorned with pink peonies, measuring about a foot in width and resembling a long strip, exuding a fragrant aroma. "Grandpa Cripple, what is this?" Qin Mu asked, puzzled. The smile on the cripple's face stiffened as he replied, somewhat disgruntled, "A sweat towel. Keep it to wipe your sweat." How unfortunate. How truly unfortunate. Why did I have to touch something like this? 3 years of bad luck with just one touch. Chapter 66. The sacrifice to the river god. Qin Mu found himself puzzled. How could discovering a sweat towel bring ill fortune for 3 years? Nonetheless, the towel was exquisitely soft, gliding smoothly under his touch, naturally imbued with a pleasant fragrance. It was undoubtedly crafted from rare silk, a fabric of considerable value, difficult to encounter in the bustling marketplace. Qin Mu tucked the towel into his bosom, delighting in the feel of the Xiaobao sword and its sheath. The upper half of the sword sheath was adorned in gold, embellished with jade and pearls, while the mouth of the sheath, intricately carved, depicted a dragon swallowing its prey, signifying the release of the sword. The lower half of the sheath was a silvery gray, devoid of any ornamentation, with the tail end carved to represent the dragon's tail. Also in gold, with a gentle motion, Qin Mu drew the sword from the dragon's mouth, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. This sheath was indeed a remarkable item, capable of manifesting a dragon. His heart soared with joy as he channeled his energy into the sheath once more. The dragon reappeared, releasing the Xiaobao sword. He sheathed the sword again into the dragon's mouth, and once more, the dragon fused with the sheath. He repeated this delightful act numerous times, until the blind man beside him could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Muer, cease your play. Your grandmother has brought back some livestock for you to tend to. These cattle must be taken to Xianglong City for sale tomorrow." As he exited the village, he noticed the village chief, the herbalist, and the mute congregating, deep in discussion. The cripple sat nearby, having dismantled a black banner, tossing the fabric to Ma Yi to use as a curtain for his carpenter's shop, while the pole was given to Granny C to shoo away the chickens. The following day, Qin Mu harnessed the ox cart, and Granny C cheerfully remarked, "Muer, you should accompany us to the city this time." Qin Mu felt a surge of surprise and joy, quickly slinging the Xiaobao sword over his shoulder. Bringing along a butcher's knife, a bamboo staff, a hammer, and other tools, before jumping onto the cart, the blind man ambled over leisurely, taking a seat on either side of Granny C. The cart was laden with iron tools crafted by the mute, along with several stacks of exotic furs acquired through hunting, and 2 goats tethered by their hooves among the cargo. 3 robust yellow oxen were harnessed at the front, with 3 more tied at the rear. The youth cracked the whip, and the innocent-eyed yellow oxen blinked as they set off towards the village outskirts. This was his first venture into the city, and excitement coursed through him, lifting his spirit as if he might soar, oblivious to the innocent gazes of the oxen and goats. Xianglong City lay far from Laocan village, a distance of nearly 1,000 miles, making this journey a significant undertaking. However, the marketplace was desolate, and the land route was treacherous. One must first navigate the waterways before traversing over 10 miles of land to reach the city. Qin Mu directed the cart to the banks of the rushing river, where he observed the cripple had constructed a large bamboo raft. Carefully, he maneuvered the cart onto the raft, and upon releasing the tether, the raft began to drift downstream, its speed increasing. Even at this pace, it would take 4 to 5 days to reach Xianglong City. After floating for over 40 miles, the blind man tapped the surface of the water with his bamboo staff, and the raft immediately veered toward the shore. Qin Mu, perplexed, looked up to see they were approaching the direction of the grandmother's temple, where many people from various villages had gathered, most of them herding their own oxen and carts, waiting by the riverside. The surging river is treacherous, with swift currents, and teeming with aquatic monsters and ferocious fish. Consequently, the villagers from various settlements often choose to journey to Xianglong City on the same day, providing mutual support in numbers. The riverbank is lined with bamboo rafts, and in the distance, more rafts approach, soon gathering 100 or so in total. A blind man retrieves several incense sticks, igniting them in the wind and placing them at the riverbank. The other villagers follow suit, each inserting their own incense. creating a swirling mist that wafts toward the heart of the river. Suddenly, someone raises their voice in a resounding call, and more join in, singing a river song to honor the river deity. The lyrics echo the grandeur of the river, with the maidens traversing the 9 rivers. The winds rise and the waters swell, riding on water chariots beneath lotus canopies, guiding 2 dragons and riding the waves, ascending Kunlun with a panoramic view. My heart soars in the vastness. As the sun wanes, I long to return, yet linger at the river's edge, lost in thought. Suddenly, the water ahead parts, revealing colossal creatures surfacing from the depths. These magnificent beasts, with greenish backs and 4 enormous webbed flippers resembling fish fins, bear heads akin to those of fish, yet sport long, spear-like snouts. One by one, the creatures raise their heads, resembling small hills, as their snouts approach the incense on the riverbank, inhaling deeply. The incense burns rapidly, and the smoke fills their nostrils. The giants close their eyes, savoring the moment, before exhaling large smoke rings in apparent delight. Seizing the opportunity, the villagers guide their ox carts onto the elongated backs of the beasts. Witnessing this, Qin Mu hurriedly drives his cart to join them. Granny C tosses a sizable piece of pre-prepared meat into the water. The beast devours it, emitting a long, resonant call, before swimming away with the cart and its 3 passengers downstream. Behind them, the creatures vocalize in a harmonious chorus, their calls resonating alongside the villagers' melodic chants. As the beasts transport them upstream, these unique creatures of the surging river are known as Fujiang. Granny C explains, Fujiang is the river deity revered by the riverside villagers. Drawn to the fragrant smoke, fond of beef, and most delighted by songs that praise them, those living by the river need only light a few sticks of incense to summon them, offering beef to ensure the Fujiang carries us downstream. Should the Fujiang grow hungry along the way, we must throw in more beef, otherwise they may cast us into the water. Qin Mu marvels at the spectacle. The Fujiang swim with remarkable speed, enhanced by the current, cutting through the waves, their pace surpassing even that of galloping horses on the shore. Calculating their velocity, Qin Mu realizes that they could reach Xianglong City, 1,000 miles away, before nightfall. Amidst the surging river, the calls of the Fujiang rise and fall, echoing across the undulating hills on either side. The sun beams down, casting golden ripples upon the water, while golden serpents dance upon the surface. As Qin Mu gazes into the distance, he feels an immense sense of freedom, as if the golden river, green mountains, and blue sky of the canyon are all contained within his heart. This is a wondrous land, inhabited by extraordinary people and magnificent river beasts. Although to those from the outside, it may appear as a realm of impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, filled with shrewish women and unruly folk, to Qin Mu, this is undeniably his homeland. As dusk descends and the sun sinks in the west, Qin Mu spots a small dock along the riverbank, where the river beasts gradually slow their pace, gliding towards the mooring. Grandma C rises with a smile. We're nearing Xianglong City, Mu'er. Let us dismount and hasten our entry into the city. The ox cart trundles for 2 or 3 miles, ascending a gentle hill, leading to a downward slope. Qin Mu leaps from the cart, intending to steady the large yellow ox to prevent it from bolting, when suddenly a tremor runs through him, and he stands transfixed. Gazing ahead, at the foot of the hill, a grand avenue stretches forth, revealing an ancient and majestic city. The city walls boast towering stone pillars, each over 30 feet high and reaching approximately 160 to 70 feet. Each pillar is adorned with golden dragons, intricately carved and gilded, radiating a brilliant golden glow. The city's tower is shaped like a dragon's head, with the city gate resembling its mouth, while the eaves of the tower curl like dragon horns, both fierce and imposing. This is Xianglong City, one of the few bustling hubs within the vast market. In the market, resources are scarce. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are precious commodities that must be procured from beyond. Only prosperous places like Xianglong City attract merchants from afar, bringing external goods while exporting the market's rare treasures. The dragon pillars here dwarf the stone statues of our village. Qin Mu marvels. If only we could seize one and place it at our village entrance, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Grandma C shoots him a glance. If it were that easy, I would have taken it long ago. Unless you can mobilize the old folks from the village, it remains a distant dream. Hurry now. The light fades quickly. We must enter the city soon. With the wheels clattering, Qin Mu drives the ox cart into the city, his curiosity piqued as he gazes around. Everything in Xianglong City strikes him as novel. The streets are bustling with activity, throngs of people everywhere. In his entire life, he has never witnessed such a crowd. Among them are numerous young women, adorned in vibrant attire, standing on the balconies of the buildings, warmly beckoning him to join them and inviting him to play. The townsfolk are indeed exuberant. Qin Mu, filled with excitement, waves back at the girls, exclaiming, "Once I finish selling my goods, I shall seek out the elder sisters to play." The blind man chuckles wryly. "Muer, those on the upper floors are wayward girls, not genuinely interested in playing with you. If you go up, you risk being stripped of your very bones, with even your marrow extracted." Startled, Qin Mu responds, "Wayward? But Grandpa, they stand so steadily. They hardly seem to be stumbling. Could they all be enchantresses like Wu Nu?" Wu Nu suggested we engage in some shameful activities, but I declined. Chapter 67, The City That Never Sleeps. The blind man, unsure of how to explain to Qin Mu, let out a forced chuckle and said, "This city is also known as the City of the Eternal Dragon. Even at night, it is ablaze with lights, and merchants gather here from villages spanning thousands of miles." "Muer, Granny, I shall not accompany you any longer." "Granny, do you have any pocket money?" He leaned on his bamboo staff, a broad smile on his face, extending a hand. Granny C pretended not to see. The blind man reached for the beast skins on the cart and laughed. "Muer, lend me 2 skins. When I win at gambling, I shall repay you double." Qin Mu replied with a smile, "Grandfather, feel free to take them. There is no need to repay me." "Do not give it to him." Granny C exclaimed angrily. "This old fool goes to the gambling house every time he arrives here and always loses miserably. Those 2 skins of exotic beast fur could buy us plenty of oil, salt, and vinegar, far better than tossing them into the water. At least tossing them into the water would make a splash." The blind man quickly draped the 2 skins over himself and dashed away, disappearing into the crowd. Granny C stomped her foot in frustration, while Qin Mu, puzzled, asked, "Granny, what is a gambling house?" Granny C, enraged, retorted, "Just now you wanted to play with fallen girls, and now you wish to go to a gambling house. Muer, you are not learning the right things." Qin Mu, confused, replied, "Granny, do not be angry. I shall not play with them. By the way, Granny, are there brothels in this city?" The brothel owner, Fu Qingyun from the Heavenly Demon Sect, said that where there are brothels, one can find her. Granny C shot him a glare and sneered. "Now you wish to visit a brothel? That cunning vixen, Fu Qingyun, is best avoided." Qin Mu was bewildered. His intention was simply to seek someone at the brothel. Yet it had somehow turned into a visit to a den of vice. Moreover, what exactly was a den of vice? Upon entering the city, he noted the multitude of rules. There seemed to be prohibitions at every turn. The youth grumbled inwardly. An elderly man and a young boy drove the ox cart to the bustling market, where an array of goods dazzled the eye, complemented by a plethora of individuals from diverse races clad in peculiar attire, overwhelming Qin Mu's senses. Soon, Granny C sold the ironware and furs from the cart, trading them for some oil, salt, and vinegar. The merchant appeared to be from the outside world, his accent peculiar, claiming to hail from Yankin Kingdom. Though Granny C was a woman, she was accustomed to handling matters boldly and lacked finesse in haggling, selling the mute blacksmith's ironware at a loss, and not fetching much for the exotic beast furs either. The merchant, however, felt a pang of conscience for taking advantage of Granny C and Qin Mu, and gifted them a small pouch of dragon coins, numbering around 100. Dragon coins were the currency of the City of Dragon embellishment, embossed with dragon pillar motifs, akin to the dragon pillars at each corner of the city. Qin Mu sensed that these coins possessed a unique formation, likely forged with a secret technique to prevent counterfeiting. They proceeded to sell the cattle and sheep, which seemed to be aware of their fate, shedding tears and clinging to Qin Mu's garments with their mouths, reluctant to part. Qin Mu hesitated, and Granny C whispered, "They are all wicked beings." Startled, Qin Mu realized that these cattle and sheep were indeed human, transformed by Granny C's heavenly demon metamorphosis technique. They were a band of robbers. Granny C's voice softened. "Do you remember when you were a child? Once, I took you to the neighboring village to assist a woman in childbirth. When we arrived, the entire village was dead. For many years, I have been in pursuit of the elusive traces of these bandits, yet my efforts bore no fruit. However, just days ago, I finally discovered their whereabouts." A profound shock coursed through Qin Mu's heart as he tore open his garments, allowing the merchant to lead away several head of cattle and sheep. The fate awaiting these animals was either slaughter or labor in the fields. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort at this, he could not condemn Granny C's actions as erroneous. The marketplace was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Her zealous pursuit of justice, albeit extreme, was preferable to inaction. He felt a surge of gratitude. That incident from years past had left an indelible mark on him, and to his astonishment, after more than a decade, The old woman still remembered it, still harbored a desire to avenge those who had perished unjustly in that village. The two then procured some fine cloth and exquisite wine, delivering them to the inn where they had taken lodging. Suddenly, Granny C halted, captivated by a shop selling cosmetics. Unable to tear herself away. Such fine products! Only this delicate powder could ever complement my unparalleled beauty, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, her mouth agape, which elicited peals of laughter from a gaggle of young girls nearby. Ignoring their mirth, Granny C purchased an abundance of cosmetics, nearly depleting her funds. Upon noticing Qin Mu standing by with an assortment of boxes, she felt a pang of guilt. Delving into her coin purse, she fished out the last dragon coin and slipped it into Qin Mu's pocket, her voice gentle. Muer, treat yourself well, buy something you fancy. But wait. Assist me by delivering these cosmetics to the inn first. After delivering the cosmetics to the inn, the innkeeper bowed respectfully, stating that he had already prepared their rooms. Qin Mu regarded the innkeeper with suspicion, his heart racing slightly as the innkeeper winked at him and whispered, "Your subordinate pays respects to the young sect master." The heavenly demon sect, with its numerous branches, had even established an inn in the dragon-inlaid city. Steadying himself, Qin Mu entered the guest room, only for Granny C to urge him to venture out. "You rarely leave home. Be sure to enjoy yourself. By the way, save that dragon coin." With the coin tucked away, Qin Mu stepped outside, where the night in dragon-inlaid city was ablaze with lights, more enchanting than ever. Vendors and villagers from distant places had emerged, peddling an array of peculiar wares. The streets were thronged with people, a sea of humanity flowing like clouds. A voice rang out, proclaiming, "We hail from the Cow family village, seeking neither fame nor fortune, but rather a valiant warrior for my daughter, who is of marriageable age but has yet to find a suitor. Thus, we host a martial arts competition to find a worthy champion." Qin Mu halted, bemused, glancing towards the stage, which was packed to the brim. What could a dragon coin procure? As he pondered this, a vendor shouted, "Priceless treasures, only 3 coins." Following the sound, he discovered a bustling alley filled with an assortment of bizarre items, mostly broken bricks and crumbling tiles. Could these dilapidated remnants truly be priceless treasures? Why then were such treasures so inexpensively priced? Qin Mu was taken aback and discreetly activated his divine eye, peering intently, only to shake his head in disbelief. Indeed, these items are mere fragments, many of which were scavenged from the remnants of the grand market, devoid of any spiritual essence, far inferior to treasures such as spiritual weapons. It is not merely a matter of trifles. Even offering them to others would likely yield no takers. Nevertheless, numerous martial artists linger around these stalls, sifting through the wares, hoping to unearth some genuine treasure. As Qin Mu perused one stall after another, his heart stirred. He did indeed spot some intriguing items. Some stalls displayed fragments of weapons, which caught his eye, emanating a faint ethereal glow, suggesting they were shards of spiritual weapons, possessing some value. Upon inquiry, he was taken aback to learn that the price for these spiritual weapon fragments reached several dozen dragon coins. Surely, this must be a deception. Qin Mu continued his examination and noticed one stall adorned with a sheepskin cloth strewn with a dozen or so clay pots, most of which were cracked, missing lids, or damaged at the edges. However, through his celestial eye, he perceived an intense ethereal light radiating from these pots, far surpassing that of the spiritual weapon fragments, even more vibrant than those he had previously sold. "How much for these pots?" Qin Mu approached and inquired. 3 won each, the stall owner replied. Qin Mu retrieved a single dragon coin from his pocket, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I only have 1 dragon coin. Can you sell me all of them?" The stall owner, both astonished and elated, quickly snatched the dragon coin, wrapped the broken clay pots in the sheepskin, and thrust them into Qin Mu's hands, exclaiming, "They're all yours." Fool, chuckled a few nearby stall owners. "A dragon coin is 1,000 won. He doesn't even know that." The stall owner, clutching the dragon coin, hastily added, "Young sir, you must not go back on your word." Realizing the value of the dragon coin, Qin Mu laughed heartily. "Since we have reached an agreement, I shall not retract my words. I believe these pots are worth a dragon coin." The stall owner sighed in relief. Just as he was about to depart, when a clear voice interrupted, "Hold on. Young sir, how much for these pots?" Qin Mu looked up to see several elegantly dressed young men approaching, surrounding a more extravagantly garbed youth. This young man had delicate features, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth. His face slightly cherubic, appearing more refined than Qin Mu. He gazed at the sheepskin in Qin Mu's hands with great interest. "A practitioner of divine powers?" One stall owner exclaimed in surprise. Qin Mu, astonished, exclaimed, "You are the plump young Master Fei from the ship of Yanqin Kingdom." The plump young Master Fei, taken aback, quickly recognized Qin Mu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, retorted, "Who is the plump young Master Fei?" Qin Mu's interest in the plump young Master Fei waned as he looked past him at his companions. These individuals exuded an extraordinary aura, their vital energy visibly flowing around them. One among them was entwined with an azure dragon, its head towering above his own, its eyes glimmering with vigilance as it surveyed the surroundings. This individual was evidently a practitioner of the azure dragon spirit body, having unlocked the divine repository of the six harmonies, with vital energy manifesting perpetually. Although Qin Mu possessed robust vital energy capable of manifestation, it was only during combat, when his energy surged, mingling with his blood, that it could be perceived by others. However, those endowed with divine powers are distinct. They possess the ability to manifest their vital essence at any moment and in any place. This vital essence may conceal a singular divine technique within, ready to erupt and counter any impending threat. Qin Mu once heard from Elder C that the Ling Tai realm merely signifies a martial artist, while attaining the five elements realm denotes a true master, one who comprehends the transformations of the five elements and can evolve martial skills and spells into divine techniques. The breaking of the wall of the six harmonies divine repository signifies a divine practitioner capable of wielding such powers. Although Long City is quite substantial and populated with many divine practitioners, having one follow closely behind is indeed a remarkable feat naturally. These jars must be sold. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu declared, 100 dragon coins each. Initially, he anticipated a more exorbitant price, yet to his surprise, the plump and amiable young Master Fei Qi smiled warmly and nodded, saying, "A bargain indeed. We have a deal. Your 36 jars concealed within the sheepskin amount to a total of 3,600 dragon coins. Ding, the household manager, please settle the account with him." One of the individuals behind him bowed and replied, "Yes," before stepping forward to finalize the transaction with Qin Mu. The stall owners and passers-by in the alley stood in stunned silence, their breaths becoming somewhat hurried. The man who had just sold the jars to Qin Mu felt a peculiar twitch at the corner of his eye, dizzy and disoriented, contemplating whether to seize the jars, yet daunted by the prospect. Chapter 68. A street conquered though modest in size. The sum of 3,600 dragon coins was considerable, weighing over 10 pounds collectively. Qin Mu casually hung the money pouch on the handle of his butcher's knife, inwardly commending the generous nature of the plump young Master Fei Qi. Fei Qi's eyes sparkled as they fell upon the butcher's knife on Qin Mu's back. He laughed, "If you are willing to part with that blade, I can offer you a far more favorable price." Qin Mu shook his head, replying, "This knife surpasses the value of a mere clay pot. I shall not sell it. Indeed, the quality of your blade far exceeds that of a clay vessel." Fei Qi handed the clay pot to a nearby attendant, chuckling. This pot was forged by a practitioner in the realm of the six harmonies, and it encompasses 36 spiritual weapons, known as the 36 celestial star pots. They can be arranged to form a heavenly gang demon refinement array. Though somewhat damaged, their power remains intact. I have no use for them. I merely intend to sell them to noble families in the great market for profit. I have seen the 36 celestial star pots before, hence my recognition. Your discerning eye is remarkable. Have you perhaps encountered them previously? Behind him, an attendant coughed discreetly. "Young master, the white dragon fish attire is not entirely safe." Fei Qi, displeased, retorted, "You are being excessively cautious. There is little joy in such overprotection." With that, he shook his head and departed. Qin Mu understood that he was closely associated with Qin Fei Yue, who held him in high regard, suggesting that he possessed considerable status. It was only natural for these attendants to shield him from danger. Just as he prepared to leave, the vendor who had sold him the clay pot suddenly seized the corner of his garment, exclaiming, "Do not walk away. Those pots are worth over 3,000 dragon coins. Yet you expect to acquire one for a mere coin. You must compensate me." He lunged toward Qin Mu's money pouch. Qin Mu frowned, a chill running down his spine as he sensed imminent danger. A figure dashed toward him from the alley. Swiftly revealing a peculiar weapon from his sleeve, two curved blades fused together, sharp and deadly. The assailant's palm faced downward, yet the strange weapon did not fall. Instead, it whirled violently, aiming directly for Qin Mu's neck. With a surge of vitality coursing through his legs, Qin Mu suddenly shifted backward, evading the vendor's grasp just as he retreated a full 10 feet. The glint of the blade flickered ominously, the assailant shadowing Qin Mu closely, the weapon dancing in his palm. Qin Mu glanced back in haste, noticing a fine thread connecting the weapon to the man's grip. The curved blades flanking a central handle, a manifestation of qi manipulation. This warrior's technique was exceedingly unorthodox, his movements fluid and slippery like an eel, employing slicing strikes that proved lethal in the narrow confines of the alley. The sharp blade arced downwards, striking with formidable force. Simultaneously, Qin Mu observed that others in the alley were stirred to action, rising eagerly. Clearly, the sight of the dragon coins had ignited their greed. Over 3,000 dragon coins constituted a vast fortune, enough to incite avarice and murderous intent. Swiftly decisive, Qin Mu abruptly halted, a torrent of energy surging into his fists. He stumbled slightly, his energy coursing through his arms as he concentrated it at his fingertips, forming a fist. At the moment his fist was about to collide with the warrior's bizarre blade, his fingers suddenly shot forth like powerful arrows from a drawn bow. The second technique of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the flick of thunder and peep a hand. As his first finger propelled forward, it pierced the air with a shrill whistle, deflecting the rapidly spinning blade. With the emergence of his second finger, he severed the energy threads in the warrior's grasp. The third finger struck the warrior's palm, causing him to grunt as his flesh was mangled, a large hole opening in his hand. Each of Qin Mu's fingers contained an immense reservoir of energy. Although his energy could not rival the might of the White Tigers, it was undeniably profound, bestowing astonishing physical strength. The three fingers effectively dismantled the warrior's assault, and he then retracted his fingers into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to the warrior's chest. The force of this punch bent the warrior's body, sending his legs scrambling backward. Alone in the East Sea, he summoned the thunder. Qin Mu exerted force with his footwork, dashing toward the warrior before he could even touch the ground. Terror flashed in the warrior's eyes, for he was suspended in midair, unable to defend himself. At that moment, two other warriors flanking the alley, witnessing Qin Mu's approach, brightened with excitement and lunged at him from both sides. Bang, bang, bang. Before the two warriors could unleash their first strike, they found Qin Mu's fist expanding before them as if they were brutally struck by a wild dragon. Their heads snapping back and becoming lodged in the wall, their bodies dangling helplessly from the neck down. The wall cracked like a spider's web from the impact. The warrior who had previously been struck in the chest by Qin Mu now faced an even more ferocious blow, sending him flying backward with greater speed, entirely airborne. The warrior was sent reeling for the third time, crashing toward the seventh young master. A few practitioners furrowed their brows, preparing to intervene, but the seventh young master chuckled. No need, let us step aside. They sidestepped, only to see Qin Mu whirl behind the warrior, unleashing a flurry of fists and palms. A tempest of strikes that melded softness with strength. With one final punch, he sent the warrior careening out of the alley with a resounding crash, embedding him into the wall opposite, his body stuck within the wall, limbs dangling helplessly. Behind Qin Mu, a dozen warriors found themselves with their heads stuck in the wall, their bodies flailing in vain to extricate themselves. What remarkable skill! The practitioners marveled, one of them whispering, "My lord, this man moves like a surging wave. A roaring tempest that splits the sky, wielding an extraordinarily formidable combat technique. If he could surpass his limits, he would attain the status of a practitioner." The seventh young master, astonished, remarked, "Is he employing a combat technique? A supreme art among combat techniques?" He nodded slightly, saying, "I have heard tales of the past. How the national teacher once debated with a powerful figure of the combat technique lineage, eliminating countless masters of combat. From that moment on, combat techniques could no longer be compared to divine abilities and were deemed heretical. Numerous heretics have infiltrated the grand market. Could he be one of their disciples?" Another attendant murmured, "Xianglong City is not Yankan. Here, the mix of good and evil is rife, teeming with desperate and ruthless individuals. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution in our actions. This youth likely bears the remnants of past calamities. Young master, we should hasten to meet the general." Qin Mu refrained from delivering a lethal blow. When he struck moments ago, he had restrained much of his strength. Nevertheless, incapacitating over a dozen martial artists against the wall was sufficiently intimidating. For him, this posed no challenge. He had faced Master Ma and others in the village and battled the demon ape and foxlinger outside the village, each time unleashing his full might. The youth, however, did not dwell on such matters. Along the way, he purchased fine silks and satin, instructing his men to deliver them to the inn, intending to prepare several outfits for Master Ma and the village head. The blind man had also vanished without a trace. Seizing this rare opportunity, he wished to broaden his horizons. Qin Mu retrieved 100 dragon coins, carefully concealing the remainder of his funds, then stepped out of the inn to explore. The night in Xianglong City was abuzz with activity, truly an eye-opening experience for him, with contests of skill, bouts, theatrical performances, lion dances, and vendettas unfolding all around. He found himself unwittingly drawn to the heart of Xianglong City, where the architecture towered grandly, showcasing many ancient structures likely left by those who inhabited the land before darkness shrouded the grand market, temples and shrines of remarkable distinction. Activating his divine eye, Qin Mu gazed upon these ancient edifices, marveling at their splendor. To others, the deities depicted were mere statues, yet to him, they radiated with divine luminosity. He meticulously observed each figure, harboring neither fear nor disrespect, but rather an appreciation for the artistry involved in their creation. Xianglong City was built upon a vast relic, its stone statues crafted by divine beings from a distant era. From the sculpting techniques, Qin Mu discerned an artistry that flowed like water, leaving him momentarily entranced by visions of exquisite mystical powers. From these stone figures, it seemed one could glean a wealth of martial insights. Qin Mu expressed admiration when suddenly, a middle-aged man approached, grinning, a young lad from the countryside, seeking wealth. I possess a lucrative opportunity for you. The city lord's residence is recruiting contenders for bouts. Win but a single match, and you shall earn 100 dragon coins. Qin Mu shook his head in refusal. The middle-aged man turned to seek out others, soon finding an eager youth who followed him into the city lord's residence. Contest at the city lord's residence? What scheme does the lord of Xianglong City have in mind? Qin Mu pondered, perplexed. At that moment, a voice boomed with hearty laughter. Since the death of the demon sect leader Li Tianxing, the leader's wife has remained elusive, rarely seen. Who would have thought she would grace Xianglong City with her presence? Madam, your arrival brings great honor to our city. The voice was resonant, evidently emanating from an individual of extraordinary cultivation, causing Qin Mu's eardrums to thrum. While many passers-by were even rendered unconscious by the sheer force of it, Qin Mu was taken aback. The leader's wife? Could it be the elderly matron? The city lord continued graciously. Then, a melodious voice, enchanting beyond measure, floated through the air. Upon hearing it, Qin Mu felt parched, as if countless inner demons were leaping forth from his heart, dancing with abandon. On the street, countless pedestrians suddenly appeared as though intoxicated, flailing their limbs, laughing heartily. Their faces contorted, and their expressions frenzied. After a brief moment, they regained their composure, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Chapter 69. A beauty of exceptional grace in the air, petals cascaded like celestial flowers, creating a resplendent scene. Amongst the fluttering petals, a beautiful woman descended gracefully, her steps like a delicate dance upon the blossoms. As the petals scattered around her, one fell at Qin Mu's feet, producing a tinkling sound. He reached out, but the petal dissolved like snowflakes in the air. Was it a manifestation of vital energy? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, and upon beholding the enchanting visage of the woman, his heart began to race with fervor. He had followed a deaf artist to learn the craft of drawing and writing, for the artist possessed unparalleled skill, capable of capturing the world's beauty in his strokes. Yet, even the deftest brush would struggle to render the countenance and aura of this exquisite woman. Upon seeing her, Qin Mu finally comprehended the meaning of extraordinary grace, prompting a recollection of an ancient poem taught to him by the artist. Her beauty was a harmonious blend of ample curves and delicate lines. Her shoulders were sculpted like fine jade, her waist slender like a willow, her neck elongated elegantly, revealing a flawless complexion. Natural allure adorned her, untouched by artificial embellishments. Her hair was styled in a lofty cloud, and her brows arched gracefully. Her lips were a vibrant crimson, and her teeth gleamed like pearls. With bright eyes that sparkled with intelligence, complemented by dimples that hinted at charm, her figure radiated elegance and tranquility, exuding a softness that enchanted the heart. Her attire was unique and unparalleled, fitting her form like a masterpiece. Draped in resplendent robes, adorned with shimmering jewels, she wore exquisite ornaments that sparkled with brilliance. Her feet graced the ground with delicate footwear, trailing a light and airy hem. It seemed only this ancient poem could encapsulate her poise and beauty. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, beyond the realm of imagination. To attempt to capture her likeness in art would be a futile endeavor, as her essence and allure were simply ineffable. Was she truly the old woman known as Sipapa? Could it be that the old woman had slain such a beauty, donning her skin as a disguise? A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine, conjuring unsettling thoughts. Hey, coward! Her foot nearly brushed against Qin Mu's head, her toes playfully curling and swaying. The girl's south eyes curved like crescent moons as she called out, Coward, come up here. You can see far and clearly from this vantage point. Qin Mu leaped onto the temple eaves and settled beside her, suddenly aware of a familiar fragrance emanating from the girl, stirring his curiosity. With 2 strands of hair framing her cheeks, her face resembled a sunflower seed, and her bright eyes and radiant smile made her appear delightful. "Am I fat?" she inquired, grinning. Qin Mu nodded, replying earnestly, "You styled your hair to make your face appear slimmer, but even with it pushed aside, you still look quite plump." The girl, indignant, playfully kicked him with her bare foot, her shoes set aside. "Being chubby is simply in my nature. I can't help it." They rested their feet on the temple eaves, with Qin Mu supporting himself with his hands, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the girl and an even stronger recognition of her scent, leaving him puzzled. Suddenly, the gates of the Dragon City Lord's mansion swung open, and a grand procession emerged, comprising over 100 individuals, each radiating formidable energy, their presence commanding attention. At the forefront strode a tall, robust man, his fierce gaze and powerful stride exuding an aura that was both intimidating and magnetic. Though not conventionally handsome, his rugged masculinity was undeniable. Behind him, the faint silhouettes of divine demons emerged, revealing an 8-armed deity wielding 8 different magical artifacts, a manifestation of primordial energy, exuding an extraordinary aura. The wife of the sect leader had seized the sacred scripture of the heavenly demon sect, the great nurturing heavenly demon canons, eluding the pursuit of the sect's venerable elders and ancestral masters, disappearing into the vast expanse without a trace. The Lord of Dragon Crest City chuckled heartily, expressing his previous concern for the lady's safety, which had occupied his thoughts day and night. He was relieved to discover that she was unharmed. After a prolonged period of seclusion lasting over 40 years, it was evident that she had thoroughly studied the great nurturing heavenly demon canon. Her emergence from isolation indicated she was no longer fearful of the elders and masters of the heavenly demon sect. The lady laughed gracefully, engaging in light-hearted banter with the Lord of Dragon Crest City, as if they were old friends. However, the Lord dared not approach too closely and invited, "Madam, I happen to be hosting a banquet for distinguished guests at my humble abode. Upon hearing of your esteemed arrival, I rushed here, and it would be remiss to keep your guests waiting. Might you consider accompanying me to my residence for a discourse?" The beautiful woman chuckled lightly. "Very well. I too wish to meet the Lord's esteemed guests. I hope I do not cause too much trouble." "Not at all. Please come," replied the Lord. That was the 8 manifestation heavenly god technique of the Lord of Dragon Crest City, a formidable martial art. Beside Qin Mu, a young girl whispered, "It is said that Lord Fu Yundi has cultivated to the realm of life and death, successfully breaking through the barriers of the divine vault of life and death, making him one of the few masters in the vast expanse." Qin Mu observed Lord Fu Yundi, recognizing that his 8 manifestation heavenly god technique was indeed extraordinary. He mused that if wielded, it would reveal the 8 manifestations of the heavenly gods, allowing for a comprehensive view of the surroundings and the ability to strike at enemies from all directions, exclaiming, "Truly an impressive martial art." The girl's interest piqued. She inquired, "You're quite impressive yourself. What martial art do you practice?" "The overbearing body 3-dan technique," Qin Mu replied. "My name is Qin Mu. What is yours?" She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "I am called Yuxiu." "The Yuxiu of Zhongling Yuxiu?" Qin Mu asked. The girl, surprised, responded, "How do you know my surname is Ling?" "Ling Yuxiu? What a lovely name," Qin Mu praised. "If your face were a touch slimmer, it would truly befit such a name." Annoyed, Ling Yuxiu kicked him playfully, donned her shoes, and jumped down from the temple eaves, declaring, "I shan't speak to you anymore." Qin Mu, puzzled, queried, "You said you wouldn't speak to me, so why do I still follow you?" "Petty." Ling Yuxiu waved her hand, grinning. "I have a way to enter the Lord's manor. It is quite lively there at the moment. Shall we go and have some fun? Don't you wish to see what the titans of the vast expanse are discussing and doing?" Intrigued, Qin Mu leaped down from the temple eaves, hurrying after her, curious, "How do you plan to enter the Lord's manor?" "Of course, we shall enter openly and without deceit." Ling Yuxiu led the way directly to the entrance of the Lord's manor, where 4 adept guardians stood watch. Upon seeing the 2, they inquired no further and allowed them to enter. Qin Mu, astonished, whispered, "Sister, are you the daughter of the Lord of Dragon Crest City?" "You wishful thinker." Ling Yuxiu spat playfully. "My father's stature far surpasses his. In this Dragon Crest City, I can enter whenever I please and exit as I wish." Before them stood the Zhenjiang Tower, where Fu Yundi was entertaining guests. Qin Mu gazed ahead, and the first sight that met his eyes was a vast lake, its azure waters shimmering under the light, where pearls of various sizes floated, emanating a gentle glow that illuminated the surface of the lake. On the shore, numerous maidservants stood motionless, lanterns in hand, casting a translucent light upon the waters of the estate. Zhenjiang Tower was perched on a hillside beside the lake, resembling a soaring phoenix. From a distance, the opulence of the tower was evident, radiating an aura of sudden wealth. As if the lord of the city wished to adorn Zhenjiang Tower entirely with gold leaf, a true testament to extravagant excess. Inside Zhenjiang Tower, several dancers twirled gracefully in the center, their sleeves fluttering and skirts swaying, accompanied by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments and the rhythmic beating of drums, creating an enchanting spectacle. In the heart of the lake, there was a platform, perfectly square and spanning 100 feet, supported by a massive column. A dozen lanterns floated in the sky, illuminating the platform as if it were midday. The sound of clashes echoed from the platform, where two young men were engaged in combat. Qin Mu paused to observe, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Both youths were exceedingly powerful, displaying remarkable prowess. One of the young men was the same individual who had been lured into the city lord's estate by a middle-aged man with 100 dragon coins earlier on the street. He was likely the embodiment of the white tiger spirit. His vitality manifested in a striking blend of gold and bronze, his skin shimmering in golden brilliance and deep bronze hues. When struck by his opponent, the sound that erupted was reminiscent of a resonant bell, even producing sparks of fire. To refine one's body to such an extraordinary level using the essence of the white tiger was an impressive feat, making it no surprise that he dared to enter the city lord's estate to compete. His opponent, not much older than Qin Mu, perhaps around 14 or 15, displayed a fierce and ruthless demeanor, wielding 8 swords, one in each hand. However, these were not true hands, but rather manifestations of his vitality. He controlled the blades with his essence, managing to manipulate 8 swords simultaneously. The eightfold celestial technique? Qin Mu murmured. This young man's rendition of the technique differed from Fu Yundi's, who had already achieved a manifestation with 8 celestial beings standing behind him. The boy's mastery was still far from that level, yet his application of vitality bore a striking resemblance to Fu Yundi's lineage. Ling Yuxiu remarked. He is Fu Yundi's son, named Tingyue, a pitiable soul who lost his mother at a young age and was raised solely by Fu Yundi. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Fu Tingyue drove his twin swords into his opponent's eyes, twisting them violently to shatter his foe's vision. Despite the formidable strength of the white tiger essence, which had fortified his body to an almost indestructible state, his eyes had not been tempered, and upon losing his sight, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, Fu Tingyue did not finish off his adversary. Instead, he relentlessly continued his assault, severing the fingers of the blinded boy one by one. A glint of exhilaration in his eyes, Qin Mu furrowed his brow and turned to Ling Yuxiu, questioning, is he trolling? Yuxiu was also taken aback, promptly grasping his hand and leading him towards the Zhenjiang Tower, exclaiming with a smile, I find myself a bit hungry. Let us indulge in some delightful cuisine. As a guest here, I must not concern myself too much. Chapter 70, Demons and Monsters Holding Her Hand. Qin Mu felt the softness and smoothness of the girl's palm, stirring something within him. Yet, the ruthless nature of Fu Tingyue left him quite uncomfortable. The child born to the city lord's wife must have been Fu Tingyue. Qin Mu was nourished by his mother's milk, and thus their fates were intertwined. Inside the Zhenjiang Tower, the atmosphere was vibrant with song and dance. Following Ling Yuxiu, Qin Mu entered the building and beheld the dancing maidens, their fingers slicing through the air, producing a delightful tinkling sound, a melody born from their vital essence. Each graceful movement, each stamp of their feet, resonated with rhythm. As they danced elegantly, they simultaneously conjured enchanting melodies, leaving Qin Mu in awe. On either side of the hall stood numerous tables, where many remarkable individuals sat on the floor, indulging in wine and merriment. Some were captivated by the performances, while others gazed toward the platform and the lake, watching a duel unfold. The scene on the platform was grim. The sturdy youth had been tortured beyond recognition, yet no one in the hall uttered a word to intervene. Ling Yuxiu pulled Qin Mu to a table and sat down casually, exuding a sense of ease. The patrons of Zhenjiang Tower were formidable figures from various regions, and upon seeing the young couple, they were taken aback but did not inquire further. They speculated that these exquisite youths might be disciples of some esteemed master, here to partake in the festivities and broaden their horizons. Before them lay an array of rare delicacies and exquisite dishes, each prepared with aromatic spices, tantalizing the senses and igniting Qin Mu's appetite. Having been busy with old Granny C selling livestock and shopping, he had not eaten all evening and felt quite hungry. As he sampled the food before him, His eyes sparkled with delight. The flavors were so exquisite that it felt as though his tongue were melting. He could not resist indulging in the sumptuous feast. Meanwhile, Ling Yuxiu, claiming to be somewhat hungry, only took a few bites before pausing her chopsticks, watching him with amusement as he devoured his meal. Seated at the adjacent table was the enchanting lady of the sect, also observing Qin Mu and the girl with keen interest. Qin Mu wondered if she was indeed old Granny C. Aside from her, another individual occasionally cast glances in Qin Mu's direction. Noticing the gaze, he looked up and was slightly taken aback to see a young general, Qin Feiyue, clad in armor. Even at this banquet, they had crossed paths twice before on the Yongjiang River. Surprised, Qin Mu returned to his meal when Ling Yuxiu chuckled. That young general has been watching you. Does he recognize you? Swallowing his food, Qin Mu pondered for a moment before replying. We have met on 2 occasions. He had a chubby companion, young Master Fei Qi, whom I wonder about. Ling Yuxiu playfully pinched his arm in mock annoyance. Qin Mu was puzzled by her irritation. Thinking to himself, this girl is quite peculiar. That General Qin Feiyue is also strange. When she pinched me, he nearly jumped up but restrained himself. It was I who was pinched, not him. Why would he feel pain? Suddenly, an elderly man spoke. City Lord, is that your son outside? Truly remarkable skills. I have long heard that young Master Tingyue is the strongest warrior among the younger generation of Xianglong City, and indeed, he appears exceptional upon meeting him today. Fu Yundi chuckled. The elder Baishan has overpraised me. This young lad has merely learned some rudimentary techniques, which only serves to amuse. The elder Baishan smiled and replied, not at all. It is well known that young Master Tingyue is the foremost warrior within 1,000 miles. Last year, he faced 352 challenges and defeated 352 martial artists from various regions, none of whom escaped his grasp. Such prowess at such a tender age is truly remarkable. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow and continued to focus on his meal. Fu Yundi quickly added, the young lad only defeated the outcasts of Daxu. Had they been outsiders, he would have shown mercy. The elder Baishan remarked, even among outcasts, there are formidable individuals. Young Master Tingyue's abilities are indeed commendable. He spoke with admiration. Fu Yundi chuckled. This young lad is quite sincere. He never forces anyone to duel with him. He merely invites these outcasts from the streets to compete for a reward. Alas, people often perish for wealth, and these outcasts incessantly come to challenge him, ultimately losing their lives. Remarkably, this young lad has never spent a single one of those 100 dragon coins. He truly knows how to live. He burst into hearty laughter. And soon, everyone joined in amusement. At that moment, a black-faced elder suddenly ceased his smile, his voice booming like thunder, drowning out the laughter of the crowd. Madam of the sect leader, the great nurturing heavenly demonic canon has been studied for many years. Shall we not have the privilege to witness it today? This gaunt, black-faced elder sat opposite Qin Mu, looking as withered as a piece of charred wood. His eyes devoid of life, yet his voice was thunderous. Upon his words, all eyes in the hall turned toward the enchanting sect leader's wife beside Qin Mu. Qin Mu quickly set down his ivory chopsticks, remaining motionless, closing his mouth, unable to resist chewing the food in his mouth. After swallowing, he hesitated for a moment, but then grabbed a slice of sawed fish and swiftly placed it into his mouth. The black-faced elder, furious, glared at Qin Mu. Stop eating. The sect leader's wife giggled. Ah, it is the esteemed black elder. Why must you be so angry? The city lord invited us here to dine. Why should we not eat? City lord, would you not agree? Fu Yundi cleared his throat and laughed. This grand gathering is indeed a banquet. It is only fitting that our esteemed guests enjoy the exquisite delicacies of Xianglong City. The sect leader's wife chuckled lightly, popped a bright red fruit into her mouth, delicately wiped her slender hands, and then watched with interest as Qin Mu continued to devour his meal. Ling Yuxiu was also astonished, completely taken aback that Qin Mu could eat under such circumstances. Before long, having eaten to his satisfaction, Qin Mu contemplated for a moment, then pulled out an oil paper package from his robe, extracting some provisions. He carefully took some of the soft and delicious food from the table and placed it into the paper package, wrapping it with care. The black-faced elder, unable to contain himself, scolded, "Youngster, are you unable to eat it all, yet still intend to carry it away?" A gentle light flickered in the eyes of the lady of the sect, seemingly touched. With a smile, she remarked, "You are indeed a filial person. The more I observe you, the more I find you pleasing." The black-clad elder, resembling a piece of charcoal, coldly inquired as Qin Mu finished wrapping food. "Are you full now?" Qin Mu candidly replied, "Not quite." The elder was taken aback. letting out a cold snort that reverberated through the 100 or so window panes of the Zhenjiang Tower. Qin Mu could not help but express his admiration, saying, "Senior, your cultivation is truly formidable. I could never achieve such prowess." The elder's forehead twitched with anger, yet he restrained himself, patiently waiting for Qin Mu to finish his meal. The ever-smiling lady of the sect also set down her ivory chopsticks, choosing not to eat further. After releasing a long-held breath, the elder coldly stated, "Are we all satisfied now? Can we discuss serious matters?" The eyes of those gathered in the tower gleamed with anticipation, all turning towards the lady of the sect. With a captivating smile that brightened the room, she replied, "Elder, even if I were to give you the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture, do you truly believe you could leave the Dragon-set city alive? I fear the city lord would be the first to seek your demise. And the esteemed individuals present here would likely not allow you to escape the great ruins either." The elder stood up, his energy suddenly darkening to an ominous hue. Coalescing in the air behind his head to form a fearsome four-armed demon, he surveyed the room, declaring, "If the sacred text of the heavenly demon sect were to fall into my hands, it would be mine. Who dares to covet it, not fearing my wrath?" The gathered crowd responded with silent amusement. The lady of the sect chuckled lightly. "There are esteemed guests from the kingdom of Yinkan present, as well as hidden masters from the great ruins. Which of them can you vanquish? This young general hails from Yinkan, does he not?" She pointed to Qin Feiyue, adding, "I have long heard of the national master's esteemed reputation. I assume his disciple is equally remarkable." Qin Feiyue inclined slightly and responded, "I am General Qin Feiyue, indeed a disciple of the national master of Yinkan. However, my visit is not for the lady of the sect or the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture. Though you are hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world, and the scripture is renowned as a path to divinity, my master remains indifferent." His words carried an innate pride befitting the national master, who was unconcerned with any martial arts, even those capable of granting godhood. Suddenly, a voice coldly interjected, "This is the great ruins, not Yinkan. Whether the national master cares is of no consequence to us." Qin Feiyue's eyes glinted with menace as he turned to face the speaker, a burly man with a rugged beard, seated casually on the floor, half-clothed. He munched on food with one hand while the other idly sifted through dust, soon forming a dark sphere which he flicked away carelessly. Qin Feiyue frowned, expressing his disdain. "The ruffians of the great ruins are truly uncouth. There is no need to engage with him." He glanced at the girl beside Qin Mu, feeling a pang of discomfort. Why is the seventh princess associating with the youth from the cursed old village? Just a moment ago, she was pinching him. Such intimacy. If word of this spreads, what will become of the royal family's reputation? Chapter 71. I am going to kill someone. Qin Feiyue steadied herself and addressed the Black Elder, stating that she had no interest in the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture. The Black Elder lowered his gaze and chuckled, inquiring whether General Qin had any interest instead. A chill ran through Qin Feiyue, for she understood that no matter what she said, she could not dispel this fiend's wariness towards her. An elderly man with white brows raised his head slightly and remarked, "I am old and do not have much time left. Thus I am quite eager to witness the famed great nurturing heavenly demon scripture that is said to grant one the power to become a deity or a demon. I hope the sect leader's wife and the Black Elder will indulge me." Of course, the sect leader's wife replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. "Is there anyone else who wishes to behold the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture?" A yellow-faced woman seated beneath Fu Yundi smiled and said, "If the lady does not mind, I too would like to see this scripture that can transform one into a deity or a demon." The sect leader's wife turned to Fu Yundi and asked, "What about the city lord?" Fu Yundi laughed heartily and replied, "My lady, please do not take offense. I harbor no intentions regarding the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture. I merely wish to witness the so-called esoteric arts that grant such transformations, to validate them through mutual understanding. I mean no ill will towards you. In fact, I feel a sense of pity for your predicament. The heavenly demon sect has pursued you for so long, and you stand alone against their malice. I wish to alleviate your burdens." Qin Mu blinked, his gaze sweeping across the formidable individuals present. Inside the Zhenjiang Tower, every person expressed interest in the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture. Yet, precisely because of this, they were cautious and dared not act directly against the sect leader's wife. For even if they were to seize the scripture from her, they would become targets of collective animosity. With grace and charm, the sect leader's wife suddenly chuckled, her delicate hand spreading open to reveal a jade box. Within this lies the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture. The symbols on the exterior are the seals of past demon sect leaders. The atmosphere in the Zhenjiang Tower became exceedingly tense, and Qin Mu immediately felt powerful. Terrifying presences locking onto him, causing Ling Yuxiu to emit a muffled sound. These energies were not directed at them, but rather at the sect leader's wife beside them. However, due to their proximity, both Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu were inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Unfazed, the sect leader's wife opened the jade box. A melodious sound seemed to emanate from within, and then a thread, akin to a serpentine spirit, slithered out of the box and gracefully ascended. It was indeed the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture. The Black Elder paused, leaning on his staff, and decisively said, "I kindly ask you to put it away, my lady." Qin Mu's expression turned peculiar as he leaned closer to the jade box, an indescribable strangeness stirring within him. What lay within the box was not the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture at all. It was unmistakably the ball of thread that the old woman often carried in her basket. He recalled this ball of thread well. The old woman would place it in her basket, wound around a jade hairpin, which now resided within the box. In his childhood, when the old woman sewed, he would sit in that basket, and on one occasion, he could not contain himself and left a pile of excrement in there, rendering the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture foul and repugnant. She was indeed the old woman. The youth found himself in a perplexing situation, reflecting on why his grandmother had ventured out instead of staying in the inn. It turned out she had adorned herself so splendidly to showcase her beauty and seek amusement. Countless characters formed a circle, layers upon layers enveloping one another, diminishing to the point where they appeared as mere threads rather than words. This was the revered scripture of the heavenly demon sect, the great nurturing heavenly demon sutra. The reality of it was undeniable, wasn't it? The sect leader's wife closed the jade box, sealing it with the talismans of past demon lords, and with a smile, she remarked, "However, should you wish to behold it, you must consider the implications. To gaze upon the scripture of the heavenly demon sect makes one an enemy of the sect. It would not be I they pursue, but all of you here today who would face death. Who among you dares to take the jade box?" The crowd's expression shifted dramatically, hesitation washing over them. The box lay before them, yet no one dared to claim it. Qin Feiyue's countenance shifted between light and shadow. While others feared the heavenly demon sect, he stood unafraid, knowing that no matter how powerful they were, they could not contend with the entirety of the Yin Kong kingdom. However, if he were to take the box, he would likely become the target of everyone's ire, and it was uncertain whether he could even leave the city lord's residence alive. Others harbored similar thoughts. Even Fu Yundi hesitated, finding it difficult to make a decision. The sect leader's wife found amusement in the expressions of the crowd. Relishing in the discomfort of the once mighty individuals, it brought her joy. The building fell into a profound silence, and at that moment, Qin Mu stood up, stretching and declaring, "I'm full. Thank you, Yuxiu, for bringing me here for a delightful meal. City Lord, do I owe you anything for this meal?" He shattered the silence, reviving the atmosphere in the hall. Everyone turned to him, half smiling. It was evident that this youth, clearly a country bumpkin, had seen little of the world and had merely come here to indulge. After finishing his meal, he even inquired if Fu Yundi would charge him. Fu Yundi coughed to ease the awkwardness, responding, "Since you are a guest, and though you were not formally invited, I shall not charge you." Qin Mu beamed with a radiant smile, replying, "The city lord will not take my money, but I must offer something. I don't have much on me. Would 100 dragon coins suffice? Wait a moment, I'll go kill someone, and after winning, I shall return it." He moved at a leisurely pace. Yet within a few steps, he arrived at the platform, gazing at the youth opposite him. Blood stained the platform where the forsaken youth had perished at Fu Tingwe's hands, as slaves disposed of the boy's corpse into the lake, subsequently washing the platform. The lake teemed with large fish, creating waves as they devoured the remnants of the youth. Qin Mu stood firmly, locking eyes with the boy across from him. Fu Tingwe, of the same age, bore a fierce expression, clearly seasoned in the art of killing. This youth scrutinized him, his gaze emanating a predatory ferocity. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Zhenjiang Tower fell silent once more. The hall was filled with renowned powerhouses, each possessing profound abilities and vast experience. Yet none could have anticipated that Qin Mu intended to confront Fu Tingwe, known as the foremost in the spirit embryo realm, merely to earn 100 dragon coins to settle Fu Yundi's dining expenses. Such audacity, the elder Baishan remarked. A youth with such boldness is unlikely to reach adulthood. Typically, they meet their demise at this tender age. Fu Yundi smiled and replied, "The great heavenly demon scripture has yet to determine who shall claim it. Instead, let us observe this unexpected turn of events once this amusing episode concludes." We shall decide the fate of the scripture. My dear lady, what say you? The lady of the cult chuckled. What opinions could a frail woman like me possibly hold? On the platform in the lake, a middle-aged man approached, cradling a tray upon which rested a pouch of coins. Fu Tingwei raised an eyebrow and declared, "Inside that pouch are 100 dragon coins. If you defeat me, they are yours." Yet, over the past 3 years, countless challengers have come, and none have succeeded in claiming those coins. Qin Mu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Are you the foremost warrior of the dragon-inlaid city?" Fu Tingwei, with an air of pride, nodded affirmatively, proclaiming, "I am the universally acknowledged champion. Within a radius of over 1,000 miles from dragon-inlaid city, I stand unrivaled. The number of warriors I have slain is incalculable, and it was not through the renown of my father that I achieved this. Those who have fallen to me have not lived to tell the tale." Qin Mu gently nodded and asked, "Do you wield a weapon?" Fu Tingwei, hands clasped behind his back, smiled and replied, "You may use a weapon if you wish. I am unperturbed. Whenever I desire to draw my weapon, I shall do so at my discretion." With a resonant clang, a butcher's knife soared through the air, landing in Qin Mu's grasp. His mastery was not derived from the cultivation of qi into threads, but rather from a profound resonance. His vital essence harmonized with the blade, as if two magnets were drawn together. As his vital energy surged with increasing ferocity and intensity, the memory of the strike that had felled the great serpent surged within him once more. The angrier he became, the more volatile his energy grew, amplifying their resonance and rendering the blade ever sharper. Yet, Qin Mu's demeanor remained remarkably composed, a stark contrast to the tempestuous turmoil within. Chapter 72. Kill the young master to repay the meal. The butcher's madness seemed to seep into Qin Mu as he wielded the cleaver, a blade that embodied frenzy, driven by raw emotion. "You wield a knife?" Fu Tingwei chuckled derisively upon seeing the oversized cleaver in Qin Mu's grasp. With a sudden movement, Qin Mu unleashed an explosive arc of blade light, surging forth like a tumultuous sea, waves of steel cascading down upon Fu Tingwei. The latter maintained a nonchalant demeanor, hands still clasped behind him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The sound of clashing steel rang out, as a silver glimmer danced alongside the cleaver, a small sword, nearly 3 inches in length, darting through the air with the swiftness of lightning. This diminutive blade was tethered by a thread of vital energy, maneuvering gracefully around young Master Fu, elusive and unpredictable. Following this, 7 additional small swords emerged, intercepting Qin Mu's relentless assault, preventing his cleaver from breaking through. These swords, imbued with spiritual essence, could morph in size and shape, and at present, their 3-inch form rendered them even more difficult to defend against, while also enhancing their agility. By channeling vital energy into the 3-inch swords, their strength and impact were magnified. Possessing 8 such blades, Fu wielded them with the mastery of the eightfold celestial technique, rendering him a formidable opponent, indeed worthy of his reputation as the foremost warrior of the dragon-embroidered city. Having survived countless battles and claimed innumerable lives, he exuded an aura of malevolence that was daunting even to the fiercest of spirits. Yet, with each swing of Qin Mu's cleaver, the weight of the strikes intensified, the force behind them overwhelming, making it increasingly arduous for Fu's small swords to withstand the onslaught. While Fu's swordsmanship was a direct impartation from the dragon-embroidered city's lord, exquisite in its intricacies, it was becoming evident that the magnitude of Qin Mu's vital energy surpassed his own. Earlier, Fu had managed to parry the blows, but as Qin Mu continued to strike, the vitality he summoned grew ever more potent. Fu Tingwei's complexion reddened, akin to a ripe fruit, as the strength emanating from Qin Mu's cleaver proved too formidable, diminishing the effective reach of his 8 small swords. Their blades and swords quickened, their footwork becoming a blur as they circled one another at the center of the platform, a dizzying spectacle of speed and ferocity. Suddenly, Qin Mu's body pressed against Fu Tingwei's. A jolt of alarm coursed through Fu, his scalp prickling. Was this a fatal technique? He recognized that being in such close proximity to a martial artist wielding a lethal skill signified an imminent, decisive strike. Panic ensued within the Zhenjiang Tower, where Fu Yundi's expression shifted dramatically. He leapt into the air, hurtling towards the platform on the lake. Simultaneously, every muscle in Qin Mu's body surged with frenetic energy, akin to venomous serpents or colossal pythons intertwining, bestowing upon him unparalleled strength. The pulsating sinews and muscles enabled him to perceive every movement and shift of power from his adversary, attuning him to the very essence of the confrontation. Every action and reaction of the counterpart reflects in his heart. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Mu's eyes, the lethal technique of the pig-slaughtering knife. The knife is drawn from its sheath. The sound of carriages and horses roars like thunder. Alone, he ventures into the imperial palace, hand in hand with the monarch. Qin Mu's muscles quivered, the pig-slaughtering knife shifting from his right hand to his left. Wielding it in reverse, he stepped forward, the blade leading and his hand trailing, piercing through the two small swords, lifting the knife upwards from beneath the waist of young Master Tingwei. A simple lifting of the knife, disemboweling. Akin to the act of slaughtering a pig. The butcher's art of the pig-slaughtering knife. Simultaneously, the two small swords lunged towards Qin Mu's eyes. With a flick of his right hand, two of his fingers were pierced, yet those small swords were also deflected. With a thunderous boom, a resounding explosion erupted from behind Qin Mu at the Zhenjiang Tower. The entire structure suddenly split apart, cleaved in two by an indescribable force. The towering building fractured, plunging into the lake, waves surging, extinguishing countless lanterns held by maidens on the shore, inciting a cacophony of screams. Fu Yundi stood amidst the ruins of the Zhenjiang Tower. His face ashen, gritting his teeth, a trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth. In a fit of desperation, he had attempted to save his son. But before he could exit the building, he was intercepted by the wife of the cult leader, sustaining serious injuries in the process. His own wounds were trivial, yet he had failed to rescue his son. Opposite him, the cult leader's wife elegantly adjusted her hair, smiling leisurely, remarking, "City Lord, your personal intervention in the duel among the young is somewhat against the rules. Wouldn't you agree? Fortunately, I intervened in time, preventing you from committing a grave mistake." A flicker of malice crossed her eyes. Deservedly so. My earlier panic must have amused you all. On the platform in the lake, Qin Mu sheathed his knife, rising upright. My knife is known as the pig-slaughtering knife. His once trembling muscles gradually settled, and he spoke nonchalantly. Young Master Tingwei, you are quite impressive. You have managed to injure two of my fingers. Before him, a line of blood appeared on Fu Tingyue's lower abdomen, creeping upwards, higher and higher, eventually reaching his throat, his nose, and his brow, until his chest burst open, cleaving him in two, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Mu strode towards the stunned middle-aged man, seizing the money pouch from the tray. The man's complexion turned ashen, abruptly grasping Qin Mu's hand, exclaiming fiercely, "You have killed young Master Tingwei." With a swift motion, Qin Mu raised the knife, severing his head from his body, then turned to shake the blood from the pig-slaughtering knife, cleansing it before sheathing it. Walking towards the collapsed Zhenjiang Tower. Behind him, a thud echoed as the middle-aged man's corpse fell into the lake, followed by the tumultuous splashing of water, as the fish beneath the surface frantically fought over the man's remains. Qin Mu waded through the water towards the flattened Zhenjiang Tower, looking up at Fu Yundi, whose face was pale, and then glancing at the astonished faces surrounding him. The youth revealed an earnest smile, extending the money pouch towards Fu Yundi, saying, "City Lord, here is 100 dragon coins, my meal money." Fu Yundi's eyelid twitched, yet he did not extend his hand. "I am unaccustomed to indebtedness. Having partaken of the lord of the city's hospitality, I must reciprocate, regardless of whether he accepts it. Though we, the forsaken denizens of the great market, may be impoverished, we still possess a modicum of pride." Qin Mu smiled radiantly, releasing his grip, allowing his purse to tumble to the ground, coins spilling forth and scattering chaotically, some rolling through crevices and into the lake. He stepped back, turned, and departed, treading upon the waves as he laughed heartily, proclaiming, with heroes aplenty, "Let them drink to intoxication. Should they kill your son, let them repay the debt of hospitality." Delightful, delightful. Ling Yuxiu blinked her bright eyes, wishing to call out to him, yet she restrained herself. After all, she was a guest of the Lord's estate. Although esteemed, Qin Mu was the one who had brought her into the Lord's domain, and now, having publicly slain the Lord's son, it was unwise for her to be too entangled with him. The lady of the sect interposed herself before Fu Yundi, obstructing his gaze towards Qin Mu, and smiled. "Since none among you dare to claim the great celestial demon scripture, allow me to take it. Farewell." With that, her form flickered and vanished. Attempting to flee, the black elder bellowed, rushing forth, followed by the yellow-faced woman and the white-browed elder, all pursuing the lady of the sect. Fu Yundi hesitated for a moment, summoning a practitioner from the Lord's estate, and swiftly commanded, "Follow that youth. Kill him to avenge Ware. Furthermore, ensure a grand burial for Ware." With that, he too pursued the direction of the lady of the sect. In comparison to his son's vengeance, the great celestial demon scripture held greater significance. Ling Yuxiu quietly rose, intending to stealthily exit the ruins of Zhenjiang Tower, when suddenly the imposing figure of Qin Feiyue appeared behind her. "Your Highness, cease your folly." Qin Feiyue's gaze was solemn as she remarked, "The grandmaster's army approaches." Ling Yuxiu, disheartened, murmured, "They have yet to fully enjoy themselves this time." Qin Feiyue's expression softened, and in a gentle tone, she replied, "If the seventh princess admires that youth, once the great market is incorporated into the territory of Yankan, summon him to the palace and bestow upon him the role of a grand overseer. Thus, he may frequently accompany the seventh princess." Chapter 73. The assassination in the Flower Street. The night in Xianglong City was destined to be extraordinarily lively. I felt the presence of someone trailing me. As Qin Mu stepped out of the city lord's mansion, he immediately sensed the pursuit. The adept from the city lord's estate showed no intention of concealing their presence, perhaps deeming it unnecessary to mask their trail before a mere martial artist like Qin Mu, boldly following him instead. At that moment, the streets of Xianglong City were alive with flower carts parading through the town. Merchants had decorated these grand floats, towering several meters high, shaped like magnificent mythical beasts and various deities. Enchanting dancers adorned in vibrant costumes swirled gracefully atop the floats. The dancers, bedecked in splendid attire, donned the garb of stone statues from different villages. As Qin Mu wandered along the flower street, it felt as though he had entered a realm where gods and demons danced in chaos. The street was filled with a cacophony of noise, deafening in its intensity. As the throngs of people jostled for space, lanterns hung from the sides of the thoroughfare, alongside towering stone pillars that supported large basins filled with burning oil, flames roaring brightly. There were also martial artists on stilts, elevated nearly 10 meters high, who could stride several meters with each step. One such warrior held a torch in one hand and a gourd of oil in the other, taking a deep breath of the flammable liquid before spraying fire from the torch, creating serpentine flames that extended several meters long. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, yet it bore an undercurrent of wildness reminiscent of a primitive market. As Qin Mu navigated through the crowd, he suddenly noticed a radiant brightness above, where fine threads had woven themselves into the air, intertwining and expanding into enormous silver dragons that soared above the flower street with astonishing speed. These silver dragons, composed of countless characters, emitted a thunderous magical sound as they moved, cryptic and profound, eluding comprehension. Boom, boom. The air reverberated with violent tremors, accompanied by blinding bursts of light that surged into the darkness above Xianglong City, only to be swallowed whole by the shadows without a trace of disturbance. Even the terrifying shockwaves that lashed out into the darkness seemed to vanish without a sound, much like a cow plunging into the ocean. The crowd below, oblivious to the peril above, erupted in cheers, unaware that what they beheld was not mere fireworks but the fierce clash of formidable beings. Had the shockwaves rained down upon them, the streets would have turned into a river of blood, leaving countless corpses in their wake. As the silver dragons danced through the air, flashes of ominous figures materialized amidst the flickering lights, resembling deities and demons. These figures included Fu Yundi, the city lord, the Black Elder, and the yellow-faced woman, who clashed fiercely in the skies. Qin Mu swiftly maneuvered through the throngs, acutely aware that this was not a safe environment. Although the fallout from the conflict between these powerful beings soared upward, what if it were to descend? The consequences would be catastrophic, resulting in a massacre below. Thunderous echoes reverberated throughout the skies above Xianglong City, rolling in rapid succession from the east to the west, moving like lightning. Behind him, the adept from the city lord's mansion continued their pursuit. Despite Qin Mu's agile weaving through the crowd, he could not shake them off. This evening's events were indeed peculiar. However, I had inadvertently stirred trouble, succumbing to a murderous impulse that led to the death of the city lord's son. I must urgently inform my grandmother and the blind grandfather to leave this place at once. As Qin Mu was about to quicken his pace, a sudden dragon's roar echoed from behind. A practitioner, enveloped by an azure dragon, lunged toward him, closing the distance of 6 or 7 zhang. The dragon wove through the crowd, ready to pounce upon him. Just as Qin Mu prepared to evade, a white silk descended from a building beside the street, ensnaring the practitioner's neck and lifting him from the throng, drawing him into a room above. Several young women sprang forth, knives concealed within their sleeves, plunging them into the practitioner's chest. Qin Mu looked up to find that it was indeed the very maidens who had urged him to come to the city upon his arrival. He continued onward, passing through an alley where a practitioner, donning a conical hat, spotted him. With a slight sway of his body, a colossal wave materialized from the alley, akin to a great serpent, lunging toward Qin Mu with an open maw. This wave concealed silverfish, presumably spiritual weapons. At that moment, adjacent to the alley stood a blacksmith shop, where a towering blacksmith, measuring over 6 or 7 feet, forged a long blade of refined iron. The hilt measured 15 feet, while the blade itself was 16 feet in length. The giant blacksmith thrust the long sword through the wall with a swift motion, piercing the chest of the conical-hatted practitioner and nailing him to the wall. He then withdrew the blade, wiped away the blood, and resumed his crafting, the flames in the forge roaring fiercely. Dumbfounded, Qin Mu continued his journey through the bustling flower street, where the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air. Figures leaped gracefully from the rooftops on either side, practitioners from the Lord's mansion swiftly approaching him. Other practitioners landed and navigated through the crowd. One passed by a tavern, where a jovial attendant, distracted by the flower carts, suddenly seized a large wine jar and unceremoniously smashed it over a practitioner's head. The practitioner fell into the jar, his flesh and bones dissolving into a pool of wine. The tavern attendant then set the jar down, sealing its opening. Several other practitioners from the Lord's mansion encountered various fates. Some met drunken men who unleashed fiery breath upon them, reducing them to ashes, while others fell victim to assassins who slit their throats amidst the crowd, and some were drawn silently into the flower carts by women. As Qin Mu traversed this scene, his mind swirled with uncertainty. The number of practitioners sent by the Lord's mansion to pursue him was substantial, yet they all succumbed quietly within the crowd. Who could be aiding him? Could it be the Heavenly Demon Sect? Did the Heavenly Demon Sect possess such influence within the city? Arriving at an inn, he was about to enter when suddenly he spotted a blind man. Beside the inn was a gambling house, from which the blind man was being dragged out by 2 men in black, only to be thrown onto the ground. One of the black-clad men delivered a harsh kick to the blind man's backside, spitting, "Even with your eyes closed, you dare to cheat in our presence. Do you take us for blind men?" Qin Mu hurried over. The blind man had already risen, brushing off his backside and calling into the gambling house, "My bamboo staff." The door creaked open, and a bamboo staff was hurled out, striking the blind man on the forehead. Could it be that the lady he encountered at the Lord's mansion was not Granny C? Qin Mu scrutinized her eyes, pondering the resemblance. Indeed, Granny C's gaze bore a striking similarity to that of the Heavenly Demon Sect's lady, and the scent of her rouge was identical. However, why is there still a silver dragon transformed by the great nurturing heavenly devil outside? He steadied his mind and recounted his experiences in the alley. Granny C's expression turned peculiar as she stammered. "You used 1 dragon coin to earn over 3,000? Had I known you possessed such wealth, I would have indulged in revelry long ago instead of resorting to petty trickery for sustenance." Qin Mu narrated the incident involving the beautiful woman at the Lord's manor, saying, "Granny, I have slain the Lord's son. It is unwise for us to linger here. We must depart swiftly." Granny C plucked a jade hairpin from her head and waved her hand. Suddenly, a fine thread flew in from outside the window, autonomously swirling around the hairpin, forming a ball of thread in the blink of an eye, which she tossed into a basket with a chuckle. "I turned the Lord's wife into a cow, and you have killed his son. The Lord of the Dragon City is indeed unfortunate. However, even more misfortune awaits him. His numerous transgressions shall not go unpunished. These dragon coins you earned are yours to keep. They may prove useful in the future." Outside, earth-shattering roars echoed, with one voice distinctly belonging to the Black Sovereign, who bellowed, "The sect leader's wife has escaped. Search the surroundings immediately. We must locate her." The darkness enveloped the area. This sorceress could not flee the city. The blind man listened intently to the commotion outside and suddenly remarked, "That young general named Qin is staying here. He possesses the geography map of the Yongjiang River, evidently awaiting the Master Yin Kong. Master Yin Kong intends to wage war against the Great Market, and this dragon city will be the first to bear the brunt. This city is vast enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops." Granny C smiled knowingly and said, "Thus, Fu Yundi shall meet his demise." Qin Mu cast a glance at the blind man and then at Granny C, uncertain of their ulterior motives. Oddly enough, Granny C had never brought the blind man into the city before, yet this time she specifically did. Initially, Qin Mu thought little of it, but upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. The blind man had been entrenched in the gambling den, never venturing out. How could he possibly know what transpired within the Lord's manor? Or was it that he had been present there as well? Mu, get some rest. Tomorrow, Granny may very well become the Lord of Dragon City. Chapter 74. The change of ownership in Dragon City. Qin Mu pondered, wondering why his grandmother's back no longer sagged. She seemed exhilarated, rolling about on the bed. The following day, upon rising, Qin Mu discovered that Grandmother C was absent from the room. although breakfast had already been prepared on the table. After freshening up and enjoying his meal, he descended the stairs to find Grandmother C and the blind man, who were busy loading a cart with the oil, salt, sauces, and fine silks they had purchased. What perplexed Qin Mu was that the blind man was harnessing the oxen, attaching 3 to the front of the cart, while 3 large bullocks trailed behind. The 6 massive bullocks, upon seeing Qin Mu, exhibited signs of terror, trembling uncontrollably. "Grandmother, didn't we sell our 6 oxen?" Qin Mu inquired. Grandmother C yawned nonchalantly, responding, "I had a restless night and decided to venture out and purchase 6 new oxen." Skeptical, Qin Mu noticed the 6 bullocks shaking their heads, seemingly wanting to communicate something, yet they could only low in confusion. Driving the cart to the dock, Qin Mu observed the river's tumultuous current, with numerous villagers already engaged in rituals to summon the river deity, beckoning the great river creatures. The enormous river beasts were reveling in the offerings of the villagers, exhaling large smoke rings, while some had already begun their return journey, laden with villagers. The blind man performed his rites at the riverbank, invoking a river beast and offering it food. Qin Mu then guided the cart onto the creature's back, and it commenced its ascent upstream. The river flowed vigorously from west to east. They had initially drifted downstream, but now they were navigating against the current, facing substantial resistance. Yet, the river beast maintained a swift pace, and at this rate, they would merely need to rest at the grandmother's temple for one night before reaching the elderly village the following day. Unbeknownst to them, they traveled over 50 miles along the waterway. Grandmother C stirred, lifting her small basket, and cheerfully declared, "My task has arrived. Blind man, you may proceed ahead." The blind man nodded, advising, "Exercise caution." With that, Grandmother C leapt gracefully into the azure sky, vanishing from sight. Qin Mu gazed upward, observing her suspended in midair, lingering there without descent. The blind man, seemingly unfazed, stood firm, leaning on his staff against the wind. Before long, Qin Mu was startled to see a cloud behind them transform into a deep crimson hue, followed by a torrential downpour of blood rain, swiftly staining the river a vivid red. What has transpired in the heavens? Qin Mu mused, when suddenly, a severed head plummeted from the blood cloud, splashing into the river. A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine as he recognized the face of the head. It belonged to the yellow-faced woman from the Lord's mansion, with whom he had crossed paths previously. He looked up, questioning what had unfolded among the clouds. The rain, fierce yet fleeting, soon ceased, and the once bloodied river appeared to be merely an illusion, returning to its crystalline clarity. As Qin Mu washed away the bloodstains from his body, he waited patiently. But Grandmother C had yet to return, while the blind man remained composed, showing no sign of concern. At that moment, Qin Mu suddenly sensed a heart-stopping surge emanating from the downstream of the river Jiang, a cataclysmic force that was terrifying beyond measure. Even the colossal beast beneath them grew restless, its pace abruptly quickening as it surged upstream. The blind man, sensing the turmoil, shouted, "Muer, brace yourself, do not fall." They beheld the great river behind them rising rapidly, higher and higher, as the water began to flow backwards, reversing its course from downstream to upstream. At that instant, the river's surface downstream towered over the banks by more than 10 zhang, with frothy, enormous waves crashing toward them with formidable force. The monstrous waves drew nearer, sending spray flying wildly to either side, engulfing the dense forest along the banks. The terrifying roar of the surging waters transformed from a howling wind into a deafening thunder, akin to the sound of hundreds of thunderclaps erupting in the valley. Qin Mu was seized by dread as he witnessed the excess water dissipate, morphing into a gigantic hand, as wide as the river itself, pushing forcefully from downstream toward them. The blind man remained calm and composed, seemingly oblivious to the horrific scene unfolding behind. The massive hand, composed of rushing water, swiftly approached, closing the distance to a mere 100 zhang. Just then, the colossal hand disintegrated, and the surging waters roared and surged outward, lifting the great beast beneath them to an elevation of over 10 zhang before it came crashing down. Regaining his composure, Qin Mu quickly grasped the ox cart on the beast's back, fearing it would slip into the water. 30 miles downstream, the lord of the dragon-inlaid city, Fu Yundi, descended from the heavens, landing swiftly upon the river's surface. He took 2 rapid steps forward before halting, his expression darkening as he surveyed his surroundings. "Which brother has disrupted my spell?" "It is not a brother, but a sister," came the reply. Granny C, holding a small basket, tiptoed across the river's surface, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, smiling slyly as she said, "My lord, committing evils upon the river, Do you not fear for the villagers of the great market? If your strike were to land, the villagers along the river for over 100 miles would perish by your hand, a grave sin indeed. You are the old woman by the side of that forsaken people? Fu Yundi retorted coldly. Is it not you who imparted the ultimate techniques that led him to kill my son? The vengeance for my son's death cannot go unavenged. You block my path, and thus you shall perish. Granny C sighed, retrieving a ball of thread from her basket. My lord, this is the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture you have long awaited. But alas, this shall be your last encounter with it. You will live on, but merely as a seal within your own flesh. I shall don your skin, govern Dragon and Lade City, and meet the national master of Yankan. Last night, when your son perished, it granted me the opportunity to launch a covert attack against you, inflicting severe injuries upon you. Had you chosen to tend to your wounds, perhaps today would hold a chance of escape for you. Granny C smiled sweetly, but sadly. Your greed impelled you to pursue me, yearning to seize the great nurturing heavenly demon scripture, sealing your fate for today. Do you think you can kill me? Dream on. How many years have you been cultivating? With a shake of his body, Fu Yundi unleashed a surge of violent energy, which coalesced behind him into a celestial being with 8 arms and 8 heads. He had nearly achieved the impossible, crafting an almost corporeal embodiment of the 8-armed, 8-headed deity from his own vital energy. The celestial being behind him wielded 8 magical artifacts, which had been refined to the point of near tangibility. The 8 aspects of the celestial deity is indeed an extraordinary technique, yet it remains merely remarkable, far from attaining the divine realm. Granny C chuckled softly. Suddenly, her disguise shed away, revealing a youthful and radiant woman, the enchanting mistress of the city lord's mansion. She dashed forward, as the threads woven from the Grand Yutu Demon Sutra swiftly traversed the air. Fu Yundi roared, only to be met by the beautiful mistress's palm striking toward him. And he could not help but scoff. See you are barely over 100 years old. Can your magical prowess rival my own? With a thunderous clash, their palms met, sending Granny C soaring into the sky. Trying to escape, Fu Yundi leapt into the air, only to feel a sudden peculiarity. Why do I feel so light? He glanced down, only to behold a bloodied figure devoid of skin standing upon the river. A scream escaped his lips as he realized he had transformed into a mere hide, with the flayed figure below being his own skin. In that instant, as Granny C met his palm strike, the threads of the Grand Yutu Demon Sutra infiltrated his body, sealing his 3 souls and 7 spirits, stripping him of his skin. The impression that Granny C was propelled into the air was but a ruse. She had willingly ascended, yanking the threads with force, effortlessly peeling his skin away from his body. Fu Yundi was nothing but a shadow of himself. Granny C seized the hide, and with a swift motion, donned it, mirroring Fu Yundi's appearance in every detail. Below, Fu Yundi's skinless corpse sank into the water, carried away by the river's current. As she descended, she found herself at the river's surface, just as Qin Mu and the blind man with the river beast arrived. The lord of Xianglong City? Qin Mu felt a shudder run down his spine, the sword at his waist chiming in readiness for battle. Muir, it is Granny. Fu Yundi's voice transformed into that of Granny C, nearly indistinguishable. The army of Yankan Kingdom should be arriving soon. Yes? When will the village chief and the others arrive? The blind man replied, they have likely already entered the city. The master from Yankan comes with great momentum. Granny, you must not reveal any flaws while masquerading as Fu Yundi. Otherwise, with the master's prowess, he could easily take your life in a single blow. Are you capable of imitating Fu Yundi's 8 aspects of the celestial deity? Chapter 75. The domain of Qin Mu. The venerable Granny C exuded a vibrant energy, her back adorned with the ethereal presence of an 8-armed celestial deity, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the 8-aspect divine art of Fu Yun. Qin Mu scrutinized the scene, unable to discern any differences. The creation chapter of the great nurturing celestial demon scripture was indeed remarkable, truly worthy of its reputation as a method capable of elevating one to divinity or demonic prowess. The blind man expressed his admiration, stating, "Is this the celestial art of creation from the creation chapter?" After a moment of contemplation, he added, "There is something I initially hesitated to mention, but since Mua has now reached the age of 14, it must be addressed. He has already been appointed as the young master of the celestial demon sect and will inevitably depart from the great ruins. When will you impart the great nurturing celestial demon scripture to him?" Granny C sighed. If he practices the great nurturing celestial demon scripture now, it may distort his thought process. This technique is heavily infused with demonic essence. The blind man nodded, acknowledging that as a revered scripture of the celestial demon sect, capable of granting both divine and demonic abilities, the great nurturing celestial demon scripture indeed bore a profound demonic influence. Even a mentally mature adult could be seduced by the bizarre and perilous techniques recorded within, leading them astray. For instance, there was the demon sect steward who, in his misguided pursuit of the innate technique, misinterpreted its cultivation method. He resorted to nurturing exotic serpents to devour the life essence of newborns, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Granny C and the blind man. In truth, if one could thoroughly comprehend the great nurturing celestial demon scripture, practicing this revered scripture would not differ from following the righteous path, and one would not commit malevolent acts. However, a slight misinterpretation could lead one astray. Yet it paradoxically allowed for the attainment of power. Granny C was perturbed, stating, moreover, its might is formidable and exceedingly enigmatic, though it leaves significant vulnerabilities. It excels in rapid mastery. This is the reason the celestial demon sect is labeled as such. Originally, it was known as the celestial sage sect, purportedly founded by a saint from the heavens, intending to enlighten the masses with the teachings passed down. However, as many disciples strayed from the path, the methods became increasingly peculiar and sinister, eventually earning the title of the celestial demon sect. While Muir has always been resolute, I fear that hastily entrusting him with the great nurturing celestial demon scripture may lead to a misinterpretation of its teachings. Suddenly, she soared into the air, heading towards Dragon City, her voice echoing, I shall proceed to the city to make arrangements, awaiting the advance forces of the kingdom of Yinkan. You two should settle in the city first. The blind man, brimming with excitement, declared, Muir, today I shall take you to the gambling house to broaden your horizons. We are sure to emerge victorious, earning a substantial fortune. Recalling the previous night's incident where the blind man was unceremoniously tossed from the gambling house onto the street, Qin Mu shook his head and replied, I shall not accompany you. The blind man, somewhat at a loss, murmured, then could you spare me some dragon coins? Qin Mu retrieved his coin pouch, and the blind man eagerly reached in, grabbing a significant handful before cheerfully departing with his bamboo staff. Qin Mu couldn't help but smile at the irony. Despite the blind man's penchant for gambling, he was reluctant to leverage his own abilities, relying solely on luck against others. In his youth, Qin Mu had learned to discern sounds and positions under the blind man's tutelage, becoming adept at recognizing any dice or card game at a mere sound. If he could achieve this, how much more so the blind man? Coupled with the blind man's extraordinary mental acuity, he was truly destined for success in gambling. Yet, he stubbornly relied on luck, leading to his consistent losses. As Qin Mu descended the stairs, the innkeeper approached with a smile, saying, Young master, are you heading out? Would you like me to make any arrangements for you? Qin Mu shook his head and said, There is no need to refer to me as the young lord in this inn. Simply call me young master. Understood, young master. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mu inquired, Whose establishment is the gambling house next door? The innkeeper, with a beaming smile, replied, Naturally, it belongs to you as well, young master. Do you wish to visit your establishment? I shall inform the owner of the gambling house to come and attend to you. My establishment? Qin Mu was taken aback, somewhat bewildered, and shook his head, saying, No need for that. How many establishments do I possess in this dragon-embedded city? The innkeeper pondered for a moment, calculating the vegetable market, the gambling house, the inn, the tavern, the brothel, antique shops, weaponry stores, pharmacies, blacksmiths, armories. Young master, more than half of the dragon-embedded city is under your domain, and your influence permeates the city. Every gambling house, every entertainment venue, the vegetable sellers, the butchers, the tea masters in the inn, the warriors at the forge, the clerks and pharmacists in the apothecary, the owners of the weapon shops at your command. They would traverse fire and water without hesitation. No wonder so many assisted me last night in dispatching those pursuers. Qin Mu stared in astonishment, his mind swirling. After a moment, he spoke slowly, informed the gambling house that the blind old gentleman accompanying me should not always lose. Let him win a few rounds. However, he cannot win them all. A balance of wins and losses will suffice to keep him content. As you command. The innkeeper withdrew and shortly returned with a middle-aged man clad in a floral silk fur coat, adorned with numerous jade rings. He greeted Qin Mu, saying, This is the owner of the gambling house, Han Xiangju of our holy sect. Qin Mu was puzzled. How did he cheat? Han Xiangju responded, while playing Pai Gao. The blind man touched a bad tile and pointed outside, claiming there was a divine bird, and then brazenly switched tiles in plain sight. Moreover, our Pai Gao tiles are black, yet the tiles he produced were green. My incompetence is a burden. I humbly request a simple task from you, young master. Qin Mu was both amused and exasperated. After a moment of silence, he said, let him win a few rounds, but if he is caught cheating, ensure he is dealt with lightly. Understood. Han Xiangzhu turned to leave, and Qin Mu steadied himself, realizing that more than half of the dragon-embedded city was indeed his domain. His influence stretched across the city. When had he become a wealthy magnate? The title of the young lord of the heavenly demon sect truly carried weight. In comparison, the over 3,000 dragon coins earned last night seemed trivial. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Was the true lord of the dragon-embedded city Fu Yundi, or himself? Furthermore, with his grandmother having slain Fu Yundi and donned his guise, did this not imply that the entirety of the dragon-embedded city belonged to him? A sense of absurdity washed over him, and he shook his head before stepping out of the inn to explore. Last night, he had merely observed the ancient temple near the Lord's mansion, but this time he intended to visit the dragon pillars of the dragon-embedded city. This vast city, protected by such formidable dragon pillars against dark forces, must possess remarkable significance. Qin Mu opened his divine eye, scrutinizing the dragon pillars before him, utterly captivated. The pillars were intricately carved with dragon deities, colossal in size, almost as grand as the remains of the Dragon King he had beheld in the Dragon Palace of Yongjiang. The dragon deities coiled around the stone columns, each over 30 zhang in diameter, were carved with such vivid detail that they appeared almost lifelike. The columns soared to heights of 160 or 70 zhang, hinting at the immense size of these celestial beings. As Qin Mu gazed upward, the dragons seemed to come alive, exuding a fierce yet divine presence, majestic and awe-inspiring. In the geographical map of the Great Ruins, this city was not merely the Dragon City, but rather the heavenly Dragon Star Palace. Such craftsmanship could only be the work of divine beings. If one could study the intricacies of the carvings, it would greatly enhance my understanding of the art of calligraphy and painting, perhaps even leading to insights into the mystical techniques of the deities. With great enthusiasm, Qin Mu meticulously examined the textures of the dragon columns. Although the creator did not intend to embed his techniques within the carvings, the inherent flow of the designs unconsciously bore the imprint of his divine powers. To others, the dragon columns were merely relief sculptures, but Qin Mu, having learned the art of calligraphy and painting from a deaf mentor, understood the deeper significance behind them. In the geographical map of the Great Ruins, adjacent to the heavenly Dragon Star Palace lay the Sea of Stars, less than 200 miles away, judging by its name. The heavenly Dragon Star Palace must be the dwelling place of the celestial dragons. Such vastness could imply it was a gathering place for the dragon clan. Yet darkness had turned it into a desolate ruin. As Qin Mu contemplated these thoughts while observing, a familiar voice echoed from above. Hey, why are you still in the Dragon City? He looked up to see a small head peeking from the dragon column. It was the girl who had taken him to the city lord's mansion for a feast. Ling Yuxiu waved at him and called out, Can you come up here? Qin Mu assessed the height and hesitated. The column was too tall, and with no wind to aid him, he realized he could only ascend by running. While he could sprint up a cliff of 30 to 50 zhang, he had never attempted to run vertically up a 160 to 70 zhang dragon column. Stepping back a dozen paces, he suddenly summoned his magical power and dashed toward the column. With a few rapid strides, his speed reached its zenith, darting like a fleeting shadow toward the column. He then leaped onto the surface of the column, running parallel to the ground, propelling himself upward. His speed was astonishing, and the force of his momentum was equally remarkable, surging upward for over 100 zhang straight toward the column's pinnacle. However, disaster struck. He realized he could not reach the top. Feeling his momentum wane, he noticed he was still 3 to 5 zhang away from the summit. He pushed himself upward for another 3 zhang, but ultimately exhausted, his body began to plummet. Just then, a silken ribbon descended from above, wrapping around his wrist and gently pulling him upward. In midair, Qin Mu flipped and landed atop the dragon column, where he discovered a surprisingly flat expanse, a massive stone platform. One side of the platform was intricately carved with a dragon's head, allowing him to crawl over and stand upon it. Ling Yuxiu approached, untied the ribbon from his wrist, and chuckled, You actually managed to run up here. Did you not know? There are stairs inside the dragon column that you could have used. Qin Mu, still admiring the ribbon, exclaimed, This ribbon is of fine quality. Of course, Ling Yuxiu replied proudly. It is woven from celestial silk, a tribute offered to the emperor. Hence it is of the highest caliber. Take a whiff. It is quite fragrant, a natural aroma that will never dissipate. Qin Mu lowered his head to inhale, and indeed, a subtle fragrance lingered. He smiled and remarked, I possess a handkerchief woven from celestial silk, which is equally delightful. With that, he retrieved the handkerchief nestled within his embrace. Chapter 76. The fierce wolf army. Qin Mu unfurled the sweat towel and examined the fabric, remarking, I always sensed a familiar fragrance about you. It turns out we use the same material. Ling Yuxiu, upon seeing the towel, blushed intensely, swiftly snatching it from his hands, both embarrassed and furious. This is mine. How could it be with you? You think it's a mere sweat towel. I shall ignore you. The young girl stormed off to perch at the dragon's head, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed into the distance. Qin Mu was taken aback. Is this your towel? It's not a sweat towel. Ling Yuxiu retorted. It belongs to someone else. I won't speak to you. What else could it be? The young man was bewildered. This was given to me by Grandpa K, who said it was to wipe sweat. Seeing its fine quality, I carried it with me. If it is indeed yours, I shall return it. Is there any need to be angry? Ling Yuxiu threw down her bodice in frustration, exclaiming, I don't want it back. Qin Mu, with a flicker of energy, retrieved the bodice, chuckling, if you toss it away, someone else will pick it up to wipe their sweat. It would be better if you gave it to me. I sweat a lot when I practice martial arts. Ling Yuxiu, still indignant, insisted, give it back. The young man, increasingly perplexed, replied, if I return it to you, you will just throw it again. Why bother? It would be more sensible for me to use it to wipe my sweat. She hastily seized the item back, contemplated for a moment, and then presented him with a handkerchief. This is something for a young lady. Wouldn't it be beneath your dignity to use it? This fragrant handkerchief, crafted from heavenly silk, is embroidered with a design I stitched myself. Use it to wipe your sweat. Qin Mu accepted the handkerchief, noticing the crookedly embroidered pig's head, and laughed. The embroidery is quite unappealing. Ling Yuxiu, both vexed and anxious, reached to reclaim it. If you don't want it, then give it back. He quickly tucked it away and approached her, sitting down beside her. It is only fair that you return my towel after taking it. Mine is larger, and yours is smaller. In truth, I am at a disadvantage here. The sun had risen high, and the early spring sunlight radiated a sweet warmth, bringing the young man immense comfort as he lay back, gazing at the drifting clouds. Ling Yuxiu blinked and asked, do you find the plump Lord Fiki appealing? After a moment's thought, Qin Mu replied, he is not bad-looking, but he possesses too much of a feminine air, resembling a woman more than a man. Ling Yuxiu could not help but chuckle as she brushed her hair, a playful smile on her face. And what of me? Do you think I am beautiful? Qin Mu regarded her earnestly, stating, though your face may be a touch round, you are not unattractive. Ling Yuxiu felt a slight tremor in her heart, her expression turning serious as she slowly remarked, do you realize you are striking a futile blow? Besides, what is so undesirable about being governed by the Yin Kong Kingdom? The citizens live in peace and contentment, with various factions obedient to the imperial rule, maintaining order. Within its borders, there is no war, only minor disputes. How does it compare to the chaos of Daxu? Daxu is a realm of turmoil, where life is harsh and people are caught in a cycle of violence, struggling to survive. Upon my arrival in Daxu, I witnessed countless families selling their children, a testament to their dire circumstances. The army of Yinkan is indeed the righteous force. You should abandon your resistance and willingly welcome the royal troops of Yinkan. Qin Mu opened his eyes, his gaze profound. The people of Daxu do not wish to dwell here, yet I have heard that they are deemed the forsaken of the gods. Should they attempt to leave Daxu, they would be captured at the borders of Yinkan, some executed on the spot, others sold into slavery to toil in mines, where they too would meet their demise within a few short years. He sat upright, fingers interlaced upon his knees, his expression serene as he spoke. They yearn for a better existence, but should they venture to Yinkan, they would only meet a swifter end. It is preferable to remain in Daxu, where survival, albeit tenuous, is still possible. If the army of Yinkan were to conquer Daxu, how would they treat us, the Forsaken? Would we be slaughtered or enslaved? Sister Yuxiu, the emperor and the sage of Yinkan do not covet the people here, but rather this land, this forsaken territory. The Forsaken live amidst this desolation, though darkness encroaches each night, and every hunt is fraught with peril. They can still cling to life and ensure the survival of their children. Should Yinkan take control, even that flicker of life would be extinguished. Ling Yuxiu was momentarily taken aback. She had never contemplated such matters, believing Yinkan to be the embodiment of justice, without considering the plight of the people here. She could not help but exclaim, do you not realize? To oppose the army of Yinkan is to court death. Survival is impossible. Qin Mu beamed with a brilliant smile, filled with confidence, and gazed toward the east. No. The Emperor and Sage of Yinkan will encounter insurmountable obstacles here. They will stumble upon hard stones and face setbacks. Their wings clipped. They remain oblivious to the trials they shall soon confront upon this enigmatic land. The invincible myth of Yinkan shall meet its demise here. Ling Yuxiu rose, indignant. You are stubbornly deluded. You will surely perish in this city. Why persist? Qin Mu stood tall, locking eyes with her. For the Forsaken. Entering Yinkan is a guaranteed death. Should Yinkan seek to invade and claim this land as its own, the Forsaken will undoubtedly perish, if remaining passive leads to death. Yet resistance offers a glimmer of hope. Why should the Forsaken not rise in defiance? Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Ling Yuxiu asserted, I cannot betray Yinkan. Anyone who opposes the kingdom shall become my enemy. Qin Mu nodded once more. I am Forsaken, and I too cannot betray Daxu. Ling Yuxiu turned and walked towards the steps by the stone platform, her form disappearing, yet her voice echoed from the stone pillars. Should we meet on the battlefield, I shall show no mercy. Qin Mu gazed into the distance, where dust and smoke began to rise, shrouding the land in a veil of mist, and murmured, I too. Within the fog, thousands of colossal beasts forged a path ahead, their massive forms resembling mountains, adorned with long tusks and armored in bone, burdened yet swift, their movements resonating with the clatter of their armor. Following these giants was an endless army, suffused with an air of grim determination. Banners fluttering as chariots rolled through the ranks, while airships soared above. The towering ships were densely packed with warriors, while at the heart of each vessel, over a dozen alchemists toiled fervently concocting elixirs. Young apprentices continuously fed the finished mystical pills into the blazing furnace cores of the ships. As these alchemical marvels were cast into the furnaces, they instantly transformed into torrents of violent magical energy. This surging power flowed through the ship's structure into the twin windbeast sculptures at the stern. The mythical creatures spewed forth gales of tempestuous air, lifting the entire fleet aloft and propelling them forward. The vanguard of Yinkang Kingdom's mighty army had already emerged from the border fortresses, with even more formidable forces mustering behind them. There, beneath the fluttering banners of the Grand Preceptor, the true might of the nation was gathering. Qin Mu observed the approaching forces with growing trepidation. Every single soldier in that army was a battle-hardened martial artist, the very definition of a tiger wolf division. Against such a formidable host, even the seemingly impregnable Xianglong city appeared as vulnerable as a pebble, easily crushed beneath their advance. Yinkang Kingdom, Qin Mu murmured, suppressing the tremor in his heart. The village elder had once described Yinkang as a sect masquerading as a nation, but to Qin Mu's eyes, this organized behemoth demonstrated far greater power, cohesion, and explosive potential than any mere sect. When a martial sect evolves into a nation, with its intricate organizational hierarchy, comprehensive bureaucratic systems, and institutions for nurturing future generations, what terrifying might does it not possess? Becoming a sovereign state represents the ultimate evolution for any martial order. Within the city lord's residence, Granny C, draped in Fu Yundi's skin, stood with hands clasped behind her back. The eight-phase celestial deity manifested behind her, radiating the unbridled dominance of Xianglong's ruler. The Grand Preceptor of Yinkang has finally arrived, she mused silently. Before the gambling den, the blind man leaned on his staff, tilting his head to listen to the approaching march of armies. In the execution grounds, a butcher with only half a torso whetted his blade with rhythmic precision. Nearby, in the bookstore courtyard, a deaf man wearing iron ear coverings wielded a 10-foot brush with maddened strokes. With a final flourish, his completed painting, a massive thundercloud spanning several zhong, soared skyward and vanished into the heavens. The moment the artwork disappeared, dark storm clouds gathered ominously. Countless lightning bolts began crashing down from the suddenly tempestuous sky.